Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your decoder, Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case, Danny. Thank you, Danny's written me. This script was so requested. Every comment section, I swear to God, someone's like, Simon.
Denver International Airport. When are you covering Denver International Airport and the Illuminati who live underneath it?
When?
There's something about tunnels. I literally know nothing about this other than people are like, there's loads of tunnels under there and that's where the demons be. Okay, Danny, go for it. Write it up. Let's see what happens. I've never read this before. That's the format of the show. You and I, dear audience, we're going to explore it together thanks to Danny. Let's go. I already thought I'd seen hell on earth, and that place was Manila Airport. I cannot well repeat how there I entered, so full was I of slumber at the moment. Good Lord, last year I went to Crete on holiday for a week, and I came back. There's two airports there, I can't remember which one I took, but it was horrible.
Horrible. Horrible. Horrible.
I'm like, this is a European... Like, if I was in Manila, no offense Manila, but I'd expect your airport to be, like, hot and busy and just... I don't know, like, airports are in Southeast Asia. They're just busy and hot and not very well organised. It's like, if you go to, like... I don't know, I'm trying to... Switzerland. It's going to be very organised. And even like Prague airport, super organised. Like you're in and out. You know exactly where to go. Everything happens very quickly. Well, whereas if I was in Manila airport, I'd be like, oh God. Whereas I was in Crete and I was like, well, you know, I'm not that far from home. How bad can this airport be? It was insane. It was like 30 something degrees inside because I don't know why, but they don't have air conditioning. And then no one knows where to go. There's people around and it'd be like, hey, do you know where this is? And they'd be like,
I don't know.
And it's like, well, you're wearing a bright yellow vest. Is it so insane that I would ask you? Like, they'd said it like...
I don't know.
It's like, the fuck, man? Come on. And then... I felt like such a Karen. But I was at, like... We were waiting for the gate, and it was just... There were an insane number of people. And my kids are going nuts. But there's a kids' corner. You know, where you can play. The kids can just, like, go and play. And I go in there, and there's, like, 15 people on laptops just sitting on little kids' chairs and all over the place. And I'm like, okay, well, kids, go in and play. And if you scream, just go for it. Just go nuts. You know, I'm always telling you to use your inside voice. Here, feel free to just go mental. You go as mental as you want. And all these people on laptops are like, they're not looking at me because, like, you know, like normally, if you're in a coffee shop or something and you're not making an effort to, like, rein your kids in, people will be like,
steady on. Like, what's up? Come on. Do a good job.
Because they know they're in the kids' corner. What a disaster of an airport. Midway upon the journey of my life, I found myself within a terminal dark, for the straightforward path had been lost. There didn't appear to be an entrance nor an exit. It was more a case of just joining the throng of shuffling crowd and praying that fate would guide us all through the 9 circles of the screening process. Oh my God, not to like bang on about like airports. I went to Israel last year as well. And I got flagged as like some sort of terrorist because I looked it up online. Like when you go to Israel, they stick a little sticker on the back of your passport when you go through like pre-screening. And they were like, hello. And so I did it happen before I left? I think it happened before I left. Like they have this weird like El Al, the airline, they have this like weird little screening section at the airports before you get on the planes because they're worried about terrorism and stuff. And so they stick a sticker on my passport and it has a number on it. And I looked this number up online and it's like I got graded a 5 out of 6 in terms of like risk.
Potential terrorist is a terrorist.
And so I get to the other side and it was all very easy. But then I leave and I am waiting. I'm like, I joined this really big queue and I asked the guy,
like, am I in the right queue?
And I show him my ticket. And he looks at my passport and he's like,
yeah, you're in the right queue.
Oh, for God's sake. And it took forever. And I don't know how to say this. Oh, I know I do know how to say this. Let's just say that the Israeli airport security are absolutely racially profiling the shit out of everyone. Because it was me, about 3 other white dudes. How was it? In the whole throng of crowds. It's like, come on, guys. Oh, I think I looked up the reason I got shoved in there is because I'm like a non-Israeli single male traveler. And the other people all got in there because they ain't white. It was like, it's pretty wild, dude. Like, I was like,
This is okay? You guys are okay with this?
what's going on? Jesus Christ, that was an experience. And then I got to the security place, and they're like, all right, carry on then. And I'm like, wait, so
Why'd I have to wait in the huge queue? You didn't even, like, search in my butt or anything!
Jesus Christ. It was a place of lost souls and lost luggage and lost hope. I felt at one point that I was doomed to repeat the same checkpoints over and over again whilst missing out on some of the more important ones that were to guide me to the next levels of limbo. When I wasn't being asked to take my shoes off yet again, or getting frisked by an angry man with a gun, I was being harassed by a grumpy staff member who told me that I hadn't filled in the necessary documentation, which they should have given me to a checkpoint that I had yet to visit. It came as great relief when I was finally guided into the hidden road and returned to the bright world. From thence I came forth to re-behold the stars. Jesus Christ, Danny, what is this? I feel like I'm reading the Bible, Danny. I also had a bad experience in my local branch of the Lucky Chicken House, but that's another story. But it would seem that whilst the hell on earth is indeed an airport, it's not the one in Manila. There are even more sinister forces bubbling beneath the surface of Denver International Airport in Colorado. I've been to Denver. Isn't that their mile-high city? I went there, it was really rainy and really cold. The whole time I was there for like, I think 2 days. And I was just like, I'm just going to stay inside the hotel for most of this trip. It's just cold and miserable. The largest airport in the West and the second largest airport on Earth after King Fahd International Airport in Saudi Arabia. Really? Denver? What the f***'s going on in Denver? I assumed it would be like, I don't know, somewhere in China? Or Heathrow? Or JFK? Denver! It sits on 54 square miles of land and played host to over 69 million passengers in 2022, so it seems a strangely busy and conspicuous place to choose as the location for the secret headquarters of the New World Order. Yeah, it's very convenient though, because, I mean, if you're coming in for your secret New World Order meeting, there's nothing more convenient than having the meeting in the airport, is there? It'd be like, we'll just meet in the lounge. Be like, oh, perfect, good, I don't even have to do I even have to go through customs? Cool, that'd be very convenient. Do people are there meeting rooms in airports where you can go without actually having to enter the country? That would be, because then you wouldn't have to queue, you wouldn't have to get a visa, and you could have that face-to-face meeting that some people need. Does that exist? Can you fly? Like, I don't know. I've had to fly somewhere to sign like a contract or something. I don't know. I've never had to do anything like this, but I assume it exists in like business that people have to meet for whatever reason, even though it's 2023. That seems like a good idea. Someone should get on that.
How'd you get so smart?
And it seems like an odd place to hide an underground labyrinth of mysterious tunnels which serve as both a prison camp run by our reptilian overlords and a nuclear bunker reserved for the world's elite following the planned mass extermination of the peasants. You know, the kind of people I'm talking about when I refer to the world's elite. Hillary Clinton, Bill Gates, Celine Dion, David Hasselhoff. But I doubt there's a ticket reserved for me or you in the ninth circle of hell. What are you talking about, Danny? I've already got mine locked in. I got my Denver pass. You might scoff at the very idea that the New World Order would plant their biggest secrets within one of the most hectic places in the world. But there's a whole raft of compelling evidence which suggests that the conspiracy theorists might be right about this one. Well, let's see, Danny. I'm going to need a lot of convincing for this one, to be honest. It's there for anyone to see with their own eyes, and I'm not even talking about Photoshop trickery or fabricated anecdotes. Here are just some of the sights a passenger may have genuinely glimpsed over the last few years during their visit to an airport, which is often referred to as Area 52, a demonic sculpture which took inspiration from Frankenstein's monster by killing its own creator, heartwarming murals depicting dead children, soldiers in gas masks, and an imminent apocalypse. Well, also, if you're creating like a secret bunker for the New World Order, you're not gonna like leave clues around the place. You don't be like, yeah, maybe we'll just...
Should we put up an image of dead children there so people know? You know, so they have suspicions.
Like, no! Peter, let's just not make it suspicious. Let's just try and make it as low-key as possible. What the f***, man? Who would think... How did you get into our club, Peter?
There's a runway layout shaped in the design of a swastika, a humanoid with a lizard's head patrolling the secret underground tunnels, and a talking gargoyle, which may have let the cat out of the bag when it proclaimed to startled passers-by,
"Welcome to Illuminati headquarters."
Come on, people. This is far from normal. You don't get any of this sort of nonsense in Newquay Airport in Cornwall, and they're shooting satellites into space and losing them. So what's really going on at Denver International Airport? And will we ever find out the truth before the dawn of the apocalypse? Build me up, Buttercup. Denver International Airport has been the subject of conspiracy theories ever since the 1960s, which is a bit odd, as they didn't even start building it until 1989.
You do the math.
Oh, no thanks. We're on vacation. You do the math.
Conspiracy theories can't help themselves, can they? When the idea was first proposed, the main point of opposition seemed to be that Denver was already serviced by Stapleton International Airport, which had been running mighty fine since 1929. That's a good catchphrase for them. Stapleton Airport, running fine since 1929. See? I could do that. Stapleton, give me a ring. Just 60 miles away from the site on which the replacement airport was destined to be built. Not only that, the Stapleton Airport had 6 runways, whereas the proposed replacement would only have 5. Why on earth would you tear down a perfectly good airport and then spend billions of dollars on building an inferior version with fewer runways and reduced capacity? It just didn't make sense from the start, unless, of course, there's a devious ulterior motive behind the construction of this unnecessary monstrosity. Well, there was nothing particularly devious about the need to knock down Stapleton Airport and start breaking new grounds. The old airport had been gradually expanding since 1929 to the point where it was now bursting at the seams with zero scope for the vital further growth required to allow access for new airlines. There wasn't much further for the airport to stretch to, as they were largely boxed in by nearby communities who had a habit of filing lawsuits against the airport for noise pollution. Yeah, I mean, fair play, but you also do If you bought the house before there was an airport there, or planned to be an airport there, I'm really sorry about that. If you bought the house afterwards, well, of course there's going to be noise. You're living next to a f***ing airport. What did you expect? Anyone who lives next to an airport complains about it, it's just left. And never going to come back. They're going to unsubscribe for all my channels. I'm just joking. Of course I've got sympathy for you. Not much, because you bought the bloody house, didn't you? We're going in circles. Let's carry on. The only realistic option left on the table was a potential extension into the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. That was dropped following legal threats from the Adams County. As for those impressive 6 runways, they were configured in 2 sets of 3 parallel runways, which each crossed each other, so 3 could only ever be used at the same time. And the poorly designed runways were so close together that it made safe landings impossible during slightly inclement weather, leading to frequent long delays for frustrated passengers milling around a cramped airport, and a chain reaction which disrupted travel on a national scale. I don't mind a delayed flight if I'm pottering around the airport. What I mind is when they get you all onto the f***ing plane, and then they're like, okay, we're just going to sit on the tarmac for now. Can I have a Coke?
No, we don't serve drinks until we're up in the air.
But we've been here an hour.
Yeah, sorry, sir.
Please! Please! I'm so thirsty! You could begin to see why someone eventually figured out that the only way forward was to build a new, more efficient airport with proper runways and plenty of room for future expansion, far from any urban developments populated by annoyed residents eager to file their next lawsuit. But it took a while for the new airport to get off the ground. The idea was first put forward by Denver Mayor Bill McNichols in the late 1960s, but it wasn't until Frederico Peña was elected mayor in 1983 that the plans finally began to gather pace. After several years of wrangling, he struck a deal with Adams County leaders to back a proposal to annex 54 square miles of land on the remote northeast town of Denver, miles away from even the most sensitive of urban ears. But the construction encountered a few unexpected bouts of turbulence along the way. It was originally announced that the Denver International Airport would be open for business in 1993, but it was delayed for 16 months. Well, that's not too bad, is it? I mean, I know it's a long time, but it's not that bad. I'm just renovating a house. Tell this story all the time. It's almost done. Bought it 2 years ago. And I'm just renovating a house. They're building an international airport. And when it finally opened to the public in February 1995, it was revealed that the total cost for the project had racked up to $4.8 billion. That's almost $2 billion over the original budget. Almost as much as I spent on my house. There were all kinds of excuses for the heavy delay and mushrooming budget. A cutting-edge underground automated baggage handling system had proved trickier to get working than first thought. More on that disaster in a moment. or perhaps 10. It was also reported that progress had been hampered by bad weather, last-minute design changes, financial problems, and frequent contractual disputes, which led to a constantly changing crew of contractors working on the project. And of course, those secret underground headquarters and prison camps and survival bunkers were never going to be particularly cheap, although at least the lizard guards were happy to accept payment in mealworm slugs and alfalfa sprouts. Do people really think that because this airport overran on the time that it took to make, they were using that extra time to like build secret tunnels and shit? Yo, check out my channel Mega Projects, because all that shit always takes way longer than anyone says, unless it's China, in which case it happens much faster, because China's insane. Not that the budget would be much of a problem anyway if the bill was being footed by the New World Order. One of the biggest conspiracy theories relating to Denver Airport is that it was all paid for by the New World Order and constructed to their strict specifications. And they've probably got a bob or two to spare. The New World Order is supposedly made up of an elite group of movers and shakers who one day plan to take over the world and create a single totalitarian global government, but the slightly concerning element of their grand scheme is that they first plan to commit mass extermination by reducing the population to just 2 billion people on the grounds that a vastly reduced population would be a bit easier to control. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, is it? I could get behind this. Let's just do it. Slight variations on this theory suggest that Denver Airport was funded by the Illuminati. Isn't that the same thing as the New World Order? I'm going to learn something new today, aren't I? Originally a genuine secret society founded in 1776 in Bavaria to put an end to the machinations of the purveyors of injustice, to control them without dominating them. Control and domination sound like very similar things, though, don't they? Isn't that a bit oxymoronic? Religious leaders allege that the society was entirely responsible for the French Revolution, but while the real group lasted just a few years before they were hounded out of existence, some believe that the Illuminati are still quietly going strong today, planting secret agents in governments and mighty corporations and lemonade stands in order to influence global events. Or it could be the Freemasons who work behind. Oh my god. The only one we're missing are the Jews.
First of all, I'm not white, I'm Jewish, and I have walked a very difficult road.
So the Freemasons are all behind Denver Airport. Dating back to the 13th century, the Guild of Stonemasons has long attracted its own share of conspiracy theories relating to plots to take over the world. The fraternal organization, made up entirely of independent grand lodges, certainly seems to be a bit weirder to the outsider with their private rituals and ceremonies and secret handshakes. I think my granddad was a Freemason. I never met him, he died before I was born, but I think like my grandma and my dad told me, like, after he died, they went through all his shit and found these, like Freemasonry clothing or whatever. And I was like, okay, cool. Some groups still impose a strict no-women policy, oh, that's nice, on the lodge door, whilst their male members are required to profess belief in a supreme being or Masonic god. Oh, that's a shame. I mean, I'm down for, like, not letting the women in. Get out! But you have to believe in God. I just can't get down with that. It does make you wonder why stonemasons can't just hold regular office parties or have bingo night or something. It does, doesn't it? Back when I was a postman, I don't recall having to perform secret rituals in the sorting office or being required to worship at the temple of the mailbox lord, occasionally offering up a postal sacrifice of some non-believer's benefits check. I suppose there's no reason why the real entity behind the construction of the airport couldn't be a committee made up of various members of the New World Order, the Illuminati, Freemasons, and maybe a few reptilian overlords thrown into the mix for a good measure. Yeah, and the Nazis and the Jews, come on. It's a committee which theoretically could include the likes of Barack Obama, Beyonce, Colin the Concrete Guy, and son of Godzilla, but it's also a committee which has made a few indiscreet slip-ups or even purposefully planted a few clues as to the true purpose of Denver International Airport. So it's time we had a good nosy around the place to see for ourselves what exactly is ringing so many alarm bells. So please remove your shoes, belts, watches, and pacemakers as we dive in for a deeper look at what Denver International Airport is hiding in plain sight. What the fuck? They're taking off all your shit. The shoes. Shoes are the worst because sometimes it's like you just be wandering along and you take off your shoes and security guard.
Hey, put your shoes back on. You don't need to take your shoes off.
And then you're in the airport 2 weeks later and they're like,
why haven't you taken your shoes off yet?
Airports, get your shit together. Highway to hell. It has to be said that the very first thing that welcomes you to the airport as you make your way along Peña Boulevard is that it's pretty damn freaky. I'm not really sure what kind of sculpture I'd expect to see loitering outside the entrance of an airport. Maybe some kind of reassuring scene of a happy family in flip-flops and shades, gazing upwards in wonder at the prospect of the thrilling yet perfectly safe journey ahead. Or a smiling pilot looking calm and relaxed in the cockpit as he flicks through a newspaper and takes another hearty swig from his hip flask. I'll tell you what I wouldn't expect to see, though. A sculpture of a massive demonic rearing blue horse with surprisingly detailed private parts and satanic glowing red eyes that look as if they're about to shoot firebolts at hell from you. Oh shit, this terrifying 32-foot sculpture is made from fiberglass and weighs in at over 9,000 pounds. Although its official name is Blue Mustang, it's more commonly known by locals as Blucifer, or Satan's Steed. I like Blucifer, that's a good name. And depending on your viewpoint, it's either a strangely sinister mascot for Denver International Airport, or it's a cursed beast guarding the gateway to hell. It's tricky to pick out the weirdest thing about this rearing Mustang. Should it really be blue? Why was so much attention paid to the generous genitals and prominent anus? And why did the neon red eyes of the horse light up at night to bathe passers-by in an eerie red glow? Actually, all these questions pale into insignificance when you hear Blucifer's darkest confession. He killed his own creator before he was even finished. Although Blue Mustang wasn't installed until 2008, it was originally commissioned back in 1992. Luis Jimenez was an American sculptor of Mexican descent who had grown up working in his father's neon sign shop. When first approached by the city of Denver to create an art installation for the new airport, he had originally proposed a structure of a buffalo stampede, but later settled on a rearing Mustang as a tribute to an earlier form of long-distance travel harking back to the days of the Wild West. Early design sketches reveal that Luis had been tinkering with the idea of sculpting a pink Mustang before settling on blue, possibly inspired by his own blue Rowan Appaloosa, which, what the f*** is that? Is that some sort of horse? Which went by the name of Blackjack. But Luis didn't half take his time in delivering the goods. After a long chain of missed deadlines, the city gave up hope of ever having completed it and sued him for $165,000. Oh no, is the reason it's so creepy because he's like,
F you, here's your shitty horse.
and he's like,
Contract complete. Give me my money, stop suing me, and enjoy your demon horse.
yeah, I'm petty, I'll do that as well. Actually, I'll just meet the deadline because that's what I do. I just like work. I'll just get it done and get paid and be like, cool, 165 grand in the 90s? Yes, please. However, the continuing delays were to take a tragic turn when Blue Mustang turned on his creator. By 2006, Luis was 65 years old and been working on the sculpture for around 14 years. But that work came to an abrupt halt when a big section of the 9,000-pound sculpture fell on him and pinned him against a steel support beam, severing an artery on his leg. By the time he arrived in hospital, Luis Jimenez had already died from blood loss. Blucifer had claimed his first victim. Actually, Blucifer had claimed his only victim today, but that sounded quite dramatic, didn't it? Yeah, I was like, wait, he's killed more people? How many people has this horse sculpture killed? None. One. Just one. And it was an accident. Blucifer didn't mean it. The sculpture was swiftly finished off in less than a couple of years by his sons, other family members, and friends. Maybe Louis should have roped them in from the start. He may have got it finished 10 years earlier. The decision to complete the statue after the tragedy may have been inspired by a desire to honor the legacy of Luis Jimenez, or it may have been inspired by a desire to avoid the city of Denver asking for their money back after the artist's failure to deliver on a contract. It was only during these latter stages of development that the Mustang was given those eerie red glowing eyes, and this was just meant to be a tribute to the neon sign shops in Mexico where Luis had first learned his craft when he was a kid. But Blucifer certainly attracted controversy after it was first installed in 2008, with some claiming that the sculpture was cursed. Others believe that Blucifer is intended to be the mode of transport used by the fourth horseman of the Apocalypse from the Book of Revelation, and that the sculpture is a stark warning from Denver that the end of the world is nigh. It's just a sculptor. It's not like you found it buried in the desert and it's, demonic or something. A dude literally made it not that long ago. There have even been high-profile campaigns for the disturbing statue to be removed immediately, although some locals have threatened to chain themselves to Blue Mustang if that ever happens. I mean, I'm not against that, though. It does seem very creepy and inappropriate to have in an airport just a giant, blue horse with an impressive cock. Why? Why is it so realistic? I have my doubts over whether Blue Mustang is likely to be straddled by the fourth horseman of the Apocalypse at any point in the near future. But even so, it's an unusual choice of sculpture to be leading the charge into Denver International Airport, and I'm not convinced that any nervous passengers will have their fears allayed by the less than welcoming sight of a blue horse with giant balls fiercely gazing down at them with eyes of electric flame. Still, it could have been worse. They could have gone with an art installation featuring various bits of aircraft hanging in the trees of the Amazon rainforest. I think what would be worse would just be those up black boxes. The bright, they're bright orange and yellow and stuff that they rescue from plane crashes. Just to have a collection of those would be worse. because they're really messed up after the crash. They're all scratched and shit, and that's the one thing that has to survive. So then it leaves just the what happened to the rest of the plane entirely to your imagination. Perhaps things perk up a bit when you actually get inside the airport, although that might depend on how much you like gargoyles. I don't mean of the talking variety, we'll come to those later. Wasn't thinking of the talking variety. But I mean the silent bronze variety, which are poking their grotesque heads out of bronze suitcases positioned above the east and west baggage claim areas. Some passengers have admitted to feeling a little perturbed about having such monstrous creatures looming over them menacingly as they're trying to sort out their baggage. Alright, chill out, snowflakes. It's just a sculpture. Just get your baggage and leave. What, are you going to hang out in the airport for extra time and complain? Who's complaining about this? Shut the up, you Karens. Could these agents be the devil of another blatant clue that unseen darker forces are lurking somewhere beneath Denver International Airport? I'll tell you what, Danny, the answer to that question's no! Largely inspired by the breathtaking gargoyles on duty at Notre Dame in Paris, the sculptures were created by artist Terry Allen, who named his new artwork Notre Denver. Although the faces of the gargoyles may look a little disturbing, the horned demons were traditionally always on our side, and they were placed in churches and monasteries to ward off the baddie evil spirits. The idea behind the installation in the airport is to serve as friendly guardians over the passengers and ensure the safe arrival of their baggage. They're just there to be playful and fun. And at least you can't see their genitals or anus, which is nice. That's a nice relief. Otherwise, you'd be like, oh god, so much cock and arse in this Denver International Airport. Thought we just had enough with Bluesy. Not Bluesy. What's his name? Blucifer. I think we had enough. We saw Blucifer's cock. Do we have to look at the gargoyles as well? And they're like, no, you don't. And you're like, great, thank you.
Under this horse's big blue nuts.
However, it's a little more difficult to find quite so much fun in the nearby murals. Two giant 28-feet murals are sprawled across the east and west side of the baggage claims area, both of which were created by artist Leo Tanguma. And they have quite jolly names too. One of them is called In Peace and Harmony with Nature, whilst the other is called Children of the World, Dream in Peace. I get the feeling that these are terrifying, right? I think Danny told me that they were terrifying. Both murals are kind of split into two halves by access doors, and at least half of each mural is quite uplifting. For example, one half of In Peace and Harmony with Nature depicts young, happy children dancing around a sunny landscape with frolicking animals of all breeds in what appears to be a joyous celebration of all things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small, all things wise and wonderful. This is a hymn. Danny, you're getting carried away. But it's the second half of the same mural that punctures the mood just a little bit. This half depicts a scorched earth scattered with dead bodies and dead animals. In one panel, a weeping boy holds a dying squirrel in his hands while looking down at a young girl, maybe his sister, who is lying dead in a glass coffin. What the Denver Airport? Why? I know it's got nothing to do with the Illuminati and shit, but why? Why would you have this? The gargoyles is like, okay, it's just gargoyles, fine. But the dead children in the paintings? What the That's weird. Anyone still breathing in the mural is fleeing for their lives from the swelling flames of a planet finally boiling over with rage. It's all a bit grim. It's as if a TV production company decided to make a reboot of The Animals of Farthing Wood, but decided that it needed to go a bit darker than the original. And it seems to suggest to some observers that the mural is depicting an inevitable future of global destruction and mass extinction. I mean, and here you are in an airport about to do a very, very carbon dioxide heavy thing. You're just thinking, oh, maybe I should leave. Maybe I should have taken the bus. Still, the other half of the mural, Children of the World, Dream in Peace, might cheer you up a bit as you're waiting to see how much of your baggage has gone missing. Here, we can see children of many different cultures coming together to lay down the weapons of their ancestors and celebrate a new era of mutual understanding under a glorious rainbow of peace. Hooray for the future of humanity! But the other half of this mural, well, it's not so chirpy. Here we can see a soldier in a gas mask whose uniform bears a resemblance to that worn by the Nazis. He's brandishing both a machine gun and a sword, busy boy, the latter of which he uses to slice up a dove of peace as terrified children cower helplessly beneath his feet. This half also recites a genuine bleak poem written by the Czech poet Hannes Hackenberg, who was murdered at the age of 14 in the Auschwitz concentration camp in 1943. What? Denver? Why? Throw in an image of what may be an American child clutching a teddy bear and working under instructions from a Nazi soldier, and this has led some theorists to speculate that this nightmarish mural represents an imminent genocide architected by the New World Order, during which America will have no choice but to submit to the rising of a new Nazi world power. Again, if you are the New World Order and you're like burying your secret base under the airport, you're not like, and your goal is like genocide, you're not like, should we paint a picture of that genocide and put it right above where we're having our secret base? So people think we have a secret base here. No, you wouldn't, would you? But perhaps it might help if we weren't looking at the whole thing backwards. The murals are meant to be absorbed in the order that a passenger would typically pass them, from right to left. So in the first mural, In Peace and Harmony with Nature, we're supposed to be looking at children expressing despair over the current pollution of the planet and extinction of life. But it ends on a high note as humanity comes together to solve the problem and rehabilitate the Earth. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? New World Order looking out for us. Meanwhile, Children of the World Dream of Peace is meant to show a progression from a historic world that was gripped by brutal war to a future world that has discovered how to live in harmony. I mean, this is one thing I find really, really depressing. Like, I think about this too much. I mean, it enters my mind more often than it should, which is that we're all like, oh yeah, look, definitely the world's so much more peaceful than it was before. And it's like, no, we've been here before. We just have huge wars. And then we have a period of peace where everyone's all chill and we're like, okay, let's not kill like 70 million of us again. It wasn't a good time. And the bigger the thing, the longer the period of like chill afterward. And I just get the feeling that, you know, hopefully I won't live through it. But then it's like, now I've got kids. What if they live through it? What if their kids live through it? What if my grandkids are living in it? And it's possible, you know, that there'll just be some other massive war again and everything will get destroyed. And that's, I don't know, I find that really a lot. It's all right there in Leo Tanguma's statement, inscribed on a plaque beneath the piece, which reads that the mural is an expression of the artist's desire to abolish violence in society. Unless, of course, Leo Tanguma was paid off by the New World Order to say that. I think old Leo is in the New World Order. I can't help feeling that even when you've heard this more rational explanation for the mural designs, it does seem a bit macabre. Is this really the kind of thing that you want to be observing in an airport of all places? We've only been wandering for about 10 minutes, and so far we've seen a demonic horse from hell, a few leering gargoyles, and some pretty murals depicting Nazi soldiers with machine guns, the world on fire, and young dead girls in glass coffins. It is a bit weird, Denver. Like, this is all real. And, I mean, even if there's not the word New World Order beneath your airport, which there isn't, this is all still very weird. Who in their right minds would commission quite so many sinister installations to bombard the weary traveller as soon as they dare step foot in the airport of Dame? Well, the capstone of a time capsule inside the airport may reveal a few clues as to exactly which organisations were really piloting this enterprise, time after time. When I hear of time capsules, I immediately think of the fiascos that were the Blue Peter time capsules. Oh, I don't remember this. Blue Peter. I loved Blue Peter as a kid. I had a Blue Peter badge. I had 2 Blue Peter badges as a kid because I'm such a legend. Blue Peter is a very British television show for children, and they have a dog. I don't remember much else about Blue Peter. I guess we're going to learn a little bit more. Back in 1971, the jolly presenters of the long-running children's TV show Blue Peter buried a time capsule just outside BBC TV Centre with the intention of digging it up again on the very same show nearly 30 years later to honour the millennium. A 30-year wait might seem a tad ambitious considering the lifespan of typical children's TV show, but Blue Peter had been showing us things to make since 1958 and is still knocking around on the TV schedules today. Although it's not as big a deal today, and the glory days are long gone. Holy shit, they're still making Blue Peter? And what the f*** sort of name is Blue Peter? Now, I'm obviously far too young and tender to have been around when the time capsules were originally planted, but I was still very much aware of it, and it seemed like quite an exciting televisual moment when those 3 presenters from 1971 reunited in the year 2000 to dig up the capsule. I'm not sure why they were all so excited, really. This supposedly historic cache of goods chosen to represent 1971 amounted to little more than a selection of photographs of the presenters, a copy of the 1971 Blue Peter Annual, and a few decimal coins which had been introduced that year, and some of which were still in circulation in the year 2000. The good news is that none of the presenters had died in the interim, so it was a happy reunion. Yeah, it's 30 years. You're like, someone's going to pop their clogs. You'll be buried there, Cassius.
I wonder which one of us dies. Like, statistically, probably one of us is going to die, like car accident. cancer, heart disease, one of those little
The bad news is that it was a massive anticlimax, as most of the stuff inside was dripping wet and filthy. The presenters tried their best to mask the obvious crushing disappointment as they pulled out strangely brown items whilst wrinkling their noses in disgust and trying valiantly not to puke from the rancid smell, which was not entirely unlike rotting cheese. Wait, did they not put it in some sort of airtight capsule? What the Blue Peter? Where's your brains? Blue Peter didn't fare any better with the other time capsules that they planted over the years. A later capsule planted in 1981 was finally unearthed in 2021 after 40 years under the soil, but it was a similar story when it was discovered, as the metal lining in the capsule had completely corroded and everything in the capsule was ruined. How about when you're using these things, don't they make non-corroding metals? There are metals that don't corrode, right? Like steel. Does steel rust? Stainless steel? Does stainless steel rust? The stuff that doesn't rust, right? Why not bury it in that shit? Or plastic. Perhaps Denver International Airport will have more luck with their own Times capsule, which is on display near the south entrance, but is intended to remain sealed until the year 2094, a whole century after it was first put there. Dedicated to the people of Colorado, the capsule is said to contain such historic examples of 90s culture, such as a credit card, a baseball from the first Colorado Rockies game, a fistful of tokens from the Black Hawk Casino, and a viewer's guide to Beavis and Butthead. You need a viewer's guide to Beavis and Butthead?
Oh yeah.
There are also said to be a few other little surprises tucked away in there for the benefit of any of us who might still be clinging on to life in 2094, assuming that we haven't all perished into the apocalypse by then. If you're watching this, what's the youngest person that could be watching this, realistically, and remember it? 10? You shouldn't be, but if you're 10, could you live until 2094? Yeah, you reasonably could. Well, makes me feel old. I'll be dead. I mean, I could live to 107. Come on, that's not too bad. But it's not so much the time capsule which has fueled further conspiracy theories, but rather the dedication marker which has been laid on top of it. The capstone contains intriguing inscriptions which reveal little more detail on the identities of the mysterious figures behind the airport project. The bottom of the capstone makes reference to the New World Airport Commission, an entity which does not actually exist, whilst further up the marker is an engraving of a Freemason symbol accompanied by the description of the self-proclaimed most worshipful Grand Lodges which are responsible for laying the stone. If you were making something that was designed to fuel conspiracy theories, this would be it, wouldn't it? We now have compelling proof that the concrete god-worshipping Freemasons were making secret handshakes with the forces behind the airport since before the very first check-in. Not only that, but the date inscribed on the capstone, 19th of March 1994, reveals another connection to the madcap rituals of the Freemasons. Conspiracy theorists have noted that if you add up the numbers that make up the date, 1 plus 9, 1 plus 9, and 9 plus 4, you end up with the number 33. Stop this. This numerology bullshit drives me potty. It's just a coincidence. It's like that number 28 or whatever. The Jim Carrey movie, and he's like, I see 28 everywhere. And it's like, all right, Jim, chill out. It's just a number, Jim. It's just a number. It's not real, Jim. Except it was in the movie, right? Because it's a movie. But movies aren't real life. It's not real. In movies, there are ghosts and shit. This could be a reference to the 33rd degree, a supreme honor bestowed only on those who have demonstrated outstanding service to the Brotherhood, and it's pretty much the pinnacle of Freemason perfection. Meanwhile, it seems a bit baffling that an entity which does not officially exist, the New World Airport Commission, seems to be trying to take some of the credit for building the airport. Could this fictional organization be a not particularly subtle nod to the New World Order, who are really pulling the strings alongside their wacky mates from the most worshipful Grand Lodges? The New World Airport Commission is actually quite challenging to explain with a definitive rational answer. Some have suggested that it's supposed to be a reference to the New World Symphony, an 1893 piece from Czech composer Antonin Dvorak, which later made it all the way to the moon thanks to its inclusion on Neil Armstrong's funky mixtape. There's a lot of Czechs in today's episode, isn't there? There's the guy who wrote the poem, there's Dvorak, okay. But it's hard to see any real logic in that. It's more likely that it was just a very temporary name cobbled together to describe the various businesses and local politicians who put their hands in their pockets for the construction. Rather than describing an entity known as the New World Airport Commission, the name was probably meant to describe a group of people who were behind the newest world airport. Still, A bit strange to put such a vague and now meaningless name on top of a time capsule which was destined to hang around for 100 years. The Freemason angle is a lot easier to explain. For starters, the whole date thing is clearly just a load of most worshipful bollocks. It just happens to be the date on which the time capsule was installed, and there are a whole bunch of different ways to add up the numbers and get different results which don't tie in with the 33rd degree. The sum we described earlier doesn't even take into account the month of the year. And as for the involvement of the Freemasons, while some have speculated that the capstone is proof of the guild's secretive role behind the scenes, there's one point which seems to have been forgotten by many. The capstone was crafted by the Freemasons because this is exactly what stonemasons are supposed to be doing when they're not busy worshipping supreme beings. Oh yeah. I did put that together. Okay, there we go. Done. Easy. Boom. Rational explanation. To the surprise of nobody. The airport has never denied that the capstone was created by the Freemasons, but they point out that it's not so extraordinary for Masons to do a bit of masoning from time to time. Which I suppose is fair enough, isn't it? Incidentally, one further theory about the time capsule relates to a small braille tablet positioned just above the dedication marker which features the same Masonic symbol engraved on the capstone. Legend has it that if you move your fingers across the raised dots in a very specific sequence, you either open up a secret entrance to the mysterious tunnels below, or you release a toxic gas from the time capsule which kills everyone in the airport. And those things are definitely real things that would definitely happen. I'm not entirely convinced by that one myself. No, Danny, me neither. But according to one former employee of the airport, visiting members of the Freemasons have been known to discreetly take out their Masonic membership cards and swipe them across the braille tablet just to see if anything interesting happens. They're just curious. They'll be like, did someone do this to this? It's like, boop. No, nothing. It's just a braille thing for blind people. Easy, done. Bit of a dangerous thing to experiment with if you're half expecting the release of toxic gas, but those Freemasons have a reputation for spicing up a party. And speaking of toxic stuff floating around in the air, a tiny mural, which probably gets missed by most passengers, is thought to be, by some, a stark warning of the imminent release of a deadly strain of hepatitis across the globe. Isn't hepatitis that thing on your lips? Is that hepatitis? Wait, there's also... Wait, no, hepatitis. Is that the one with, like, types? Like hepatitis A, B, and C? And hepatitis C is, like, that kills you. So it's like you go to the doctor, they're like...
You've got hepatitis.
Wait, do I have the lip thing or the liver thing, Doc?
You got the liver thing.
Ah, for God's sake!
Is that... Oh, no, I read that wrong. It's the lip thing. A-okay. Oh, no, that's herpes. I knew it wasn't hepatitis. It's herpes. People are screaming that at the bloody headphones at home, aren't they? Simon, you're thinking of herpes. It's herpes, Simon, you dum-dum.
You didn't even have herpes, and I said that you did.
Oh, I'm surprisingly sweaty right now. It's very hot today, and I just got a delivery of some large studio equipment. Like, you didn't see it, but there was a break in this video when the UPS man came, and I had to go upstairs and then lug all of this stuff down. And now I'm quite shiny and sweaty. It's quite unpleasant. I'll try and get through it. You have to look hard to find it. The mural can be seen in a single small tile on the floor right next to Leo Tenguma's mammoth tribute to the genocide and dead squirrels. The simple design depicts a mining cart alongside the letters AUAG. Isn't that gold and lead? Golden lead? AU? AU? No, lead is PB. AU? AG? It's like, one of them's gold, isn't it? Isn't gold like AG? And AU silver and gold, maybe? It's an abbreviation for Australian antigen, a strain of hepatitis, which could potentially be used as a biological weapon in the wrong hands. Oh yeah, my bad, it's actually that. That's what I meant. The mural is clearly prophesizing the use of Australian antigen as the latest stage in biological warfare overseen by the New World Order to trim down the population a bit. They'll even probably release the strain from the airport itself, those cheeky scoundrels. But here's a further little coincidence to chew over. Australian antigen was first isolated by the American Nobel Prize winner Barack S. Blumberg, who is also widely rumoured to have been a major investor in the construction of the airport. Could Barack be dishing up a tantalising clue as to how he plans to exterminate us all? No, because Nobel Prize winners are smart enough not to leave clues. They just are. It's like that every spy movie or whatever, they're like, well, now that I've got you on the table, Mr. Bond, I might as well tell you my entire plan. And it's like, no, real bad guys don't do that. They just kill you because they're like, well, what if you escape? Then you'll know the plan. And then look what happens. Mr. Bond escapes. Well, very probably not. For starters, although some people abbreviate Australian antigens at AUAG, it's more commonly known by its scientific abbreviation of HBsAg, and it would be a pretty lame choice for the New World Order to unleash as a deadly biological weapon, as an effective vaccine for the strain was developed as far back as the early 1980s. Maybe the mining cart in the mural presents a clue as to what the rural really represents. The tile is just one segment of a wider floor mural presented in traditional Native American designs which depict the four rivers of Colorado's Great Divide. But this tile, particularly, is a nod to the rich mining history of Colorado, and the letters AUAG are the atomic symbols for silver and gold. Boom! I haven't thought about that since I must have been like 13, and I can't believe I actually remembered those. It took us a little while, but I remembered them eventually. And also PB being lead. They're just the atomic symbols for the silver and gold that have been mined there since the 19th century. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? Indeed it would. The conspiracy theory might have made sense if the letters had been accompanied by a picture of a dead kangaroo or something, but I think the mining cart really gave the game away on this one. We don't need this fascist groove thing. Some of these conspiracy theories may have been bordering on the ever so slightly tenuous. Oh really, Danny? They were they? But here's something that is staring even the most hard-nosed cynic in the face. When viewed from above, the layout of the airport's runway resembles a giant Nazi swastika. Well, it's not an absolutely perfect resemblance, I'll grant you that. It's a bit lumpy and misshapen and appears to have an extra leg. Some have suggested that it resembles more of a pinwheel shape, whilst one sharp-eyed observer notes that it looks like someone has tried to create a picture of a swastika on an Etch-a-Sketch after a few too many disco biscuits. But there's no denying that it still looks like a swastika from aerial views, and that surely must have been intentional. I doubt it. No one's intentionally making swastika symbols. I mean, unless they're a Nazi, and I don't think this was made by Nazis, was it? And if it was, they'd be like, well, let's not make it obvious that it was made by Nazis. Okay. It's yet another subtle indicator of the rise of a new Nazi world power, the seeds of which are being planted right now in this secret hub of operations masquerading as a fancy airport. This kind of thing can't just be a mirthsome accident. Am I right? Well, as we discussed near the beginning, a big part of the reasoning for replacing the old Stapleton Airport in the first place is because the poorly designed parallel runways limited the number of aircraft that could take off at the same time, and everything ground to a crushing halt at the first sign of a spot of rain. In contrast, the new runways at Denver are more cleverly spread out across perpendicular planes, which ensures that flights can take off simultaneously without risk of getting in each other's way, even during Denver's notoriously high winds, and also allowing for the addition of new runways in the future. Oh, is Denver called the Windy City? I feel like that's right. So where the f***'s the Mile High City? Is that Denver as well? The downside to this is that the layout does look a bit like a swastika from above, but it was a design built on the concept of maximum efficiency and scope for future expansion. Funnily enough, also shit the Nazis liked, rather than a deliberate attempt to create an aerial view of a hate symbol for shits and giggles. Calling occupants of an interplanetary craft. The biggest mystery of all, lurking deep beneath the surface of Denver International Airport, is hiding in that secret network of tunnels which are strictly off-limits to the prying public. Some of you may have already guessed that these have got something to do with the failed automated underground baggage system that we mentioned, but it would appear that this doesn't adequately explain the whole mystery. Like some secret underground base for all the rich people to go and hide in after the end of the world. It's going to have to be a lot bigger than some random baggage carousel. We'll return to the tunnels in a moment, but I just wanted to very quickly rattle through a couple of other outstanding conspiracy theories that we haven't covered yet. We've not talked much about aliens, which is surprising, as alien language is scattered all across the floor. Well, maybe not the entirety of the floor. It appears in a single mosaic, and the phrase "Dizit dit guy." Now, it might not necessarily be the words of an alien language pointing to the presence of an alien based beneath the airport. It could just be words from a secret language cooked up by the New World Order, who have now taken to communicating with each other via the medium of floor mosaic. Then again, a little more digging reveals that "Dizit dit guy" are actually words from the Navajo language spoken by the largest federally recognized tribe in the United States, and they roughly translate as "the mountain that is white," rather than anything more sinister like "resistance is useless human scum." Okay then, but what about the alien connections of Close Encounters of the Third Kind? In Steven Spielberg's classic 1977 movie, the aliens communicate a set of coordinates to the humans. W104 4430, N40 3610. These are like coordinates, but I don't know how to read them. It's like west and then north, 40 degrees, 36 minutes, 10 seconds. Is that how you read that? which correspond to where their craft will be touching down for a selfie opportunity in Devil's Tower near Moorcroft, Wyoming. It's a little puzzling as why Spielberg didn't use the genuine coordinates for Devil's Tower, but it's believed that the coordinates referenced in the movie actually correspond to the exact location of Denver International Airport. It's believed they do? Well, tell you what, that's something you can immediately look up. Just punch them into Google and it'll tell you. Well, hang on, let me get my spinning head around this one. What this clearly means is that in 1977, Steven Spielberg, who's, let's face it, probably is a member of the New World Order, I mean, look at that beard, damn right, became aware of the coordinates of the past or future landing spot of visiting extraterrestrials, and these just happened to match the remote location on which it was decided to build Denver International Airport. In order to not arouse much suspicion, Spielberg changed the venue to Devil's Tower in the movie while still keeping the real coordinates in there for anyone to check at their leisure. As far as close encounters go, this one is pretty wide of the mark. To be precise, it's about 51 miles wide of the mark, which might not seem that big in the grand scheme of things, but it's a long walk for UFO spotters who pitched up on the wrong site with their binoculars and flasks of weak lemon drink. In real life, those coordinates point to neither Devil's Tower nor Denver International Airport. They actually just point to a largely empty field about 51 miles northwest of the airport. Still, a largely empty field makes a perfect spot for a discreet flying saucer landing. Alright, so those theories were bordering on the bizarre and perhaps slightly lunatical. Lunatic? Slightly Danny's written lunatic, perhaps slightly lunatic. I would say perhaps slightly loony? Lunatical? But before we hit the tunnels, let's look at a slightly more rational one that doesn't involve the aliens too much. Did you know that in 2007 the windscreens of no less than 14 different aircraft at Denver all shattered simultaneously? It's absolutely true, and it does sound a bit freaky to me. This led to speculation that the aircraft were caught up in some kind of military or alien experiment, and that the windscreens were shattered by mysterious electromagnetic pulses from above or below. The slightly less interesting reality all boils down to that volatile Colorado weather again. On that day, Denver was hit by particularly strong winds, which hurled rocks and stones all over the place, simultaneously damaging 14 of the windscreens of the unfortunate planes that had either just landed or just tried to take off or had been waiting at the gate. I mean, much more, it's like they're taking off and oh no, it's so windy in here, co-pilot! Land, I can't see, it's too windy! That'd be terrifying. Apparently, cracked windscreens on cars are a regular hazard in the Denver area whenever a strong wind starts breathing around the arid, rocky landscape, and not many aggrieved drivers immediately start suspecting that it must have something to do with electromagnetic pulses. Besides, electromagnetic pulses aren't even capable of shattering glass, which kind of blows that theory right out of the water. Yeah, I mean, I'm like thinking electromagnetics, it's going to have to be metal in there somewhere, and there's not. It's glass, isn't it? Hi-ho! So, it's finally come time to venture down into those tunnels to see exactly what the New World Order are hiding down there. But, but if only we were allowed to access this secret underground lair. They're more than happy for you to enjoy the taunting carnival of nightmares on show above ground, but taking a trip downstairs is harder than bagging the 33rd degree from the Supreme Council of Freemasons. Freemasonry's weird, isn't it? Well, like, why is it the 33rd degree? It sounds a bit Scientology-ish, doesn't it? The airport freely admits that there are several subterranean levels lurking beneath the surface, although we don't know for sure how deep they run. Details of the length and width are also a bit vague, although it's often reported that the labyrinth of tunnels stretch for at least 470,000 square feet. Jesus Christ. That's an enormous space. I'm just like calculating that in square meters. It's what, 50,000 square meters? God damn. And if that's true, it's a staggeringly huge area to excavate. I mean, it's always handy for architectural plans to leave a bit of space for a boiler room, but how big a boiler room are you really going to need? The sheer immense scope of this vast underground project must have raised a few quizzical snorts from the ever-rotating construction workers, but it's argued that the very reason they were rotated is to avoid one of them ever seeing the full picture. One group of workers may have assumed that they were developing an unusually secure lunchtime ping-pong room for lucky airline employees, while several layers beneath and miles in the other direction, another group of workers believed they were building the exact same thing. So why would an airport need such a large wine cellar, and what breed of creature can be found down there today? I think it's just like service tunnels. It's like, of course, if you go to the airport, I don't know if it's the majority, but a lot of it is just behind the scenes. It's just like back rooms and stuff. Like I'm always like, when you work in like a store or something, or in like a supermarket, it's like the storefront, even though it seems big, it's like the warehouse out back is big, and then there's offices, and there's a break room, and there's a toilet, and there's a huge space back there that no one sees. And I think like in a huge airport, what, the second biggest airport in the world or whatever, of course there's going to be like lots of service tunnels and shit. One theory is that these tunnels are home to the shape-shifting lizard people who plan to take over the world, although if they were good at shape-shifting, you would wonder why they didn't just take on the form of humans and lounge about in the cafes above ground. Well, maybe being in human form is stressful for them, Danny. Did you think about that, Danny? At least one such lizard person has indeed been spotted and photographed sneaking around in the tunnels, but we'll return to him in a moment. A far more popular theory is that tunnels lead to a doomsday bunker, or a Noah's Ark, if you will, in which the elite of the world's population, including politicians, the elite, business leaders, and KFC employees, now we're talking, will safely retreat following either a global catastrophe or a planned population cull carried out by the agents of the New World Order. Some suggest that the bunker is located directly underneath the airport, whilst others have speculated that the tunnels are merely a gateway to North American Aerospace Defense Command, where genuine survival bunkers are known to exist underneath the Cheyenne Mountain Complex. The latter theory sounds like a bit of a stretch, as the airport and the Cheyenne Mountain Complex are separated by around 120 miles. That is an enormous underground tunnel if you're thinking of connecting those. I mean, there could be a whole underground railway thing going on, but you'd think it'd be easier for the chosen ones to just meet up for registration outside the mountain complex rather than setting up the initial assembly point 120 miles away underground a bustling airport. Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Just be like, show up at Shire Mountain. It's not exactly a secret. What goes on inside, I'm sure, is a big secret. Maybe the Stargate program, something like that. But, like, it's not... What? 120-mile tunnel is really big, is what I'm trying to say. It's very expensive to dig that. If the tunnels are linked in any way to a top-secret doomsday bunker, it would seem more logical for such a bunker to be hidden away underneath the airport, rather than those tunnels just forging a very long-winded path to a bunker in the far distance that we already know about. Maybe that's why President Obama decided to go and hide in Denver International Airport when he thought the world was going to end. Yes, according to some admittedly woefully misinformed conspiracy theorists. So, yes, according to some people who don't know what they're talking about, Obama was concerned that Comet Elenin was going to crash into the Earth on the 16th of October 2011, sparking a giant catastrophe that would culminate with the planet Nibiru emerging from the celestial heavens to herald the dawn of Armageddon. What the How much crack did you smoke before coming up with this? It's little wonder that Obama chose to be in Denver on that day, supposedly on official business, but more likely just to bag a good spot in the underground bunker and check if the vending machines are going to get him and his crony through the next few years of post-apocalyptic oblivion. There's not much theory to cling on to here, though. Quite aside from the fact that the planet Nibiru doesn't exist, Elenin was a largely insignificant little cloud comet which missed the Earth by, wait for it, 22 million miles, and quickly broke up into chunks of ice and dust. Oh, and just a little bit of digging reveals that Obama wasn't even in Denver on that day. He was in Washington, D.C., attending a dedication ceremony for Martin Luther King Jr. There's a bigger fuzzy dust cloud surrounding the idea of the legendary 5 buried buildings. According to the widely circulated claims of a whistleblower who supposedly worked on the construction, a total of 5 massive multi-story buildings were built very early on in the process, but then someone high up in the chain suddenly decided that they weren't quite right and needed to go. Instead of demolishing the failed buildings, as you might reasonably expect, the order was given just to bury them under the airport, leading to suspicions that the buildings were always intended to be sealed underground to serve as shopping malls and private gyms and waffle houses for the chosen survivors. Oh my god, this just sounds like someone's fallen way too deep into like conspiracy Reddit. Not being a construction worker myself, I'm not sure he'd go about burying 5 massive buildings. An interesting point is that Denver International Airport doesn't even appear to have officially denied their existence. Yeah, when you deny something's existence, you acknowledge that it's there. It's like most of the time it's just better to just shut the up. Just be like, no, I'm not even going to address this because it's stupid. And then eventually people shut up, or they don't, or they just go into the depths of Reddit to talk to each other about nonsense, and no one cares. Except for me, apparently. It makes an entire hour-long episode about this stuff, but what am I doing with my life?
Oh, shit, buddy. I gotta dig a little deeper.
But the testimony from the whistleblower, who also claims to have witnessed the construction of bunker entrances, is a little dubious, as he or she never appears to have given their name, and it's never been proven if they were ever involved in the construction at all. So it could potentially be on about the same level of credibility as all the other stories dished up from anonymous Reddit users claiming to be former employees who lost their jobs after taking a wrong turn downstairs and accidentally stumbling into a magical underground kingdom populated by little green men riding around on hoverboards. Another point that the airport never seems to have bothered to deny or debunk relates to the size of the 6 fuel tanks that are scattered around the outskirts of the main site. The airport actually seems quite proud of their mighty fueling system, noting that it's capable of pumping 1,000 gallons of jet fuel per minute through a 28-mile network of pipes. Each of the 6 fuel farms holds 65,000 barrels, that's 2.73 million gallons of jet fuel. Okay, I'm going to just take a wild guess here. Like, why would all that jet fuel be hanging out around an airport? I wonder why. Maybe it's because it's a fucking airport. That's all fine and dandy, but why would you need quite so much? I don't know. Jets, they burn a lot of fuel, Danny. The tanks hold at least 40% more fuel than any other airport, including King Fahd International Airport in Saudi Arabia, the biggest airport in the world. Well, maybe because they have to take jet fuel a bit further to Denver than they have to take it to Saudi Arabia. Some might say that the tanks are holding a frankly absurd amount of fuel for the needs of any commercial airport, unless, of course, the tanks are doubling as a power source for the underground bunkers to ensure that the Armageddon disco hall doesn't get plunged into darkness on opening night. Yo, if you're building a giant underground bunker system for everyone to run away to, you might want to bury your fuel as well, because if you just leave it on the surface, it's all going to get destroyed. Did you not think of this? I would hazard a guess that in line with pretty much everything else at Denver International Airport, the idea was just to go for the supersize option so that it could serve as an effectively greatly expanded airport in the distant future. Or maybe they just took advantage of an unmissable buy 4 fuel tanks, get 2 free deal. To try and make sense of what we do know for sure about the partial purpose of the underground network of tunnels, we need to look back at the disaster that was the automated baggage system. This was supposed to be the dog's bollocks. In a plot to improve efficiency and eradicate any scope for errors from foolish humans, the plan had been to construct an entirely computerized baggage handling system which silently ran like clockwork in the bowels of the airport. That actually sounds amazing. From the moment your baggage was checked in, it would be placed onto an underground voyage of carts and conveyor belts, where it would be moved along miles and miles of twisting underground track, rolling smoothly from check-in counters and from plane to plane until it was ready to cruise to its final destination at the baggage claim area. This was all natural. I'm just realizing, is this not automated? Like, I know there's the people who grab the bags from the planes, right? They take them off in those big carrying things. I have to say, I assumed that those carrying things went into some big machine, and then that would go through some other machine to arrive in the baggage collection area. You're telling me people are carrying this shit? On trolleys and stuff? I assumed as soon as they got off the plane and got into the airport, it was all automated. Is it not? This was naturally going to cost a fortune to implement, but it was going to be worth it in the long haul when the revolutionary system was up and running. Unfortunately, it ran into several teething problems which were destined to play a huge part in the airport's ever-ballooning budget and the continual delays to the opening date. By 1994, the airport was finally confident enough in the new state-of-the-art system to provide an exciting demonstration to the media of how baggage would be handled in the thrilling airport of tomorrow. However, tomorrow looked a bit more shambolic than you might have expected. The press reporters sat back and chuckled as they watched a comedy demonstration of technology gone bad. As the carts whizzed merrily along the conveyor belts, they continually spat out their loads onto the floor, collided into each other, or came careening off the tracks, resulting in a chaotic scene of empty carts, flying luggage, and discarded underwear strewn across the underbelly of Denver. Did you not test it before you invited the press? If I was inviting the press to look at my glorious new invention, I'd make sure that invention worked quickly and perfectly and every time. I mean, even EasyJet does a better job of taking care of your luggage than this. The public embarrassment led to another frustrating, expensive pushback on the opening day. And whilst a smaller and simplified version of the automatic baggage system did eventually swing into operation, this light at the end of the tunnel was continually dimmed by maintenance issues until the plug had been pulled on the whole thing by 2005. But that still doesn't resolve the entire mystery of the underground labyrinth. The failed baggage system of the future still only really accounts for a relatively small amount of the space that is reported to have been excavated and is unlikely to have dragged across every inch of every subterranean level. The airport's official stance is that baggage is still very much at the heart of what's going on beneath the surface, but instead of relying on rogue technology, the humans have wrestled back control to deal with the baggage in a slightly more traditional manner. They claim that over 1,000 employees work in the underground spaces, which only extend to the perimeter of the airport rather than all the way to Cheyenne Mountain. Be like,
Bob, where's that tunnel go?
Oh, about 100 miles. Cheyenne Mountain.
No. Can those little electronic, those carts that whisk you around an airport, can they even go 100 miles? There's no f***ing shot. The majority of these workers are manually ferrying luggage through the tunnels, although there are other things going on down there. So really, people do this. It's actually people down there, not robots. Okay. Apparently some of the tunnels are used for workshop areas, printing facilities, and storage space. You're also likely to see miles and miles of plumbing and electrical cabling, which would have looked a bit messy upstairs. I've not heard anyone mention a private employee's bar down there yet, but I would have voted for that. After a hard day's moving luggage, it might have been nice for the employees to celebrate the end of another dark shift by popping into the World's End for a refreshing lounge lizard cocktail. From 2016, the airport has even attempted to prove that there's nothing too shady going on down there by holding occasional guided tours for reporters and curious members of the public. That would be fun. I'd love to do that. Going behind the scenes at an airport. I find that shit fascinating. I went behind the scenes at the underground here in Prague, and it was amazing. You got to see where all the trains go once they reach the end of the line, and like these secret platforms and stuff. It was great. It was during one such special tour that a humanoid with a lizard's head was spotted scuttling across the tunnels, and subsequent undoctored photos were enough to send conspiracy theorists into nuclear meltdown. However, it turned out to be a very human employee in a lizard mask who was just larking about. It apparently isn't that uncommon for more mischievous workers to pull pranks like this on unsuspecting visitors or new employees who are still learning the ropes and finding their webbed feet. Putting aside these comedy stunts, the relative small number of people who have been lucky enough to get a guided tour have usually reported back that there was no sign of suspicious activity in the tunnels. All the plumbing and electrical installations appeared to come to a natural stop at the lowest level that they were supposed to see, indicating that it's highly unlikely that there were deeper levels. But they still weren't allowed to see every single nook and cranny. Media relations chief Heath Montgomery explained to Thrillist, "Even when we take reporters or TV crews into the secured parts of the building, you can't take people everywhere. It's either not safe or there's a security reason. So no matter what, there's always something you can't show somebody, and that doesn't help the case." That does kind of make the whole guided tour thing seem a little bit pointless if the secret passageways to the underground bunkers and alien prison camps are deemed off limits for security reasons. Perhaps what we really want to see are the architect's blueprints for the entire airport. Yeah, that'd be cool. Why can't we see those? I guess maybe because of terrorism and something? But that'd be cool. It's rumored that these are stashed away in the time capsule that will remain sealed until the year 2094. Let's hope they don't go the way of Blue Peter. In the meantime, I suppose we can't definitely disprove the idea that Denver International Airport is sitting on a big secret. Just like I can't disprove the idea that I'm operating a lucrative gold mine beneath my house which is staffed by mutated laboratory experiments. Yeah, that's the problem with trying to prove a negative, isn't it? I can show you around my house and point in the direction of the cellar, but unless you're given the freedom to smash everything to bits with a sledgehammer, you're probably still going to suspect that I'm hiding something. Governments around the world have been known to hide secret military installations underground, and it's not entirely out of the question that the US may have decided that all that space underneath the airport would be a handy spot to hide something useful. It might even be the case that the whole automated underground baggage system was a giant red herring which was never designed to work. It was only meant to serve as a smokescreen to deflect attention away from the true purpose of the network of tunnels. Yeah, that's vaguely possible. I find it extremely unlikely, but it's not lizard people. It's not the secret bunker for the end of the world. But if the military wanted to hide something down there, yeah, maybe. Vanishingly unlikely, but more likely than lizards. Lizard people, I mean, there's probably lizards down there. I'm not saying that this is a likely scenario. I'm not saying the military would necessarily be hiding anything particularly sinister or apocalyptic. I'm just saying that such an idea might not be so massively outlandish or unthinkable, although I still think there must be far less conspicuous places to bury a secret than underneath the biggest airport in the world. Second biggest airport in the world. Sorry, I forgot about that Fayed one or whatever. But I'm pretty sure we can conclusively rule out any suggestion that the airport is serving as a secret headquarters for either the New World Order, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, or the Jaffa Cake Fan Club. Very niche British reference there, Danny. I do like Jaffa Cakes. They're these weird, orange cakey biscuits with chocolate on top. Very good. Most of the dubious theories seem to just be clumsily stitching together a series of almost comical misunderstandings of artworks, abbreviations, symbols, and language. I'll admit that some of the art installations are weirdly dark in tone for an airport, but it's a massive leap to assume that a few unusual art choices are clearly heralding the imminent rise of a new Nazi world power. And while a runway layout that resembles a wonky swastika from above might be considered a tad unfortunate, I would not have thought that the pressing priority during the design phase was to create highly efficient runways, rather than just trying to shape them into a swastika and keeping all fingers crossed that the planes didn't constantly crash into each other every day. And why would the New World Order dish up such a big clue anyway? Exactly, they don't give clues! If they've got some secret base somewhere, you don't know where it is, because they're the New World Order. Big brains. If I've just spent billions of dollars hiding a doomsday bunker in a location which must be kept secret at all costs, the last thing I'd want to do is scatter a trail of fun clues across the entire airport to see how many people could figure out what I'm up to. If that's really how the New World Order goes about trying to keep a secret, then they're all as doomed as the rest of humanity, and I'd cancel my subscription. Epilogue. The last laugh. Now, Although we might associate Denver International Airport with a gruesome gallery of grim imagery, more recent years have also revealed a fiendish sense of humor running through the rudders. And we're not just talking about naughty employees sneaking around in lizard masks. No. We're talking about playful chuckling that can be traced all the way to the head office. Now, you might remember near the top of this video that we mentioned a talking gargoyle who appeared to be welcoming passengers to Illuminati headquarters. Has someone gone and put a speaker in there just to mess with people? That's kind of funny. But this wasn't just a slip of the forked tongue. Oh no! It was one of the many little stunts orchestrated by Senior Vice President of Communications Stacey Stegman. When Stacey first joined the crew in 2012, she decided that Denver International Airport would stop fighting against the rumors and conspiracy theories with such lame tools as truth and logic. Instead of getting all stuffy about it, why not just embrace the strangeness and have a little bit of fun? You could initially see traces of the humor peeking through the official website, which went to great lengths to debunk some of the wilder conspiracy theorists before cheerfully admitting our underground tunnels lead to the secret meeting facilities for the world's elite. Yield to the aliens. That really went on their website. That is so cool. I like it when corporations around like this in like a non-cringy way. It's a fine line, isn't it? But this is definitely not cringy, and I like it. During relatively recent construction work, signs were positioned around the airport which invited passengers to guess the reason why some parts of the airport had been temporarily closed. You were given multiple choice answers. What are we doing here? One of the signs asked. A. Adding amazing new restaurants and bars. B. Building an Illuminati headquarters. Or C. Remodeling the lizard people's lair. But Stacey Stegman really ramped up the weird in 2018 when she oversaw a marketing campaign which was rooted entirely in the myths and legends of Denver Airport. The ads joked about building breeding grounds for gargoyles and meeting halls for Freemasons, whilst one in particular depicted red laser beams shooting from the eyes of Lucifer while pondering, are we creating the world's greatest airport or preparing for the end of the world? Despite the fact that there was barely any mention of what a passenger might typically expect to experience during their visit to the airport, the campaign was reported to have pulled in millions of dollars worth of revenue. Do airports need to advertise? I'm not like going to an airport because they advertised. I'm going to an airport because that's where my flight connects. Like, it's like, oh yeah, well, okay. That's the airport I'm going to because that's the time the flight is. I mean, there's airports I won't go to because they're too far away. But it's not like, oh yeah, no, I saw that advertising campaign and I do want to drive the extra hour to go to that airport instead, which is much less convenient. No, why do airports need to advertise? What's going on? The following year, Denver International Airport solemnly declared that it had become supernatural sisters airports with none other than Roswell International Air Center. The official agreement. Dear listeners, this episode has been interrupted like 6 times by various phone calls, which you don't really get to see because I'm like, those get edited out. But my dentist just phones me. It's like,
Hi, Mr. Whistler.
and I'm like, hello? And they're like,
Well, we're just calling from the dental office, confirming that you've got an appointment at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
I'm like, yeah, I know. And they're like,
So you will come to the appointment tomorrow?
it's like, yes.
Okay, thank you, goodbye.
It's like, bro, why do you need to call me to remind me? It's not necessary. I know I have a dental appointment. Let's see if we can get through the last page without being interrupted. Not all of Stacey's schemes came to fruition, though. The proposal to decorate the whole of the airport exterior in crop circles sounded good on paper, but was ultimately deemed to be far too expensive. And whilst the installation of a talking animatronic gargoyle in 2019 proved to be a big hit with some passengers, it didn't go down with everyone. Down well with everyone, especially the Karens, you know. The creaky gargoyle named Greg, short for Gregoridon, would randomly spring to life every now and then and heartily welcome everyone to the Illuminati headquarters. From time to time, he would also make cheeky comments on the passengers wandering by or deliver an occasional golden nugget of gargoyle philosophy. But some people found it a little too creepy, while others complained that it felt satanic and was scaring the children. I suspect the children were actually enjoying it far more than some of the spoilsport adults, but the decision was eventually taken to replace Greg with a much more subdued gargoyle who wasn't so keen on striking up a friendly chat. Sadly, the airport seems to have dialed back on the kooky marketing over the last couple of years, partly over fears that some of these New World Order and lizard people conspiracy theorists are now judged by some to be anti-Semitic. Okay, harking back to earlier theories that Jewish people were secretly controlling the world's banks and media. Guys, it's just a joke, relax. But it was fun while it lasted, and it was refreshing to see a mighty corporation actually lean into silliness, rather than getting all poo-faced about it. Or is that just what they want us to believe? We might have been looking at this all wrong. You have to admit that it would be a pretty clever move to rip the credibility out of a real conspiracy at risk of being exposed by constantly just banging on about it, planting a trail of red herrings all over the place, which are easily debugged, and then ridiculing anyone who's silly enough to actually take it seriously. Or maybe that's not quite clever enough. Perhaps the real conspiracy here was the fabrication and fueling of all of those New World Order theories by the City and Council of Denver, itself in a bid to deflect attention away from the fact that the project went billions of dollars over budget. If everyone is getting busy gassing on about lizard people and nuclear bunkers and cursed demonic horses, then you won't have to field too many awkward questions as to why so much money was pissed away on things that never worked. I'm not sure that cooking up so many bizarre theories would have been worth all the effort for the City and the Council of Denver, though. I mean, ambitious construction projects go way over budget all the time. It's expected. Most rational people would just accept it and move on. It's not like it's the end of the world. I did it without any more calls coming in. We finished the video. It's so hot. I need to go and, not be in front of these lights. I'm cooking. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed the episode. If you did, leave a review. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. We finally did it, guys. We did Denver International Airport. Done, lockdown. It's not real. It's decoded. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host Simon. Welcome. Written today by Katie. The mystery of the Tunguska event, exploring the 1908 explosion in Siberia. I didn't realize, I know there was a bit of historical mystery around this, but didn't they work it out? Is that a comet or an asteroid that came towards the Earth and then boom, blew up a little bit beforehand and knocked down a bunch of trees. But there was no crater and stuff, but I think that's because they figured it out eventually. It just exploded above the trees. I think, I'm not entirely sure. I've almost certainly made a video on this before, and everyone's going to be like, Simon, don't you remember making this video? I'm going to be like, no, it's like 4 years ago. I don't remember what I had for lunch yesterday. Jesus. Anyway, the format of the show, I've never read it before. Katie's written it for me. My job is just to read it. That's all I do. It's the best job in the world. Let's go. There's nothing like a giant explosion to set imaginations alight, especially if there are few witnesses, no investigation for over a decade, and not much in the way of physical evidence to work out what happened. Today we're investigating the 1908 Tunguska event, a huge explosion that affected the planet from the Siberian wastelands to the English coast. Oh my god. Wait, that's really far. Was it? I know it was a big explosion, but I didn't realize it was that big. Well, we think we've pretty much got a handle on what happened these days. There's always room for alternative theories, and when something like this happens, some of those theories are going to be good. And by good, we don't mean particularly well thought out or credible, we just mean straight up weird. Yeah, honestly, this show, I do several YouTube channels if you're not familiar with my other body of work, and they're very much like, this is what happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. And I hope it's entertaining, and I hope it's educational, but generally it's good when we have information. In this show, it's good when we have something entertaining that is just wild-ass crazy, and I love it.
I love it.
What was the Tunguska event? Imagine that you're a reindeer in early 20th century Russia. I do every day, Katie. You're hanging out by the blah, blah, blah. That's a very long word in Russian that I can't read. It's a river. And you've got your pals Yuri, Lev, and Alina. It's the 30th of June, 1908, or if you're still using the Julian calendar, as Russian was at the time, it's the 17th of June, 1908. Didn't they miss the Olympics because of this one year? They were using the wrong calendar, or their calendar, and the Olympics was on the other calendar. And they went, If you were a reindeer, I suppose you didn't really care one way or the other. The day is clear and calm. You're just moseying about, eating whatever reindeer eat, when suddenly your attention is caught by a cylindrical object shooting across the sky. Odd, you think. You nudge Alina, but she's not that interested. And Yuri and Lev are too far away, so you just continue munching. The pipe-shaped object gets brighter and brighter. Sounds like there are two suns, and then the sky fills with smoke. Banging noises like boulders tumbling or those things humans shoot at each other fill the air. The earth shakes like you've never known, and everywhere around you trees are crashing over. If you ever look up in the sky, if you're just hanging out outside one day, and it appears that there are two suns in the sky, you're There's the reason there are two suns in the sky is never good. It's never like, oh yeah, no, it's just extra bright today. You're Yuri and Lev are flattened by the falling trees. No, Yuri! Alina is burned to a crisp, and all you see is blackness as your life swiftly comes to an end. See, I told you, it's never a good thing. Sorry, reindeer, you've just become a victim of the Tunguska event. I did originally make your outcome a happy ending, but I felt this was more realistic, as lots of reindeer did indeed perish. Oh no, not the reindeer. Let us get into more detail. As we said, it was a clear day in the area of Siberia that is located in what is currently known as the Krasnoyarsk Krai, but back in 1908, it was part of the Yeniseisk Governorate. This incident is known as the Tunguska event as it took place by the Podkamennaya, that river again, Tunguska River. We may just refer to the area as Tunguska as we go along, and I'm sure you'll know what we mean. It also means that I have to pronounce the first part, which is nice. While the area was and remains very sparsely populated, there were some people who witnessed the event, and articles were published shortly afterward in various Russian newspapers. The accounts were all quite similar, with people variously describing the start as an intense light in the sky. A native Evenki tribesman reported, quote, "The morning was sunny, there were no clouds. Our sun was shining brightly as usual, and suddenly there came a second one." Wait, this guy survived? He saw a second sun in the sky and he's like, I live to tell the tale. While the Sibir newspaper wrote of some strangely bright, impossible to look at, bluish-white heavenly body. This bright light moved downwards towards the earth, and as it did, it turned into a giant billow of black smoke, according to Sibir. After that came a pillar of fire and an explosion so intense that it knocked down trees across an area of 2,150 square kilometers, which is 830 square miles, which is absolutely massive, which is 1 1/3 times the size of London, or 2.5 times the size of New York City. It flattened trees. That is massive. With this explosion came shockwaves that registered at seismic stations across the globe, and noise that was described by witnesses as if rocks were falling or cannons were firing. A loud thunderclap, as if large stones were falling or artillery was fired. These were all separate quotes, and it sounds like stones falling down was the big one. And I mean, I guess it is a kind of stone falling down, isn't it? A stone falling down from the heavens. This was accompanied by intense heat, hot winds, and ground tremors. The explosion had happened in a remote area, but buildings still had shattered windows and other minor damage. The closest were at least 65 kilometers or 40 miles from the epicenter, but even those hundreds of kilometers away felt the effects. Anecdotally, it's been said that up to 3 people might have been killed during the events, but officially the confirmed death toll is a remarkable 0. That's not counting the reindeer, obviously. An estimated 80 million trees were felled. Holy all falling outwards from the blast center. In the middle of the blast zone stood a few remaining trees, upright, branchless, and burned black. According to Britannica.com, quote, "The energy of the explosion is estimated to have been equivalent to the explosive force as much as 15 megatons of TNT, 1,000 times more powerful than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima, Japan on August the 6th, 1945. 1,000 times Hiroshima. And you've seen those photos of Hiroshima afterwards. It was not pretty. The explosion had been visible from over 800 kilometers, that's 500 miles away, and for a day afterward, the night skies over Europe remained strangely bright, with people taking photographs at night without the need for a flash, and reports of others in London able to read at midnight with no other light source. Wait, why? Why would there be so much light afterwards?
Tell me.
There was no one there to record the sound of the explosion, but it has been estimated that it could have reached over 300 decibels, making it one of the loudest sounds in history. I recently, or not so recently, but heard this amazing thing that, so the sun, right? We can't hear the sun because obviously sound doesn't travel through a vacuum and there's a really big vacuum between us and the sun. But apparently, if we could hear the sun, it's so loud that if there wasn't a vacuum and we're still super far away from the sun, the entire Earth, it would sound like a train is going past. Like, everywhere you are would just be like a train going past, like, all the time, because that's how loud the sun is. Imagine being closer to the sun and there not being a vacuum. You're like, it's so loud. What is now known as the Tunguska event, or Tunguska incident, was the largest impact event on our planet at the time in recorded history. However, can it be called an impact event if no crater has ever been found? Why wasn't there any sort of scientific expedition to the area until 1921, and even then not to the actual site of the explosion until 1927? Well, I don't know. People really busy. And it's in the middle of nowhere. As we said at the beginning, the event does have a rational explanation, if some of the finer details are still being quibbled over, but let's explore some of the other theories that people have thought up over the years. Ah, yes, the good stuff. And by good, I mean laughable. Let's have a laugh. It was a UFO. Oh, it wasn't though, was it? Well, it was a UFO to begin with. An unidentified flying object. Yeah, fair play. An unidentified flying object streaked across the sky before exploding into a Siberian forest. As there wasn't anyone who was particularly close when it happened, and no investigation was carried out for years, it could not initially be confirmed what the object was, but You know, we're talking about alien spacecraft here, not just being pedantic about what UFO stands for. While the original witnesses didn't make any mention of potential alien activity, the mysterious nature of some of the details of the events, plus Russia's well-renowned love of obfuscation, which is a tricky word to say, ended up spawning more than one theory about extraterrestrial visitors, and some even saying that it was Russia's equivalent to Roswell. Holy shit, it was a bit of a bigger Roswell was a military plane crashing, and then they were like, so where's the balloon? But it was a military plane crashing. This was 300 decibels and flattened trees in an area bigger than the entirety of London. London's really big and sprawling. One theory that's easy to disprove is that of a Martian spaceship coming to Earth for repairs, but instead blowing up. The spacecraft was powered by some sort of nuclear device, thus resulting in the gigantic explosion. Sure, cool, but where are the parts of the ship? Well, would you believe it that in 2004, Russian media was alight with claims that extraterrestrial spaceship fragments had indeed been found at the site of the Tunguska event? Let me guess, that turned out to be false. What's that? We think it's part of an alien. No, that's part of a tractor, mate. It's just part of a tractor. Clearly. Look, it's made out of iron. It's all rusty and Think the aliens had some rusty spacecraft? Come on. Yuri Lavbin, a member of the Tunguska Space Phenomenon Foundation, had headed an expedition to the Tunguska region and had found a metallic block that was widely reported as being from an extraterrestrial spaceship. So was it? It's not clear. As while Lavbin had it sent off for testing, he didn't bother to wait for any results before making all of his statements to the press, so it hardly matters what the block was made of now that he's already had his moment in the sun. Also, he found this block some way outside the normal agreed perimeter of the blast, as he decided the object was headed in a different direction to where all the original eyewitnesses said it was going. He also decided to conclude that this proved that an alien spaceship had actually saved the planet from an incoming meteorite by blasting said meteorite to pieces, and the bit he found was part of that device. Bro, that is some wild-ass speculation. It's like just making it up. It's literally just making it up. So what could this object have been? Well, it's possible that it was space-related, but unfortunately originating very much from this planet. Russia has had a very vigorous space program, and in 1960 a test flight of a Vostok 5 came down right near the Tunguska event area. Debris from that capsule is likely what Lavbin found. So it's a hell of a lot more interesting than some random tractor part, isn't it? If he didn't plant anything himself, that is, and control panels and the general configuration of parts would not be familiar or easily recognizable by non-astronauts or space engineers. Also, Lavbin had started his quest with the express intention of finding evidence of aliens. He said, quote, "We intend to find proof that not a meteorite, but an extraterrestrial spaceship crashed with the Earth." And so, voila, mission accomplished, I guess. Yeah, that's what you have. Just come up with a hypothesis. Don't be like, I'm going to look for an alien spacecraft that I know is there, because then you're just going to find evidence of it, even if it's not really evidence. If you go in, I'm curious. I'd like to find out more. Much better attitude to have. It's sort of how I enter these things. Like, as much as I make fun of it, I genuinely would like to find something where I'm like, I can't explain that. There's absolutely no rational thing that explains that. I'd like to find that. I do have, despite my making fun, I like to think quite a malleable mind. Like, I will be open to having my opinion changed. I just need a weight of evidence, and obviously this is not it! There have been many other believers in the alien aspect to the Tunguska event, with the nuclear engine of a spacecraft especially being a rich breeding ground for this theory. Because of the magnitude of the blast and the blast pattern of the trees, some sort of nuclear explosion has regularly been touted. 1908 was a wee bit early for humans to have been experimenting with nuclear bombs, but maybe the Martians already had it down. Scientist Alexei Zolotov was convinced this was the source of the explosion and visited the site to carry out tests. Is an actual scientist doing this? He's like, yeah, it was aliens. Okay. While officially no significant radioactivity has been found at the event area, ruling out any kind of early or extraterrestrial nuclear shenanigans, Zolotov has claimed he found elevated levels, although no proof has ever been given. Bro, you're a scientist. You gotta provide proof. You know that. That's how science works. Another link that Zolotov has to the event, however, is a man called Alexander Kazantsev. The two were friends, and Kazantsev was a well-known science fiction writer. Uh-oh, that's different from being a scientist. After seeing the destruction of the atomic bomb at Hiroshima and Nagasaki and noting the similarities to the area around the Tunguska event, Kazantsev penned a fictional story about the Martian in the spacecraft looking to land, but ultimately bowing out. So that's where the whole story came from in the first place. What's more difficult to work out is if Kazantsev wrote this in earnest or not. I've seen variously that it was all clearly supposed to be read as fiction, and also that this was his actual real-life theory for what happened at Tunguska. He was a ufologist and very interested in all things Martian, so it seemed that fact and fiction just started blurring. Many people who believe the Martian theory may have read or been influenced by the stories Kazantsev wrote and not realize they were supposed to be fiction. Or maybe they weren't supposed to be fiction. As I said, it's hard to tell. What we can tell, however, is that no nuclear activity has been found at the site, and no traces of extraterrestrial spaceships have ever been found, unless it was all picked up and taken away, of course. As previously mentioned, no real investigations were carried out until many years later, plenty of time to cover up traces of ET. Let's face it, whenever there's something spotted in the sky and unsatisfactory investigations are carried out deep in the wilderness, talk of aliens is always going to pop up. If you thought that was far-fetched, however, get a load of this. Oh, okay, here we go. More far-fetched than aliens. What was it? It was Jesus. Jesus came down to Earth, and then he decided we weren't ready for him. Oh my god, if that's actually a theory, I'm going to cry. It was Nikola Tesla's death ray. I don't think that's more absurd than aliens. Because Nikola Tesla at least is real. Bear with us here. In some circles, what happened in the Tunguska area was actually Tesla trying to demonstrate his awe-inspiring remote death ray by gate-crashing someone's polar expedition, but overshooting somewhat and instead destroying 80 million trees. Bit of an oopsie there. Is this even within the realm of possibility? Probably not, but let's address it anyway for a few minutes. In the early years of the 20th century, Nikola Tesla was all about wireless energy and the wireless transmission of power. He built a large transmission tower on an area of land in Long Island and called it Wardenclyffe. From here, he thought that as well as sending radio signals, he could also transmit power wirelessly to anywhere on the globe. Unfortunately, at this time, Tesla was being shoved out by financial backers in favor of other investors, such as Marconi, and a financial panic in the early 1900s left him pretty much penniless. There's just no way the amount of energy that you would require to do that. Like we said, it's 1,000 times more powerful than a nuclear bomb. That just was not happening at this point. In 1907, Tesla had made public comments about the destructive power of electrical waves, telling the New York Times, quote, "As to projecting wave energy to any particular region of the globe, this can be done with my devices." He went on to confirm that it could be focused very accurately, providing you had the correct measurements. In 1908, just before the Tunguska event, he wrote to the editor of the New York Times again, stating, quote, "When I spoke of future warfare, I meant that it should be conducted by direct application of electrical waves without the use of aerial engines or other implements of destruction. This is not a dream. Even now, wireless power plants could be constructed by which any region of the globe might be rendered uninhabitable without subjecting the population of other parts to serious danger or inconvenience." End quote. So, was Tesla saying that he had a remote weapon up and ready to go from Wardenclyffe Tower? When the Tunguska event occurred mere months later, there was no impact crater, no detailed eyewitness accounts of what had happened, and the devastation hit with a force of around 15 megatons of TNT, which was within the wheelhouse of what Tesla said his transmitter could produce. Okay, so they were just at that time massively underestimating the amount of power that was released in that explosion. Because didn't we say it was like many, many thousands? So why there and why then? Tunguska death ray theorists postulate that Tesla was doing secret tests with his wireless weapon and wanted to make a big statement to prove to everyone his idea was viable. Well, okay, in that case, it wouldn't be much of a mystery, because Tesla would come out afterwards and be like, "Bro, you heard about that, like, asteroid or whatever that blew all those trees down, 80 million trees?" He'll be like, "That was no asteroid. I did that. I'm from Long Island." And everyone would be like, "God damn, bro."
Wow! Wow!
Okay, and that's what we'd remember Tesla for, instead of his electric cars. Around the same time as the two, that was a joke. That's a shame. It's like, son, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's just a joke.
I'm joking. That's just a joke. We like to have fun here.
Around the same time as the Tunguska event, Admiral Robert Peary was trying to be the first person to reach the geographic North Pole. Tesla apparently wanted to focus his ray in the Arctic to create an event that Peary would immediately report back on. Then I guess Tesla would step out of the shadows and say, "That event at the North Pole that Peary witnessed, ladies and gentlemen, that was me. I am Iron Man." I'm not sure what kind of display he was envisioning. Did he want to etch "Tesla was here" in the ice? He could have easily killed Peary and his team, and the whole idea seems a bit of an odd way to demonstrate your new toy. Anyway, the idea goes that Tesla had miscalculated the coordinates to aim his death ray and ended up blasting hundreds of square miles of the Siberian forest instead. So, why has this given any credence at all? I don't know. I don't know, Katie. Please tell me. In yet another letter to his BFF, the editor of the New York Times, several years later, Tesla said that he had already made a transmitter powerful enough to wreak havoc wherever he wanted. In the 1915 letter he wrote, "It is perfectly practical to transmit electrical energy without wires and produce destructive effects at a distance. I've already constructed a wireless transmitter which will make this possible. When unavoidable, it may be used to destroy property and life." In a letter to a previous investor, J.P. Morgan in 1934, Tesla seemed again to hint that he had created some sort of transmissible weapon to, quote, "The flying machine has completely demoralized the world, so much so that in some cities, as in London and Paris, people are in mortal fear from aerial bombing. The new means I've perfected afford absolute protection against this and other forms of attack. These new discoveries I've carried out experimentally on a limited scale create a profound impression." So, what do we think? Did Nikola Tesla, as a last-ditch effort to recoup interest and money from his investors and save his reputation, try to pull off a spectacular demonstration of a remote death ray, or teleforce weapon as he preferred to call it, that went a bit awry? Personally, I'm in the no camp here. Yes, Katie, you know who's also in the no camp here? Me. Because this was well over 100 years ago, or over 100 years ago, 1934, under 100 years ago. And you know what we haven't done since then? Done this same thing. And it's been nearly 100 years, so come on. It's not real. Tesla never expressly mentioned or claimed credit for the Tunguska event, maybe because he was embarrassed that he missed his target, or more likely, because he had nothing to do with it at all. There is nothing in the way of solid evidence to connect him to the event in any way. It's mostly just coincidental wording that people have picked up on. There's also no real evidence that he had a working teleforce weapon in the first place, so the whole thing is just one big ball of rumor. There is little room for doubt when it comes to what really caused the Tunguska event, which unfortunately closes the door on Tesla's death ray. Sorry about that. It was a black hole. Okay, now that we got the silly stuff out of the way, we can hone in on the more realistic theories. I mean, yeah, okay, such as a black hole falling into the planet. Initially, I didn't realize the black hole could fall anywhere, so this was news to me. In 1973, physicists Michael P. Ryan and Albert A. Jackson touted the theory that a small black hole had hit Tunguska River area and passed straight through the planet. This would explain the lack of crater, as the hole would be tiny. The appearance of this falling black hole would allegedly match eyewitnesses' descriptions, and the event would cause trees to fall as they did. This is like, that'd be so cool if it was true, but I don't think it's true. When I said small black hole earlier, this is just in terms of the size of the thing. Yeah, it would be absolutely microscopic, but it would weigh like as much as a city or something. The mass of it would be enormous. But wait, what happened to this mini black hole? Is it just sitting in the center of the Earth, biding its time? No, it would just pass straight through it, just whip out the other side. I'm assuming through some ocean, which is why there's not some big crater on the other side or like big exit wound. No, of course not. If we believe this theory, then the black hole would have passed straight through the planet and popped out the other side in the Atlantic somewhere. Well, wouldn't this have caused another Tunguska-sized shockwave to register? And yes, it would, which is why we can discount the black hole theory. The only seismic activity recorded in England, say, corresponded with the amount of time the shockwaves took to travel from impact point in Siberia. If the black hole had blasted out again, the seismic activity that it would create would have been a lot closer to England and would have been recorded before the Tunguska activity reached it. This didn't happen, ergo there was no second exit blast, ergo no black hole, so moving on. It's a shame. It would have been cool. It was a near-miss asteroid. Okay. Now we're really done with the silly ones. In this penultimate theory, an asteroid the size of a football stadium basically just glanced off the Earth's upper atmosphere before heading back out into the solar system. In 2020, Daniil Khrennikov and colleagues at the Siberian Federal University in Russia created a model showing various different bodies moving through space. They concluded that a huge iron meteorite could have produced the craterless impact point, left glowing dust in the upper atmosphere, and would not have left visible debris. The team estimated that the asteroid would have been about 200 meters across, which is about half the height of the Empire State Building. Had it hit the ground, the crater would have been about 2 miles, or just over 3 kilometers wide. Oh my god, space is scary. The article I read on astronomy.com said, maybe playing it down a bit, it would have had catastrophic effects on the biosphere, perhaps ending modern civilization. Playing it down, what would it have done? It would have killed us all, absolutely everything. There'd be no life left. A lucky escape for us then. This is a credible theory, although scientists usually go for the next one, which is, it was a comet explosion or asteroid explosion. Alright, here's the actual theory upon which most scientists agree these days, although the details are not 100% solid. A comet or part of a comet or asteroid or part of a larger asteroid headed for Earth exploded in the atmosphere rather than hitting the ground. This is also known as a meteor airburst or superbolide. This accounts for witness sightings of the cylinder or tube moving through the sky, the bright light and the subsequent dark smoke and fire. Newspaper reports at the time even referred to it as a meteorite and unusual natural occurrence, so there was no real mystery even back then. As the body didn't hit the ground, it left no impact crater, but the force of the explosion was still massively strong, leaving those poor reindeer and trees with no chance. While the comet theory was all the rage for a while, as the glowing skies it left behind could have been the residue of the comet's tail, it's since been decided that as a comet is made up of ice, it likely would not have lasted long enough in Earth's atmosphere to travel as far as it did. Our best guess at the moment is that it was a rocky or stony asteroid. I've seen size estimates from 37 to 60 meters wide and speed estimates from 54,000 kilometers per hour to 97,000. But either way, this asteroid met with atmospheric friction, heat, and pressure and annihilated itself between 5 and 10 kilometers above the Earth's surface. This is the right one, right? This is the one that I feel like I definitely am familiar with. Not the black holes, even though that was super cool. Definitely not the aliens, and definitely not... What was the other one? I don't even remember, but it was silly. We already know that there was no impact crater, but surely there would be some sign of this asteroid. And, well, there is. There are tiny and microscopic spheres all over the area, in the soil and embedded in trees that have a chemical makeup not seen on Earth. They are of high nickel, low iron content, consistent with meteorites. While the comet versus asteroid debate goes back and forth, we can safely assume that it was a celestial body or even a smaller part of a larger body that came into contact with our atmosphere and exploded before it hit the ground. Now, before we wrap up, let's tie up a few loose ends. We mentioned a few times that there was no scientific expedition out to the Tunguska site until many years after the incident. This wasn't really for any conspiracy reasons, like the Russians hiding all those traces of a UFO before letting the public loose on the area. It was for a combination of reasons, including the remoteness of the area and the fact that in the immediate aftermath of the impact, nothing else really happened. Anyone venturing to the site would not have had access to any scientific tools that would have been able to give them much useful information, and Russia was going through a lot at the time, coming off the back of a revolution and a whole lot of political upheaval. Yeah, like I said, it's really far away and they're really busy.
So just like busy.
Apparently, the native Evenki people were also not keen on having visitors to their lands as they saw the area as sacred. They wouldn't let anyone go near the site, even if they'd tried. With World War I starting a few years later, there wasn't any interest in funding a trip to see what happened until 1921. Meteorologist Leonid Kulik took a team to the Podkamenya Tunguska River Basin to see if any meteoric iron could be found, but the weather conditions were so hostile that they didn't even make it to the blast area. Jesus, you went a long way. It wasn't until 1927 that he made it back. 6 years later! What?
What do you mean?
With the help of Evenki people, who I guess had thought on the issue by this point, Kulik assumed that a meteor had again hit the region, so he found a lack of crater surprising, but he took loads of samples and photos in several other visits that he made over the years. Now, there have been many research trips and studies done about the Tunguska event, most reaching the same conclusions, apart from Yuri Lavbin and his recent UFO finding mission. Some people have queried the state the trees were left in after the blast. Trees at the center of the explosion were scorched and had branches stripped off, but hadn't burned down and were still standing upright, while trees all around had fallen down. If there had been fire, as reported by eyewitnesses at the time, why hadn't the whole forest been burned down, or at least the trees directly underneath the fire been burned to ash? How could they still be standing? This is due to the fact that the explosion happened high above and was not caused by a physical object hitting the ground. Witnesses of the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima have reported a similar thing happened with trees. Branches were blown off, but the main trunk was left standing. As for the fire, according to Britannia.com, the radiant energy from such an explosion would be enough to ignite forests, but the subsequent blast wave would quickly overtake the fires and extinguish them. Thus, the Tunguska blast charred the forest, but did not produce a sustained fire. It's cool that we can figure all this stuff out afterwards, right? It's like, that seems really crazy. And then you're like, yeah, this happens and that happens. And you're like, oh yeah, it makes sense. The Tunguska effect. Even though we basically know what caused the explosion over the Tunguska River area, the event and region is still referenced in popular culture as some sort of mysterious thing. It's been mentioned in Doctor Who, and there was an episode of The X-Files called Tunguska involving black oil, possible alien bacteria found in a meteorite, and experiments on prisoners. Only The X-Files. I played a game on my old Nintendo DS called Secret Files Tunguska. However, I don't think I ever finished the game, as it's one where you can't move on until you've done everything in a certain area. I think I just got stuck at some point. Nowadays, I'll just cheat by looking online. I guess I had more integrity back then. And also, you couldn't just go online. Everyone else remember, what was that website? There was a big website back in the day. But I can imagine it in my mind. It was like one of these cheat code websites. Cheat Code CC! And it just had like listings of cheat codes. And in my mind, it's like just this old website, and then have like walkthroughs, I think, and like completion guides and stuff. This was like one of the first websites that I ever went on, for sure. I wonder if Cheat Code CC is still around. Is it? That'd be amazing. It's not going to look anything like it did in the 90s, is it? Cheat Code CC. Oh, it's still a Google search recommend. It is! It is! Hey! Wow, it does still look dated, even though it's obviously more up to date than it was. I can't believe that's still a thing. Oh, that's amazing. Many authors have used the Tunguska event as inspiration, including the aforementioned Alexander Kazantsev. In 2013, a show called Siberia aired, which was filmed in the style of a reality show. Here's part of the synopsis from IMDb. In 1908, an unexplained event occurred deep in the remote Siberian territory of Tunguska. Now, 100 plus years later, 16 reality show participants descend on Tunguska, unknowing of the land's mysterious past. These contestants from varied walks of life will attempt to battle the elements and each other in a quest to survive the harsh winter and claim a large cash prize. What is initially met with unbridled enthusiasm quickly turns to sheer panic as a series of strange events begin to occur. Oh, okay, so it's like a mockumentary or like a mock reality TV show. It sounds like Alone, you know, that show where they go out in Canada. Canada? It's in Vancouver, right? Vancouver Island?
I don't know.
That's in Canada. Or maybe that's America. There's that weird line, right? Because there was that thing with the war or whatever where Canada got divided. And there's that, I think Vancouver Island, despite being called Vancouver Island, is actually in America, which is odd. Anyway, all these people go to Vancouver Island and they live there with like nothing. It's quite a good TV show. I've watched a couple of seasons of it and then it got a bit repetitive, so I stopped watching. But I'll probably go back to that. It's pretty wild. Like, there was one dude who gave up on the first day because there was like a bear. And it's like, yeah, bro. You're me in this show. I'd be out of there first day. I wouldn't spend a night. I'd be like, why did I sign up for it in the first place? And then the answer would, of course, be money. The show actually sounds quite good, but spoiler alert, it was filmed in Canada. Good having again. We live on a spinning rock, surrounded by lots of other spinning, falling, burning, and flying things, so what are the chances that another Tunguska event, or something even worse, could occur? Quite high, as it turns out. While an extinction-level event such as a massive meteorite crashing into us only happens extremely rarely, smaller things make it through all the time. According to the Royal Museum's Greenwich website, the real risk is possibly from the small, more frequent asteroids. We expect a 10-meter meteorite to hit every year, causing a 100-meter crater. Maybe only 1 in 10 would hit a populated area, but considering the average density of England, that once-a-decade strike could still kill 12 people. So, statistically, it's really not worth worrying about. I mean, I feel bad for those 12 people, but it's not going to be you, statistically. In February 2013, a mini Tunguska event took place, again over Russia. Oh, I've heard of this one. This time in Chelyabinsk Oblast area. This was where, like, people had, like, dash cams at this point, right? So there's, like, videos of this thing, like, ripping through the sky. Pretty cool. We have lots of photographic and video evidence of it this time, and you can clearly see the meteor enter the Earth's atmosphere before exploding with an intense light that was apparently brighter than the sun. It was about a third the size of the Tunguska meteor and released about 30 times the energy of the Hiroshima atomic bomb. While no deaths were reported, over 7,000 buildings were damaged, with over 1,400 people sustaining injuries relating to the indirect effects caused by the shockwave. Perhaps the most concerning aspect of this event is that no one knew it was coming. Because of its relatively small size and the fact that it was headed our way during the day, the sun disguised it somewhat, and at the time it was not picked up by any observatories on the ground. Luckily, it exploded away from a highly populated area, and humanity got away unscathed again. So, how are we doing 10 years after this last surprise attack? Surely we can blast anything that threatens us out of the sky, right? No shot, it's only been 10 years. We haven't, like, magically built space lasers because of this. No one even died. And even if it did hit a city, the death toll would be in the millions. And it would be terrible, but, I mean, what are you going to do about it? Planetary astronomer Professor Alan Fitzsimmons says, technology has come a long way in terms of how you can detect asteroids, even as small as Chelyabinsk. Whoa!
Wow.
Okay, never mind, I take it back. In 10 years? But 10 years in science terms, I guess it's a really long time. Because, like, science goes far. I was thinking, like, science moves quite slowly. But it doesn't really, does it? Like, 10 years ago, shit was backwards. We didn't even have ChatGPT. We didn't have ChatGPT this time last year. The past was the worst. But there's still a chance that one could sneak through. And it's quite likely that the next significant asteroid that we have will be unannounced. Well, thanks for that, Alan. That makes me feel so much better, mate.
Thank you.
There are also other political factors in play now that weren't such hot potatoes in 2013, such as a war in Ukraine and ongoing tensions between the US and China regarding spy balloons and other unidentified flying objects. An unannounced meteor making a cameo appearance could be cause for all kinds of flash responses. But there are systems being put in place which might help us avoid a collision with a near-Earth object, or NEO, or another meteor airburst. In 2022, NASA and Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory tested their DART program, which stands for Double Asteroid Redirection Test, and basically involved crashing a spacecraft into an asteroid to see if it could change its course. And it worked! This is useful for larger asteroids that we know are there, though not the smaller ones, such as those which have got through so far. If you're wondering why these last two events have happened in Russia and not anywhere else, it's not a coincidence. Russia's big. It's because Russia is so big, exactly. The Tunguska area and Chelyabinsk are over 1,500 miles or 2,400 kilometers apart, so not exactly right next to each other. There may have been loads of smaller asteroids that burst over the ocean, and nobody ever knew. NASA is also working on a Near-Earth Object Surveyor, a space telescope which is aiming to be completed by 2028. This will be tasked with looking out for potentially dangerous asteroids and comets, though again, the Chelyabinsk meteor was much smaller than the stuff the telescope will be concentrating on, so I suppose we're all just hanging on by the skin of our teeth. In the end, while it's always fun to speculate, the Tunguska event has been satisfactorily explained for a long time, and we just have to cross our fingers and hope that it doesn't happen again. The truth is out there, and in this case, at least, it definitely wasn't aliens. It's never aliens. And also, whether it happens again, it's definitely happening again. It's going to happen again. It happens many times. Like, it's only been 10 years since the last one. And it's going to happen. We just have to hope it doesn't hit some, like, mega superpopulated city or something. All right? Well, thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the episode. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown with me, your decoder, Simon Wams here. We got the Doddleson messages, cryptic computer warnings from the past and the future. That sounds real, because messages from the future are a real thing that definitely happen. They don't. Thank you to Danny who wrote the script. I've never read it before. We're going to learn about it together today. And that sounds like fun, doesn't it? Let's jump in. When the BBC Micro home computer was first rolled out in late 1981, it was marketed as an innovative step into a new dimension. The BBC Micro Model B was designed to be the ultimate home help, a gateway to private education for your kids and your personal electronic accountant, all rolled into one flashy piece of kit for just £400. £400 in the 1980s is a lot of pounds today. And I was like, now, I'm sure this was like really impressive in the past, in like 1981. But it's like, ooh, it can do accounting? What? Don't tell me it's got spreadsheet functions. Now you could just go to drive.goo.com and it's like, boom, spreadsheets, easy. That might seem a bit steep nowadays, considering that we can cram far more power and functionality into a single free app on our phones than the BBC Micro could ever hope to muster. The marketing also didn't take into account that all everyone ever really wanted to do on the BBC Micro was play Chucky Egg. I don't know what Chucky Egg is. I've never heard of the BBC Micro. This is all happening about 6 years before I was born. But perhaps this expensive machine came packaged with a few hidden features that ventured far beyond the concept of trying to create a spreadsheet for your shopping expenses. In 1984, a story emerged from a cottage situated in the tiny British village of Doddleson, in which a borrowed BBC Micro began behaving very strangely indeed, transmitting messages from the past and the future to create a three-way conversation spread across 500 years. Someone's getting pranked, right?
You just been pranked, you idiot.
They should have mentioned this kind of thing in the advertisements. That's got to be a bit more exciting than an accounting package. Yeah, it's like, can receive messages from the future. Sold. £400, I'm making that money back real fast. They'll be like 1981. Wait till the year 2000 rolls around and put all the money in Amazon. But did we learn anything useful about the future of mankind during these ghostly communications, which were conducted over the course of a few years? And could this have been the result of a haunted home computer, a pesky poltergeist at work in Doddleson, a baffling technical glitch, a human prankster with too much time on their hands, or a quaint, cozy cottage crashing into a calamitous crack in the cosmic corridor of chronology? Danny. You think that alliteration would challenge me, but I got it out first time. Well, it's not poltergeists. I'd say it's unlikely to be a technical glitch because they're like messages. Like, a technical glitch is like blue screen of death. I think it's a human prankster. Give me a second to boot up the BBC Micro as we attempt to decipher the mystery of the Doddleson messages. Not that many people could afford to splash out £400 on a computer back in 1984, and 29-year-old teacher Ken Webster was no exception. Born in the Lake District in 1955, Ken graduated from Aberystwyth University on the coast of West Wales in 1976 before taking up his first post as an economics teacher. By 1984, Ken and his 19-year-old girlfriends... Oh, it's a hell of an age difference. Oh no, it's only 10 years. That's quite a big age difference, I'd say. What's the rule? Half your age plus 7. So 29. So 14 and a half plus 7. 21. Oh, Ken, you're breaking the rules. That rule works so well. It's really weird. They decided to move to Doddelson after Ken was offered a teaching job at Hawarden High School in Flintshire, Wales. Doddelson itself is actually an idyllic village and civil parish on the outskirts of Chester, England. I've got a family in Chester, England, but I didn't... If someone asked me to point to Chester, England on a map, I'd be like, don't know. But it also sits very close to the North Wales border, and you don't tend to get much trouble brewing in Doddelson as it boasts a tiny population of just 700 people, most of whom are either retired or still waiting to be found dead. Dark. Yeah, I used to live in a village with loads of old people. It's like there must be so many old people dying here. There was like an old folks home, a big cemetery where they all go. That figure was raised to 703 as Ken and Debbie were moving into a new home with their lodger and good friends Nicola Baguli, who was a budding writer of performance sketches. The three newcomers to the village had plenty of work on their hands, though. Ken had bought the keys to Meadow Cottage, a particularly picturesque yet dilapidated 18th century brickstone building in need of tender loving care, extensive restoration, and maybe a few buckets of paint and a novelty doorbell. I'd find it really weird to live with a lodger. Like, I know a mate of mine had this. He had a house and he had like a lodger living in his spare room. And they use your kitchen and I find this so weird.
That's weird.
I mean, I get that, obviously people sometimes need to do this to have money. But I find this really uncomfortable. I'd be like, I think I'd just rather live in a smaller and less expensive house and not have to live with a stranger. Especially like I'm there with my wife and family, and then there's also like, oh, hey, John. It's like, what the But as the trio rolled their sleeves up and got busy, they quickly discovered evidence of another presence lurking in Meadow Cottage, and it wasn't entirely helpful. It certainly wasn't offering to have a go with the paint roller. Ken began to notice six-toed dusty footsteps randomly appearing on the interior cottage walls, as if some strange creature had been trying to walk right up them. Not thinking too much of it at first, he just painted over them, but to his annoyance, they kept reappearing in the exact same spot the very next day. Okay, if Ken's not lying, I'd assume that this was like some kid who had like a fun foot stamp or whatever before and put them on the walls and then you paint over it. But because you need to do more than one layer of paint, they still show through. But I think my primary thing is I think Ken's probably making this up, allegedly, in my opinion. It wasn't the only weird activity taking place in Meadow Cottage. Ken, Debbie, and Nicola also reported experiencing sudden gusts of freezing cold wind and the sounds of footsteps upstairs in empty bedrooms. Debbie recalls that she came home from the shops one day to find all the furniture in the lounge had been stacked into a 6-foot-high pile, whilst on another occasion she noted that dozens of tin cans of cat food had been arranged neatly in a pyramid formation on the kitchen floor. At first, the trio all began to suspect each other of pissing about, but when the strange activity continued to occur, even after an exasperated Ken pointed out that it was slowing down the renovation of the cottage and it was costing him a bloody fortune in wasted paint, they began to suspect that it was a prank being staged by other residents of the village. That's a pretty severe prank, though. They're breaking into your house to do this for you. Also, it's like an idyllic little village. It's not filled with, like, teenage pranksters. And this would be very elaborate and unnecessary. I still think it's either A, one of them, or B, it's being made up, like, later on. Perhaps it was an effort to drive these new folks out of town and their peculiar modern ways. Or it's not entirely inconceivable, there was just some kind of humorous welcoming ritual. After I first moved to a quiet Cornish village in the middle of nowhere, it took me several weeks to realise that despite the friendly advice of the natives, I actually didn't have to leave out a cauliflower and a saucer of gravy for the postman every morning. Ah, cauliflower. Exactly what you want as a postman. But events in Meadow Cottage were about to take an even stranger turn, which surely went way beyond a simple practical joke. When the story of the Doddelson messages gets revisited in more recent years, it's usually made out that barely anybody in the world had a computer at home in 1984. I'm not convinced that that's entirely accurate. Yes, it wasn't anything like today where there's a computer in every home. It's basically a computer in every pocket, isn't there? But plenty of people still had them. My older brother had one, and most of his mates had one, and even some of the rough kids who lived on the other side of town who used to keep pet worms in a matchbox had one. He's keeping pet worms in a matchbox, Daddy. But it's certainly true that not many people had a BBC Micro Model B at home. That was mainly because rival computers such as the Sinclair ZX Spectrum and the Commodore 64 were significantly cheaper and boasted extensive catalogues of thousands of cool games in comparison to the far more serious and expensive BBC Micro, which was largely lacking when it came to the gaming department. Well, yeah, it's for doing serious business like spreadsheets. Produced by Acorn Computers for the BBC Computer Literacy Project in 1981, the BBC Micro Model B was the most boring-ass machine that you would only usually find in schools, getting huddled over by 3 or 4 kids, all each have a go at pressing a button. In fact, at one point, over 80% of schools owned at least one BBC Micro. Yeah, I feel like I've seen BBC computers. Like, they had this weird old logo, and they look like an old computer, but I feel like I've definitely seen BBC computers. Whether it was a BBC Micro, I don't know. A little bit before my time. And that included Haywarden High School, where the teacher Ken Webster was granted an opportunity to borrow one and take it home for a few days. Although it's believed that Ken was something of a computer enthusiast, he wasn't really thinking about himself. The main reason that he brought it home is because he knew that his lodger Nicola was interested in trying out a computer for writing her scripts and sketches. Perhaps when Nicola had finished with it for the night, he could tinker with it himself and knock up her budget spreadsheet to see exactly how much he was forking out for fresh paint every day. The BBC Micro Model B came packaged with a whopping 32 kilobytes of memory. It's just nothing today. How much is 32 kilobytes? It's like the size of an icon, maybe. A floppy disk drive and a pre-installed word processor, which went by the name of Edward 2. The past was cheesy. Sadly, there was no light gun accessory or USB-powered desktop mini vacuum cleaner, but you can't have everything. But on the plus side, this chunky slab of primitive technology did appear to come packaged with a surprised portal into the past. Before we go any further, we should pause to remember why the sudden appearance of a random message on a 1984 computer screen would have felt so puzzling at the time. It's only got 32 kilobytes of memory, so there's not a lot of space to hide. And second, there's no internet connections. It's not connected to anyone. How is it typing out messages? Obviously, nobody had commercial internet access at home in 1984, and the BBC Micro didn't even come equipped with any kind of modem. So the machine was entirely isolated and incapable of communicating with any network. But it's also worth bearing in mind that it didn't even come equipped with a hard drive. You could open up the Edward 2 processor and create a new text document, but the only way of saving your work was to copy it to an external floppy disk, otherwise it would all be lost forever as soon as you hit the power off button. The past. Now, I can't close these. I was trying to have a phone call last night on FaceTime, and it just wasn't working. It just kept disconnecting, and like my headphones and stuff. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'm just going to reset my computer. So I just had too many windows open. So I'm just going to give up and just hold down that power button, and it turns off, and then I turn it on again. And I'm like, great, fresh start. And then I log in, and all the bloody windows open again. I'm like, this is not what I wanted. I hard reset you for a reason, computer.
This is why we have problems.
Oh, I wanted to lose all my unsaved work. Power cuts were so much more intense back in 1984. Why? Oh, because you'd power off the computer and lose all your work. Yeah, that'd be rough. I remember at school we'd be working on the computers, and it was like autosave would only happen every like 20 minutes or something, so you'd have to press Control S to save. And so you'd be working on a computer, like tapping away, and someone would just come past and just reach over and press the reset button on your computer. You'd be like, oh, you, John, you prick. Or like the race to like pull someone just to go to the computer. Do you remember like guys Control-Alt-Delete used to bring up Task Manager, but if you hit Control-Alt-Delete again, it would just reset the computer. So it'd just run up to someone's computer and be like, press Control-Alt-Delete twice. You'd be like, oh, you douche. What the man? And you'd lose all your work. Yep. The past was fun.
It's been a really great experience for me.
So, this is why the sudden appearance of such a random message on a computer which had been left unattended all evening raised a few quizzical eyebrows in Meadow Cottage. Why would it? Obviously, the computer's been left alone, and the lodger or one of you two has gone down and typed out a message. Like, that's how it works. That's what's going on here, if it even happens at all. Ken, Debbie, and Nicola had all popped down to the local pub together to celebrate Christmas whilst hopefully avoiding getting spat on by locals. For some reason, either Ken or Nicola had left the BBC Micro switched on in their absence, but it was only displaying the boot screen. Might seem like a bit of a waste of electricity, but that's townfolk for you. Upon their return, the trio stumbled back into the cottage to find that the computer screen was now displaying an Edward 2 document which had been labelled KDN, presumably the first letters of the first names of the intended recipients, and signed with the slightly more mysterious initials of LW. The document contained what could either be described as a short poem or a cryptic riddle. But, as short as it may be, just 7 lines long, it's still too long to recite here in its entirety because it's mind-meltingly nonsensical. Just to give you a brief flavour, the message contains references to flowers reaching too high and withering in the sunlight, how faith is a redeemer, and something about Pussycat going to London to seek out his fame and fortune. You never saw this kind of behaviour from a Commodore 64. At this point, Ken Webster still suspected that either Debbie or Nicola were just pulling a prank, even if the punchline didn't seem to be particularly funny or worthwhile. This is exactly what's going on. Like, someone just ran into the room and typed it out real quick before they went to the pub. So when they got back, they'd think, oh my god, it's ghosts. It's not too hard to imagine how Nicola could have told the others that she'd left the computer on the boot screen before they departed for the pub and then acted all surprised when they returned home. Perhaps it was just a snippet of the sort of material she was composing for her performance sketches, in which case it's no wonder that we've never heard her name since. But Ken still wasn't too troubled by any of this and had largely forgotten about it by the time he was ready to start tucking into the Christmas turkey. The BBC Micro was returned to the school very shortly afterwards, and not much more was said about it. The other weird activity in Meadow Cottage appeared to die down a little bit after Christmas, although there were still very occasional glimpses of odd footprints and strange noises. But things were taken to the next level when February swung around, and Ken was given another opportunity to borrow a BBC Micro from the school. Ken, Debbie and Nicola had again returned home from the cottage the following a day out to find a second message waiting for them on the computer screen. The document, okay, it feels like they were talking about the lodger and stuff, but it just sounds like more they're like housemates, right? Because it's not like they're married and they own the house. Oh wait, do they own the house? Maybe they do own the house and that's why the person's a lodger. But it just sounds like they're all mates rather than it just being like one stranger living in the house. Although the third person, if I was that third person, I feel like a mega third wheel. I live with you guys, we go out together, we go to the pub together, we, prank each other. It'd be a bit weird. The document was labelled REATE, which is interesting as it indicates that the author of the message hadn't entirely gotten their head around how Edward 2 worked. I couldn't dig up an old manual for the ancient word processor, but I believe that it was possible to create a new document by holding Control button down and pressing the letter C. Oh, C, like create? Because I would always press Control N for new, right? But in this case, it seems that the person who created the document felt that it was necessary to keep typing the rest of the word create. Could this be the result of an inexperienced human user who is still finding their feet with this borrowed technology? Or, more likely, could it be the result of a slight technical error on the part of the powerful Star Wardens who were engineering this doorway into eternity from a crossroads in time? Yeah, that seems much more likely, doesn't it, Danny? If we're to believe that the author of this new message, who again signed off with the initials LW, is genuine, then it's not surprising that they may have struggled with the concept of using a BBC Micro. By the sounds of it, he was also struggling to deal with the concepts of electricity and light bulbs. The second communication was more direct and straightforward than the first loony poem, but it was composed in an archaic form of English, which is difficult to comprehend on the first or even 17th read. So in the interest of making a reasonably comprehensible video, of which Simon doesn't appear to just be spouting endless waffle, I'll try and stick to the versions of the text that have been translated into something approaching normal language. Here's a condensed version of the second message, which appears to be directed towards Ken. I'll quote it. I write on behalf of many. What strange words you speak. You are a worthy man who has a fanciful woman, and you dwell in my home with lights which the devil makes. It was a great crime to have stolen my house. It's just a prank. Danny, is this whole script just going to be about prank? It's just not real. It's just some people messing with each other. How does this stuff really take off and become so popular as like an urban legend or, a story that ghost people think is real? Because it's obviously not.
None of this is real.
So, we can glean a few bits of information here regarding the author of this rather more insightful and personal communication. For starters, he seems to think that Ken's girlfriend Debbie is a bit of alright. He's also somehow capable of observing the residents of Meadow Cottage from wherever he is in time, yet he appears baffled by the electric lighting, which he can only put down to the work of the devil. And perhaps of most concern, he seems to be under the impression that Ken Webster has stolen Meadow Cottage from him. Ken has now decided that it might be useful to get an outside opinion. He saved the message onto a floppy disk and printed it off at school, where he showed it to a guy called Peter Trindle, a fellow teacher with a degree in English from Oxford University. Peter's like, yo, what are you doing, Ken? How stupid are you, Ken? You obviously didn't go to Oxford, Ken, did you? Because obviously it's a prank, Ken. Peter was more than a little skeptical at first, and suspected that either Ken was trying to wind him up or that Debbie and Nicola had made a good job of winding up Ken. Yes, because that's exactly what's happening. You got to provide me with something more than just this, Danny. But as Peter studied the original old world style version of the second message, he became quite fascinated by the content. Well, not so much with what the message was trying to convey about devil lights and stolen property, but rather in the way it was being expressed. Peter concluded that the dialect, sentence structure, and jargon was a genuine example of Middle English used widely in Cheshire in the 16th century. Such dedicated authenticity would be pretty hard to just quickly whip up when everybody else in the house had nipped to the shops again to buy some more paint. Although Peter still wasn't entirely convinced that it wasn't just a hoax, he became quite interested in the theory that this was a genuine message hurtled through time by a local resident from over 400 years ago. Alright, Peter. I guess this one was when you study English at Oxford rather than physics. But if the author did indeed hail from the 16th century, as the language suggested, this did pose a few further questions. Importantly, how the would this be possible? Well, I mean, it poses quite a lot of questions, like how was the author able to transmit a message to a BBC micro 400 years in the future when he seemed to be so baffled by electric lighting? And was everyone in Dawdleston just taking too much acid? But let's not forget that Meadow Cottage wasn't even built into the 18th century, so why was the author claiming that Ken had stolen his house? Well, there was only one way of getting answers out of the man. Ken could just try asking him. How would you do that, though? Well, I'll just write a message on the computer and leave it there. And then the prankster's going to go back in and type another message. They're going to be like, really? Ken's replying to me. How small and smooth is Ken's brain? Well, Ken figured that the idea was surely worth a shot, and so he wrote his own message on the same document on Edward II and then wandered away for a while to see if anything interesting happened in the interim. And bloweth me down with a feather it worked. Ken had opened up a whole new channel of direct communication with the man from the 16th century, a conversation which would run for a few years. Ken, what are you doing with your life? It's not entirely clear if Ken ever switched off the computer at any point, but I suspect he kept it on at all times in case the mysterious powers at work in Dawdleston didn't quite stretch to flicking on a BBC micro that had been turned off. I mean, that would be bordering on the unbelievable, wouldn't it? And whilst we know that Ken continued to regularly borrow computers from the school, at least for a little while, I can assume that at some point he must have splashed out and bought his own. The kids of Haywarden High School must eventually have started feeling pissed off that they were always a computer short because Mr. Webster was playing with supernatural forces again. Weird thing. I had a teacher at school called Mr. Webster. Over the course of the following weeks, Ken engaged in regular correspondence with the man from the past, usually receiving at least one new message on his screen per day, but only when his back was turned. What did he teach? What did this dude teach? I was wondering if this Mr. Webster's the same as... Because Mr. Webster was really old when I was at school. Well, not really old, but he was maybe in his late 50s or 60s. Nah, this was in the 80s, and that was in the 2000s. Oh, it could be. Well, this is the same dude. It's definitely not.
You never know.
The stranger from the 16th century gradually revealed that in his antediluvian language... Antediluvian? You know, look that up. Look up. Antediluvian. The antediluvian period is the time period chronicled in the Bible between the fall... Oh, okay, so it's just like some time in the past, whatever. That his name was Lucas Wainman, and he lived in the year 1546 during the reign of King Henry VIII. Lucas claimed that he got a degree from Jesus College in Oxford and then went on to become a farmer, though he wasn't currently a farmer in the best of spirits after losing both his wife and son to the plague. Wait, why would you get a degree from Oxford and then become a farmer? Do people do that? That doesn't seem like a thing. That seems like in the past... like the aristocracy or whatever would go and get, like, degrees, not farmers. Lucas initially seemed a little annoyed that Ken, Debbie, and Nicola were trespassing on his farmland and making such drastic alterations to his property. Although Meadow Cottage wasn't destined to be built for another 200 years, Lucas appeared to live in an earlier dwelling on the exact same spot, which was made from red sandstone. Ken was intrigued by this, as during the troubled house renovations he'd come across evidence of another structure buried under the kitchen floor, which did appear to be composed of red sandstone. I'm like, wow! Who would know about the red sandstone building? Ken's roommates, definitely. Who also have access to the computer and could be typing away on it. The suspicion gradually thawed over time as Lucas became a little chattier with Ken and Debbie, and it could be said that a weird kind of friendship was forming between them. Lodger Nicola appears to have fallen off the radar by 1985, presumably having moved out of Meadow Cottage to find alternative lodgings in which the host didn't keep hogging the computer all the bloody time. There were occasional inconsistencies in some of the earlier messages from Lucas, almost as if the hoaxer was slipping up. When asked about the current age of King Henry VIII, his answer was miles off the true age of the king in 1546. 1946. And the fact that Lucas gained a degree from Jesus College is particularly impressive, considering that Jesus College wasn't actually built until 1571. When challenged about this, Lucas sniffily responded that he felt as if he was being tested, and so he in turn was testing Ken and Debbie to see if they would pick up on his blatant errors. Yeah, okay. Could this be more blatantly a hoax if we... Come on now! That could be regarded as a lame defense for getting the age of King Henry VIII wrong, but it's a baffling defense for the Jesus College era. How would he have known that the college would be built 25 years in the future? Yes, I didn't actually think of that, but obviously it's true and stupid. Perhaps he had a mate on the Oxford City Planning Council, or perhaps he had more insight into the future than he was willing to let on at this stage. It did seem as if Lucas had access to more functionality at his end in 1546 than Ken and Debbie had at their end in 1985. It was still clear that Lucas could somehow observe Ken and Debbie, but it was very much a one-way mirror. One afternoon, Ken left a photograph of a Jaguar car lying around the cottage, and Lucas didn't seem mightily impressed. He noted, "I have found your picture of the cart, but it is a crude thing, for without the horse, it won't go very far." He also shared his own thoughts on how they were able to communicate with each other. He mused, "I think we are a history book that has its front and back pages joined together. We are each a side of it." That's a very scientific explanation. Well done. It would later transpire that Lucas had a bit more to reveal on how exactly he had been given the gift of communicating through the corridors of time, as it involved a third presence lurking silently in this time-hopping party line. A presence from the future. In the meantime, all of this appeared to be taking its toll on Debbie. She was now experiencing frequent vivid dreams in which she had long conversations with Lucas, and she constantly felt as if she was being watched in the house by something that was making eerie tapping sounds and even occasionally pulling her hair. She became... Of course you'd feel like you're being watched, because the guy's like, "I see everything." She became even more freaked out when the messages from Lucas began referring to conversations they'd shared in her dreams in words which meant nothing to Ken, but everything to Debbie. If I was Debbie at this point, I'd be like, maybe we should get the house checked for carbon monoxide. Maybe I should go to a psychiatrist, Because when your dreams start talking to you in real life, there's something up. You need some help. She was now beginning to wonder if she was at the heart of all this, if she had somehow subconsciously brought Lucas Wainman to life. Ken was still scratching his head as he got to the bottom of the puzzle. The only real clue he'd managed to dig up so far, which may or may not be of significance, is that the messages only came through when the BBC Micro had the Edward II ROM chip installed. If the chip was removed, even if it was replaced with the earlier Edward I ROM, the BBC Micro just went all shy and wouldn't play ball. The only two theories that he came up with from this are that it was either the Edward II word processor that was specifically haunted rather than the BBC Micro itself, or that whoever was behind all of this hadn't been able to track down a manual for the earlier version of Edward. Ken eventually grew frustrated with his own fruitless speculation and decided that it was time to call in the experts. When your home is haunted by a mysterious invisible entity who has a habit of rearranging your furniture and cat food tins behind your back, well, who are you going to call? That's right, the Society of Physical Research. Don't know what that is. The Society of Physical Research could equally be some cuckoo people who look for ghosts, or it could be some people who actually look for sciencey stuff. The London-based non-profit organisation which explores psychic or paranormal activity, I guess the first one, may not enjoy quite the same funky reputation as the Ghostbusters team, and they certainly didn't arrive armed with proton packs, but they were the best option available to Ken at the time. Unfortunately, the three investigators assigned to the case team were very skeptical of the whole thing from the beginning. Really? The ghost-busting team were skeptical? You're the ghost team. They begrudgingly set up listening posts to capture unusual sounds, investigated the components of the BBC Micro, and sealed up the room in which the computer was kept for long periods to prevent any scope for human tomfoolery. Ken later claims that with such measures in place, new messages were still coming through, but the investigators just didn't seem that interested. They apparently just came to the conclusion that it was some kind of hoax being staged by either Ken, Debbie, or local troublemakers in the village. Yes, because look, that's what's happening. We only have Ken's word on this, though. It could be the case that the Society of Physical Research has found no unusual activity at all when nobody could get to the computer and they just buggered off home after a few days. That makes sense. It's like that woman who was like, no, I can live off light. I don't need to eat. I just live off light. And then they were like, okay, well, go in a room for 2 days. And then she's starving after a day. It's like, let me guess. You've been snacking a little bit, haven't you? We don't know for certain because the Society never even bothered filing a report on the matter, which seems a little odd. You would never have received such sloppy service from Dan Aykroyd and his gang. It looks as if Ken and Debbie would have to go it alone for now. Bearing in mind that Lucas had struck up an unlikely friendship of sorts with Ken and Debbie, it could only be a matter of time before Ken got around to asking Lucas what all the spooky poltergeist activity was about, and maybe even ask him to calm down a bit with all the nonsense as it was upsetting Debbie and the cat. But it turns out that Lucas didn't have anything to do with it. In fact, he complained of similarly annoying activity at his end in 1546, which was upsetting his chickens on the farm. Somebody or something else was the invisible force behind the dusty footprints and the moving of the furniture. It wouldn't be too long before Ken was given a few more clues as to the identity of this third presence in Meadow Cottage. During their early conversations, Lucas appeared to be laboring under the misapprehension that Ken and Debbie hailed from even farther in the future than 1985. In one of Ken's later responses to Lucas, Ken just happened to mention the current year for the first time, and this seemed to confuse Lucas, prompting him to send one of his most curious messages of all. He said, "You said your time is 1985, but I thought you were from 2109, like your friend who bought the Leams Boist." The what now?
What do you mean?
I can't be the only one who was wondering how exactly Lucas was writing and sending his own messages over 400 years forward in time. But did he have his own BBC Micro at his end, installed with the Edward II processor, but most definitely not the Edward I version? Or considering the superior functionality at his end, maybe he had a far more futuristic system to work with? A Commodore Amiga, perhaps? Well, it turns out that he was just using a Leams Boist, so that's little mystery solved, isn't it? But I'm afraid you're out of luck if you're hoping for a definitive explanation of what or how it was used. Lucas revealed that long before he started chatting with Ken and Debbie, he was visited by another person from the future who gifted him a device which Lucas referred to as the Leams Boist, roughly translated as light box or box of lights. Although Lucas is vague as to what exactly this is and how he uses it, the light box certainly seems a bit more powerful than your average BBC Micro Model B. For starters, he claimed that the light box was invisible to most of the visitors to his house, and he doesn't appear to be using a keyboard of any kind. Instead, he gives the impression that it's more like gazing into a magic mirror, which shows him people from the future, such as Ken and Debbie. Lucas talks directly into the light box, which transforms his speech into an Edward II document in 1985. It's remarkably specific, although I'm a little lost as to how he receives and interprets Ken's text responses. And whilst the box of light sounds pretty impressive, it does have a couple of design flaws. Lucas discovered that it completely stops working if it's ever taken outside his home, and his connection to 1985 could be a bit temperamental. The signal came and went depending on who was inside the future Meadow Cottage at the time. Whenever Ken and Debbie were alone, Lucas got a good 5 bars of reception, but when other people were in the cottage, such as, say, 3 grumpy investigators from the Society of Physical Research, the signal went a bit dodgy. Funny that, isn't it? Yes. How odd. But let's not get too bogged down with the technical details, such as they are. I'm sure we're far more interested in the identity of this earlier mysterious visitor who gifted the lightbox to Lucas. Would you believe it? That's a bit vague too. The entity apparently hails from the year 2109. Lucas often refers to him as one, which may sound pretty singular, but just to confuse matters, Lucas also gives the impression that it may be a group of people, which he collectively refers to as the 2109. Only, we're seriously making it up. When Lucas first started chatting with Ken and Debbie, he assumed for a while that they were both part of the 2109 and seemed surprised when Ken declared that he knew nothing about them. Could these shadowy characters from well over 100 years into Ken and Debbie's future be the real diggers of the Meadow Cottage time tunnel? And if so, what were they trying to achieve? Well, there was one way of getting his answers out of the 2109. Ken could just try asking him, them, whatever. How exactly do you do that, though? Well, Ken figured out that surely it'd be worth a shot just to create a new document on Edward II labeled Calling 2109 and then wander away for a little while to see if anything interesting happens in the interim, and bloweth me down with a feather it worked. Oh, it did it, Daddy? Oh my god, he's making this. It's just a story. It reads like a creepypasta. By this point, Ken's fellow teacher, Peter Trindle, was back on the scene, having become intrigued by the idea that Meadow Cottage was now not only a portal to 1546, but also a potential portal into 2109. Peter Trindle. For an Oxford-educated man, you're sure a bit gullible, aren't you? It's one thing deciphering archaic language from the 16th century to gain insight into the past, but what thrilling secrets of the future could be unlocked by deciphering tomorrow's language from the 2109? The first reply from the 2109 gave a taste of what was to come. The language felt surprisingly contemporary and easy to read, although it was frequently littered with weird spelling mistakes, unless, of course, the spelling of very basic words evolves dramatically over the next century, which is possible I don't think there'll be big changes, but there'll be little changes. So in a sense, the words were easier to translate than the messages from Lucas Wainman. Well, that makes sense, because 500 years is a lot more of a difference than 100. But the bigger problem it was in deciphering what the hell the 2109 was supposedly waffling on about. Or to put it another way, the biggest problem with the 2109 is that they insisted on spouting absolute bollocks. Here's the first message, in full, with my apologies. Ken, Deb, Peter. We are sorry that we can only give you two choices. One, that you either have your predicament explained in such a non-rhyme way that you may have instant understanding, but cause what should not be to happen, or two, try to understand that you three have a purpose that shall in your lifetime change the face of history. We 2109 must not affect your thoughts directly, but give you some sort of guidance that will allow room for your own destiny. All we can say is that we are part of the same God, whatever it is. That was so hard to read. It's barely comprehensible. I can't believe I got through it with only a couple of stutters. Now, a grammar Nazi would start having convulsions about some of this, not just because the original version of this message contained almost childlike spelling mistakes and errors, but also because of the way the 2109 talks about presenting the trio with two choices. They're actually presenting two options, which in turn presents only one choice to make. Common mistake today, and it seems still a common mistake in 2109. Oh my god, I just realized I didn't know that. It's like, yeah, of course, you have two options and then you make a choice. It's not two choices. Wow. Oh my god, I just realized I learned something new today, Danny. Thank you. Somewhere in between all this nonsense, we did have something useful. Just to be clear, I'm not a grammar Nazi at all. I firmly believe that you can write or speak whatever way you like, as long as your intended meaning is clearly understood and not open to misinterpretation. This is why I would probably have made a rubbish English teacher. But this is where the messages from the 2109 fall down. They generally read like impenetrable riddles composed by a new age hippie who is trying to make out that he holds the key to enlightenment, but is not nearly as clever as he thinks he is. It now sounded as if that very first message that popped up on the BBC Micro, the weird poem about withering flowers and pussycat going to London, was from the end of the 2109 rather than Lucas Wainman as previously assumed. Here are some of the fried golden nuggets of wisdom that were spat out by the 2109 over the course of the next few years. How can we have a name? We are many, but no more than one in the time to come. We have no retirement. Ah, what an age to be if the digits were reversed. And another, it's better to have no knowledge at all than to have a distorted view of the truth because of your lack of understanding. Or we move at a speed so that we cover every point in your time and universe. We have no form. We feed off a neat energy that you will not have heard of. Oh my god. I feel like the problem is, like, everyone in this house is an adult, and this feels just like it's written by a weird, edgy teenager. The eyes are open, yet nothing do you see. The grey, retarding mass is your convict. Quietly alone he sits in the dark, waiting for sentence to be passed. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not even gonna read it. This is just not any old New Age hippie. It sounds like a New Age hippie who's indulged in far too many disco biscuits and is never coming back down again. It also has to be said that in contrast to the friendly tone of the conversation with Lucas Wainman, the communications from the 2109 were decidedly cold and often bordering on the condescending and even the downright threatening. One nice touch from the 2109 is that they admitted responsibility for the poltergeist activity in Meadow Cottage and agreed to nip it in the bud on Ken's polite request, although they never made it clear why they were doing it in the first place. Ken also claimed that the 2109 also made a couple of accurate predictions which came true over the next few years, including the validation of Fermat's last theorem, which was proposed in 1637 but not officially solved until 1995. They also provided the coordinates of an undiscovered star, which matched the coordinates of a quasar discovered just a few years later. Wait, did they actually do these things and publish them ahead of time, like make them clear? Or were they just like, no, the guys predicted that? It's like me being now like, oh, yeah, there's going to be this, there's going to be that. And it's like, well, of course. But aside from the poltergeist termination and crystal ball gazing, 2109 were rarely in the mood for a cozy chat and often seemed as if they found all the interruptions from Ken and Debbie to be somewhat annoying. One of their later messages read, "We, 2109, are not without compassion, but if you continue to disrupt our experiments, then it is likely you who will find your destiny." Okie dokie, edgy teenager. Although it's hard to decipher much real value from the dozens of messages composed by the 2109, we can just about ascertain that they are from a tachyon universe. Although they point out that our own current understanding of what a tachyon universe might be is wholly incorrect. The 2109 are now embroiled in some kind of experiment with wider cosmic purpose, which is either beyond the understanding of the current residents of Meadow Cottage or too dangerous for them to hear. So just stop. Just why are you writing back? Why are you writing? Just get on with your experiments, future people in your tachyon universe. Stop writing to the people back in 1985 you don't understand. Yet they also concede they are not entirely in command of the experiment, but are merely attempting to guide Ken, Debbie, and Lucas Wainman through it safely and ensure that they don't mess it up with their pesky human inquisitiveness. However, the 2109 may not have been expecting the curveball that was thrown into the mix following the events that unfolded in the 1576 segment of the Meadow Cottage Time Tunnel. If you thought this story was already bad crazy, yes, I absolutely do, Danny. I think it's creepypasta crazy. Then be warned, it's about to get as nutty as a mooncalf. Lucas Wainman only went and got himself arrested for witchcraft. Well, that's if Lucas Wainman was his real name, which it turns out that it wasn't. Although Lucas had previously claimed that his box of lights was invisible to most other people, it seems that doesn't apply to everyone. When Ken and Debbie were checking their BBC Micro one day for any new messages from Lucas or any new wishy-washy drivel from 2109, they were surprised to see a message from an entirely new person in 1546. His name was John, and he was a good mate of Lucas. But he had some bad news to impart. The local sheriff, Sir Thomas Fowlshurst, had heard rumours of Lucas and his devilish box of lights, and had decided to arrest Lucas on charges of witchcraft and communicating with spirits. John explained the dilemma in detail to Ken and Debbie. Quote, "The sheriff does ask that you speak to him in person rather than through the computer, which he can't see. Otherwise, the computer must be taken to Lucas in Borton Prison to show that he spoke the truth. But it is not easy to move the device, and it seemed to disappear when we have tried. Only when Lucas is here does it appear solid. I beg quick reply, so I may go to him." During these exchanges, it was revealed that Lucas had been lying about his name all along. His real name was apparently Thomas Haywarden, but that he had been living under a pseudonym to protect his true identity from witch hunters, and he clearly hadn't trusted Ken or Debbie quite enough to ever disclose his birth name. Yeah, the people in the future are really going to be a big problem for that. That didn't dissuade Ken and Debbie from leaping into action to help rescue their friends from the fate of being burned alive. They actually got pretty tough and hardcore with the sheriff, who reluctantly agreed to communicate with them via the box of lights, presumably in the presence of Thomas, to ensure that Liam's voice doesn't suddenly disappear into thin air. Ken and Debbie threatened to use their mystical powers from the future against Sheriff Fowlhurst if Thomas wasn't released immediately, and this eventually spooked the sheriff enough to have Thomas released within a matter of days. Bravo for Ken and Debbie. What the is going on? Not sure what they could have done if the sheriff had called their bluff, though. Maybe they could have just started sending him cuss words from the 1980s. But now we have another problem to contend with. For some reason, the 2109 was furious that Thomas Haywarden's real name had been revealed. That had not been a part of the plan. In their subsequent lengthy angry rant to Ken, they explained the very loosest sense of the word. "We, in your better interests, have made slight adjustments to your conversations. Thomas is a person living in the 16th century, but unknown to him. He is not quite what he seems to be. You must state how much information you have on this man. Everything, word for word. Avoid any communication with him. Desperation, be quick." Ken and Debbie were actually getting a bit fed up with the 2109 now, particularly after the 2109 had admitted to editing the conversation taking place between the 1540s and the 1980s, which may have been a failed attempt to stop the revelation of Thomas Haywarden's true identity. Oh no! Fresh out of jail, Thomas was feeling similarly distrustful of the 2109 and proposed a new, more private method of communication with Ken, which might eliminate any risk of outside interference. He suggested that Ken should leave a pen and piece of paper by the side of the computer before he went to bed that night. Sure enough, Ken awoke the next morning to find an elegantly handwritten message had been inscribed on the paper, which was signed by Thomas Haywarden. I don't know about you, but all of this is starting to get a bit far-fetched for me by now. Really, Daddy? Is it? Is it starting to sound a bit far-fetched by now, Danny? There's 16 pages in, Danny. It's so ridiculous. But from Ken's perspective, this new method of conversation seemed to go unseen by the 2109 and proved useful for receiving more confidential messages from Thomas, even if Ken couldn't respond in the same way. It would appear that the box of lights, which was interestingly described as a computer by Thomas' friends John, had even more swishy functions than we first thought. That crack in the fabric of time wasn't entirely focused on the BBC Micro after all. The 2109, perhaps sensing that they were losing their grip on the experiment, had a final request to make of Ken, which involved getting outside help from, of all people, a ufologist. The 2109 made the request in a surprisingly direct and straightforward message. We ask you to do the following. There is a brilliant researcher, a ufologist. We know you don't like the word. His name is Gary Rowe. His ideas differ somewhat to yours, but nevertheless, he can help you with a couple of your problems. You may phone him at the number below and invite him to talk with you. When he comes, show him this and ask him what he makes of it. Peter Trindle must do the telephoning, telling that he got this number from a UFO enthusiast. And so it was that the nutty flying saucer spotter, highly respected ufologist Gary Rowe, was dutifully called into Meadow Cottage to carry out his own deep specialist investigation into the Dodelson's messages. However, he didn't really hit it off with Ken and the others. The problem started when the 2109 instructed Ken to print off its new messages, seal them in an envelope, and pass them to Gary without looking at the contents himself. The messages were for the eyes of Gary Rowe only. This naturally irritated Ken quite a bit, and he started hassling Gary about what exactly those secret communications were all about. But Gary was adamant that he wouldn't disclose the contents of the sealed envelope. The 2109. So I'm wondering at this point, whose perspective is this being told from? Where does this story originate? And if my little spidey sense right now tells me that Gary Rowe might be the person who wrote this story down later in a book, and maybe sold that book for money. Maybe. That's just my speculation right now. Obviously, I don't know that at all, so let's find out where it goes. The 2109 later attempted to defuse the tense situation when they sent this message to Ken. The communication between Gary and the 2109 is not of interest to you. Gary has a better understanding of us than you do. His experiences are most definitely an advantage to this. You must not be pushy with Gary. You underestimate his abilities, and that indirectly is an insult to us. If you had opened your eyes a bit wider and read the communications more intensely, you would have had half the advantage that Gary has. Gary Rowe has and will serve his purpose. So did it work? No. Following the last game of Secret Squirrel, Ken lost his temper with Gary. It's fine. It's perhaps understandable why Ken had become frustrated, having been deeply involved with the Dodelson messages since day one, but now getting shut out of the latest development in the mystery that had been haunting him for years. In response, Gary Rowe stormed out of the cottage and would never return, taking the secrets of the sealed 2109 messages with him. Oh, okay. I guess Gary Rowe's already out of the picture, never mind. I guess this three-way conversation taking place across the 1540s, 1980s, and 2109 couldn't last forever, and it was Thomas Haywarden who was the first to leave the party. Although he may have been released from jail by the sheriff, it sounded as if the other residents of Dodelston were very much wary of Thomas and his witchcraft box of tricks. He felt that he was being hounded out of the village and that his farm was at threat of being burned down in the middle of the night. So, Thomas had taken the decision to leave behind the farm, Dodelston, and his Leams Boist. He now intended to catch a boat to Bristol, with the ultimate aim of getting to Oxford and settling down in the same city at which he would have obtained his degree in Jesus College, had it actually been built by then. But he also promised to write a book on his strange experiences and leave it in a place where it may eventually be found by Ken, Debbie, and Peter at some point in the future. Well, why not just tell them now? Just be like, I'm going to write this book and leave it there. And then that very same afternoon, they could go there and find the book because it's 500 years later. Just tell them. I'm going to write this book and put it there. Done. Easy. Even if it takes your whole life, it doesn't matter. They're in the future. With his very last communication, he wrote, "My true fellows and sweet maid, one day you will all sit down at my table for wine and meat by the river in Oxford, where we shall read each other's books and laugh, and we will speak of truth and good men. In your time, my book is old, but I shall not go to my God until it is written. There we will all be truly embraced. My love to you all. I shall await you in Oxford. Thomas Haywarden." The idea of Thomas writing a book seemed to be confirmed by the 2109 in what proved to be their final communication with Ken and Debbie. The style of this final message harked back to the original nonsense poem found on the BBC Micro, with references to pussycats and withered flowers, along with stark warnings such as, "Knowledge will be your progress, but your kind are coming close to getting their fingers burned indirectly. You may prevent this. Get out your bricks, get ready to build, write the book." In one of the more coherent parts of their conclusions of the final message, they wrote, "Thomas did eventually write his book and soon died shortly thereafter. He placed it in a secure place. It shouldn't take many years to find it, though he wrote it in Latin with the help of a friend that he met at Oxford. We will finish now. You have a lot of work to do. There is no need for you to write back, as we will have gone. Thanks for your cooperation, 2109. This final communication appears to have been an urgent call for Ken to write his own book, along with a prediction that he will eventually hunt down the book written by Thomas Haywarden and left in a safe place for over 400 years. Any such book written by Thomas Haywarden has still yet to be found. Oh, that's shocking. What a surprise. Still, Ken did get round to writing his own book, which went under the name The Vertical Plane and was published in 1989. Who the fuck published that? The book recounts the full story of the Dodelston messages from Ken's perspective and proved to be a popular read for thousands of readers, although others dismiss it as a tedious waste of trees, which is almost impossible to comprehend or finish. Yes, I would be one of those people, even though I've never read it. I know that to be true. In my opinion. It actually went out of print for decades to follow, and rare copies often fetched around £500 on eBay. But a second edition, with a little bit of additional material, was finally published in 2022. And here we have it. Here we have where money, of course, enters the equation like it always does. After communications had fallen silent over Meadow Cottage, the only other occasion in which Ken and Debbie stepped back into the limelight was an appearance on the episode of the 1996 BBC TV show called Out of This World, which delved into the kooky world of the strange and mysterious and staged comically cheap and tacky reconstructions of supposed real-life events. I say they stepped back into the limelight. They decided not to participate in the dramatic reconstructions and instead only chose to appear in interviews which didn't show their faces. The reason given was they just wanted to get on with their lives and didn't want their faces forever associated with the Doddelson messages. And moving on with their lives is exactly what they did. Ken got a new job and moved to Manchester, presumably with Debbie, and we never really heard of them ever again. They fell quiet as ghosts. It would have been interesting to find out if Ken Webster had ever again dared to switch on a BBC Micro since his Dodleston days, but for now, he's not saying. He's maybe too busy trying to hunt down his copy of Thomas Haywarden's book, which admittedly, if ever found, could open up a whole new can of haunted worms. Sadly, it seems that Thomas hid his book a little too well. Why wouldn't he say where he's hidden it? It was clearly intended for them to find in the future, so just say where you're going to hide it. Oh my god, what? This story doesn't make any sense, does it? What a surprise. There's a plot hole? No. So, whilst we're waiting for the discovery of Thomas Haywarden's book, what else do we have to work with that might explain what was really going on with the Doddelson messages? Well, I'll tell you what. Ken wrote about this in a book that he later sold. So let me tell you what. Let me tell you what I think. I think Ken made everything up. Maybe it started as a prank. Maybe someone was writing messages on his computer. And then he was like, this is a cool story. Let's just play it out and write it down and sell a book about it. And as I always say, like if you've written a book that's a bit and you want it to sell better, just say, this is a work of non-fiction. Bum, done, easy, boom. Tickety-boo. Sell that book. It's a case which certainly continues to inspire lengthy conjecture in lively social media groups and online forums, even nearly 40 years later. Some of the wackier theories include the idea that Ken had indeed tapped into a time portal via the medium of the BBC Micro, but that the Earth had been destroyed in the year 2109. The group of experimenters from the future were operating from a tachyon reality in a bid to change the course of history and prevent Earth's destruction. It's also speculated that Thomas Haywarden, whom the 2109 described as not being what he seems, was not directly communicating from the year 1546, but who instead was either a ghostly spirit wandering restlessly around Meadow Cottage in 1985, or even a member of the 2109 with a different agenda. It might even have been the case that Lucas Wainman and Thomas Haywarden were two entirely different entities, and whilst the 2109 were happy for Ken to chat with Lucas, they had serious objections to any communication with Thomas. Another slightly different theory is that Debbie had become an unwitting medium who was tapping into her dormant telekinesis skills to awaken spirits from the past and future who were mooching about in the astral plane. Yes, I mean, this is definitely possible because all of those things are real. They're not real. They're not real. It's just Ken made this up, didn't he? Ken wrote a story. It's quite interesting to note that one of the most frequent contributors to these long-winded online discussions is none other than ufologist Gary Rowe, or at least somebody going under that name. Whilst Ken and Debbie seem to have largely retreated back into the shadows, Gary Rowe, if it is indeed the same man, which appears to be widely accepted, is happy to rabbit on until the cows come home. Unfortunately, he never seems to say anything remotely insightful. He keeps banging on about how he alone has those mind-blowing secret sealed messages from the 2109, but he's not allowed to share them with anyone under any circumstances. Sounds like he's just trolling, doesn't it? He kind of comes across as the annoying kid in the playground who wanders around chanting, "I know something you don't." Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Leaving aside the more outlandish theories for now, a more rational mind in search of a more plausible answer might naturally assume that this entire saga was just a hoax perpetrated by Ken Webster or others. They would they? It's a thought which we'll return to in a moment, but could there be any other possible explanation to explore first? I couldn't dig up any information about what Debbie did for a living, but it does seem odd that Ken Webster and Peter Trindle were two teachers who would surely have more important and worthwhile things to do with their time than orchestrate a long-running hoax. Unless, of course, it's true that teachers just get far too many holidays. Some of my best friends are teachers, and they just love it when I suggest that. They don't explode with indignant rage at all. I get the feeling that that's sarcasm. Although, like, my sister's a teacher, and so's her husband. And I think they enjoyed the longer holidays. They're not like, oh, we're always busy doing this. They're just like, well, it's quite nice. I mean, yes, they have to do work and stuff over the holidays. It's not like they actually get the same amount of time off as the kids. But I think the fact they do like the fact that they get quite a lot of time away from the school. According to his author's biography, Ken Webster has a rich background in business and economics and has held such titles as the head of innovation for the Ellen MacArthur Foundation and visiting fellow at Cranfield University. He doesn't seem like the type to piss about for years on end. And some of the names that popped up in the Doddelson messages aren't necessarily just fictional characters created by a bored economics teacher. They do check out with a little digging into the history books. For example, there was a real Thomas Haywarden who became the vicar in Gloucestershire between 1551 and 1554, though of course that doesn't mean it's the same person who was gifted a box of lights a few years earlier. On a slightly more compelling note, there was a sheriff on duty in Cheshire from 1529 onward by the name of Thomas Falshurst. The name is spelt slightly differently from the Sheriff Falhurst who had Thomas Haywarden arrested for witchcraft, but it's pronounced exactly the same. As for Peter Trindle, he was another highly respected teacher and language expert who put a great deal of effort into analysing the early messages from 1546 and reckons that it perfectly matched the dialect and spellings of the region at the time. He insists that it would have been impossible to replicate this language so authentically in every single message, particularly as many of the responses came through so quickly. So this leaves us with the only obvious conclusion left on the table. The BBC Model B was haunted. Ah, yes. The only reasonable explanation, why is that? Is ghosts or some shit like that. It's just ghosts. It's just an excuse when you don't know. That's not quite as uncommon as you might think. I can remember the computers on display in my local branch of the electronics store Dixon's often portrayed signs of a mischievous, ghostly presence. There were times when every single computer monitor in that store displayed nothing but the words Dixon's Rob Dogs scrolling endlessly down the screen, particularly on Saturdays when all the kids were off school. Draw your own conclusions from that. Yeah, they're just going into start, display, screensaver, and doing the custom text thing. We do it at school. I remember every time there was like an open day, which is when potential people come around the school and like look at and they go around and they're like, oh, do we want to send our kids here? We'd go into the library or the computer room or whatever and change all the backgrounds of the screens to pornography.
Oh, God.
Because for some reason, they obviously figured it out later on. But like, if you logged onto the computer under your school account and changed the background and logged off again, it would remain the background and someone else would have to log on and change it. It wouldn't just be the generic school backgrounds. Obviously, they fixed this later when they realized they could do, more things with computers. But by that time, we're just running around, changing every background to pornography. And they're just leaving. And because we were children, we found that very funny. And I like to think if I was going around to school with my kids and I saw that, I would also find that funny as a parent now. I don't think as a teacher I'd find it very funny. But as a parent, I'll be like, I did that when I was a kid.
That's right, I said it!
Perhaps it's more likely that the BBC Micro just happened to be installed with a very early and even version of ChatGPT. Or, putting our serious hat on for a moment, perhaps it's likelier still that the Doddelson messages were somehow being sent remotely from another machine. One quite interesting element here is that the Edward II chip was manufactured in, oh my god, Wales. Can you use some vowels or something? Clwyd? C-L-W-I-D? No vowels in there at all, which was a mere 11 miles from Doddelson and only about 5 miles away from the school at which Ken and Peter worked. Could there possibly have been any way in which wayward employees of the manufacturers was toying with the residents in Meadow Cottage? And could this be why the messaging only worked on Edward II rather than the earlier Edward I chip? No, that's just silly. Whilst there was no way for the primitive BBC Micro to hook up with the fledgling World Wide Web, some retro techie types have speculated the Doddelson messages could have somehow been transmitted by early radio frequency signaling across a short distance from the manufacturing plant. Oh, please. I mean, yes, technically possible, I suppose, but come on now. It's debatable whether this would have been even remotely possible in 1985, and it certainly would never have worked both ways. The BBC Micro itself would have had to been equipped with some pretty cutting-edge technology, and we should remember that Ken was borrowing different random machines from the school in the early days. Okay, fine. Fine, then I guess we have to just accept that it was haunted. Besides, none of this would explain how Thomas Haywarden managed to communicate with Ken by projecting his thoughts onto a piece of paper during their later conversations. If it wasn't the manufacturers of the Edward II chip who were playing a prank, is there any chance it could have been somebody else outside of Meadow Cottage in a circle, such as a mischievous local breaking in to plant the messages and then move around the furniture? This is a pretty popular theory, as it might also explain why the peculiar poltergeist activity didn't exactly involve plates and cups levitating across the room in front of Ken and Debbie. The dusty footprints and the cat-tin formations all took place with no witnesses, and there was nothing truly amazing or otherworldly happening here, such as blood spurting out of the kitchen walls. It was all stuff that could easily be done by humans with a few minutes to spare. Hugely surprising that, isn't it? Some have pondered why Ken and Debbie didn't just set up a hidden camera to monitor the computer and potentially catch a prankster, or maybe each other in the act. Well, it was the 1980s. Setting up a hidden camera, it's like, where are you going to hide that? The cameras were big and super expensive. If the messages continued to spill through, even when it was proven that nobody touched the computer, that could be an indicator that something truly strange was going on in Meadow Cottage. But it's understandable why Ken and Debbie didn't go down that route, bearing in mind that the earliest camcorders first came on the market in 1983, and they cost an absolute fortune, about $6,000 in today's money. And it's crazy now that even on this old iPad, like, there's a video camera on here that I've never even used. Never used it. And it's something much than that. Just 40 years ago, it would cost $6,000. Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
If they couldn't afford to buy their own computer in the early days, they wouldn't have been able to buy a camcorder either. I'm of the opinion that the biggest issue with the village pranksters theory is that it's almost as ridiculous as the theory that all the messages from 1546 and 2109 were completely genuine. Well, it's not ridiculous as that, Danny. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't believe it at all. But it's not as ridiculous as time travel. There were over 300 messages received from either Thomas Haywarden or the 2109, not to mention all the ghostly activity that was going on. So this means the pranksters would have had to break in undetected hundreds of times in a relatively short time period for this to work. I know that home security wasn't exactly high-tech back in 1985, but this is stretching credulity just a little bit, unless Ken and Debbie spent their whole lives walking around in a daze. If anyone is still clinging to the idea that the Dodderson messages must therefore have been genuine, there are a few too many suspicious elements for my liking, quite aside from the fundamental problem that the whole concept is as mad as a light box of frogs. There's the aforementioned issue of Lucas Wainman, as he was known, supposedly testing Ken and Debbie by pretending that he attended Jesus College in Oxford when it wouldn't have built for another 25 years. While some have questioned how on earth Lucas could have known that Jesus College would be built in 1571, I suppose he could have learned this from the 2109. It's more puzzling why the name Lucas suddenly changed to Thomas Haywarden later on in the story. Yes, maybe he was hiding under a pseudonym to evade witch hunters, but I can't help feeling there was a different reason. There was no trace of a real Lucas Wainman dating back to the 16th century, but there was most certainly a Thomas Haywarden. Could a potential perpetrator of the hoax have come across the real evidence of Thomas Haywarden and decided to change the name of the main character to add a little bit of credulity to the story? Could he have, Danny? Seems extremely likely in my opinion. It's also quite curious that the new surname matches the name of the nearby village in which both Ken and Peter taught at Haywarden High School. It was even the name of Peter's house. I knew I recognized that name. I was trying to think, do I recognize it from this video? Or did I just record a video the other day with some dude who had the same surname? No, it was the high school. That's right. I knew it seemed familiar. Sheriff Falhurst may be another person who really existed, but this part of the saga is particularly unconvincing, and the sheriff acts in the most peculiar manner. Surely after having Thomas Haywarden arrested for looking into a witchcraft lightbox, he himself decides to commit the exact same crime before releasing his prisoner, allowing him to take his sinister box of tricks with him. But even Sheriff Falhurst is not quite as unconvincing as the 2109 themselves. We're going to have a bit of difficulty faking language from the far future, as you have to try and predict how the language and orthography will have evolved over time. The potential perpetrator of this hoax seemed to try and get around this problem by just having the 2109 converse in a fairly modern manner, but shoving in loads of spelling mistakes to make the text look a bit distinctive. Yeah, but you have to be consistent, right? And I don't think spelling is the biggest thing that changes. It's the introduction of new words. Like, there's all words and phrases. There's new words and phrases being introduced all the time. And I feel that those would be a much more common thing to come across rather than just, like, changed spellings. As for the 2109 themselves, they can't seem to make up their mind about who they are, what they want, and whether or not they're in charge of the experiments. Most of the messages are just insane, meaningless drivel, which is trying far too hard to sound mysterious and clever, but rarely says anything at all. If the 2109 really did come from the future, then sadly the future appears to be full of idiots. Maybe that's not so implausible. The idea of Thomas Haywarden writing a book and leaving it somewhere for Ken Webster to find in the future is quite a clever idea, but it's not an original idea. 15 years before the Doddelson messages started coming through, Jack Finney wrote a novel called Time and Again in 1970, which has been described by Stephen King as the greatest time travel novel ever written. Wow, I must read that. I like Stephen King wrote one of my favorite time travel books, 1963. And if he says this is the best one, I'm inclined to believe him. I will search that out. The novel includes a segment in which the narrator explains that he wrote the manuscript after traveling back in time to 1882 and then left it hidden in the New York Public Library for his friend to find in the future. Could this have been the stolen idea which inspired one of the final plot twists in the Doddelson messages? If, as seems incredibly likely, the Doddelson messages was all just one big hoax, which of the main characters was behind it? When I first started digging into this story, I had my money on the lodger Nicola Baguli. Yeah, me too. Well, no. First I had my money on the pet cat, but then I changed my mind and went with Nicola. After all, she seemed to be a creative soul who enjoyed writing performance sketches, and maybe this was the ultimate performance sketch. However, as she disappears from the story quite early on, I think we have to rule out Nicola. Whilst we're at it, I think we can also rule out Peter Trindle too, as he seemed to be quite skeptical of the whole thing and noted that during his own observations, the new messages usually came through when Debbie was in Meadow Cottage. What could that mean? Debbie was also the only one who claimed to see visions of Lucas Wainman in her dreams and appeared to be far more affected by the poltergeist than her boyfriend Ken. However, the most accepted theory is that the hoax was perpetrated by Ken Webster, either with or without assistance from Debbie. I actually have another final suspect in the frame, which I find far more intriguing, but let's stick with Ken for just a moment. I think, is Danny going to go back to the ufologist guy? The ufologist dude? Ken admits in his own book, The Vertical Plane, that he was growing tired of the Doddelson messages and he was keen to move on with his life by the late 1980s. That's possibly an odd thing to say when you believe that you're receiving messages from the past and future. I'm bored of all this potentially earth-shattering stuff that is happening to me. I think I'll take up bowling instead. Whilst he was still at Doddelson, he also left his job at Haywarden High School and took up a new position, which apparently was far more demanding and left him with little spare time. It seems more than a little bit coincidental that during the exact same time period when Ken was allegedly growing bored of all of this, and he found himself with less free time, both Thomas Haywarden and the 2109 suddenly decided to cease all conversation and fall silent forever. It's possible that this was a shrewd marketing plan gone wrong. Ken may have been setting us up for the discovery of Thomas Haywarden's manuscript, which he intended to write himself, but then had a change of heart. Perhaps he realized it'd be quite difficult to write an entire book in the challenging 16th century language of Thomas Haywarden, and it would fail to pass the intense scrutiny of experts who were bound to deem the manuscript to be a fraud. It would be much easier and less risky to just write his own true story book on the matter and forget about the antique manuscript, which was destined to never be found, despite the confident predictions of the 2109. Yes, it does, doesn't it? It sounds like he's following my tried and true formula of, if you want to write a book and it's not very good, just label it as non-fiction. Or maybe Ken just lost a bit of faith following the fairly cool reaction from the press, which bordered on complete disinterest. Although certain quarters of the UK press usually lap up a good ghost story, this one didn't seem to generate much interest at all at the time, aside from a small article in the Daily Mail. Ken's idea of writing his own true story book under his own name may have proven to be his downfall. Dr. Laura Wright of Cambridge University is a language expert who disagreed with Peter Trindle's assessment that the Tudor text of the Doddelson messages was authentic. She reckons that the verb structure was hopelessly wrong and concluded if it's supposed to look like early modern English writing, it doesn't even look close. But Dr. Laura Wright also took the time to compare the text of all the Doddelson messages to Ken Webster's own language that was used in his book, The Vertical Plane. And following close analysis of the use of adjectives in front of nouns, she concluded that their styles of writing were remarkably similar. Shocking. It sounds as if Ken Webster may have written himself into a corner and that the Doddelson messages and The Vertical Plane were both written by the same hands. You what? Here's the one final plot twist that I want to throw into the mix before we reach the final page. What if Ken Webster never existed, and the true perpetrator was nutty ufologist Gary Rowe all along? Holy really? What if Ken Webster never existed? I assumed we had some record of Ken Webster being a real person. If we rewind the VHS cassette back to that 1996 UK TV show Out of This World, there's a fascinating moment which gets overlooked by followers of the Doddelson messages. As I mentioned earlier, we never get to see the faces of either Ken or Debbie during their interview, as they're keen to protect their privacy. The narrator also went to great lengths to stress that neither Ken or Debbie wanted to be identified. If that's the case, then could it be that the shadowy Ken and Debbie were actually using pseudonyms? If they were that keen to protect their privacy, it seems a little bit silly to have their real names plastered across the TV screens of Great Britain. There's not really much evidence at all to suggest Ken Webster was a real person, or at least there's not much evidence to suggest that the author of The Vertical Plane was a teacher living in Dawdleston named Ken Webster. At some point, somebody gave an interview to the Daily Mail, somebody wrote a book under the name Ken Webster, and somebody gave a faceless interview on television. It's true that a man who at least sometimes goes by the name Ken Webster has an author's biography and appears to have held some prestigious positions, but it's not out of the question that he and Gary Rowe may be one and the same. Can't you just someone phone up that school and be like, yo, school, did you ever have a teacher by this name? And they'll be like, no. Done. Mystery solved. Just go back through their archives. Schools keep a record taught at their schools. It's been tricky to dig up any concrete information about the main players in the story, so it can't be ruled out that Gary Rowe just created his own cast of characters in a long-running work of fiction which never happened. In this dimension, at least. The idea that the Society of Physical Research allegedly got involved adds a bit of authenticity to the story, but the fact that they never filled a report suggests that they only got involved in the author's overworked mind. And it's funny how when the 2109 were looking for a ufologist to help make further progress on an experiment that was never actually explained, they selected a guy who just happened to live around the corner in an electoral ward which was reportedly made up of precisely 2,109 households at the time. Was this maybe a cheeky clue? Whilst Ken, Debbie, and the rest of the cast of characters have slipped into obscurity, Gary Rowe is still the only one keeping the flame burning in his regular forum posts, which often sound as nonsensical and as meaningless as the supposed communications from 2109. Perhaps Gary was on another marketing drive to generate fresh interest in the 2022 reprint of The Vertical Plane. Or maybe he even plans to spill the beans one day on those secret communications in a book written under his own name. This could be the latest development in quite a remarkable promotional strategy, which has so far spanned nearly 40 years. And did sell like thousands of copies of a book. So maybe it worked? Whilst I would conclude that the Dawdleston messages was almost certainly a hoax engineered by either the entity known as Ken Webster or the entity known as Gary Rowe, I'd be happy to eat an entire pyramid formation of cat food tins if I'm proved wrong by the discovery of a 16th century book penned by Thomas Hayward and which is deemed to be authentic. Yeah, me and Danny and I will eat that cat food together. I'll eat an entire tin of cat food. I'll eat the entire pyramid of cat food slowly over time, if that turns out to be the case, because it won't. Because it's not real. But
Yum.
which one of these two potential books is likely to be the first to land in a bookstore near you? My Quite Remarkable Adventures with the Leames Boist by Thomas Haywarden, or okay then, I'll tell you what's inside those sealed envelopes by Gary Rowe. Placeth your bets now. Yes. God, this was a lot of nonsense, wasn't it? Thanks so much for being here. If you enjoy the show, please leave it a review. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we decode the unknown. This one written by Katie, read by me, chemtrails, so we being controlled from above. The format of the show, if you're new here, never read this before, we're going to explore it together. I do know a little bit about chemtrails because obviously they're not real, are they? I mean, they're called contrails and they come out the back of planes. They're just condensation, right? From like warm emitting cold air and making little clouds, you know? Like things that exist rather than the government spreading or whoever, the New World Order. Who cares? It's all nonsense. But we're going to spend a long time today discussing that. I imagine so, unless Katie has uncovered some vast conspiracy and it turns out that chemtrails are actually real and we've blown the lid on something huge. But probably not, because you'd have heard about it on the news. And if you're watching this video after following some news article about it, then, well, you're not, are you? Because it's not real. Let's go. Originally, I suggested this topic as it seemed kind of easy and fun to pull apart, and in fact, whoa. Steady on, Katie. It sounds like you're about to be like, turns out it's real. Uh-oh. In fact, I was even having trouble finding any pro-chemtrail materials with general Google searches. Then I went down a rabbit hole of Facebook groups and YouTube videos, and that's when I started getting a bit panicky. Why? Because it suddenly occurred to me that maybe I'm just part of the sheeple after all. No, Katie, you're not. Chemtrails aren't real. Unless I read this whole script and then it ends with me. Now I'm just Alex Jones. I'm just like, it's just, I've changed my entire brand. And now I'm just pro-conspiracy theory. I'm no longer a sheep. I'm thinking for myself. My giant brain is active. I see photo after photo, video after video, and post after post telling me that I'm being lied to, that the health of myself and my family is at risk, and that we're all just bumbling along while other people pull the strings, and the only thing I can do about it is join this growing voice, this revolution that's being swatted away as mere conspiracy nuts, paranoid weirdos, who are, in reality, the only people who can see the whole truth of the situation. And I don't want to be a sheep, blindly following the herd if the direction we're all headed is mute surrender and slaughter. I don't want to be complicit or accepting in the face of schemes so blatant that surely everyone could see them for what they are. Oh God, Katie, have they finally turned you? No! While I feel like I have a healthy skepticism for some things I'm told, I also feel like I have no knowledge or way of knowing if other things I'm told are true or not. So what's a person to do? At some point you have to trust, because it's like, and you have to find the people that you can trust. And they're not in Facebook groups. They're like scientists and engineers. And yeah, like that. Like 9/11, right? It's like, yeah, the vast majority. In fact, almost all engineers, other than a tiny minority, are like, yeah, 9/11, it was just the steel or whatever it's made out got real hot. And then it collapsed because there were planes flown into it. And then there's a really small group of people on Facebook being like, oh, it doesn't work like that. Steel doesn't melt at those temperatures. Don't believe them. Believe the engineers. The vast majority of engineers. They're not all lying to you, are they?
I agree. I agree with you.
Turns out this video ages poorly when in 2050 it comes out that 9/11 was a false flag operation for some reason. Which it wasn't. Never gonna happen. I'll eat a hat if it does. If I'm still alive in I hope I'm still alive in 2050. I wouldn't even be that old. Jesus, why did I say that? It's not even that long away. Oh, God. So what's a person to do? Should I refriend my old neighbor on Facebook who I had to delete for constantly posting nonsensical videos about COVID and child trafficking? Do I go all in, as it's pretty obvious that there are many, many things that us mere members of the public have no idea about? Do I follow Graham Linehan on what used to be called Twitter? Who the f*** is Graham Linehan? Well, that might be going a bit far. Wait, who is Graham Linehan?
Who the hell is this guy?
Am I supposed to know who this is? Apparently the last thing I googled on my iPad was Bill and Ben the Flower Pot Men. What the Linehan. Oh, he looks a bit wacky, doesn't he? Oh, he's an Irish comedy writer and an anti-transgender activist. Why? I don't understand, if that's the first thing about you, it's like the second thing is anti-transgender activist. It's like, why do you care? Why does anyone care about any of... I mean, like, not in the positive way of like... it's just like, why can't I just do what you want? Am I transgender? No. Do I give a shit that there are transgender people? No. Like, I just do what you want. It's fine. I find it very strange when people take like a bizarrely strong opinion against this. It's like, I don't understand. Like, that person just feels like they're a man when they're born a woman, or they feel like a woman when they were born a man. I'm like, I know this is a political minefield, and maybe I should be like, well, I do care because it's an important issue. And it's like, just do what you want to do. Like, I don't give a shit. As long as you're not hurting other people, it's fine. Wait, so why are we reading about Graham Linehan? Is he also a conspiracy? He co-created the sitcoms Father Ted and Black Books. Oh, I quite liked Black Books. That was quite funny. And the IT crowd. Oh. I never got into the IT crowd. My wife enjoys the IT crowd, and she was like, you'll like this too. And I watched a few episodes, and I just didn't get into it. Linehan says he's a victim of cancel culture, and that his views have lost him work and ended his marriage. Well, I don't think cancel culture ended your marriage, mate. And also, it just sounds like your views lost you work because your views are just a little bit unpleasant. Would I like to work with you? No. No. So I guess they did lose you work, but that's not being cancelled. That's just like if you're a prick, not that you are, just, some people might say, might be my opinion, that they seem like they're a prick, but it's not a statement of objective fact. Well, then people don't want to work with you, do they? All right, so let's move on finally from Graham here. But my point is, I find it quite easy to be pulled into the vortex of swirling conspiracy theory. I guess the reason why I can't pull myself back out again is that I really prefer being on the outside of it. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole. It's dark, it's scary, and who knows what might be lying in wait at the end. If that's what it takes to pull the mask off the true face of our society, then I'm afraid you'll have to count me out. At least until the hole is made a bit less claustrophobic. Simon, will you take a torch, lots of batteries, and a nice big shovel to make it a bit less scary to go down this path? Okie dokie. If we can have some strong rope to help pull ourselves back out if we need to, that would be good too. The strong rope is my extremely rational mind. And now, I guess, we'll go into the hole. What are chemtrails? At the start of writing this, I had a vague outline of how to set it out, which basically said, what are chemtrails, what aren't chemtrails, why is this a conspiracy theory, mistrust of government, etc. A little peek behind the curtain of my writing process there, and that was about it. But I tell you what, those rabbit holes have side tunnels, so many side tunnels, so this is going to get a bit bigger than just some weird-ass clouds in the sky thing, but I digress. Let me get back to my amazingly handy original plan and talk about chemtrails and what they are. I'm sure everyone watching or listening to this has probably seen the sky at some point in their lives, even if just in a YouTube video. Unless you're watching this from some post-apocalyptic world where you have to live in a bunker and someone downloaded the whole of YouTube, so you've got stuff to watch while you wait out the nuclear holocaust or whatever the fuck is going on the surface. Or maybe the robots have finally, what do they say in the Matrix? They've like blacked out the sky. They've scorched the sky. It's pretty big, usually some shade of blue, that gets gradually darker as the sun goes down. Wet stuff sometimes falls out of it, and a lot of the time you can see white fluffy things up there, which are sometimes quite scary and dark depending on what's going on in that sky of ours. Sky is pretty neat. Anyway, those white fluffy things are called clouds, and normal clouds are formed of teensy tiny ice crystals of water or water droplets. You might see other white stuff in the sky, generally coming out of the back end of an aeroplane. These are called contrails, which is a portmanteau of the words condensation and trails. Guess it's not technically a portmanteau, sorry about that. Basically, the white streaks that the planes often leave behind happen when the hot exhaust of said plane mixes with the colder temperatures found at high altitudes. God, I'm such a big brain. Knew that immediately.
Smart.
This causes enough condensation to form visible cloud-like trails which hang around for various lengths of time depending on atmospheric conditions. Okay, so what? Well, if you've branched off down the conspiracy side tunnel, you may be familiar with the term chemtrail. This is made by adding chem, short for chemical, to the front of the word trail, short for trail. Chemtrail, get it? Yeah. It's not very big brain because the people who came up with this have small brains. An intentional trail of chemicals spewing from the planes overhead. Why? Well, for many reasons apparently, including manipulating the weather, the testing of biological or chemical weapons, and many other sorts of experimental stuff on us poor schmoes on the ground. And none of it is good. Now, before we get into that, however, let's reverse back to the main tunnel and look at exactly what chemtrails are and what they are not. What aren't chemtrails? Okay, so sticking to my very thorough and well thought out plan so far, just to make sure we're all on the same conspiracy path here are a few things that either do not count as chemtrails or have been wrongly identified as chemtrails. Number 1, contrails. Well, duh. This is one of the major points of this whole episode, but just briefly, contrails are the commonplace cloud-like trails that dissipate very quickly. Chemtrails contain other things, allegedly, so may either be bigger in size and or last a lot longer in the atmosphere than regular old contrails. We'll be making these comparisons a lot, so let's just move on to cover the rest of the list first. Number 2, crop dusting. Hey, sometimes planes do spray things into the air on purpose, but this usually happens at a very localized level. If you see a small plane flying low with a big cloud of stuff coming out the back of it, this is probably, and hopefully, what is now called aerial application. Why did they have to rename crop dusting?
Huh? Why not?
They'll be using planes to squirt fertilizers, pesticides, or fungicides over an area of crops. Sometimes various seeds are also sown aerially as well. No way! They plant seeds with planes? That's amazing. Humans are cool. The plumes of dust you might see from these activities are not chemtrails, as they do not create long-lasting streaks high up in the sky. Number 3, aircraft pollution. It's nice to think that the normal trails we see behind planes are just water vapor. How innocent and clean. Yeah, it's like just this because you're not seeing the huge amount. The amount of petrol or what's it called? Kerosene that airplanes burn is insane. Like, it's just, they are burning it. Burning. But no, obviously planes burn a lot of fossil fuels and emit a lot of CO2. I don't like it. Like, when I book a flight, it's like, I'm always gonna go by plane. It's not like I'm just gonna see the, that CO2. Do you have this in America as well? When you book a flight, they always tell you, like, how many tons of CO2 that you're emitting on your flight. And it's like, it just makes me feel bad, because it's not like, oh, well, I just see that I make like 700 tons of CO2 by just me taking this little journey. I guess it's not so little, but it's like, oh my God, okay, well, I guess I'm not going to go there. Well, no, obviously not. I'm still going to book it, and I just feel bad that I've emitted 700 tons of carbon dioxide. It's like calorie counts on menus. I'm not going to change what I'm ordering. I'm just going to feel a bit about eating it. Why do you have to do this?
Why?
I still have to have lunch. But no, planes obviously burn a lot of fossil fuels and emit a lot of CO2. When people talk about chemtrails, however, they're not talking about super polluted lines left in the sky by passing aircraft. They're talking about specially created chemical mixes that are intentionally being sprayed out by a plane. And while we've mentioned this, here's another thing that is not technically a chemtrail, but does tie into the conspiracy theories around it, and that's number 4. Cloud seeding. Starting from early 1946, scientists and meteorologists have been attempting to influence clouds to create more precipitation by seeding them with various substances that can induce an increase in the number or size of ice particles and therefore more rain or snow. It sounds pretty good. There have been differing accounts, however, as to whether cloud seeding is actually worth the bother or not. There are also conflicting views on whether the substances used to increase precipitation, such as silver iodide, present any dangers to the people, animals, or environment onto which the seeded clouds dump out their contents. I think the general consensus at the moment is the amount of silver iodide used is an acceptably safe amount, but there haven't been studies into the long-term issues. Yeah, I remember making a video and it was like, this whole cloud seeding thing, it might not actually work. Like, the science is definitely not in. Because before making that video, I was kind of like, yeah, cloud seeding, like where they shoot up rockets into the sky and then it rains or some shit like that. The water appears. And apparently the science is just not as locked in as I thought, apparently. Anyway, I added this as it's an example of weather modification that seems to have good intentions, is carried out quite legally and actually much more frequently than I realized. According to Popular Science's website, quote, the Chinese Meteorological Association is the world's biggest cloud seeding operation, reportedly creating billions of tons of rain every year to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay, well, maybe it does work in China. It also states that local officials from Wyoming to Mumbai carry out summertime seeding to provide rainfall for farmers, and state and city officials seed clouds in the Sierra Nevada each winter, hoping for a little extra snow in the lucrative tourist season. Oh my God, it's really going on. Well, maybe it does work. Now I don't know. I thought the science really wasn't in. It's just, if it doesn't work, they're wasting a huge amount of money, aren't they? So far, so benign, but have you heard of Operation Popeye? No, I haven't, Katie. Tell me more. Here's where shadowy undercover stuff starts to enter the chat. Between 1967 and 1972, the US military were enacting covert cloud seeding missions designed to lengthen Vietnam's monsoon season to help the US in their war effort against the North. The rainy season was apparently 35 to 45 days longer than average. Each year, they did this with the aim of making roads harder to drive on and causing flooding and landslides to make it difficult or impossible for North Vietnamese supply trucks to go anywhere. Whether the increase in... It's like from Red Alert 2 or whatever. They've actually made a weather control machine. Whether the increase in rain was actually real and was caused by cloud seeding has only been confirmed anecdotally, but the fact that the US was using weather modification as a military tactic was shocking to people when the reports were declassified a couple of years yet later. Yeah, of course it would be. It'd be amazing. It would be someone today being like, oh yeah, we've been using this incredible technology, which you didn't even think was possible. You'd be like, God damn, okay, guys. Military really does have the best shit. Quick to stop other countries doing unto them what they had just done to another, the US held talks with the then Soviet Union and whacked up the Convention on the Prohibition of Military or Any Other Hostile Use of Environmental Modification Techniques, which entered into force in October 1978. Articles include, quote, each state party to this convention undertakes not to engage in military or any other hostile use of environmental modification techniques having widespread, long-lasting, or severe effects as the means of destruction, damage, or injury to other state party. Spoil sport. Someone out there was like, I was finally working on making hurricanes and now this? You bastards, my life's work! This is then clarified to say the term environmental modification techniques refers to any technique for changing through the deliberate manipulation of natural processes the dynamics, composition, or structure of the Earth, including its biota, lithosphere, hydrosphere, and atmosphere, or of outer space. Okay, scientists got those sciencey words in there. trying to cover all their bases for the future there, it seems. This might have been fine in the 1970s, but nowadays, with climate change and therefore environmental experiments at the forefront of many a mind, it seems that the convention would be extremely hard to enforce. In the Popular Science article, Deborah Gordon, director of the Energy and Climate Program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, agrees. She's quoted as saying, "There's a lack of transparency in the research. We don't even know what people are working on. You can't govern something you can't see." And that's for peaceful applications. How do we know there aren't Operation Popeyes going on or not? Now, the main difference between cloud seeding and other weather manipulation possibilities is that cloud seeding is currently allowed, as it uses weather that is already there, clouds hanging out in the sky. It's not creating the weather to begin with. Well, doesn't the thing also say that they can't do it? It's got to be a hostile thing. If they're just like making it rain, that's not hostile. It's at this overlapping frontier of well-intentioned experimentation that possible secretive, not-so-well-intentioned experimentation and easily explainable, not suspicious stuff that the whole chemtrails theory lies. Exploring the conspiracy theory. At surface level, the chemtrail crowd believe that the trails produced by the planes in the sky are actually filled with chemicals or biological agents of some kind. These are then used for a variety of reasons, from manipulating the weather or geoengineering to purposefully poisoning or performing chemical weapons tests on the population below. This is scary stuff, and if I did believe it, I would not set a foot outside my house for fear of poison raining down on me. Hang on. Since the pandemic, chemtrails have also variously spread COVID, as well as distributed the vaccines for it. It's like, guys, make up your minds. What is it doing? Well, it's doing both. And then we breathe in those microchips, don't we? Yes! Can we have it both ways? Well, it seems we can. Don't worry, though. If you put a bowl of white vinegar outside, this is apparently enough to clear up your immediate vicinity. A YouTube video from Divine Truth 2 states, white vinegar is acetic acid, and it releases negative ions into the atmosphere when it evaporates. Putting a couple of liters of it in bowls or open jars, or even better, warming it in a slow cooker outside your home, will remove chemtrails and artificial clouds, allowing the sun to shine through. This is chemistry, so please try it before you discount it. You're gonna know your neighbor's insane. It's like, what's that? Oh yeah, that's my Instapot. Why have you set it up outside on an extension cable? Is that vinegar? What are you doing? It's like, oh, it's to keep the chemtrails away. I'd be like, okay, Trevor. I'm going back inside my house now, Trevs. Oh, I don't doubt that it's chemistry, my dear. I just don't think that a few bowls scattered about outside is going to do anything to dispel clouds of chemicals many thousands of feet above you, but hey, whatever makes you feel better. At least if I see a slow cooker outside someone's home, I can warn the kids to avoid the house come Halloween. Yes. It's like, oh, an insane person lives here. Drill deeper into the conspiracy theory, however, and you'll find that at a subsurface level, its tunnels run and join with the huge underground lake of conspiracy theories that is basically that the global elite are trying to enslave us all. I also saw the theory that chemtrails are just a distraction to prevent us from noticing that the cabal is trying to control the jet stream to then focus solar radiation on the Earth's core. This will then trigger a massive subduction event which will basically ruin the entire Earth's surface. A subduction is done when the edge of one tectonic plate goes under the edge of another. This causes volcanoes to be pushed up, earthquakes and tsunamis to occur, and could change the shape of entire continents. I mean, as theories go, this one is a big one, but what exactly would be the point of that? Yeah, it's always like, to what end? To what end, conspiracy theorists? Why? Why does the global elite want to end? And let's not even talk about how solar radiation is shining through the Earth's core, into the Earth's core. Do you have any idea how far down that is? It's far. I tell you, it's far. There's a lot of stuff in between that. There's a whole mantle. It's pointless arguing with people who believe chemtrails are man-made crowd control solutions. As we already know, there's no telling anyone anything these days. Yeah, the people who believe in this and are watching this video are they're immediately thinking right now, Simon's being so dismissive. He hasn't looked at any of the evidence. He's not, this. He's just a sheep. Blah, blah, blah. Let me write something in the comments. You know what? I'm not reading the comments. I don't read the comments. Why would I read the comments? I'm not insane. Not on a video like this. I'll read the comments on, like, other videos. But on this one, like some Decoding the Unknowns about conspiracy theorists, you're like... There be demons. And if you're thinking about commenting, you are one of those demons. I mean, not if you're leaving like a comment being like, chemtrails, people are dumb. But if you're leaving it like, well, Simon, actually, I used to know someone who worked somewhere, who worked with someone who knew someone in the NSA and the global elite cabal, and they were trying to subduct some continent into some other continent to make a tsunami. It's like, sure you did, mate. Sure you did. If a video purportedly from someone who admits to spraying dangerous chemicals in the air is flagged as false information, the chemtrail crowd will therefore automatically believe that it's true. The fact that the air and ground samples taken in response to chemtrail fears have shown nothing particularly harmful in them just means that they're either fake or not carried out properly. I looked up a scientist that I saw in a video who was saying that chemtrails are real, but then he had a whole bunch of other stuff on his page, and in fact, one of the comments under a post was that the whole global subduction thing I just mentioned is real, so yes, not gaining much credibility in my book. Is he really a scientist? What sort of scientist is he? He's like the same way. He's a scientist the same way that chiropractors are doctors. Allegedly. Also in this video, an excerpt of which was published in the Chemtrails Over America channel, was a former pilot who was explaining how in the olden days contrails would last no longer than a minute, but now they're hanging around for much longer, so there must be something going on. To prove how official he was wearing what looked like a dark pilot's cap, a white short-sleeved uniform-looking shirt complete with a black tie and some off-white chinos. Basically, he looked like someone dressing up in various different components of a pilot's uniform to add weight to his words. Yeah, you know what pilots don't wear when they're not piloting? Pilots' uniforms. His caption was given as former commercial airline pilot, making his outfit appear even more ridiculous as he wasn't even employed by an airline anymore. Anyway, he was no scientist, so I don't know what he added to the argument, as I remember seeing contrails in the sky when I was a nipper and they definitely didn't disappear in under a minute. You could follow the path of the plane by eye for as long as you wanted. Yeah, honestly, what does the captain of the plane know any day? He's always in the plane. He can't see it. Someone on the ground has a better perspective than the captain of the plane. Checking in on a chemtrails Facebook page, it really makes me scared how the minds of some of these people work. What doesn't help is the actual extreme weather that countries all around the world are currently experiencing. As I write this, Maui just suffered from a devastating wildfire. Half of Canada seems to be on fire. European countries have experienced deadly heat waves and unparalleled flooding, and Hurricane Hillary blew through my state just a couple of days ago, the first tropical storm to hit California for over 80 years. People would post all kinds of things asking why this building burned but this tree didn't, and how can an inland desert flood when a coastal city didn't. Sometimes I'm like, oh my god, they're right, this is all so suspicious. Then I take a second to investigate for myself and it's all like, oh okay, these photos are from a totally different event years ago. And anyway, here are multiple different actual experts explaining things to me in a way that I can understand and makes total sense. Phew, mental meltdown averted. Yeah, but for some reason, people who believe in conspiracy theories, they don't do that. They're just like, cool, done. Seen it. That's all I need to know. No need to do any other research of any kind whatsoever. I'm convinced. I do think these people might just be a little bit... There's something wrong in their brain. I don't necessarily think they're dumb. I don't think they're super bright. But I don't think they're like... I don't think they're dumb off like all the time. It's just there's something in their brain that just works a little bit differently for some reason. Was this down to geoengineering? Not really. Was it down to climate change? Well, you betcha. Climate change is really the ultimate form of geoengineering, don't you think? We've run roughshod over this planet for so long now that we're actually reaping the consequences and people are looking for anyone to blame but themselves. But let's get back to chemtrails, shall we? There's currently a petition on the UK website 38degrees.org.uk, which is a call for the Department of Energy and Climate Change to inform the public of the United Kingdom about all atmospheric spraying programs. 38degrees.org.uk. Just want to clarify something. Just because you're a .org.uk, it sounds really official, but it means nothing. I could just go register like cockface.org.uk. And it doesn't add any authority, just in case people were thinking that for a second. Like gov.uk, obviously a little bit different. Or like military.uk. I don't know, like there's official ones. Org is not one of them. Alright, sounds fair enough. The petition, which is just shy of its 7,000 signatures needed at the time of writing, asked the department to fully inform the wider general public of the United Kingdom about all atmospheric aerosol injection and spraying programs, whether they are weather modification, geoengineering activities, experimental, testing or otherwise, and to explain why such activities are being allowed to take place in UK airspace without our fully informed permission or consent. There are some pretty good comments underneath, such as, if it was safe, why are they lying to us? The difference between contrails and chemtrails is obvious. They treat us like brain-dead fools. This is done on orders of unelected billionaire megalomaniacs, and their headquarters are World Economic Forum, NATO, WHO, etc., and one of the heads is none other than Sausage Fingers himself, Charles. It's amusing because he does have sausage fingers. That's the most correct thing you said in this comment. Also, do you not understand how insane the statement is, if it was safe, why are they lying to us? That makes no sense. Who's lying? What do you mean? Another commenter said, God help us all if this continues. I'm worried about the future generations. I'm 60 this year, and I have never seen such betrayal by these vile lunatics. And there's the current levels of stratospheric aerosol spraying, aka chemtrails trailing, is very likely the greatest risk to man and life of all forms on Earth. Okay, these are the sorts of comments that are going to be on this video. Hello there, lunatics. So let's get down to business. Is this really happening? Are these people reacting to a specific event or just reacting to what's outlined in the petition? I was impressed at first. It had nearly 7,000 signatures, but then I saw it had been running for 5 years, so not exactly an overnight success. Yeah, there's a lot of people. So, statistically, 7,000 of them are going to be a bit dim or have that little bit of their brain not working properly that I just discussed. If you're frustrated about how general this episode is, it's because the whole thing is rather nebulous. Chemtrails are trails of chemicals. What kind of chemicals? Well, who knows? But they're definitely bad for us and the planet. What is the point of chemtrails? Well, it could be anything from chemical warfare to mind control to sterilization to forced weather modification. It ain't good though, and the global elite are definitely behind it. If you don't believe they're real, you are a dumb sheep. That's about as clear as it gets, I'm afraid. It's clear as mud. Is clear as a chemtrail. I know this episode has been quite disparaging about the whole thing so far, but another side tunnel in the rabbit warren led me to find out that Britain, for one, has carried out many secret experiments to see the effects of potential biological warfare on its population. While they didn't release ricin or anthrax or anything, they did release lots of fluorescent zinc cadmium sulfide from planes over populated areas without the public's knowledge to see how the particles would spread. Yes, they did. I think they've done this in America as well. Does it mean that chemtrails, like being sprayed from commercial passenger jets, are real? No, it does not. According to an article in The Guardian titled "Millions Were in Germ War Tests," it states, while the government has insisted the chemical is safe, cadmium is recognized as a cause of lung cancer, and during the Second World War, it was considered by the Allies as a chemical weapon. These particular plane tests were carried out between 1955 and 1963. You may have noticed that this is way after the Second World War. The article mentions lots of other experiments, including the Dice trials in South Dorset between 1971 and 1975. These involved US and UK military scientists spraying into the air massive quantities of Serratia marcescens bacteria with an anthrax simulant and phenol. Now, this does sound insanely scary. According to scientists who looked into the safety of these tests, they concluded that there had been no risk to public health. Only 2 looked into it though, and it was decades after the tests were done. Some in the affected areas reported increases in birth defects over the time period of some of the trials, but the government has not taken any responsibility or acknowledged these as being related to the tests. Germ warfare tests near or over populous cities were also carried out by the US pretty willy-nilly in the 50s and 60s until the research was officially shut down in 1969 by President Nixon. What a hero. President Nixon, one of the greats. What we're saying is there have been many instances of governments doing secret aerial spray tests over populated areas to simulate biological warfare attacks. Some of these have had detrimental effects on the local environment and certain higher-risk humans. This is not the same as chemtrails, though. Chemtrails are supposedly purpose-built to distribute whatever over a certain area, not simulate how something else might act. So let's talk about those nefarious chemicals in the stratosphere. If planes are spewing them out to fall on us dullards below, how harmful can they actually be? And the easy answer here is, well, not very. Contrails form because of condensation caused by hot plane exhausts hitting cold temperatures. Chemtrails would also have to have the condensation factor in order to be visible, therefore they must also be produced at high altitudes. Yeah, chemtrails... Wait, let me read that again. Chemtrails would need to have the condensation factor in order to be visible. Well, unless... This is the thing, like a crop duster, right? When it sprays all that stuff, you can see it. But... So... Theoretically, you could be like, well, yeah, no, the planes are just spraying out that stuff, and that's what you're seeing. It's not condensation. But the amount of stuff they'd have to carry to make that kind of, like, line in the sky would be insane. So high that anything in them will be dispersed so far above us ground dwellers that anything potentially falling on us will be extremely minimal. As we've seen from past history, if any government or department wanted to carry out, for example, mass sterilizations on certain sectors of the population, they just did it the old-fashioned way, by just doing it. They don't spray some crap miles above the earth and hope enough of a concentration lands on the right people and not on any of their own friends and relatives. And adding chemicals to be sprayed out in certain locations would require the knowledge and consent of the pilot and/or aircraft crew. The amount of so-called chemtrails that are in the sky can't be produced by secret private or military aircraft. Commercial planes also need to be in on it. Also, you can look up at the sky and be like, wow, that plane's got a big trail behind it. And then you open up flight radar or Flight Tracker 24 or whatever, and you could be like, oh, well, yeah, no, that's Amsterdam to Chicago. And you're like, just like KLM. It's not like, you're not like, oh, that's just, that plane's not on the thing. It is. And you could see it. And you could probably go, if you're really curious, you can go to the airport and see all the people get on the plane. Is there a button in the cockpit that says spray that some person has to press at a certain point? Or maybe it's coded to say something else like peace sprinkles, happy seeds, or smart water. Commercial pilots fly all over the world. Are they really exposing people below to more than just regular old air pollution and the occasional chunk of frozen wee? Wait, that's not real. Is it? The airplanes don't dump that stuff out of the plane, do they? They just store it in a tank on the plane, right? Can they guarantee the targeting of their chemicals? What if there are stronger winds than anticipated and all stuff below just blows over their own state instead of the one they were aiming for? It just doesn't seem very likely or efficient. But oh, hang on, I forgot about the cabal controlling the jet stream. Now I suppose they can aim those chemical clouds wherever they want. And how are these chemicals being loaded onto the plane? Did my suitcase not make it to South Carolina just before Christmas because it got bumped for a barrel full of God knows what? You can usually see planes being loaded and unloaded from the airport terminal, and nobody's ever seen conspicuous numbers of barrels or whatever constantly being put on or taken off. And as I said, it would have to be an extraordinary amount. In a Facebook post in November 2022, someone posted 3 different photos with the caption, barrels of chemtrails with an incorrect apostrophe. Anyway, these showed various examples of large round tanks which turned out to be A, fuel, and B, water to simulate passenger and luggage weight for test flights. These barrels weren't hidden either. They took up a lot of the interior, so it's not as though you can covertly sneak them onto a commercial plane without anyone going, well, I'm next to a giant ominous-looking barrel with a skull and crossbones on it. Also, the photos weren't taken with a secret camera hidden in someone's button. At least one of them was an official press tour photo that was published in a newspaper. Worryingly, a grown man wrote under this post, hypothetical question, if we were to somehow shoot one of these planes down, would it be considered self-defense? No, you dunce. It would be considered mass murder and or a terrorist act. Honestly, some people. You would think that not every single scientist would be in big government's pocket, and that some would speak out if they thought this was actually happening. I'm not talking about the odd one here or there like the guy in the video with the old pilot wearing his uniform. I'm talking about whole groups or departments. A research group under Professor David Keith of Harvard states, quote, "We have not seen any credible evidence that chemtrails exist. If we did see evidence that governments were endangering their own citizens in the manner alleged in the chemtrails conspiracy, we would be eager to expose and stop any such activities." Well, you'd hope anyway. Try telling that to Mr. Super Subduction event and see how far that gets you. Yeah, you just can't be telling some people. In a total coincidence, while I'm writing this, I had a Facebook memories thing pop up. Yes, I'm old and still use Facebook. Anyway, on this day, 14 years ago, I posted 2 pictures of contrails in my album Cackmeister General, because as well as being old, I'm also hilarious. Cackmeister. One of these showed contrails in a noughts and crosses grid formation, and another showed even more vertical and horizontal lines crisscrossing over my town. I didn't make any reference to chemtrails as I hadn't heard of them, and I thought that the lines just looked cool, although one of my friends posted a comment a year later saying, "Conspiracy theory, they are chemtrails," with 5 exclamation points. I managed to have a baby a few years later, so I guess the birth control chemical in them wasn't working, but I probably wouldn't argue if it came out that the intelligence of that particular town was lower than average. A vague conclusion. Alright, I think I managed to convince myself at least that those lines in the sky are just normal airplane trails and nothing to worry about. Well, good, Katie, because you're absolutely correct.
Correct.
Are they hanging around longer than they used to? Well, unless people have been timing how long they take to dissipate over the last few decades, well, it's kind of hard to tell. There are also multiple factors involved in how long a contrail will take to disappear. Maybe there are new components of jet fuel that make contrails last in the air longer than they used to. Vapor clouds could last longer in higher humidity conditions, so maybe the warming of the planet is also a contributing factor. Maybe they are exactly the same as they'd always been, but people are now paying more attention to them due to the various conspiracy theories attached to them. Interestingly, normal contrails themselves contribute to what might be considered weather modification or geoengineering. Because the planes flying at high altitude produce these cloud formations, these clouds and the nitrogen oxide that the planes emit actually contribute more to global warming than CO2 emissions from planes. What? Really? That's crazy. Oh my god, that makes me feel even worse about those CO2 numbers that I see when booking my flight. So let's end with a long quote from David Keith's Harvard Research Group. If you believe in chemtrails, ask yourself how you can be so certain there is indeed a grand conspiracy. Consider alternative, simpler explanations. Remember that the internet is filled with people who are completely sure about stuff that just isn't true. Remember that while governments can keep secrets that involve only a few people, they do a very bad job of keeping large-scale programs secret. The Russians, for example, knew specific details about the Manhattan Project before the first nuclear weapons test, and that was a case where those individuals had a clear patriotic motivation to keep the secret. If you think that aircraft contrails look different or are behaving strangely, consider that regular aircraft condensation trails, contrails, are sometimes long-lasting, and the way they look can change suddenly along a flight path as aircraft fly through regions with different temperature and humidity. This is well understood and has been demonstrated by ground observation and by scientific research performed by thousands of people over many decades. Of course, it's possible that something else is going on, but to prove it, one would need more than simple photographs of something that looks entirely consistent with normal contrails. And that, David, is why you're at Harvard, because you have a massive brain. Thanks for calming us all down, Professor Keith, unless you're just a shill for the global elite, in which case, screw you. Now, please excuse me. I've got a subduction to prepare for. Yes, and that's where we end today's slightly ridiculous episode. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoy the show, please do leave it a review. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, or maybe use that dislike button if you think that I'm a sheep. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. Today, the Shroud of Turin, the most studied artifact in human history. Written by Katie, read by me. I've never read this before, that's the format of the show. We're going to explore it together, but spoiler alert, I'm pretty sure, wasn't this around like a long time ago? People were like, this is the thing that they put on Jesus' face after he was crucified. I think that's what the Shroud of Turin is, and it has like Jesus' face imprinted on it. And then science came along at some point and we're like, oh well, let's just carbon date it. And then it turned out to be like way later, and it just turns out to be completely fake. Spoiler alerts! We got 22 pages, so let's get some more details, I suppose. Or, if you're already done, thanks for watching! The Turin Shroud, or the Shroud of Turin, is a large piece of linen that was apparently used to wrap the corpse of a dead man many hundreds of years ago, and his image has been somehow left imprinted on the material. So what's the big deal? Well, it's long been argued that the man wrapped in the shroud was none other than the Big J himself, Jesus Christ. Why wasn't that thousands of years ago rather than when I was born? Oh, this is so confusing, the Jesus timeline, I never really understand. I recently learned that after Jesus came back from the dead, apparently he didn't live for very long, and then he died later, which was news to me. I never really considered what happened after Jesus is like risen from the dead, because I don't care.
Best do I look like I care? No.
Added to that is that there's no way for the image to have appeared on the cloth other than through the energy expelled when he was resurrected. This has led to the shroud being so scrutinized over the centuries that it is, apparently, thanks to the age-old tradition of religious faith versus science, the most studied artifact in all of human history. And yet, we still don't have definitive answers. Oh, okay, maybe we don't. Maybe they're just like, maybe they carbon dated it. Like, no, it turns out that, yeah, it's Jesus' DNA. It's not, because if we had Jesus' DNA, there would be a whole thing about, like, finding out who's related to Jesus. It would be a lot of people. Did Jesus have kids? I don't even know that. I assume no. Right? I assume no, because otherwise there'd be like that whole Dan Brown thing of, like, working out who's related to Jesus. Fascinating, Simon. Carry on. It's now Simon's turn to peel back the shroud and see if we can answer the questions surrounding it, such as, Jesus, is that really you? What can we learn from recent discoveries about the shroud? Is the whole thing actually a hoax? Can we shoehorn the Knights Templar in here? Oh, I hope so. Hold your breath no longer, folks. It's time to unwrap the Turin shroud. Unwrap it around Jesus' dead face.
Oh.
I'll stop. Sorry. Sorry, people who love Jesus. Love you. Shroud Atlas. Details about the artifact itself. First things first. Let's get some info on what exactly we're talking about here. A shroud is a cloth that is wrapped around a body prior to burial. The shroud of... Wait, so then... Oh, okay, prior to burial. So they're not unwrapping someone who's... Do they wrap people in shrouds? I don't... Oh, people are buried in clothes. Like, this I'm just thinking of about the UK. So I've been to a few funerals, and there's always a bit of a discussion about what the person's going to be wearing in their coffin, which is going to be burned, and you can't see it. It's just like, so the Undertaker puts someone in these clothes that you choose for them, and then because we're not weird, we don't have like the open casket funerals like Americans. Like, hello, Grandma, you're looking radiant because someone's like plastered your face with makeup because you're dead. Like, what's that about? But they dress the person in these clothes and then put them in the box, and then they burn the box. What are we talking about? Oh, okay, so yeah, being wrapped in a shroud's a bit of a vibe, isn't it? A shroud is a cloth that's wrapped around the body prior to burial. The Shroud of Turin is a single piece of linen, measuring 4.4 meters long, or just over a meter wide, or 14 feet 5 inches long by 3 feet 7 inches wide. If we're using my favorite comparison site of themeasureofthings.com, what are we going to get? It's about 3/4 as long as a bowling lane by 3/4 one Danny DeVito. So imagine most of Danny DeVito lying across a bowling lane, and it's a bit smaller than that. Okay, thanks. I know how big 4 meters is. Anyway, it seems as if this linen cloth was folded over a male human body, as there are 2 faint imprints on it. The way imprints are arranged show that the body was placed at the lower end of the shroud, with the top of the cloth then brought down over it, as when it's opened, there is an image on the front of a man at one end and an image of the back of a man on the other end, but they're both the same side of the cloth. Wait, what? Oh, okay, because they're like wrapped up or whatever. This might have been a more confusing explanation than intended, a little bit. So maybe just go and look up the image of the whole shroud online and you'll see what I mean. Or if you're watching this on YouTube and we can find an image that is available for use, boom! There you go. Enjoy, visual viewers. The image of a male human body is very faint but visible, and it isn't one of those suggestible see what you want to see kind of things. It's definitely an image of a naked man who is presumably dead, though don't worry, his hands are crossed over his rude bits, which thankfully takes away the whole Jesus' penis aspect of the affair, which is a shame. I wanted to know about Jesus' cock.
What?
As well as the image on the front of the back and back of the body, there are also darker images on the cloth which look like bloodstains from wounds suffered by the man. These appear to be on his wrists and forearms, on his ankles, across his back, and the backs of his legs and around his forehead. Which, I mean, okay, so maybe that's got something to do with how he was killed, like on a crucifix. But Jesus wasn't the only one. The Romans were doing that all the time. They were down with crucifixion. They didn't just invent that Jesus. They were into it. Like, weren't the 2 other dudes getting crucified along with Jesus at the same time? It's like, Jesus Christ. Can you imagine, like, modern day? It's like, okay, you're coming for your lethal injection, and there's just 2 other dudes, like, lined up next to you. It's like, hey, boys, are we all going out at the same time? This is somewhat morbid and also comforting. Jesus Christ. It's an unpleasant thought, isn't it? If you look at the shroud these days, one of the most obvious things you'll see are a number of triangles, small holes and darker lines running along both sides. These lines and triangles look so symmetrical because of damage the shroud sustained when it was folded up. In 1532, a fire broke out in a French chapel, and the shroud was housed in, causing scorch marks to the cloth and also holes and burns where molten silver dripped onto it. The triangular shapes now seen on the shroud are repair patches that were sewn on by nuns directly after this fire. Okay, we've mentioned a date now, 1532, so let's go back a bit through the history of this artifact. The first documented mentions of what is now called the Shroud of Turin, or the Turin Shroud, date back many hundreds of years to the mid-1300s, 1353 to be precise, although the earlier whereabouts of the possible actual burial cloth of Jesus can be tracked, if somewhat anecdotally, from Jesus' death in AD 33 to the Mesopotamian city of Edessa, then to Constantinople, where it was removed before or during the sack of Constantinople in 1204. You got to imagine that over 2,000 years or whatever, it's like, obviously, the more time that goes past, the increased chances of something getting lost are. Like, stuff from the past, like the far back past, there's probably not like that order of provenance for like stuff that's that old. It's lost and then rediscovered, right? No one's like, oh yeah, that tablet, it's been in the family since Roman times. There's no one, someone's gone and dug it up in some like Roman field somewhere. It later came to the possession of French knight Geoffrey de Charnay in the mid-1300s. About 100 years later, in 1453, his granddaughter gave it to the House of Savoy, where it was kept in the chapel in Chambéry, where the aforementioned molten silver incident happened in 1532. In 1578, it was moved to Turin, which was the new capital of Savoy, and has been there ever since, hence the name Turin Shroud. Further repairs were carried out in 1694 and 1868 to try and improve on what the nuns had done, but these were only minor. The shroud is not on general public display, although it has been wheeled out a handful of times over the years for various occasions, and it wasn't until 1898 that more in-depth information was revealed about the image on the cloth. Italian Secondo Pia had permission to take some photographs of the shroud to promote it going on general display. The logistics for this didn't end up working out, but as Pia still had the opportunity to take some snaps, he jolly well took them. This involved using flash photography with a newfangled electric bulb, which probably wasn't the best thing to do in front of a a fragile old piece of cloth, but it unlocked a major new part of the Shroud's story. Okay then. When developing his second set of plates, Pierre was astounded and shocked to see a detailed face on what was the reverse or negative of the photograph. The negative of the faint image on the Shroud depicts a man with long hair and a beard and shows much more depth and detail than can be seen with the naked eye looking at the actual image, which is faint and more yellowy or sepia in tone. So it's sort of like where you scan something into Photoshop and you up the contrast and it's like you can see more details, right? But like back in the day with like plates and photography and complicated stuff rather than just like Creative Cloud. House of Savoy maintained ownership of the Shroud until 1983, when the last king of Italy, Umberto II, bequeathed it to the government of the Roman Catholic Church, or the Holy See, in his will. While it's possible to see replicas of the Shroud, the original is stored flat in a bulletproof, airtight, temperature and humidity-controlled case in a shielded chapel in the Cathedral of Turin. Its last public display was in 2015, although I saw that it was also shown very briefly in 2018 for a group of young people. Thanks to the pandemic, plans to show it again at the end of 2020 were scarpered, but a prayer service featuring the Shroud was live streamed on Holy Saturday in April 2020 instead. Oh, we live in the future. It's like live streaming religious events. Do you think there must be a thing on like the super popular platform that's totally escaping my mind? But Twitch. Do you think there's like, is religion a popular category? Is this where televangelists are now like, because they would do like memberships, like they were back in the day, like don't forget to tithe to your God, heathens. That's how you're gonna get into heaven. Oh, doing that hurts my voice.
Sounds great.
Do you think they're on Twitch doing the same thing? Like, don't forget to sub. Join me as a member of the Biblical Church of Fire. Maybe I should do that. That'll be my Twitch streaming channel. Televangelist. I think I could do that. I think I'd be good at that. It'd be a laugh. It's just like, just pretending. Come forth so I can do miracles upon you via the magic of telecommunication pathways. That's a brief history of the Shroud. Oh yeah, we're totally sorry about that. Super long and not essential in any way tangents. But why has this piece of linen become so contentious? Why do people think it's actually the burial shroud of Jesus? Why do people think it isn't? Let's get into some details now, and we'll go through the pro-actual burial cloth arguments first. It's going to be pretty thin on the ground, isn't it? A face in the shroud, the pro-Jesus argument. The Bible states in various books in the New Testament that Jesus was indeed buried in linen cloth, as was the custom for Jewish burials. After Jesus' resurrection, 2 disciples went to his tomb and saw discarded linen cloth where his body should have been. Presumably they or someone else then took this cloth and it has been passed around as a holy relic ever since. So what proof is there that this was Jesus' actual burial cloth, and is it actually his image imprinted on it? Well, let's talk about the cloth itself first. Because of the age, importance, and fragility of the shroud, only tiny parts have been made available for physical testing, but that's plenty for researchers to go all CSI on that. Although, as we'll see as we go through this episode, any answers found on this cloth can be viewed in more than one way. Oh no, so it's not like, I assumed it would just be like carbon date it, yeah, it's from this time, boom, lockdown, it's not Jesus. That's what I thought happened. But I guess there's people like, no, it still is because of this. And you're like, okay, chill out, brother. Even though the shroud has been housed in Europe since at least the 1350s, there were traces of many different types of pollen found on the cloth, some from plants that were native to the ancient region of Palestine, according to recent tests published in 2022 by Italian scientists Liberto De Caro, Giulio Fanti, and others. This means that the shroud could have originated in, or at least spent time in, the Middle East, where Jesus lived. It also has traces of many other types of plant pollen, more specifically found in Europe, showing it traveled over the course of its life. De Caro and Fanti also used a technique called wide-angle X-ray scattering on a sample of the shroud, which they believed is a more accurate research tool for pieces of fabric than carbon-14 or radiocarbon dating. When comparing the results of this X-ray technique from the shroud to other pieces of ancient textiles, De Caro and Fanti found that it is extremely close match with a piece of fabric known to have been from the siege of Masada, which happened in the 1st century AD. Therefore, the Shroud of Turin may well be around the 2,000-year-old mark, meaning it's still in the mix to be the actual Shroud of Jesus. Lots of DNA was also found on the shrouds, and in a paper published in Nature in 2015 by Gianni Baracchia and others, it summarizes in the introduction that the DNA found is compatible with the historic path followed by the Turin shroud during its presumed journey from the Near East. Furthermore, the results raise the possibility of an Indian manufacturer of linen cloth. Well, what we should do is we should get all that DNA, and then clone all of that DNA and see if anyone looks like Jesus. Boom, problem solved. Moving on, the image of the man on the shroud bears all the distinctive features we know about Jesus at the time of his crucifixion. 1. The image on the shroud has a long hair and beard, total JC trademark imagery, but it also bears many wounds and scars that are a match for the injuries Jesus suffered in the run-up to his death. I mean, yeah, but so is anyone being crucified who has a beard and hair. We all know Jesus was crucified and had a crown of thorns on his head. The image of the shroud shows a man with bleeding wounds around his forehead. Jesus was also flogged or whipped, and the back image of the man in the shroud is covered in laceration marks. There is also a larger stain on the man's left side, matching an area where Jesus was stabbed with a spear. Isn't this what happened during crucifixion? They'd whip you, they'd hang you up on the crucifix, and then they'd stab you in the side. I thought that's what crucifixion was. Lastly, the image on the Turin shroud shows injuries and what looks like free-flowing bloodstains to the man's wrists and feet, a match for where nails would have been driven in to attach him to the cross. I suppose this is circumstantial and doesn't necessarily prove it's Jesus, and it could be some other poor sod, but it doesn't rule him out. So what else have we got? Well, how about how the image actually got on the cloth in the first place? The impression of the man on the shroud is itself a bit of a mystery. We'll go into a bit more detail on this later, but the discoloured areas of the cloth that make up the image are only on the very top part of the linen fibres, penetrating only about 0.2 microns down. They're not present underneath or between the weaves. The image is not a painting, as there's no evidence of pigment or brushstrokes. It's not a stain or a burn, and it's not made by marks you could get by just laying a clean cloth over a dead body, albeit one with blood on it. It's also seemingly a photographic negative, and the three-dimensional information can be extracted from it by modern-day imaging equipment. In fact, a three-dimensional sculpture of the whole body was unveiled in 2018 using information extracted from the photos of the shroud. Dr. Giulio Fanti of the University of Padua states, quote, "We believe that we finally have the precise image of what Jesus looked like on this earth. From now on, he may no longer be depicted without taking this work into account." All right, Doc, chill out. You've just got those super religious vibes because you're like, this is what Jesus looked like on earth. No one knows what he looks like when he's ascended to heaven, which he absolutely did do because he's Jesus and heaven is real. No offense, but you're probably not the best person to be studying this because you've obviously got a bias, in my opinion. The sculpture shows a pretty fit man who would have been just under 6 feet or 1.8 meters tall. That's my exact height, me and Jesus. Going back to how the image might have got onto the cloth, according to the awesomely named Father Dwight Longnecker, writing for the National Catholic Register, quote, Dwight Longnecker, "It is an image seared on the cloth with some technology that has yet to be explained. Not only can they not reproduce the image using medieval technologies, they can't reproduce it with modern technology." Filmmaker David Rolfe has also thrown down a gauntlet at the feet of the British Museum, no less. Rolfe made a short, BAFTA award-winning documentary about the Turin Shroud in 1978 called The Silent Witness, and apparently converted to Christianity during the research and the making of it. It's currently 8.2 on IMDb, which means it's probably too good for me to watch, but anyway, he's promised to donate $1 million to the museum if they can recreate the image on the shroud to prove it's a forgery. Okay, well, we'll get back to you on that one, Messrs. Longnecker and Rolfe. For this part of the episode at least, let's present the pro-Jesus argument for how the image got on the cloth. You know, how the image is a negative, i.e. seen in more detail on the negative of a photograph taken of it. Well, how does that happen? Was the cloth exposed to a bright flash of light that seared the temporary occupant's details onto it? Why wasn't the rest of the cloth damaged by this intense light that must also have produced a fair amount of heat? How come it's the top layer of the cloth, not the parts that would have been holding the body that holds the image of the man? According to Jeanette Williams, writing on the Ascension Press website, Ascension Press again, I mean, it doesn't sound very scientific, does it? To quote, "This phenomenon could only be caused by a rearrangement of electron bonding in the outer layers of the fibers caused by a very brief but high-energy burst of radiation without the corresponding heat that would have disintegrated the fabric." Okay. Do go on, Ms. Williams. And oh boy, does she. The image itself is barely visible, but when first photographed in 1898, the negative showed a very detailed image of a crucified man with wounds corresponding to those of Christ. Thus, the image is, in fact, a negative image of the man wrapped in it. An instantaneous burst of light radiation emanated from the man and created a negative on the cloth. Oh, it did it? That sounds like a real thing that happens. People just, boom, radiation, like, isn't there a superhero who's radioactive or something like that? You know what we're talking about here. Resurrection, baby! Obviously, this is difficult to prove, as there were only a handful of resurrections mentioned in the Bible, with Jesus being the most well-known. Didn't even know there were more resurrections in the Bible. How exciting! Weirdly, it didn't really continue to be a thing after that, so it's not like we can compare it to examples of more recent resurrections, but I guess if you're a faithful believer, all of this makes total sense. A couple of other points while we're here. There are other shroud-adjacent relics, such as the Sudarium of Oviedo, or the Shroud of Oviedo. This is purportedly the separate headcloth wrapped around Jesus' head when he was buried, and bloodstains on it match up with wounds shown on the Turin shroud. Blood tested on both pieces are apparently from the rare AB group. Well, there you go. It's a coincidence. Or it could be the same person, but it's not Jesus, is it? It's just, there's no evidence for that. It's just not what's to do with AB blood. It's the same, maybe it's the same dude, maybe it's from the same place, maybe it's not. And AB, yeah, it's rare. It's not, like, impossibly rare. The history of the Turin Shroud before 1353 is murky, but some historians believe that the image of Edessa, also known as the Mandilion, which was a relic showing the face of Jesus somehow imprinted on a cloth, was actually the Shroud of Turin, folded up and framed to just so show the face part. It was thought to be in Constantinople during the sacking of the city in 1204, but if it was what is now known as the Shroud of Turin, it was taken out of the city and ended up in the hands of the French knight Geoffrey de Charnay. This would put it right back into the historical record, much closer to Jesus' lifetime than previously thought. Okay, before we launch into the whole not a holy relic argument, let's take a brief sidestep into another theory about the Shroud of Turin. If it ain't Jesus that was wrapped up in that baby, then who else could it be? I once read a book called The Hiram Key by Christopher Knight and Robert Lomas, which was pretty fun if I recall, all about Freemasonry and stuff like that. I gave it 4 out of 5 stars on Goodreads.com anyway, which might have been overly generous, but it was a long time ago, and I guess my standards were low. Doesn't sound like you loved it though, Katie, does it? There was a follow-up called The Second Messiah, which I also gave 4 stars to. Wow, I was handing out those stars like crazy. Anyway, this was an alternative theory about who might actually have been the occupant of the Turin Shroud, and Knight and Lomas's candidate was the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, Jacques de Molay. Decoding the Unknown. Wouldn't be an episode without the Knights Templar, would it? I remember being quite impressed by this theory at the time, although looking back on it, I don't think there was much in the way of actual supporting evidence. I think they just chose this idea and ran with it. I'm just always convinced by anything anyone tells me until other conflicting information comes along. Still an entertaining read though. Knight and Lomas probably aren't the only people to believe in this theory, they're just the only people whose accounts that I actually read, so I'm going to use their take on it for this section. Taking the official radiocarbon dating of the Shroud as accurate, it means that the Shroud was in existence when Jacques de Molay was killed in 1312, incidentally with Geoffrey de Charnay, who we mentioned earlier, and the remaining Knights Templar. He was arrested in Paris, which is near where the Shroud is first mentioned in the historical record. He was tortured to extract confessions for several years before his death, which included, according to Knight and Lomas, a recreation of Christ's crucifixion, resulting in the wounds on the image of the Shroud. Holy sh**. They were like, we hate this guy so much, we're going to replicate Christ's crucifixion for him. That's some dark sh**. After years of torture. The linen cloth was placed over Molay while he was in a coma, resulting in the famous image before he was later burned to death at the stake. The shroud was washed and put back in the drawer, or wherever it was, for 50 years or so until de Charnay's granddaughter gave it to the Savoys. Jacques de Molay and other Knights Templar supposedly commonly had longer hair and beards, meaning that it's not totally outside the bounds of possibility that the face could be that of Jacques de Molay. It's a fun theory, but as we go on to explore the shroud in more detail, it's actually not likely that either Jesus or Jacques de Molay was ever wrapped up in this thing. Far from the madding shroud, it's not Jesus' shroud arguments. I like the subtitles in this one. They were all very clever, Katie. Well done. Let's start with the big reveal here, although I actually did just mention it in the Jacques de Molay section. Yes, like you just told us, it's probably not either of these people. The main point against the Turin shroud being the burial cloth of Jesus is that according to radiocarbon dating done on pieces of the edge of the shroud in 1988, the material is judged to be dated from between 1260 to 1390 AD. As you might have noticed, that is over 1,000 years after Jesus' time, so that makes it unlikely that this piece of linen was his burial cloth. Yeah, that's what I said right at the beginning. It's like we radiocarbon dated it because that technology came along and we're like, hey, guess what, it isn't. Hang on though. This test was done in 1988. That was ages ago. Can't something more recent have been done to refute or prove the results? I mean, it's radiocarbon dating. What more do you want? It is science.
It is scientific fact.
What about some sort of contamination? What about all those patches and repairs made to the cloth? As only a tiny sample was allowed to be taken, could the researchers have unwittingly been testing some later repair material instead of the actual linen? Well, no, apparently not. This has been the main talking point of contention between skeptics and believers, but 3 separate labs in 3 different countries were given samples, and they all came back with the same date range, with a confidence level of 95%. Even if there had been invisible repairs done to the shroud, the mix of first-century linen fibers plus much later repairs would have greatly skewed the date downwards, but this didn't happen. The repairs are pretty obvious, though, so it seems unlikely that the earlier ones would have been good enough to be invisible to the naked eye. Other claims of contamination, etc. have all been roundly refuted over the years, so I guess this is as good a result as we're going to be able to get. Yes, radiocarbon dating, it's not that old. Boom, case closed, but we're only halfway through, so let's see where we're going. While no more recent radiocarbon dating has been done, further research into the original data collected from the shroud has been carried out. In 2020, a new date range for the cloth was established, but it only said that to match the confidence level of 95% given by the original researchers, the date range would need to be increased by 88 years, still not much closer to the 1st century AD. Doesn't it seem like a bit of a coincidence, though, that the shroud first burst onto the scene in 1353, and now the carbon dating gives it a date range in exactly that time frame? Almost like it was a piece of medieval cloth from the 1300s and in no way the actual burial cloth of Jesus. Does seem like that, doesn't it, Katie? What a shocking surprise! And was Jesus even real in the first place? I guess that's an episode for another day, and one that hopefully someone else will do. Carrying on, though, what else has this cloth got to tell us? How did the image get on there if there's no evidence of pigment, brushstrokes, etc.? Well, here's another reason why this argument has never been totally resolved to either side's satisfaction. It seems that nobody can agree on anything. If one person finds one thing, someone else is going to find something to contradict it. In 1777, the Shroud of Turin Research Project, or STURP, was formed, composed of scientists and other experts, and even they couldn't come to a consensus on much. For one thing, the image of the front and back of a man is apparently not painted or stained on the surface of the linen, as no pigment traces have been found. One STURP researcher called Walter McCrone did find traces of pigment, however, and he wasn't just any old researcher. He was the father of modern microscopy, and he was a leading expert in chemical microanalysis, which he used to authenticate works of art and historical documents and such like. So basically, this kind of thing was right up his alley. Yeah, it seems like this is exactly the guy you want to go to be like, yo, is this real? When's this from? And what is it? And he'll be like, well, I've got some good news for you, old chap. I'm an excellent scientist, and he's going to tell us. He had better equipment and more background knowledge in this type of thing than probably all of the other researchers, so I think my money would be on him. There was no mystery about the image for McCrone. He stated that the image had likely been applied to the linen using an egg tempera paint, which was common until the 1500s when oil paint started to be used more. While egg tempera can be long-lasting on hard surfaces, it can flake off on textiles, which is probably why there aren't any paint traces left visible on the shroud. Oh, spoil sport, McCrone. McCrone also concluded that the bloodstains weren't actually blood, but rather more paint containing brighter red vermilion pigment. That shuts down the whole thing for me, but his colleagues who were working on samples of the cloth couldn't find any evidence of pigment at all and rejected all his conclusions by saying that while he might have found traces of iron oxide on the linen, it wasn't necessarily what had made the images. Crone got pissed off and resigned from STURP in 1980. I would have gone with you, Walter. I would have gone with you. Yeah, okay, so it seems like STURP was set up with with one particular goal in mind, and Walter's like, no, that's not what we found. And they're like, you're fired, Walter. That's not how science works here. How science works here, we start off with an idea, and then we prove that idea, even if the evidence shows otherwise. Some shroud researchers did find other evidence that the shroud was not a kosher 1st century burial wrapper, though. By comparing a confirmed 1st century burial shroud of a high-ranking person and other contemporary burial cloths with the Turin shroud, they found the weaves of the fabric fibers were not the same. The confirmed shrouds used a plain weave, whereas the Turin shroud uses a herringbone weave, and no other examples of this type of weave have ever been found from the time period and location of where Jesus was allegedly buried and resurrected. So look, we're just like, the radiocarbon dating thing just locked it down for me, and now it's just like, yeah, and this, and this, and this. It's just cherries on top of why this is nonsense, isn't it? There are other things that can be refuted too. The whole 3D aspect is easy to explain. Shroud believers say things like, there is 3D data encoded in the Shroud of Turin image, which isn't possible if it's just a painting. It makes it sound like the image somehow contained data that would only be possible to unlock in the future using our imaging and computing technology, and that's not really accurate. What is happening is that it's possible to render a 3D image from the photographs taken of the shroud. This can happen with many photographs and is not unique of the Shroud of Turin. The object just needs to be photographed under a certain set of conditions involving lighting and distance from the camera. But what about De Caro, Fanti, and the X-ray technique that we mentioned earlier? Well, I think the technique they use doesn't actually date fibers. It can merely compare them at a very detailed level with other fibers. So if they say it looks exactly like a fiber from the 1st century AD, then it must also be from that same period. It's also not conclusive that the fibers they used were from the shroud itself, with officials stating, quote, "The shroud's custodians cannot recognize any serious value to the results of these alleged experiments." Who knows where these yahoos got their threads from, but if the shroud's custodians are refuting data that proves that the linen came from the time of Christ, it must be a bit on the dodgy side. So it sounds like these guys, allegedly, they didn't do a very good job, did they? And and that would be putting it very kindly. Someone might say, they're just making up. Not me. Someone might say that. While we're talking about Professor Fanti, I'll just mention the life-size 3D model of the shroud's occupant that he and his team created. It looks really good. However, when passed into a 3D shape, the proportions are such that it isn't just a man lying down flat. It comes out as quite a tall man with his knees bent up and his head raised, like he's in the process of doing a sit-up. This does not look like a comfy or natural position for a dead body to be in. Well, the good news is, it doesn't matter. I hope that dead body's comfy. The raised head, I can understand if there was something to put under his head in the tomb, but the legs bent up? It doesn't make sense in the context of the image that we see on the cloth. There's no distortion in the leg image to indicate they're actually not lying straight out. He couldn't have been lying on his side, as the blood would have all been running toward that side. If the statue were a real-life person, it would have been just shy of 6 feet or 1.8 meters tall. While people would love him to have been a towering figure among his disciples, Jesus' height is not specifically given in the Bible, and most scholars agree that he was probably average height for his time and location, around 5 foot 5 inches tall or 1.65 meters. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. That was a terrible pun. What about the blood being a match to Jesus' wound and to the other relic head-wrapping shroud? Well, again, there is no conclusive proof that the darker markings on the cloth are actually blood at all. I've no idea how the blood group AB was extrapolated from the Turin shroud because, to be honest, all the research is too long and complicated to read, but in a nutshell, some researchers found no evidence of blood. Wow, so they're just... It's a lot of made-up stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some researchers found evidence of parts of blood components, but it could only be narrowed down to primate, not even conclusively human. On an easier to understand note, the way the so-called hood is shown on the image is not realistic, especially on the arms. Just by looking at it yourself, the so-called bloodstains seem quite artistically arranged on the figure's arms. Is this how blood would have run down an arm after a nail had been driven through a hand or wrist? Apparently not. The blood is on the top of the arm for one thing. If you've been crucified and or had something hammered through your hand, I'm assuming the Romans did it through the palm or the underside of the hand to attach it to the cross. Therefore, wouldn't most blood drip down the underside of your arm? In a paper published in 2018 called A BPA Approach to the Shroud of Turin, Matteo Barini and Luigi Garlascelli concluded that the bloodstains on the shroud could not match actual wounds purportedly sustained by Jesus, or in fact, anybody. I am assuming BPA stands for blood pattern analysis here. In an article on Live Science, it states, quote, "For instance, 2 short rivulets of the blood on the back of the left hand of the shroud are only consistent with a person standing with their arms held at a 45-degree angle. In contrast, the forearm bloodstains on the shroud match a person standing with their arms held nearly vertical. A person couldn't be in these 2 positions at once." Sure, some of the stains were consistent with actual wounds, but the conclusion Barini reached was, you realise these cannot be bloodstains for a person who was crucified and then put into a grave, but actually handmade by the artist that created the shroud. Someone made the shroud. They did it with that weird egg stuff. It's obvious.
Obviously.
And it was way later, because we carbon dated it. Handmade by an artist, you say? Well, that brings us neatly to the next section of this story. Extremely shroud and incredibly close, the Turin shroud has always been a hoax. I remember how the Turin shroud had been dated to between 1260 and 1390, and how it appeared in a French village around 1353. Well, it was denounced as a hoax pretty soon after it hit the scene as a supposed holy relic. People were happy to believe that this was a miraculous image of Jesus imprinted somehow on the cloth, as there had been stories of such an item or similar items floating around for centuries before. So here it was, the actual article. It seems like someone was like, oh, I've heard of this. Let's make it and then sell it, or at least charge people to see it. You know, because money is the motivator. Not everyone got so carried away though. The Bishop of Troyes Henri de Poitiers had almost immediately banned people from venerating it, as an item matching the shroud's description doesn't appear anywhere in the Bible, so he was pretty sure the whole thing was a fake from the start. He also apparently knew exactly who had created the shroud. The artist has never been named, but was referred to in a letter that the bishop's successor, Pierre de Arcis, wrote to anti-Pope Clement VII. I've never heard of an anti-pope, but I'm not really sure if it's the same thing as an antichrist, for example. I just think it means that he was elected pope outside of the normal way of doing it as a kind of coup. Anti-pope does sound pretty cool, though. Yeah, I thought an anti-pope was like exactly that. Someone who's like become pope by like non-popey means. Anyway, in the letter, de Arcis writes all about his worries about how people are perceiving the shroud and all things Henri de Poitiers told him. A translation of the letter says, eventually, after diligent inquiry and examination, he, Henri de Poitiers, discovered how the said cloth had been cunningly painted, the truth being attested by the artist who had painted it, to wit that it was a work of human skill and not miraculously wrought or bestowed. And just so we know we're all talking about the same item here, he goes on to describe the cloth, upon which, by a clever sleight of hand, was depicted the twofold image of one man, that is to say, the back and the front, he falsely declaring and pretending that it was the actual shroud in which our Saviour Jesus Christ was enfolded in the tomb, and upon which the whole likeness of the Saviour had remained, thus impressed together with the wounds which he bore. So, basically, someone painted the image on and tried to pass it off as a holy relic on purpose. Yeah, and they were like, I'm going to get away with this because there's no carbon dating, there's no proper science. And now in the future, we're all like, cool, run it through the fancy machine and figure out what it is. It's like, oh, it's quite new and it was painted on with eggs. Boom, done, mystery solved.
No more problems. Case closed. Wham, bam, boom. Mic drop.
And this was comprehensively denounced as fake way back in the 1300s. Despite the misgivings, the Church of Liary kept wanting to display the shroud, and so they did. And here is where the Catholic Church took the stance that it maintains to this day, which should basically tell you all you need to know about the Shroud of Turin. As early as the 14th century, this has officially not been treated as a legitimate relic, rather just as a representation or an icon of the suffering of Jesus that people venerate if they want to. This is with the exception of Pope John Paul II, by the way, who enthusiastically confirmed his belief that this was the actual burial cloth of Jesus several times on record. Pope Francis has referred to the shroud as an icon of love, and according to an article on Reuters, he said the shroud should spur people to reflect not only on Jesus, but also on the face of every suffering and unjustly persecuted person. But has everything been explained? I think so, but there's a few more pages, so maybe I'm missing something. Has anyone actually managed to recreate a Turin shroud to the satisfaction of anyone on the other side? I read many articles on religious websites claiming things that nobody has ever recreated the image, even using modern technology, or that there is no way that the image was just painted on top. But let's take a look at the evidence that we can see with our own eyes before going into a bit more detail. The figure, while a recognizable human form, is not proportionally accurate. As we saw when a 3D model was created, for it to make sense in human form, it would have bent up legs and the head needs to be raised off the ground. The face itself is not quite in normal proportions, with the forehead being too small and the distance from the eyebrows to the crown of the head being out of whack. That sounds like, rather than something being copied off a real face, it sounds like an artist who wasn't even doing a particularly good job. One conclusion is that this is a stylized representation in a man of the Gothic style of art popular in medieval Europe, or that. The discoloration of the fibers forming the image is on the top of the fibers, like it was painted on the surface of the linen. If a body had been wrapped in the cloth and formed an imprint, wouldn't this discoloration also have been seen on the underside of the linen where it actually touched the body? Yeah, it would. As for no pigment being found, my hero Walter Macrone did find pigments thanks to his superior instruments. His theory is that an emulsion-type paint was used, and over time the pigment just flaked off. Other theories have been put forth and put into practice for how the image was made. These include rubbing an acidic pigment over some linen that was placed over the mask of a face, and then heating and aging the cloth, which were carried out by Luigi Garlascelli. He also studied the bloodstains mentioned earlier. The photographic negative results do look very similar to the Turin shroud, but not similar enough to satisfy the believers, apparently. In 1994, Emily Craig and Randall Bressi published a paper concluding that it was more than possible for 13th and 14th century artists to have created the image on the Turin shroud. They used a modified carbon dust drawing technique to create an image with iron oxide and collagen dust on linen fabric. The photographic negative of the image also gives much more detail than the positive image, just like the Turin shroud. Their image was also achieved using materials and techniques from the relevant medieval time period, so no modern technology. I think it's been pretty proven that it's possible to recreate the image on the shroud, although as far as I know, the filmmaker David Rolfe is still keeping a hold of his $1 million. The British Museum, for their part, has maintained a polite silence over the challenge, so I think Rolfe won't need to dip into his retirement fund anytime soon. If I was someone at the British Museum, I'd be like, cool, let's do it this weekend. So let's just come in off hours and get that £1 million off that Rolfe guy. Let's just mess around in the lab and just do what the Emily and Randall did. Let's clean up the last remaining sticking points, though. While a burial shroud was mentioned in the Bible, it's most commonly referred to as strips of linen rather than just one sheet. There was also a separate cloth solely to wrap Jesus' head in. This might be the Shroud of Oviedo as previously mentioned, but why does that then just have bloodstains and no image of a face? How did the image of Jesus appear uniformly on the shroud if there was an extra covering over his head? According to Jewish burial traditions, Jesus' body would most likely have been wrapped in several linen cloths up to his shoulders with a separate cloth for his head. There was no one large piece of linen that would have been folded over the whole body. The DNA and pollen found on the cloth are also not deal breakers. While I quoted a line from the research into the DNA earlier to say that it was, quote, compatible with the historic path followed by the Turin Shroud during its presumed journey from the Near East, there was a bit that I left out until now. The sentence actually starts with the words, such diversity does not exclude a medieval origin in Europe. And then it goes on to say, but it would also be compatible with the historic path, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, yeah, it could be this, could be that, but also could be this and many other things, and it's not anywhere close to proof. There's no telling where or how long ago the cloth came into contact with these people or pollen, so it's another piece of information that is not conclusive either way. If you believe that the Shroud of Turin is the actual burial cloth of Jesus, you must therefore believe that the image was imprinted onto it during the process of resurrection. If a huge amount of concentrated energy was released, why is this not shown in any of the fibers of the linen? Some people have put a huge amount of time into researching this, and I found an article called On the Physics of the Shroud of Turin, which states that John P. Jackson, one of the founders of STURP, the Shroud of Turin Research Project, states he proposed that the image features of the Shroud of Turin were produced by radiation emanating from the body in the shroud at the moment of resurrection. Yeah, all right, John. The unnamed author of this, wait, wasn't it John? John P. Jackson. Oh, it says one of the founders, so it's not John's direct quote. The unnamed author of the piece basically goes on to say that while this explanation has been rejected by other scientists due to running counter to our understanding of science and the laws of physics, it actually just means that we need to redefine our understanding of those laws as, quote, the image on the shroud requires extension and revision of the accepted physical laws. Mate, when your theory is going against the accepted physical laws, your theory has been disproven. I'm sorry, you're not a scientist. I see. So instead of just accepting that maybe the image was painted on the cloth several centuries ago, we should instead change our fundamental understanding of the laws of physics just to prove this one single artifact is authentic. That seems legitimate. God, what nonsense. But there's the real crux of this whole issue. One side will never convince the other. No matter how much scientific data is pulled out, believers in the authenticity of the shroud, which isn't even the church itself, by the way, will always find reasons not to believe it, and vice versa. Personally, I think they should probably do another radiocarbon dating test from a piece of the cloth that's definitely not been mended, but then it would be nearer the middle of what is, after all, still a centuries-old piece of artwork. Even if it is a fake, it might still have originally been created as something people could worship, so there's no real harm in continuing to do so, although I think the Catholic Church has got it right here in that it's described as an icon rather than a relic. So there you go. I'm sure further tests and theories will come out in the future as the eternal battle of science versus faith continues, but maybe we should stop and ask the most important question here. What would Jesus do? I like to think Jesus would be like, bro, come on now, look, times have changed. That's not how it works anymore. We know it's not real. Thank you everyone for watching. If you enjoyed the show, please do leave it a review. If you're watching on YouTube, hello there, like, subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your decoder, Simon. Welcome. Wham's here, one of my writers, in this case, Arnaldo. Thank you, Arnaldo, has written me a script. Project Stargate, how US intelligence, I know this story. How US intelligence used psychics during the Cold War. I've made a video about this before somewhere. It's not going to be as long, as comprehensive, and as riddled with commentary as today's, but I definitely know this one. The format of the show, I've never read this before. As I mentioned, Arnaldo has written it for me. I'm going to read it. We're going to decode it together, dear audience. Let's jump in. It's the winter of 1982. NATO is in turmoil. Oh, this is like Cold War times, isn't it? One of their top officers in Europe, US General James Dozier, has been kidnapped by a cell of Marxist terrorists in northern Italy. The Red Brigades, infamous for executing their captives. I also know this story. I have a feeling that Arnaldo's written an episode about that as well, about the Red Brigades. But I've made like thousands of videos, literally thousands. And people are always like, Simon, don't you remember doing this? And I'm like, no, how would I remember? It's thousands of videos. Do you remember all the books you've ever read? Do you remember like stuff you read in school? No, I mean, some, but mostly not. As the chilly winds of January flip the calendar's pages, Dozier's relatives and compatriots jolt every time the telephone rings. Every time they pick up the receiver, they fear hearing the voice of a terrorist announcing in the typical deadpan style of the Red Brigades that General Dozier has been executed by a revolutionary tribunal. Oh, I hate, you know when you get a phone call and it's like the other day, it's like my wife knew I was busy. Like she is like, I go to the gym a few times a week and she knows like from 5 to 6 that day, I'm in the gym and like with my trainer. And so she doesn't usually ever call me like during that time because she knows I'm probably busy. And so I see the phone, I'm like, oh no, what's happened? Oh no, what is it? So I'm like, hello? And she's like, hi. And I'm like, what is it? And she's like, oh, are you at the gym? Oh, for God's sake. I'm always like, oh no, what is it? Something's wrong with the kid, something like that. Or like when you get a phone call from like, I don't know, one of your family members at like just the wrong time of day for no reason. You're like, what's up? What's up? What's happening? And I've had those phone calls, and it's been bad news, and you're like, oh, Jesus. But then I also have one. My dad rang me yesterday at like 10 o'clock in the morning. Then he hangs up, and I'm like, oh, thank God, it's just a mistake, wasn't it? And he's like, sorry, mistake. And I'm like, yeah, why? The Italian police do what the police do. They round up suspects, they kick down doors, but bust terrorist cells and confiscate military-grade arsenals. Allegedly, they also conduct some intense interviews using water-based enhanced interrogation techniques. Sounds like Arnaldo's working for the CIA. What did you do? We did some rather intense interviewing. There might have been water involved. Did you waterboard? No. But the DIA, America's Defense Intelligence Agency, is not sitting idle either.
What?
Never heard of the DIA. Is that like CIA? But did this get turned into something else? But it was around in the 80s. Does this still exist? Unable to conduct investigations on the grounds, they've deployed one of their best assets, an operative who'll be able to locate where General Dozier is kept hidden without leaving US soil. His name is Joe McGonigal, an agent and psychic expert in remote viewing. I feel like this is the intro to a 1990s TV show. His name is Joe McGonigal, an expert, an agent in psychic viewing. Something like that. Jesus, I've missed my calling as a composer. Following an established procedure, McGonigal practices meditation to remove any blockages which may hamper his mental conduits. Then a colleague acting as a monitor provides information and documentation related to the target, in this case General Dozier. The information provided evokes a signal line which strikes at a cognition within McGonigal's autonomic nervous system. Well, I feel like all of these things are real. Like, well, I don't know what a signal line is, but like, oh, cognitron. I thought that said cognition. Wait, is it? Okay, I take it back. Signal line and cognitron. Don't know if those are real. Autonomic nervous system, though. That's real, isn't it? Isn't that your breathing? It's like why you don't have to think about breathing. There's that joke. I remember hearing a joke when I was a kid. And I don't know if this will cross the pond, but it was like making fun of David Beckham, who was always, you know, you'd be like, oh, David Beckham's a bit dumb. He seems enormously successful for someone who's apparently quite dumb, so I don't know what that's about. But it's like David Beckham goes to the hairdresser, the barbers, sorry, hairdresser, what's up? He goes to the barbers and he's wearing these headphones. And he sits down in the chair and the barber's like, oh, can I take the headphones off? And David's like, no, don't take the headphones off. And he's like, well, it's quite difficult to take your hair. And David's like, don't take the headphones off. And so they're sitting in the chair. And eventually the barber's like, well, I got to trim around the back. So he just takes the headphones off and he's trimming his hair. And then David Beckham's dead. And he's just in the chair and he's dead. And the barber's like, oh God, what happened to David Beckham? And he's like, what was he listening to? And he puts on the headphones and it says, breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in.
Oh.
I don't know why I remember that joke. But you could just apply it to anyone stupid. Like, whoever's in the cultural zeitgeist at the time. This was like the 90s, so I guess it was David Beckham. But whoever's in the zeitgeist at the time who's a bit dumb, you can apply that joke to them. And I'm probably getting it slightly wrong. But I always found it quite amusing. That's the autonomic nervous system, everybody. Never forget. Impressions, perceptions, images start forming within the remote viewer's mind. A coastline appears, as seen from above. As if hovering thousands of miles away from his body, McGonagall closes in on the coast and then moves inland, identifying the area as northeastern Italy. In his own words, I moved closer to the ground and began to pick out roadways and buildings. I followed the roads and eventually found myself near a small central plaza across from some kind of fountain and picked up the smells of a butcher shop. I got an image of a very large apartment building and settled in on the second floor. Was Joe McGonagall able to find General Dozier in time with his remote viewing abilities? Who won, eventually? Who won this duel between extrasensory perception and the harsh materialism of Marxist-Leninist armed insurgents? I don't remember, but I get the feeling it's going to be the armed insurgents, right? The Marxist-Leninists. Long time. Marxist-Leninists is like the longest name for an organization. What do you do? I am a Marxist-Leninist. Jesus, could you come up with something more catchy, like communist? Long-time fans of the Casual Criminalist should know how this story ends. Even Simon be able to pluck up some details from his cognitrons. Yeah, no, I don't remember what happens. Was it really on Casual Criminalist that we covered this story? Wow, okay. For everybody else, hold on tight. We'll sure find out later. For the time being, I'd like to shift our attention to the project under which McGonagall was recruited and trained. It may sound like a Stranger Thing pitched by a Netflix screenwriter, but for more than 2 decades, the CIA and DIA dedicated $22 million in funding to the research of remote viewing and other extrasensory capabilities, as well as their application to intelligence gathering. I'll tell you what, that's probably like 150 mil or something in today's money. Maybe not 150, maybe like 100 mil in today's money. I could think of a lot better things to do with 100 mil. You could probably buy at least one F-16 or F-22 Raptor or something cool with that, right? Something actually useful, rather than just like having people sit in rooms and imagine. Obviously, I'm a little bit skeptical. Let's see how this works out, shall we? And before we dismiss the premise altogether, whoops-a-daisy, according to reputable news outlets, operatives within this program scored some notable victories. Okay then, let's see if I'm finally convinced about extrasensory perception. There's a button on my car, or maybe it's not my current car, but on maybe like one of my old cars or something, which is called ESP, and it stands for obviously something to do with car stuff, and it's a button you could press, and whenever I saw it, all I think about is extrasensory perception. It's like you press it and the car's like, oh, I can see ghosts. What does ESP stand for? I think there was a little picture of a tire next to it, so I never dared press it. And even a professor of statistics had to concede that the psychics hired by the DIA and CIA achieved results. He said, far beyond what is expected by chance. Okay then, let's see how this goes. So, was American intelligence on the right track? Is there any scientific truth and operational value supporting the use of remote viewing? Let's find out as we decode Project Stargate. Cognitrons in the Matrix. The program known today as Stargate was the last incarnation of a series of remote viewing programs conducted by the CIA and the DIA between 1970 and 1995. I remember 1995. CIA were really working on this in 1995. I was 8 years old. What were you doing? Come on. The first efforts are on. Maybe they work, so maybe why did they give up? The first efforts in the field were initiated by the CIA in reaction to the concern that Soviet secret services may be conducting psychotronic research. The CIA concluded that by 1970, the Soviets were spending 60 million rubles per year on psychic phenomena, with the budget predicted to increase 5-fold by 1975. This sounds like exactly the sort of thing. If I'm running the Soviet Union, I'm like, yeah, let's just plant some information about some crazy projects. What are you working on? Yeah, remote viewing. What are you working on? Time travel. What are you working on? Nuclear fusion. Like, nuclear fusion's definitely, like, not in there, but, like, this is back in the day. They'd just be like, yeah, just say we're working on these crazy things, just so that the CIA and the DIA would just go waste tons of money on them, even though we're doing no such thing. The Cold War was essentially an appendage measuring duel in which the two opposing blocs constantly tried to outdo each other at the expense of humankind. Thus, in 1970, the CIA secured funding for its first research program in this field called Scanate. It took 2 years, however, before research on remote viewing was initiated at the Stanford Research Institute, or SRI, in Menlo Park, California. Let us take a moment to clarify exactly what remote viewing is and how it worked. The journal Strategic Analysis describes it as the ability of human beings to perceive information and imagery of remote geographical targets. Well, I could do that. I can perceive imagery of remote geographical targets. I'm thinking of Osama bin Laden's face right now. I'm perceiving that foreign, remote target. So, but that's obviously not what we're going after here, is it? This ability was conducted by applying three main techniques. First, Coordinate Remote Viewing, or CRV. This was the original method developed by SRI in Menlo Park. Remote viewers were asked to describe, write down, or sketch out what they could see or perceive at specific geographic coordinates. Then we have Extended Remote Viewing, or ERV. This method was based on relaxation and meditation, allowing viewers to tap into psychic perception without the need of coordinates. At a later stage, the program introduced Written Remote Viewing, or WRV, a technique similar to automatic writing used by spiritual mediums. Oh my god, like my mother-in-law she believes in all this weird and I don't know, I find it nonsense, but I just keep my mouth shut. But she's like, yeah, I went to this person and they do this automatic writing where they just let the spirits take over them, and I'm like, don't say anything. But I'm just like, it's such a scam. You're just getting scammed because this person doesn't believe they're actually doing it. If they did believe they were actually doing it, they'd be shit at it because they wouldn't be playing all the clever games that the people who are conning you do to make you believe that they actually know something. It's sad. Stop throwing away your money. I've searched the CIA archives for descriptions of how these techniques could work out and found a detailed set of instructions for CRV, the technique based on coordinates. The document, dated July 1988, describes CRV as a technique that can be taught to anyone, even without innate psychic abilities, with a 6-stage training program. The unnamed author admits that not all about the CRV process is clear. He says, many theory questions remain unanswered, but enthusiastically concludes that the fact is, the stuff works. Well, let's see how the stuff works then. Our unconscious mind supposedly contains a structure known as matrix, described as all-knowing and omnipotent. The matrix contains elements called patterns, also referred to as gestalts or thought balls. Where do you get this information from? We know what's it. I mean, the brain's enormously complex and we still don't understand it, but how about we just assume that something's not there until we can prove that it is? Or like have any evidence at all that it is, rather than just be like, oh, maybe there's some thought balls in there. It's ridiculous. Each pattern radiates its own energy in the form of a signal line which causes cognitrons to resonate. But now, you might be thinking, well, what is a cognitron? I found references to this concept in a 1975 issue in the journal Biological Cybernetics, as well as a 1964 report by the US Defense Technical Information Center. In both cases, cognitrons are defined as nets of artificial neurons in the context of research on artificial intelligence. Well, those sound real. That sounds like actual cybernetic science. The unnamed CIA author, however, seems to ignore this fact and assume that they're actual neural networks within our minds, more precisely inside the autonomic nervous system. When a signal line has a cognition, it resonates, thus producing perceptual feedback. So, during a CRV session, a monitor will read a set of coordinates to the remote viewer. These coordinates will evoke, quote, the signal line corresponding to the pattern within the matrix at that set of coordinates. The signal line then hits the cognitron, generating, and I quote again, impressions or perceptions of the target area keyed to the specific issues he is concerned with, for example, structural terrain, emotions, etc. It sounds like some guy read some science from a journal that he didn't really understand and was like, yeah, okay, cool. Cool. Let's put this into practice for psychics. And sell it to the CIA for $100 million. Governments have too much money. The explanation, therefore, implies that the matrix within our subconscious already contains all the information and knowledge available in the entire universe. It doesn't. The main purpose of the training program is to unlock the free flow of information as it leaves the unconscious mind and crosses the border, or limen, with the conscious mind. This information travels via conduits, or channels, which are normally blocked by inhibitors or physical inclemencies, for example, sickness, fatigue, hunger, or even the simple act of moving about. Tell you what, if I'm not sick, I'm not hungry, I'm not tired, and I'm sitting still, it's not like, oh, suddenly I know next week's lottery numbers. Suddenly I understand, all of the complex science. It's like, no, my brain is far too small for that. I don't have that information locked in my brain. Have you seen how tiny it is? Come on. The author advises that for the viewer to be effective, these inclemencies should be removed. Thus, the viewers should not, view when they are sick, fatigued, hungry, or in motion. Bring me another snack, CIA man. I'd like a bagel. Now, before I completely fry, I'd love a bagel right now. For some reason, that's the first thing that came to my mind. I could smash a delicious bagel right now. With some salmon, some cream cheese, a little pepper on top. Maybe I'm going to order bagels for lunch.
Stuffing.
Oh, yum.
Now, before I completely fry the cognitrons of Simon and our esteemed viewers, right, of the right kind, let me return to historical facts. Thank you. The research kicked off in 1972 at SRI and was led by physicist and parapsychologist Russell Targ, as well as engineer and parapsychologist Harold Puthoff. The latter had previously worked with the NSA and was alleged to have ties with Scientology. Okay. Targ and Puthoff recruited promising agents among gifted individuals such as artist and psychic Ingo Swann. The remote viewing capabilities of the subjects were tested to ensure that they achieved a minimum accuracy rate of 65%. We'll find out later about actual success rates. In parallel to the CIA-sponsored SRI research, the DIA, Army Intelligence, launched their own psychic program under the supervision of the Army Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence Systems Exploitation Detachment. Oh my god. What's your... Hi, yeah, I'm Simon. I'm the Army Chief of Staff for Intelligence Systems Exploitation Detachment. That's a hell of a job title, isn't it? What was it? Army Vice Assistant. You just keep adding things in there. The Army initiative, dubbed Gondola Wish, was launched in 1977 and was focused on evaluating how Cold War adversaries may potentially be using remote viewing. In 1978, Gondola Wish became Grill Flame, an operational collection effort. In other words, using psychic abilities to gather intelligence on the location of enemy installations or the whereabouts of friends and foes alike. Grill Flame was headquartered at buildings 2560 and 2561 at Fort Meade, Maryland, described by Army.mil as the nation's premier platform for intelligence, information, and cyber operations. Isn't that there's that fascinating thing going on right now where, is it Mali keeps getting all the mail for like the military because their domain extension, instead of being .mil for the military, is .mul, like .ml without the I, which you could think also could be for military, right? And so people are sending like classified documents like, you know, john at army.mil, except it's going to john at army.mul, and it's getting sent to like the generic inbox for the entire of Mali. And I don't think Mali and America are friends. I don't know anything about Mali. Is it Mali? Wait, isn't that the capital of the Maldives? There's some country with the domain extension .ml, and this whole thing's going on with them. .ml. Let's look it up real quick. Oh, it is Mali. What's the capital of Maldives? Oh, Malay, with an E on the end. My bad. Anyway, it was described by Army.mil as the nation's premier platform for intelligence, information, and cyber operations. Grill Flame was also known... Why is everything in this episode is making me hungry today? Grill Flame, come on now. I'm gonna have steak for dinner. Was also internally known as Detachment G of INSCOM, the US Army Intelligence and Security Command. It was manned by soldiers and a few civilians believed to be gifted with natural psychic abilities. Then, in early 1979, the SRI program was integrated into Grill Flame. 4 years later, the naming department at DIA decided it was time for a change, and the program was renamed as INSCOM Center Lane Project, or ICLP. Harold Puthoff, one of the initial researchers at Stanford Research Institute, still called the shots. He and his recruit Ingo Swann devised a training program which, in theory, could allow even non-gifted individuals to become proficient remote viewers. ICLP was a highly classified program, but an internal leak allowed journalist Jack Anderson to first report about it in April 1994. I hope the title was CIA Wasting Tons of Money. In the same year, perhaps as a response to public scrutiny, the Army Research Institute, or ARI, commissioned the National Research Council of the National Academy of Sciences to assess the effectiveness of remote viewing practices, as well as the results of research trials conducted by the SRI. The review panel was led by David A. Goslin, Executive Director of the Commission on Behavioral and Social Sciences in Education. Goslin and colleagues published their report titled Enhancing Human Performance, Issues, Theories and Techniques in 1988. So what was the verdict of the ARI? In short, they found little to no support for the usefulness of remote viewing. Boom, there you go. Case closed. Right? I'd hope so. But we're only about a third of the way through the episode, so I'm guessing the answer is not quite, thanks, boy. You would have thought so. Despite the damning report, research and operational activities under the ICLP umbrella continued throughout the 1980s and 1990s. This happened largely thanks to the support of Democratic Senators Claiborne Pell and Charles Rose. Pell in particular was known for his interest in the paranormal, and both were convinced of Center Lane's effectiveness. Well, how about instead of letting the politicians decide whether something's effective or not, we let the scientists at the Research Institute decide whether something's effective? That would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it? But here we are. Nonetheless, in 1985, centralized army funding was withdrawn, but the DIA's Scientific and Technical Intelligence Directorate found some spare cash under the couch and were happy to pay the bills. They slapped another label on the program, Sunstreak. Why so many name changes? And continued to flare up cognitrons until 1991. That's when the initiative received its most iconic moniker, Stargate, and was contracted to Science Applications International Corporations, or SAIC. According to their own corporate website, SAIC is a premier Fortune 500 technology integrator driving our nation's digital transformation. All I heard there is blah 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 blah, corporate speak, blah 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 blah, digital integration, blah blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Our robust portfolio of offerings across the defense, space, and civilian and intelligence markets include secure, high-end solutions in engineering, IT modernization, and mission solutions. I don't know what you do. There's 3 lines there, and I'm like, you what? Is that the point? Their list of clients includes the Department of Defense, the U.S. intelligence community, other federal civilian agencies, health services, and the U.S. Space Force. The work conducted by SAIC was overseen by parapsychologist Edwin C. May, who acted both as principal investigator and judge for the remote viewing experiments under Stargate. Well, how about the guys running it? We don't let him judge whether they're successful. How about we have an outside body decide that? Maybe that would be good, especially with something as absolutely ludicrous as this, which the government is spending hundreds of millions of dollars on. WTF? In other words, May was in charge of designing and conducting trials, as well as assessing the validity and the robustness of the results. In itself, a methodological flaw. Yeah, no sh**. By the early 1990s, the program was afflicted by poor morale, bickering at the top levels, and poor performance. In 1995, the Defense Appropriations Bill decreed for Stargate to be handed over to the CIA, where it had all started. As soon as this hot potato landed in the CIA's lap, the agency contracted the American Institutes for Research, or AIR, to conduct a retrospective assessment on the effectiveness of Stargate remote viewers. More in detail, they were to evaluate the success rates of the trials conducted by Edwin May at SAIC. The trials, which are, there's clear methodological flaws there. So I wouldn't rely on those results too heavily. AIR asked 2 academics to prepare 2 independent points of view. They were Dr. Jessica Utz, a professor of statistics at the University of California, Davis, and Dr. Raymond Hyman, a professor of psychology at the University of Oregon. Yes, and that's great, but if they're working with flawed data, they're working with flawed data. And the data doesn't seem to be methodologically sound. Oh, who cares?
Whatever.
Their evaluations were, I must say, rather surprising and diametrically opposed. We will explore them in detail in the next section. For the moment, I will just report that the final recommendation by AIR was to shut down the Stargate and throw away the key. Thus, at the end of 1995, a 25-year effort to use remote viewing for intelligence gathering work was terminated. As mentioned earlier, the overall budget of Stargate and its predecessors had totaled $22 million. As of 1995 value, adjusted for inflation, that's more than $44 million in today's value. Okay. An expense of roughly $1.76 million per each year of the program, which now it doesn't sound so bad. I thought that was like 1980s dollars, the 22 million or whatever, but it's 1995 dollars, which apparently has only doubled, only lost half its value, which is still pretty crazy, right? But half as expensive as it was in 1999, or twice as expensive because of inflation. Inflation sucks. Sure, those are drops in an ocean that's worth $1.77 trillion. That is the Department of Defense's annual budget. That is mental. That's basically 10 times the entire net worth of the richest person in the world every year. But one wonders if that budget could have been more wisely spent elsewhere. For example, according to today's military.com, the US Armed Forces Tuition Assistance Program pays for up to 100% of the cost of tuition or expenses up to a maximum of $250 per credit and a personal maximum of $4,500 per fiscal year per student. Yes, wait, the military only pays for $4,500 of your student fees? And then you have to go serve in the military? Jesus Christ, that's not a good deal. Just get a job. You can make $4,500 a year. Just working weekends. Jesus. Assuming a 4-year college course, Stargate funds could have supported 2,444 service personnel in studying actual science rather than cleaning conduits linked to the Matrix and Cognitron. Look, don't get me wrong, Arnaldo, I completely agree with you. I think it's a huge-ass waste of money. But also, it doesn't seem like getting the military to pay for students is a particularly good deal. They say, am I reading that right? Pay for up to 100% of the cost of tuition or expenses up to a maximum of $250 per credit and a personal maximum of $4,500 per fiscal year per student. Yeah, like what? Pay up to 100% of the cost of tuition or expenses. What university are you going to where it only costs you $4,500 a year?
Where?
It cost me more. It actually probably cost me about exactly $4,500 a year, but that was just for tuition. And then the next year, it tripled, and I think it's even more expensive now. So, and I know America's a lot more expensive than the UK, so what is that going to cover? It's not very generous, Army. And then it's like, oh yeah, you got to go off and like fight terrorism or whatever. It's like, that's kind of it doesn't sound like a great deal. I apologize for these personal considerations, but I suspect watchers of the channel might agree with me, no doubt. Instead, Stargate and its predecessors only employed a total of 40 employees, of which some 23 were remote viewers. This leads me to the first of two elephants in the room staring at me from opposite corners. The first, pachyderm. Arnado, what is that word? Look up pachyderm. I'm adding this to my... Oh, okay, that is the, like... Is it the genus or like the elephants belong to? Pachyderms. New word to me today. I'm going to use that. Is that, yeah, those elephants, pachyderms. So smart. What did these remote viewers achieve in terms of intelligence collection? I see a crane. As I mentioned earlier, the American Institutes of Research produced an extensive report on the effectiveness of viewers in the testing environment, but assessing the accuracy of their vision in an operational setting is far more difficult for two main reasons. First, these viewers were asked to participate in operations whose details are largely classified. Sure, the CIA released some 12 million pages worth of documents following an FOIA request. Simon, I admit I didn't have the time nor patience to trawl through them all. No one's baby is 12 million pages. That is how big is that? That's an insane. That's got to be like a warehouse, right? A warehouse full of paper. 12 million pages. Though I examined some of the most famous assignments, and even in those cases, large portions of the files have been redacted. So there's people at the CIA just going through with pen and crossing out 12 million pages of documents because someone had a how do you pronounce that? FOIA request? Christ. And even in those cases, large portions have been redacted. Second, the details about certain assignments were publicly disclosed after the closure of Stargate, but in those cases, the narrative of events was owned by members or proponents of the program who had a vested interest in portraying the remote viewing experiences as successes. Reputable news outlets picked up on those stories, sometimes muddling important details. So let's kick off with some apparent successes reported by Russell Targ and Harold Puthoff themselves. As a reminder, these two parapsychologists had been the lead investigators at Stanford Research Institute during the early CIA program Scan-8. In the first half of the 1970s, remote viewers working for Russell and Targ were apparently able to correctly describe 3 top-secret installations after their monitors had provided them with a set of coordinates. On the first occasion, 2 psychics gave detailed accounts of an underground secret facility in West Virginia, even naming code words and personnel active at the site. This was... I'd like to know what the explanation for this is, because it's obviously not psychics. This was the secret government bunker under the Greenbrier Resort, designed as an emergency hideout for Congress in case of a nuclear attack. The existence of Greenbrier Bunker was revealed only in 1992. Russell and Targ also alleged that 2 of the psychics were also able to identify a similar installation on the Ural mountain range, a bunker to be used by the Soviet government, of course. According to Puthoff and Targ, quote, the 2 reports for the West Virginia site and the report for the Ural site were verified by personnel and the sponsor organization as being substantially correct. In 1974, a Scan-8 viewer provided a description of a Soviet airfield which included a vision of a large gantry crane. The site turned out to be the nuclear testing area of Semipalatinsk. However, the shadow of doubt was cast on these apparent successes. The vision of the Greenbrier bunker was suspected of being the result of an internal leak, and the Semipalatinsk report was severely criticized by a CIA analyst saying, the remote viewing of the site by subject S1 proved to be unsuccessful. The only positive evidence of the rail-mounted gantry crane was far outweighed by the large amount of negative evidence noted in the body of this analysis. The quote ends, based on later analysis of several remote viewing reports, it appears that the psychics may have been influenced by the leading questions posed by their monitors, as well as by their own operational knowledge of the matter at hand. In other words, if you're an army veteran with good knowledge of Soviet military installations and you're sitting opposite a monitor who's asking strongly suggestive questions, you're likely to get at least one detail right, even if you don't possess paranormal activities. Yeah, okay, there we go. Simple. Leading questions. Done. Boom. Not real. More hits and misses. Allow me to return to our intro to assess the accuracy of remote viewing operative. To recap, US General Dozier had been held prisoner by the Italian Red Brigades, while psychic Joe McGonigal had allegedly located the site of his captivity. In later accounts of the event, McGonigal stated that it identified the northern Italian city of Padua as the location of the general. His reports were forwarded to Italian authorities on January the 20th and 26th, 1982. On January the 28th, a special operations squad of the Italian police burst into an apartment in Padua and beat the living crap out of the terrorist cell, rescuing Dozier just when he was about to be executed. Okay. I get the feeling the way Arnaldo says in later accounts of the event, it's going to be like, yeah, but that's not actually what happened. The only reported victim of the raid was the terrorist's house cat. His name has not been recorded, but given his owner's political inclinations, I'm going to guess that it was Chairman Meow. Bada-boom. So what happens? Had the Italians followed McGonigal's visions? It turns out that Italian police had been flooded with tip-offs by local psychics and so decided to ignore the American viewer. They simply had done their job, busting the Red Brigade support network and offering lenient sentences in exchange for information. Nonetheless, one might argue that McGonigal had been proven right, but not so fast. I wouldn't argue that. Oh wait, well he was in the right place, wasn't he? Okay, I see. A CIA file on the case states that run-of-the-mill analysts, based on their knowledge of the Red Brigade's modus operandi, had already ventured that Dozier may be held in a city 1.5 hours drive from Verona, the place of the kidnapping, and the city of Padua fit the bill. After Dozier returned to safety in the US, a meeting was arranged between him and McGonigal to ascertain whether the psychic's visions had been accurate. The minutes of their encounter have been declassified by the CIA, but the general's reaction has been redacted. So we'll never know if his comment was astonishing, your cognitions are truly connected to the Matrix, or you stupid fool, while you were meditating in Maryland, I was kept in chains for 42 days. Another case which made it to the headlines was the manhunt for Charles Frank Jordan. And for the next section, I must thank author Joe Nickell, who wrote a comprehensive analysis of the event for Skeptical Inquirer in 2001. Have I never heard of Skeptical Inquirer? That sounds like, honestly, right up my street. The only reason this show isn't called, like, Skeptical Looks into Stuff is because I find, and I had a long debate with a guy I work with, like a consultant, who gives me some advice about YouTube and stuff. I had a long debate about whether we should call this something to do with the word skeptical, and he was pushing it hard. But I was like, no. It's a negative word. People have a negative association with it, and so he never called it skeptical, even though that's what this show is. But by calling it Decoding the Unknown, hopefully we get some people listening who are like into this stuff, and then hopefully I can disabuse them of that foolish notion. So, back in 1989, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, sought the help of Project Sunstreak, as it was known back then, to locate Charles Jordan. This customs agent with the DEA had been taking bribes by drug runners. Once he'd learned he was being investigated, Jordan fled, evading law enforcement and America's Most Wanted for a good 2 years. I feel like that's real risky. Like, if you work for the DEA, and you're taking bribes, you're going to end up in, like, scary prison with all of the gangs and gang members that you put in prison. And they're going to be like, well, what did you do? I worked for the DEA, took bribes. And then it's going to be like, well, you're going to be murdered before breakfast. Jesus. The fugitive was eventually arrested in Wyoming, and it appears that a Sunstreak operative was instrumental in securing Jordan's capture, at least according to a version reported by the Washington Post on December the 30th, 1996. A November 1998 BBC documentary also covered this case, stating that Jordan was arrested in northwest Wyoming, some 100 miles from a town called Lovell, next to a Native American burial grounds. Another account of the events comes from Dale E. Graff, a former project director with Sunstreak and author of the book Tracks in the Psychic Wilderness. In his work, Graff states that one of the remote viewers, quote, narrowed down Jordan's location to northern Wyoming near a campground. Although our data was not acted upon, the fugitive was captured a few weeks later at a campground in northern Wyoming. This data was totally contrary to the DEA expectations. They believed he was hiding somewhere in the Caribbean region. End quote. In a later work published in 2000, Graff wrote a slightly different version of the psychic's account, stating he is in Wyoming, near a place that sounds like Lowell. There is an Indian burial place nearby. This sounds like adjusting things after the fact, doesn't it? You might have already noticed some discrepancies in these versions. Yes, they're very different. The Washington Post writes that the psychic was instrumental in capturing Jordan, while Graff states that the Sunstreak report was not acted upon. But there's more. The BBC and Dale Graff mention northern Wyoming as the location of the arrest, but in reality, Charles Jordan was eventually caught in southern Wyoming. Graff also mentions that law enforcement was looking for the corrupt official in the Caribbean, but the truth is that Colorado State Police had already found Jordan's car just outside of Denver some days before his capture. The car was located on an interstate road leading to Wyoming, by the way, which had prompted officers to look in that direction. Okay, so it sounds like, how did they find him? Regular detective work. And one last observation. Graff mentions the town of Lowell and the Indian burial place only 2 years after these details were included in the BBC documentary. I'll let you ponder on this detail and draw your own conclusions. I won't. That's where he got those details, wasn't it? Joe Nickel in the Skeptical Inquirer identified the sun, allegedly in my opinion, by the way, just throw that in there. Joe Nickel in the Skeptical Inquirer identified the Sunstreak viewer as Angela Della Fiora, previously a civilian analyst with INSCOM, the Army's Intelligence and Security Command. Della Fiora did not follow the standard remote viewing technique codified by Partov and Targ and preferred to rely on spirit communication. She'd fall into a trance during which she channeled one of three entities: George, Dr. Einstein, or Maurice. The CIA was paying for this crazy. One of the three would take control of her body and reply to the monitor's answers via the technique of automatic writing. Della Fiora previously worked on the search for U.S. Lieutenant Colonel William Higgins, kidnapped in Lebanon in February 1988 by a terrorist cell associated with Hezbollah. Della Fiora reported that Higgins was alive and soon to be released. On July the 18th, 1989, all the terrorists released was a video showing Higgins' death by hanging. Joe Nickel, as you might expect, raised some doubts on Della Fiora's revelations via automatic writing. First of all, besides Graff's 2000 book, other publications stated that she had almost guessed the location of Charlie Jordan by writing a word similar to low, and low, like L-O-W, L-O-W-E, and then low. But all of these accounts were published at least 10 years after Jordan's arrest in Lovell was common knowledge. Wow. Hindsight's 20/20, isn't it, guys? Second, Nickel reports how Della Fiora's own colleagues within Sunstreak doubted her abilities and that she, quote, was too often inadvertently coached towards targets by her customers' questions and answers. The conclusion to this rather confusing example is that it's not possible to ascertain whether remote viewers' contributions were actually accurate or useful, as tales of their successes are too often either A, circulated years after the events have taken place, B, compiled by individuals with a vested interest in defending the program, and C, not corroborated by primary sources which are often classified or redacted. To evaluate the accuracy and operational effectiveness of remote viewing, it's better to rely on an academic view of a large number of experiments, allowing to establish the presence, or not, of statistical significance. Academia steps in. So, it's time to circle back to the analysis commissioned by the CIA in 1995 and conducted by the American Institutes for Research, or AIR. Earlier, I hinted at the fact that AIR had involved two academics in their review, a statistician and a psychologist. What I did not specify is that in their quest for a balanced view, the AIR pitted against each other a believer in paranormal powers against a skeptic. So let's consider the non-skeptical assessment first. This was compiled by Professor of Statistics Dr. Jessica Utz, published with the title An Assessment of the Evidence for Psychic Functioning. This was published on September 1st, 1995. Dr. Utz focused on research conducted by the SAIC laboratory. This was the private firm contracted in 1991 by the DIA. The statistician noted how SAIC performs an investigation on anomalous perturbation, or telekinesis, but the bulk of their efforts were directed at anomalous cognition, another term for remote viewing. By analyzing test results, Dr. Utz concluded that the anomalous cognition is, to some extent, possible in the general population. However, certain individuals seem to be more gifted than others. She singled out a subject identified as Viewer 372, who was particularly proficient at describing technical sites. Look, if you've got 372 viewers doing loads of remote viewing, at some point they're going to get it bang on. It's just like, you give enough monkeys typewriters and eventually you're going to get Shakespeare. That's just how maths works. She also concluded that training was nonetheless required for remote viewing to be accurate. She admitted that this technique was, quote, rarely 100% accurate, and there is no reliable way to learn what is accurate and what is not. That the same levels of inaccuracy were true for traditional sources used for intelligence gathering. All in all, Dr. Utz's review was largely positive. In her own words, to quote, "It is clear to this author that anomalous cognition is possible and has been demonstrated. This conclusion is not based on belief, but rather on commonly accepted scientific criteria. The statistical results of the studies examined are far beyond what is expected by chance." Yeah, but you're ignoring, like, the leading questions and all of that malarkey that was going on. As a next step, the statistician recommended not to invest valuable resources in finding proof of remote viewing's effectiveness. She recommended instead to continue research to understand how this capability actually works. So let's now look at the skeptic response. This was performed by Professor of Psychology Dr. Ray Hyman, published on the 11th of September 1995, with the title Evaluation of Program on Anomalous Mental Phenomenon. Dr. Hyman admitted that the results provided by SAIC and Dr. Utz's analysis were enticing. However, he also pointed out two methodological flaws. First, all SAIC tests shared the same judge, program lead Edwin C. May. Oh yeah, right, I forgot to mention, they're working with data. And my argument would be, and maybe this is what this guy's going to argue as well, is the data's flawed. It's not just, you can draw whatever conclusions you want, but if you're not questioning the data, then that's not great, is it? As I mentioned earlier, May was also the principal investigator, which raises questions as to impartiality of the results' interpretation. Second, Hyman admitted that statistical results were far beyond what is expected by chance, but this did not prove that remote viewing abilities were responsible. So allow me to clarify this point. If Simon were to plan his next rant or tangent, I may use my alleged anomalous cognition powers to try and guess certain words or phrases he may use. Here I go. Have I told this story before? That was a tangent. It's a tangent and a half, I do apologise. Alright, get off your soapbox, fat boy, and get on with the bloody story. Wasps are terrible. I had to remove a nest of wasps from my house. I've had to remove, wasps, man. Wasps. I went on holiday, and both my kids, one kid got stung by a wasp, and the other kid got stung by a bee. And it's like, for God's sake. Wasps, man. Now, I may get some of these right by total chance. Above a certain success rate, a statistician may be inclined to conclude that chance does not play a part. But this conclusion in itself does not mean that remote viewing capabilities played a part in defeating chance. It may be that I nailed some or all of these predictions thanks to common sense, my previous knowledge of the topic, or the leading questions posed by a partner, monitor, or client. Dr. Hyman posits that in order to detect the presence of anomalous cognition, a researcher should eliminate all other possibilities, all other influencing factors. Dr. Hyman concluded that he did not believe that, quote, contemporary findings of parapsychology, including those from the SRI-SAIC program, justify concluding that anomalous mental phenomena have been proven. End quote. Now, these could be definitely proven only if the SAIC experiments were to be carried out without influencing factors and with the allocation of independent judges. But even in that case, quote, this does not guarantee the ability or would have useful applications. No, but it would, that's fine. I don't care about the useful applications. I mean, sure I do, but I'm way more interested in, is this actually possible? Is this actually a thing that people can do? And they haven't even got that far. So, yeah. Dr. Hyman proceeded to quote Edwin May himself, who stated to The Air that only 20% of intelligence provided by a remote viewer was accurate and actionable. Moreover, it is not possible to discern which 20% of the information is the accurate one. This implies that remote viewing reports need to be complemented by human or signal intelligence gathered through traditional methods. Now, if an intelligence analyst has to invest resources in traditional methods anyhow, why rely on psychics in the first place? After having reviewed the diverging opinions of Dr. Utz and Dr. Hyman, the AIR panel presented their conclusions. They concluded that the SAIC lab research identified a statistically significant anomaly. Yeah, but because of the leading questions and such things. But the nature and source of this anomaly could not be ascertained. Moreover, there was no evidence that anomalous cognition could, quote, prove useful in intelligence gathering. Information collected with this method was deemed to be vague and inconsistent. It dispersed with large amounts of irrelevant and erroneous details. And here's the final nail in the coffin to quote, in no case had the information provided ever been used to guide intelligence operations. Thus, remote viewing failed to produce actionable intelligence. End quote. As mentioned earlier, this AIR report finally convinced the CIA to get rid of Stargate for good as expected, but I find it pleasantly refreshing that the world of academia did not dismiss outright the idea of remote viewing, but took a rigorous scientific and open-minded approach to prove or disprove its existence. Yes, absolutely, I'm down for that. I think it's a bit of a waste of money because I think personally it's nonsense, but the reason I'm able to draw these conclusions about it being nonsense is because academia's been there and done that years ago. So I'm all for this. I think it's brilliant.
It's brilliant.
The conclusion of Ayer does not simply brand paranormal capabilities as outright hokum, but focuses instead on observable results and the methodology of the research. To reiterate their verdict, they admitted that further, more rigorous research may be needed, but the operational results obtained thus far did not warrant further investments. I very much hope that a similar combination of rigor, open-mindedness, and respectful dialogue would be applied by both sides to all future discussions between believers and skeptics. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice? Like, I'm always like, I'm open to having my mind change. I'd like to have my mind change. It'd be cool if someone was like, bro, ghosts, real. And I'd be like, show me. And then they show me, I'd be like, God damn, dude, ghosts are real. It's not going to happen, I don't think, but it's interesting, isn't it? I'm open to that. Don't send me emails about your ghost experiences, though. They're not real. A longish outro. The second elephant. Dear Simon, viewers, and listeners, I will test your patience for one last section. Earlier on, I mentioned my room was crowded by two elephants, one being the accuracy of remote viewers. The second deals with the events that kicked off the CIA's paranormal projects back in the 1970s. The reports that the Soviets have been investigating the application of psychotronics to intelligence and military work. Is this because it's fake? They just set it up so the American government wastes tons of money on it and it distracts them from doing actual work. I must admit that I'd initially laughed off this claim as the result of clever Soviet disinformation. Yeah, me too! Surely a Marxist-Leninist government would not invest in such activities, right? Well, I have been served a hefty slice of humble pie by Serge Kernbach, a researcher at Cybertronica Research, a center of advanced robotics and environmental science and an offshoot of the University of Stuttgart in Germany. The pie came wrapped in Kernbach's paper, Unconventional Research in USSR and Russia, which provides an overview of paranormal activities actually conducted and funded by the Soviet Union. Holy okay? I really was like, it's disinformation, no shot. And here we are. It appears that the Soviet government was prompted to fund paranormal research in the 1950s and 60s following the acquisition of Anernby archives during World War II. The Anernby was an organization within the SS, initially tasked with researching the origins of the Aryan race, but it later evolved into other sinister endeavors, such as performing medical experiments without anesthesia, or allegedly delving into occult research. So, there you go. We managed to go through more than 5,000 words without mentioning the Nazis, but here they are, popping up at the end. Yeah, it wouldn't be a Decoding the Unknown without Nazis and experiments and horrible things. Kernbach's paper casts more doubt on this origin story, as it seems that Soviet leaders were interested in unconventional research since the 1920s. Regardless, in the 1950s and 60s, this research received a considerable impetus focusing on three branches. First, parapsychological experiments in the field of remote viewing. Second, the influence of electromagnetic fields on biological subjects. Third, the possibility of physical manipulation with biological radiation, which involved both telekinesis and telepathy. What you do? I'm a telekinesis person. Biological radiation. Just thinking really hard about moving that. Nonsense. The latter research was led by Professor S.Y. Turlogin, who interestingly concluded that his experiments, quote, do not leave us in doubt about the presence of radiation emanating from the human body. Well, radiation emanates from everything, Professor. In general, all fields must have been considered promising enough. In 1973, the secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, P.N. Demichev, established a special commission to investigate psychic phenomena. The commission's conclusion was, quote, we were able to articulate and to defend a principal point. The phenomenon exists. The communication channel is unknown. The affecting channel is unknown. In other words, we believe that psychic phenomena exist. We just don't know how. I'll not go into the details of the Soviet research in this field, nor attempt to decode it, a task we might find ourselves doing in a future episode. I just wanted to point out a curious occurrence noted by Kernbach. The author of the paper states that Soviet Minister of Defense R.J. Malinovsky in 1960 received reports documenting US attempts to weaponize telepathy. These publications appeared to be unreliable and probably fake. However, they may have contributed to provide additional momentum to Soviet research, which in turn inspired the Americans to do the same, and so on. It's just a building circle of nonsense. As Kernbach states, it is likely that both countries have used each other in the arguments in favor of such studies and the struggle for funding, which depicts an interesting scenario, a psychic arms race, in which organizations on opposite sides of the Iron Curtain used alleged evidence of the enemy's achievements to justify their very existence and rake in that taxpayer money. Yes, that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoy the show, please do leave it a review on Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts, or if you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we decode the unknown. I, as always, am your host, Simon Wamsey. One of my writers, in this case, Ilza. Thank you, Ilza, very kind, has written me a script. The true mystery of the pyramids. How were they built? I'll tell you what, it was aliens. No, it wasn't. And we talked about this, haven't we covered this before? I feel like maybe, I don't know. I remember making a video a while back, and there's this wild theory. I think it was on the Today I Found Out channel. There's this theory that they built the pyramids using like some old school cement. Like, I think it's not like the most popular theory, but it's like a genuine theory that's out there that they somehow like ground down stones. Is this how cement works? I realize it sounds really dim because I'm like, how do they make rocks from like liquid? And obviously it hardens up. But they made some sort of ancient cement and then used blocks to like pour this cement and make the pyramids like that rather than just cutting the stone and then moving it around. And I was like, well, that's super interesting. But I don't know if that's even going to be mentioned today because I don't think it's like the most popular theory. But it was an interesting one and there was all sorts of evidence for it. And I was like, I don't think I was like fully convinced by the end. But I was quite like, wow, okay, that's a wild one, isn't it? Anyway, let's just jump in, shall we? The format of the show, if you're new here, first of all, hello, thank you for being here. Thank you for not clicking off with my rambles. Is I've never read this before. We're going to read and explore it together. Egypt, a land of mystery, of enchantment, of sad, oh, so much sad. Also home of the greatest mathematicians to ever exist. I'm referring to the camels, of course. Okay. And finally, the land of the pyramids. How are camels like excellent mathematicians? What joke am I missing? Everyone's going to be a Simon, you're so dim. Don't you get the joke or the reference? And I'm like, no, I don't. Oh, God. Why do I admit these things? Why don't I just be like a normal person and be like, yeah, the camels with the maths. Hey, I get that. I get the joke. I'm a big brain. Because let's be honest, while Egypt may have a lot to offer the world, the first thing most people think about when Egypt comes to mind is pyramids. More specifically, the pyramids at Giza. And there's a good reason for this. They're pretty impressive. I have to say, I only recently discovered that the pyramids are quite close to civilization. For some reason in my mind, I've never been to Egypt. I'd quite like to go. I'd like to see the pyramids. That'd be cool. Why have I never been? I want to go to Egypt. Now I've got kids. It's like, you can't just, go away for a week to like check out the pyramids. It's like, is it child appropriate? Is there a good hotel where we can stay? Where they've got appropriate for the kids to do? Do the kids even want to go and see the pyramids? Because if I was a kid, that's not the I'd want to do. It's the sort of parents would drag me to. I'd be like, oh God, it's so hot. There's so much walking. Please, no. I don't care. And my dad would be like, this is 5,000 years old. I'd be like, Dad, you know what's not 5,000 years old? The hotel has got air conditioning. Can we please go home? Well, I just found out how close to civilization they were. I really thought they were out in the middle of the desert and you'd sort of have to sit on a bus for about 6 hours to go to see the pyramids. But they're really close to the city. It's like, I saw this picture and I was like, wow, they're really just right there. It's quite cool. I mean, because then you'd have to sit on a bus for 6 hours to go and see something. For many, oh my God, we're 5 lines in. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. We are going to get to this about how they build the pyramids. I do promise you. This show isn't always like this. I mean, it kind of is, but it also isn't. We do have facts and things to entertain you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
For many, the civilization of ancient Egypt is synonymous with the pyramid builders. However, there are only 118 pyramids in Egypt. Only? That's a lot of pyramids. I thought there were like 6. And while they did build pyramids for around 1,000 years, well, that does make them sound kind of lazy, doesn't it? The ancient Egyptian civilization... Simon, you're calling all those ancient slaves who built these things lazy. Like, no, sorry. And the ancient civilization lasted for over 3,000 years. To put this into some perspective, Cleopatra, the last Egyptian pharaoh, ending 5,000 years of dynastic rule, lived closer to the moon landing than she did to the building of the pyramids at Giza. And I'll tell you what, that's what happens when you put a woman in charge. Am I right? I'm not right. It's a joke. It's a joke, please. Someone will clip that and do it as a short or whatever. And be like, oh, for God's sake, it's a joke. Did Cleopatra take a trip out to the desert to gaze in wonder? Although you've got to wonder, she was a woman and she was the law. I have no idea what this history is. I just don't know. Was Cleopatra the one with Mark Antony? And then the Romans came and, like, killed her? Something like that. Or she killed herself? Oh my God, I know I should know this. Did Cleopatra take a trip out to the desert to gaze in wonder at the grand monuments to her ancestors? Was she as captivated with the pyramids as later generations would be? Or was it just another feature of Egypt, a looming monument at first revered but later used as shade by Bedouin merchants and eventually building material? The discovery and subsequent deciphering of the Rosetta Stone in 1822 went a long way to solve some of the mysteries of ancient Egypt. But there's still a lot we don't know about the pyramids. One of the greatest mysteries is a fairly simple question. How were these majestic monuments built? The story of the pyramids. A pyramid is not a lone standing massive tomb honoring cat lovers. It forms part of a larger burial complex in ancient Egypt. Pharaohs were considered to become gods after death, so they had tombs befitting future gods, filled with everything a pharaoh would need in the afterlife, depending on the pharaoh in question. And when the complex was built, it might include a palace, temples, and solar boat pits, because every pharaoh worth his salt needed at least one solar boat to join Ra on his sunset cruise. It's like, you want to make fun of these old religions, but they look at religion today and you're like, secretly bizarre, isn't it? I mean, maybe not with the solar boats to join Ra, but there's weird stuff in modern religion, especially the weirder religions. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of records left to tell us what many of the buildings in the complex and the chambers inside the pyramids themselves were used for, just one of the many, many mysteries of the pyramids. Considering how long it took to build a pyramid, it's believed that a pharaoh would get started on this project as soon as he or she was sitting on that throne. Building a pyramid is quite an undertaking, so the pharaoh would create a team consisting of an observer, the chief engineer, and architect supported by a well-fed workforce to actually build whatever the engineer and architect came up with, much like construction companies today. Since the pharaoh was basically a god on earth, they had access to almost infinite resources in both manpower and building materials, so no dream was too big for the pharaoh. Yeah, and that's why the big pyramids. What's the big one called? Like the Great Pyramid, the King's Pyramid, something like that. That was like the biggest building in the world for thousands of years. It's quite crazy. The pyramids at Giza are probably the best known and most impressive of the pyramids, but they weren't the first. Much like the Sistine Chapel wasn't Michelangelo's first painting, the pyramids at Giza weren't the ancient Egyptians' first rodeo. If we look at the older pyramids, we can see how the ancient Egyptians experimented with both the design and construction techniques, and through trial and error, learned what worked and what really didn't. Like many worthwhile pursuits, pyramid building was an evolving art. The Step Pyramid of Saqqara was the first pyramid ever built. Imhotep, or the Mummy, as I know him, created... Oh, is this the person from The Mummy? The bad dude from The Mummy, who's like evil and like mummifies people with scarab beetles. Was that what happened? I remember I watched that movie. I saw that movie with school. Like, we went on a summer trip, like every year, for like a week. Was it every year? It was something like this. And for some reason, we ended up watching The Mummy in the cinema. It's like, great. It's like going to the cinema with school. Okay. Brendan Fraser, looking awesome. Being the Indiana Jones of my childhood. So he created the Step Pyramid for King Djoser during the 3rd dynasty by stacking 6 mastabas on top of each other, getting progressively smaller towards the top. Djoser sounds like something that should be read without the D, like King Djoser, or like Joser. I'm just going to go for Djoser because it sounds cool. And I'm not going to look it up because I don't want to. I feel like I've looked it up before and it was Djoser or Joes. Oh, whatever. I could look it up. I mean, I could. It's just I like reading and I don't want to. It's like when you read, like this is for me, is it's as little like a job as possible. And when you're reading a book at home, you're not looking up the pronunciations, are you? And I don't want to do the same thing. And I know people are like, Simon, the least you could do is make some effort. And I'm like, yes, I could. But some effort sometimes just seems like too much effort, doesn't it? Sorry. Leave me a bad review if you want. A mastaba is a rectangular burial mound with sloping walls and a flat roof in which earlier kings had been buried. They were mostly made from mud bricks, but some were made of stone. The next step in the evolution of the pyramid was Sneferu's pyramid, also known as the Bent Pyramid, built at Dashur, south of Cairo. This was the second pyramid built for Sneferu after the first, as Sneferu sounds like a Pokemon. Sneferu evolves into a Sneferix. How's Pokemon? Pokemon. I don't know anything about Pokemon, but it does sound like a Pokemon. After the first attempt at medium was abandoned before completion, the lower part of the bent pyramid was built at an angle of 54 to 55 degrees. However, the upper section was built at an angle of 43 degrees, which gives the pyramid its recognizable shape. The bent pyramid faces a number of difficulties. Firstly, the site for the bent pyramid consisted of loose, sandy soil, which didn't provide a solid foundation for what would become a very heavy building. On top of that, don't build your castle on sand. Everybody knows that. On top of that, the earliest pyramids were built with layers of stone sloping inward to form the body of the pyramid. This was already a very unstable design, and along with the less than adequate foundation, the whole thing started sinking. In an attempt to prevent further problems, the architects reduced the slope towards the top, giving the pyramid its very recognizable bent look. However, Sneferu wasn't a pharaoh to give up on his dream of a proper pyramid to loom over his subjects after he passed on to the next realm and commissioned a third pyramid. This third final pyramid, the Red Pyramid, was built a short distance away from the bent one and used what would become the blueprints for future pyramids. It took a while, but they got there in the end. The Red Pyramid, according to some, served as a prototype for the Great Pyramid. Oh, that's it, not the King's Pyramid. The Great Pyramid, as it incorporated some of the valuable lessons that the builders had learned by this point. Future pyramids were built on solid rock to ensure proper foundation and support. It sounds like... Guys, come on, obviously. What happens to sand? Moves around. What's really heavy? Rock. Come on, use your big brains. Instead of attempting inward-sloping stones, the ancient pyramid builders realized that stacking stones on top of each other horizontally would make for a far more stable construction, so they used large blocks at the bottom to better distribute the load with smaller blocks towards the top. Squares and plums were used to take precise measurements to maintain the right shape. After all, the bent pyramid wasn't exactly the gold standard in pyramid building. Sneferu, the Pokemon dude, abandoned it. He was like, yeah, no, first one sucks, second one's rubbish, let's try again. All of the people building it, oh, for God's sake, Sneferu. How many times? Just enjoy the bent one, Sneferu. It's perfect. It's unique, Sneferu. But they wouldn't say that because it'd probably, murder them. Or, I imagine trap them in a basement with some scarab beetles and ghosts. The burial chamber would be placed inside the pyramid itself instead of in the ground underneath the pyramid. Corbelled ceilings. I have no idea what that is. Corbelled. Let's look that up. You can just touch it, and it lets you look it up. Supported on corbels. Oh, that's helpful. What's a corbel? Corbel. In architecture, a corbel is a piece of stone. Thanks, dictionary. Real helpful right there. Corbelled ceilings were used to create the spacious rooms within the pyramid without sacrificing the structural integrity of the pyramids. Pyramids were also built on natural hills to give a little bit of extra height without extra layers of stone, and finally pyramids would be finished off with fine white limestone. The Great Pyramid of Giza could be considered the pinnacle of pyramid building, and much of what we know about pyramid construction is based on the pyramids at Giza. The Great Pyramid was constructed during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, around 2550 BCE. It's the largest of the three pyramids, towering over the Giza Plateau, and stands at around 438 feet. When it was finished, it stood an impressive 478 feet. What happens? It was built using around 2.3 million stone blocks, weighing an average of 2.5 to 15 tons each.
What?
No way. No. That's insane. 2.3? I thought it would be maybe 2,000. If someone asked me, how many giant bricks do you think make up the temple? The pyramid, 1.5 to 2.3 tons. I'll be I don't know, 2,000, 3,000, but it's 2.3 million. Good Lord. I have to look that up. I almost don't believe it. Great Pyramid, number of stones, 2.3 million. I'm sorry for doubting you, Ilza. I just can't believe that number. Good Lord almighty. 5.5 million tons of limestone. That's insane! I feel like if you just watched this video and just learned that, this video was worthwhile, wasn't it? Smash that like button. The second pyramid at Giza was built during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre, the son of Khufu, around 2520 BC. His pyramid may have been a little smaller, but he made up for that by including the Sphinx in his necropolis as well. Finally, the third of the pyramids. And I told this story before. I thought for the longest time that the Sphinx, you know, there's Tutankhamun, and he has that really pimp gold mask that he wore, on his box or whatever. What's it called? Why can't I remember the word for the box that you're buried in? It's not a tomb. Everyone's screaming this right now. Coffin! What's going on? He had this, like, really cool gold mask on his coffin for the longest time. I don't know why. Literally until maybe a few years ago, I thought that was the Sphinx. I thought that that mask was like the size of the Sphinx. And I'm like, wow, no one harvested that gold? That's so much gold. The whole Sphinx is made out of gold. And then it turns out, disappointingly, the Sphinx is just made of boring rock and doesn't even have a nose. And the mask thing is just some small mask that Tutankhamun wore. I also thought Tutankhamun's name was Tutankhamun for the longest time. It's not correct. Why do I admit these things? It's just embarrassing. Finally, the third of the pyramids is quite a bit smaller than the first two and was built during the reign of Pharaoh Menkora around 2490 BCE. What he lacks in the height of his pyramid, he made up for in the size of his penis. Not really, it doesn't say that. It's just a joke. He made up for in the complexity of the mortuary temple found in his burial complex. Initially, the pyramids were encased in smooth white limestone and made them. I'm just thinking about the pyramid builders, right? There's like all the kings, and there's the guy with the giant king pyramid, and then there was probably some guy later on, and he was like, nah, just bury me normally, and on my inscription on the tomb, on my little, mini-sized pyramid that's barely taller than myself, just write, didn't need to compensate for anything, did I? Boom! And then the archaeologist looks inside, and there's some sort of like Rasputin's preserved penis in there. What's wrong with you, Simon? Why do you think this way?
What's wrong with you?
Was anyone else thinking that when we talk about the size of their... Anyone else? Is it just me? These pharaohs with their tiny willies. Initially, the pyramids were encased in smooth white limestone, which made them highly visible because a huge pyramid in the middle of the desert is not visible enough. However, over the centuries, the pyramids have been plundered by grave robbers and the casings were removed to use in other construction projects. When the New Kingdom period from around 1550 BCE to 1070 BCE arrived, the pharaohs had a change of heart and address and opted to be buried in the Valley of the Kings, located about 300 miles south of Giza instead. Well, that makes sense. If they're like, where do you want to be buried? Where should we bury each other? I don't know, in the desert. Or, alternatively, in the Valley of the Kings. I mean, it's even named... I know it came later. It's just a stupid joke. I don't know why. Located around 300 miles south of Giza, pyramid building as a hobby declined in popularity, and today, Khufu is still the man with the biggest burial tomb ever, and also the small... It also didn't do him any good, however, as while we found this tomb, his actual remains were never found. I guess size doesn't necessarily mean security. Who built... I don't know if that's a penis joke. Maybe it is. Maybe it is also not appropriate. Who built the pyramids? When we look at how the pyramids were built, an important question to ask is who built the pyramids? There are a lot of wonderful theories involving aliens and Atlantis. Yeah, but look, if you look at the Great Pyramid from a distance, it looks really cool. But if you look at it up close, all the rocks are like higgledy-piggledy and a bit and it's like, well, if aliens are going to build it, assuming they flew like all the way across the universe, they're going to at least line up the rocks properly. They're not going to just be like, yeah, well, higgledy-piggledy. We did higgledy-piggledy with our spaceship, and it works out great. One thing spaceships are not is higgledy-piggledy. Although that International Space Station's quite higgledy-piggledy. Why do I keep saying higgledy-piggledy?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't know.
It's like because they just flurble bits and attach it on there. So actually, maybe spacecrafts are higgledy-piggledy. I worry now that higgledy-piggledy is a British term, and all the Americans listening, which is the majority of you, hello America, you're thinking, what the f*** is he talking about? What is higgledy-piggledy? It means like messy, like all kind of jammed together. There are lots of wonderful theories involving aliens and Atlantis, but I'm sure aliens have far more important things to do than build pyramids in a desert, and Atlantis only ever lived in the imagination of Plato. The people responsible for the marvels of ancient Egypt were the people who lived there, the ancient Egyptians. It's shocking, we know. A popular notion is that the pyramids were built by slaves. However, the discovery of the lost city of the pyramid builders by Egyptologist Mark Lenner proves otherwise. The city was found close to Menkare's pyramid, the last to be built on Giza's plateau. Lenner and his team made quite a few other important discoveries, such as the oldest bakery ever found in Egypt, containing a cache of bread pots and an ancient chamber which turned out to be the oldest pillared hall ever discovered in Egypt, filled with low benches. Being an archaeologist like this got to be cool. Like, a mate of mine's an archaeologist, and I get the feeling in a lot of his life, it's still cool, but he spends a lot of his time, like, very carefully documenting stuff, and then spending time inside buildings in labs and stuff, and less, like, breaking into old bakeries and, like, finding these things. But it's still pretty cool, right? That's a cool job. It could have been a dining hall, but we don't really know. The team also uncovered 170 meters, that's around 550 feet long blocks of modern-looking, non-domestic galleries, most likely used as barrack housing for the permanent labor force, consisting of around 1,600 to 2,000 workers. A building containing hundreds of seals dating back to the time of Kaffa and Menkure, probably used by officials to keep track of the sizable operation of feeding and housing the workers, proved that bureaucracy was alive and well in Egypt, and another building, a storehouse, contained circular bins, most likely used to store grain. On top of all that, the remains of animal bones show that the inhabitants feasted on sheep and goat and even beef, the best meat available in ancient Egypt. And honestly, the best meat available today. God, I think I'm gonna have steak for dinner tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna have a delicious steak. Done. Decision made.
Yum.
Tombs discovered at the foot of the pyramids indicate that the workers were buried in a place of honor, and the bodies showed healed fractures, which means access to solid healthcare. Slaves, these people were not. The workforce most likely consisted of a core group of highly skilled and specialized builders and craftsmen that were employed on a permanent basis. This smaller group would have spent the year cutting stones and doing the survey and preparation work. This group of specialists was then supported by a rotating labor force, most likely agricultural workers, who would spend around 3 months of the year working on the pyramids when things on the farm slowed down for the season. The labor force might have included as many as 25,000 men, and they would have been the ones hauling the stone from the quarries and putting them into place on actual pyramids themselves. The permanent workforce most likely lived in the pyramid builder's town, while the seasonal workforce probably lived in the temporary camp closer to the site. The workmen hauling, setting, and casing the stones were divided into gangs, and each gang probably consisted of around 200 people. Graffiti uncovered in the early 20th century shows that the gangs even had names, such as Friends of Khufu and the Drunkards of Menkure. That definitely been. It's like, what's your group called? Friends of the King? What's your group called? Drunkards of the area. I'll be like, I'm with you, you friends. Where beeth the pub? Apparently, the workers under Menkure had a bit more fun. Yes, they did. How were they actually built? How do you go about building a pyramid? First off, you need a rectangular base. Wait, aren't they square? Oh, I guess a square is a type of rectangle, right? Or is a rectangular type of square? What way round does that go? I'm going to assume it's the first way, because pyramids are square, right? When laying out this base, it's vital to take correct measurements to make sure your pyramid is going to look like a pyramid, and of course make sure that it's not going to fall down. Ancient Egyptians didn't have access to all the amazing tools that we have today. They're better, they're the aliens! But if there's one thing we can say for our ancestors, it's that they didn't lack in the department of creativity and ingenuity. To keep things as accurate as possible, the Egyptians developed and used the cubit measuring rod, which looks like a ruler marked with hieroglyphs to measure the dimensions and layout of the pyramids, as well as the square level, basically a triangle with a plumb bob attached to level horizontal surfaces. That's a genius invention, whoever came up with that. It's really clever. And it's like, thinking about, imagine if you go back in time like thousands of years and all the inventions that you could come up with, people will be like, yeah, we don't have the wheel. And you just be like, okay, cool, what do you do? Make this big circle thing, punch a hole in the middle, put a stick through it. Boom! And people will be like, holy how did we not think of this? But I'd also be like, if I was back there, I'm sure I wouldn't invent any of this. Too stupid. Some also suggest that they used water-filled trenches to make sure that the perimeter was perfectly level. Once you have this base, you start adding layers, with each layer being smaller than the last. The core of the pyramid was usually built using local limestone. It's not the good quality stuff yet, because no one is going to see this core for a few thousand years, at which point everyone associated with this thing is dead and gone, and so there'll be no embarrassment. The outer layer of stone, or casing stone, is the good quality limestone, which will give your pyramids the lovely white sheen that'll really make it stand out against the landscape. The casing stone needed to be cut to ensure that a nice, smooth, inclined surface was there. I'm doing this with the kitchen right now. Like, we're having a kitchen, we're renovating a house, it's been going on forever, and they're finally putting in the kitchen. And our builder was like, you should go to IKEA. And it's like, well, I don't really want to do my kitchen in IKEA, because I'm a snob. No, it was just we wanted something, because in my mind, IKEA's just a bit... I know, IKEA's great, don't get me wrong, but I don't imagine it's going to last as long as, like, a carpentered kitchen. And the builder was like, nah, mate, at least the insides. Just go to IKEA, they'll design everything, and then have the insides at least made by IKEA. If you want, like, fancier doors put on, we could do that, but just get IKEA to make all the insides. They're the bits that no one sees. And it doesn't matter, and IKEA do an amazing job, so I'm like, okay, save me a fortune. The casing stone needed to be cut to ensure that nice, smooth, inclined surface. To do this, the workers used copper chisels and saws that had to be sharpened regularly, as copper is a pretty soft metal. Some of the stones actually show markings where work had to stop for a chisel to be sharpened before work on said stone could continue. Finally, the capstone of your pyramid is going to be a really hard stone, usually granite or basalt. The capstone was then plated with gold, silver, or an alloy of gold and silver to really make it pop. And so we have the plan, we have the foundation, and now we need stone. Lots and lots of stone. And 2.3 million! Quarrying the stone. A lot of your more alternative historians claim that ancient Egyptians couldn't have built the pyramids because they had no way of cutting the stone. However, it's amazing what you can do when you have a workforce of 20,000 people. Yeah, imagine all the YouTube videos I could make. What the Egyptians may have lacked in technology, they simply made up for with sheer numbers. Stone was quarried using copper chisels and saws, along with an abrasive like quartz sand to cut soft stone like sandstone, and limestone for harder stone. For harder stone like granite, diorite, and basalt, something a little stronger was needed. So the workers turned to another stone, dolerite, to make dolerite pounders, basically a round ball of the hard black rock. Most of the stone used in the building of the pyramids at Giza are quarried on the Giza Plateau. The stone used for Khufu's pyramid was quarried from a horseshoe-shaped quarry just south of the pyramid, while the blocks for Menkare's pyramid probably came from a quarry located south-southeast of the pyramid itself. Higher quality limestone for the casings probably came from the quarry at Tura, about 10 miles south of Cairo on the Nile River. In order to cut the limestone blocks, workers would first chisel out a slot along 3 sides of the block. Once the work was done, they would drill holes along the bottom edge of the block and insert levers into the holes to break the stone loose from the quarry wall. All of this is amazing and everything, and it's always like, this is so cool, like these giant things they're building. But do you think all of these guys are like, oh, for God's sake, it's just a fancy tomb, no one's even going to use it? I wish we were building something like a school or a hospital, instead of just this fancy building for a dude who's gonna die and thinks he's a god. I mean, he is a god! The pegs would be filled with water and expand, splitting the stone. God, that's clever.
Smart.
Once the stone was broken free, the block of granite would be slid down into a waiting boat. No fancy machinery needed, just human creativity. The expanding the wood to split the stone is just so big brain. I couldn't think of that today. Even if I didn't know about that now, and someone was like, work out a way to split this stone, I just wouldn't be able to figure it out. I'd be like, oh, we got to wait for winter, and we'll pour some water in there, and the water will freeze. And it's be like, no, you just put some wood in there. I just wouldn't think it would be strong enough. Wow, this is so cool. Now we have the stone, we're faced with another problem: moving the incredibly heavy blocks of stone from point A to point B. Transporting the stone. The pyramids were built well before the ancient Egyptians started using the wheel, so how they moved the stones from the quarry to the actual building site is one of the many mysteries of the pyramids. However, we have a few theories. 2 of these theories involve water. According to one theory, the blocks were levered onto wooden sleds and then hauled along by teams of workers. However, if you've ever tried dragging anything over sand, you'll know that dry sand will pile up in front of the thing that you're dragging. In the case of the pyramid builders, a sled, until it becomes almost impossible to move. If you've got enough people, I'll just have like 5 dudes just at the front of the block, just constantly digging it out. Just be like moving that sand, and then you'd have like 1,000 dudes just like pulling on strings. And it's just a lot of dudes. You just be like, let's go. There's so many people can really solve a whole lot of problems. However, scientists have found that wet sand would reduce the friction and eliminate the sand piles, making it much easier for a team of people or animals to move something like a heavy block of stone. The water to sand ratio is important though. Too much water and you'll end up with mud, which will just bog down whatever you're trying to move, while the correct ratio will create capillary bridges connecting grains of sand to each other and making it easy to slide something heavy over the wet sand. That's amazing. It's amazing that they came up with this. Artwork in tombs also supports this theory. The tomb of, good lord, unpronounceable pharaoh Djehuittotep, which dates to around 1900 BCE, contains a depiction of a team of around 170 men dragging a statue around 20 feet high, with one person walking in front of it and moistening the sand. Originally, Egyptologists thought that this had some religious significance, but perhaps the purpose of this was scientific rather than religious. This would be fine for blocks quarried on the Giza Plateau, but what about the blocks coming all the way from Tura and Aswan? To move Aswan. To move these blocks, our ingenious Egyptians harnessed the power of the Nile. Today, the Nile River doesn't come anywhere near the Giza Plateau. It's miles away. However, this might not have always been the case. Using fossilized pollen particles, a multinational team of researchers have proven that a now lost branch of the Nile River once linked the Nile to the Giza Plateau, meaning that the blocks coming from afar could be shipped to the pyramids instead of being dragged overland. Some theorize that the Egyptians built a complex of canals that led right up to the base of the Giza Plateau, making the transportation even more efficient. Excavations have also uncovered what could be a port at Giza near the workers' town built for Menkare's pyramid, which would have been used to bring in not only the blocks but also the supplies for the workers. Much like our first water theory, there is some historical record to back it up. In 2013, archaeologist Pierre Tallet made an astonishing discovery. While excavating caves determined to be some sort of boat storage depot used around 4,600 years ago, a few miles inland from the Red Sea in Wadi al-Jarf, he came across rolls of papyrus, some a few feet long and relatively intact, written in hieroglyphics, as well as hieratic, a cursive writing system used in ancient Egypt. As it turned out, he had discovered some of the oldest known papyruses. Among the papyri was the journal of an official named Mera, who led a crew of around 200 men who travelled from one end of Egypt to the other, picking up and delivering goods like some sort of ancient UPS. One of these trips included stopping at Tura, a town along the Nile known for its limestone quarry, picking up some limestone and shipping it up the Nile River to the Giza Plateau, a journey of around 10 miles. Both Mark Lenner, the man who found the workers' village, and Tallet felt that the harbour at Wadi al-Jarf was an important harbour for the pyramid project. Other than the stone from Tura, the Egyptians needed vast amounts of copper for their tools. The main source of copper was the mines in the Sinai Desert, just opposite Wadi al-Jarf. Of course, there were also a few food sources in the Sinai and surrounds, so it would have been up to the teams, like Mariners' men, to not only get the copper and quarry blocks to Giza, but also to get food from the rich agricultural lands along the Nile to the men working at the mines in Sinai, extracting the copper. Early Egyptians loved their bureaucracy and team leaders. Who doesn't? Who doesn't love bureaucracy? I'm in the process of getting like a document renewed with the government, and they're like, okay, great, make an appointment and come in. And I'm like, okay, so I'll bring this with me. And they're like, no, this is the appointment for making the appointments. And I'm like, oh, for fuck, why? Why?
Huh? Why not?
Why would you have it like this? It makes no sense. It is just bureaucracy. And I love it. Like Mera, who would have team leaders like Mera, who would have travelled with most, if not all, of their written records because they had to account for their time. Apparently, we can blame the ancient Egyptians for the concept of timesheets. Oh, is this like... Is a timesheet? I think I worked in a shop and they'd have this machine where you go in and then there's this big wall and they have these little cards and then you like take the card and you drop it in a machine. It's like... And then you take it out and you put it on the wall and it has like a list of when you came in and when you go out so they can pay you correctly. And I remember always being like, gonna finish my shift and then I'm gonna use the toilet. You know, for a proper amount of time. Like empty my, you know. You guys don't need details. And then I definitely always stamped it out afterwards because I loved getting paid to have a poo. It's possible that the records were buried at Wadi al-Jarf simply because it was the last trip the team made. Regardless, the journal definitely supports the theory that the Nile River was used to transport blocks and that the ancient Egyptians built canals, redirecting the Nile to go where they wanted it to go. An older theory that I remember from my childhood is still considered a plausible means of transportation, but it has lost some ground to the whole river theory. This theory states that the stone blocks were put on a sledge. Wooden logs called rollers were then placed underneath the sledge, using a path paved with gypsum or hardened clay to prevent the blocks from sinking into the loose desert sand. The sledge would be dragged to the construction site. One group of workers would pull the block with ropes, while another would move the rollers from the back of the sledge to the front to keep the whole business moving forward. Yeah, I remember being taught this, or like learning this when I was a kid. I think that's what people just were like, yeah, that's how they did it. And they're like, no, they did some genius thing with capillaries. I'm like, holy that's cool. I like that this was all happening like thousands of years ago. And it's like, just today people are like, they're updating it and the books get changed. It's like, history's cool. While this is a good theory, there is a problem. Egypt was not exactly covered in forests, so wood was not an abundant, infinite resource. It was relatively scarce in ancient Egypt, and much of it was imported. Unlike the first two theories, there also hasn't been any proof in the archaeological record to back this up. However, future research will prove once and for all how exactly the blocks were moved from quarry to construction site, but for now the blocks have finally arrived at the pyramid. Now you need to start stacking them. However, how exactly this was done might be the biggest mystery of all. Placing the stone. Yeah, so far it's like we're doing a show called Decoding the Unknown. It's like so far there's no mysteries. It's like they did this, and then they did this, and then they did that. Thanks for the history lesson, Simon. Get to the mystery fact, boy! In 450 BCE, Greek historian Herodotus visited the pyramids and speculated that machines were used to build these awe-inspiring monuments. Today, scholars assume that the machines he was referring to were probably cranes. Back in ancient times, Egyptian farmers used a shaduf, a wooden crane-like device to raise water from the Nile to irrigate their land, so this contraption would have been available to the pyramid builders. According to this theory, hundreds of these crane-like contraptions were used to lift the blocks from one level to the next. This is a promising theory, but once again, we run into the wood problem. Wood wasn't that plentiful in ancient Egypt. Timber strong enough for shipbuilding, which is round about the strength that you'd probably need for a crane that's going to lift blocks weighing 2.5 tons, was imported from Lebanon at great cost. Whether that's something that an almighty and powerful pharaoh would have even taken note of is unclear, but I'm sure the poor guy trying to balance the books might have had something to say about it. However, a bigger problem to the theory is the question of where you would put these cranes. The higher you went, the less space you would have. Closer to the top of the pyramid, you would have as little as 18 inches of standing room, which certainly wasn't big enough for a crane large enough to carry a heavy block of stone. Yeah, but as you go up, aren't the blocks also reducing in size? Isn't that the whole reason everything's getting smaller? So wouldn't the cranes get smaller as well? 300 years later, Diodorus of Sicily had a different idea. He suggested that ramps were used to build the pyramids. That's what I remember being taught. That they'd push them up on like ramps and slot them into place. He suggested that the ramps were used to build the pyramids, and the ramp theory is still a pretty solid contender today. Good. Not everything I was taught at school turned out to be a lie. Those bloody rollers from Lebanon. In order to get the blocks into position on the higher tiers of the pyramids, the workers probably used ramps to haul the blocks to where they needed to go. The ramps were most likely built along with the pyramids. For each tier added to the pyramid, another layer would be added to the ramps. The ramps were then dismantled once the pyramid was completed, which is why no archaeological trace of ramps around the pyramids has ever been found. However, the question arises, what was the configuration of these ramps? Were they straight on, perpendicular to the pyramid, zigzagging along one of the sides of the pyramid, or spiraling around the pyramid? Your ramp couldn't be too steep. Researchers are of the opinion that an 8% slope would have been the maximum. Anything steeper, whoa, that's going to be a really, really long slope. In my imagination, or like memory, which is probably inaccurate memory, is that they were just pushing them directly up the edge of the pyramids, like just straight up that steep thing, which is not an 8-degree incline by any stretch of the imagination. And in my mind, there's like two dudes pushing them up. It's like, obviously not. They weighed tons. Literally. Anything steeper and it would have been impossible for the workers to haul the stone blocks up the ramp. However, with such a gentle slope, by the time you reach the top of the pyramids, the ramp is going to be almost a mile long if it's just a straight-on ramp. This would have been a sizable construction. No shit, a mile-long ramp that's strong enough to support a ton of brick. Several tons of brick. That's crazy. The spiral ramp would solve this problem, but creates a few new problems. If a ramp were running around the pyramid, the body of the pyramid would essentially be buried under a ramp. This would make it impossible for the surveyors to take frequent measurements of the angles at the corners that would be necessary to make all your corners meet at the right place at the top. So, not an ideal configuration for ramps either. Eventually, however, someone asked a very interesting question. What if the ramp was on the inside? In 2003, Jean-Pierre Houdon, a French architect, proposed the internal ramp theory after spending years making detailed computer models of the Great Pyramid at Giza. According to Houdon, the internal ramp used to build the pyramid still exists inside the pyramid today. Well, just go look inside then! Would solve this mystery. Obviously, there's a reason they didn't just go inside and be like, oh, there it is. Done. According to Houdon's theory, the lower third of the pyramid was built using a straight external ramp to haul the blocks into position. This ramp was made using limestone blocks, similar to those being used in the construction of the pyramid, only smaller. While the bottom part of the pyramid was being built by one group of workers, a second group was building a second ramp inside the pyramid. Houdon reckons that this second ramp begins at the bottom of the second pyramid and is around 6 feet wide, running at a grade of around 7%. Once the lower half of the pyramid was finished, our intrepid builders switched to the internal ramp to move the blocks to their place place for the remaining 2/3 of the pyramid. Okay, fair enough. The huge granite and limestone blocks used for the roof beams and the rafters of the Queen's and King's chambers inside the pyramid weighed up to 60 tons and would have been too big to fit through the internal ramp. This meant that the outer ramp probably remained in place until these were put in position, at which point the outer ramp was dismantled and the smaller blocks of limestone used for the ramp were hauled up via the internal ramp and used for the top 2/3 of the pyramid. This sounds pretty good. Like, it's a nice theory. Everything slots into place. Is there any archaeological evidence for it, though? Some theorize that the blocks in the upper part of the pyramid are smaller because they had to fit up a smaller internal ramp. I'm no builder, but this does make sense to me. Yes, this theory makes a ton of sense. It seems very clever, but show me the evidence.
What fucking evidence do you have?
However, designing this internal ramp would have been tricky. It needed to circumvent any internal chambers and passages, and you would also need to figure out how to turn a corner while hauling heavy stone blocks up a narrow ramp. Houdon suggested that the internal ramp had openings where a simple crane could be used to turn the blocks. This theory was given a little extra credit by a fox. Okay, in 1986, a member of a French team surveying the pyramid spotted a desert fox enter through a hole next to what appeared to be an opening around 2/3 up the northeast corner of the pyramid. This hole could have been used to turn heavy block, and was right where Houdon much later predicted it would be. Now, unless it was one dedicated fox, it probably didn't climb up 2/3 of the pyramid. Rather, it might have found an entrance through a crevice closer to the bottom of the pyramid and then used the internal ramp like any well-bred fox would. The French team also used microgravimetry to survey the pyramid. This is a technique where small differences in the strength of a gravitational field are measured, and it allowed the team to measure the density of different sections of pyramid to find any hidden chambers and passages. Holy shit, no idea that's how it works. I just assumed they were using like X-rays or sonar or something. They're using something called microgravimetry. That's amazing.
That's amazing.
I'm learning stuff in today's episode that I feel like I've talked about the Egyptians so many times to the point of, almost being like, oh god, more Egypt. I'm learning some amazing today. Thank you, Ilza. They couldn't find any large hidden chambers, but their computer analysis did provide one image that they couldn't interpret at the time. However, if you consider the internal ramp theory, the image could very well show a ramp spiraling up through the pyramid. An internal ramp would certainly explain why no ramps or the remains of ramps have ever been found. A more controversial theory in archaeological circles suggests that the pyramids weren't built by stacking blocks on top of each other. Rather, they were cast from an early form of concrete made with limestone, clay, lime, and water. I told you this is a real theory. More controversial, though. The claim was made in the 1970s by chemist and director of the Geopolymer Institute in Saint Quentin in France, Joseph Davidovitz. Professor Gilles Hug Giles? I know, I've got a mate called Giles, and he spells it with one L, so that feels more like Gilles. Gilles. Gilles?
Whatever.
Hug and Professor Michel Barsoun, a respected researcher in the field of ceramics, further investigated this theory. After extensive testing using an electron microscope, the team discovered small structures within the inner and outer casing stone that's consistent with reconstituted limestone. The stones also had a high water content, which is unusual for the dry natural limestone found on the Giza Plateau. In order to make this concrete, quarried limestone from the Giza Plateau was dissolved in large pools of water fed from the Nile River until it reached a thin, watery consistency. Lime found in cooking fire ash and natron, a mineral salt used in the mummification process, were mixed in. The pools were left to dry until a mixture resembling moist clay was left behind. Presumably using big buckets, the clay would be carried up the pyramid to where the block needed to be and cast into reusable wooden molds. The wet concrete would then be left for a few days and undergo a chemical reaction similar to curing concrete. Well, wouldn't an easy way to figure this out be like, well, go get a big block that no one wants anymore, like maybe from the inside, take it to a big lab and then cut it open, and if there's like weird hairs in there, if there's biological matter in there, like someone's eyelash or something, then we're like, well, how did that get in there? Surely isn't that gonna figure it out? According to this theory, the concrete method was only used for stones on the higher levels of the pyramid. The pyramids being cast versus the pyramids being cut and built would explain why, according to some, the stones at the bottom of the pyramids have a higher mass than the stones near the top of the pyramids. Barsoom also claims that some of the blocks fit together so closely that not even a human hair can be inserted between them, and considering the tools at the time, it's far more likely that the stones were cast tightly together rather than moved into position up ramps. It would also be easier to carry buckets of cement up a pyramid than it would be dragging a 2-ton block of stone. However, there are some problems with the cast rather than cut theory, the obvious being wood. A huge amount of limestone chalk and burnt wood would be needed in order to make the concrete, and as we mentioned before, wood was in short supply in Egypt. Manpower, however, was not. There's also the fact that there's no mention of the wooden molds in the archaeological record. The wood most certainly would have been used for fuel or other construction projects, but the concept of using molds to cast the blocks for the pyramids has not been found anywhere in ancient writings. On top of that, concrete left to cure outside is going to trap whatever the breeze blows its way, so you'd expect to find all traces of things that you wouldn't normally find in limestone. Yes, of course, if you just look at the pyramids, you can see they look like thousands of individual blocks stacked on top of each other. They don't look like concrete blocks poured against concrete blocks where one side would be shared. Yeah, that's it. Like, I guess they could jumble around over time, but I don't know, it doesn't seem super likely, does it? It's a cool theory, but I'm like, they had some ramps or something, surely. Like, the internal ramp theory is my favorite so far, especially since they did that, like, looking inside thing and found the spiral. That's my favorite theory, to be honest. Another problem with this argument is that Davidovitz claims that the Egyptians poured their pyramids because moving pre-cut quarried stone would be too much work. However, dragging the stone to balls to crush, mix, and make the concrete means that you're still quarrying and moving the same mass of stone, just in smaller chunks. Yeah, but moving anything in smaller chunks is way easier. Also, you would need a lot of water, which would actually make the amount of material you're moving up the pyramid even more, not less. Now, on top of quarrying and hauling the stone to the site, the workers had to crush the stone, mix the cement, and then carry it by the bucket up the pyramid to cast, hoping that it doesn't dry out too much before reaching the spot where it should be poured. All in all, this sounds like a lot more effort, not less. While there are some that firmly believe the cast versus cut build theory, my research suggests that most archaeologists and Egyptologists have their doubts. Of course, it's plausible that the builders used a combination of methods. It would be probably easier to cast the last stone layers simply because there wouldn't be that much room to maneuver cut blocks of stone without losing a couple of workers over the side, and it's a long way down. As for the ramp, I think I side with the Fox on this one. The internal ramp theory is still being researched, but recent updates are promising, so perhaps we've solved at least one of the mysteries of the pyramids of Giza. Honestly, it sounds like we solved a lot of the mysteries, doesn't it? Like, most of that stuff is like, how did they do this? And then archaeologists figure it out because that's what they do. Conclusion. The pyramids have withstood natural and man-made disasters for thousands of years. The Great Pyramid of Giza is the last of the 7 wonders of the world still standing. They are an impressive reminder never to underestimate the dedication and ingenuity of our ancient ancestors. If you really want to do something and put your mind to it, you find a way. However, more than just a monument to our ancestors, the inscriptions, decorations, and artifacts found within the pyramids and their accompanying burial complexes around Egypt have given modern researchers a good understanding of Egyptian society and religion. However, despite all we've discovered about them, the pyramids are still jealously guarding their biggest secret. Maybe one day we'll discover that Pyramids for Dummies pyramid, the one with the step-by-step instructions and pictures and everything, but until it's found, the mystery of how exactly the pyramids were built, sadly, will remain a mystery. Honestly, it doesn't sound like it's going to be a mystery for very much longer. I think we're going to crack this one fairly shortly. Or at least get it so it's so likely. Anyway, that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. If you enjoy the show, please do leave a review. If you're watching on YouTube, like, subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to an episode of Decoding the Unknown. My name is Simon, I am your host here on this channel. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case Dave, thank you Dave, has written me a script, Flight 19, never read it before, I'm going to read it, we're going to go through it together, dear viewer, or dear listener, if you're on the podcast. If you're on the podcast, have you thought about leaving a review? It's very kind. If you've thought of doing one altruistic thing in your life, this would be it. And then basically the doors of heaven, gates of heaven? The gates of heaven open to you, St. Peter's like. I saw you leave that review for Decoding the Unknown. Come on in, my son or daughter. Welcome. Let's just crack on, shall we? That was pointless. I'm already making the introduction way too long. Let's go. Almost everybody can tell you at least one story about an airplane that disappeared in mid-flight. Unsurprised. Have you guys seen that show? What's that show where is it called Manifest? where there's a plane and it disappears and then it lands in the future. And I'm like, that is a brilliant concept.
Wow! Wow!
That by that show I just thought was just not very well executed. No offense to that show. It's a show that is like, it felt like, you know when you watch, does anyone remember in the 90s and you watch the Sci-Fi Channel and there'd be like TV shows that just didn't look like they spent a ton of money on? And I mean, nowadays, any show from the 90s looks like that. But like it was particularly bad back in the day. And I feel like this show was the modern equivalent of that. I'm not sure what network it was on or how much it cost to make, but it felt a bit budget. And I'm like, I wish this was done by like whoever did ABC. Breaking Bad. Was Breaking Bad by ABC? Or like just put a load of money into it because it could have been really awesome.
That is true.
Anyway, God, we're 2 lines in and 2 minutes in. This is going to take a moment, isn't it? Unsurprisingly, these disappearances are often linked with wild stories of alternate reality gateways, alien abduction, or top-secret government plots. However, although these make for thrilling stories and busy Reddit threads, the reality is, honestly, almost always just pretty mundane, because it's like, our plane disappeared, did it? Got some bad news. That plane ain't coming back. It's just not, because they can't fly forever. They have to land somewhere, and a plane landing somewhere tends to get, you know, some attention. And if there's been a plane crash, like out at sea, like in Lost, I'll tell you what, they don't all survive, like in Lost. They all die, because it's a horrible plane crash in the middle of the ocean. There's no magical island. They're all just dead. I'm sorry. Even though none of these disappearances have been scientifically linked to any out-of-this-world phenomenon, it does not mean that the stories behind them are not interesting. This certainly is the case with today's story, that of Flight 19, perhaps the most interesting and unusual of the aeroplane disappearance stories. What's up with the word aeroplane? Is it airplane or aeroplane? Like, I would always say airplane. We're going to get on the airplane. But should I be saying aeroplane? Have I just been doing that wrong? Aeroplane. That just sounds weird. It sounds like I'm in the past. Like, oh yes, darling, get the trunks. We're going to get on the aeroplane. Yes, jolly good. As to be expected, it contains all of the usual conspiracy theories. I just muted this iPad. Why am I continuing to get Discord notification sounds? Why, Apple? Why? Notifications. And there's a Discord that I think Liam, was it Liam? I think Liam set it up. He's one of the writers, and it's very busy with all the writers and other people and such, and it keeps notifying me, and I have to say that right now I'm turning that off. I'm sorry, everybody, because I've got work to do. Unlike you guys, apparently. Whilst we'll cover the ideas behind all of these, all of what? Oh, okay, like the crazy conspiracy theories about planes disappearing. We shall also endeavour to come up with the most likely explanation as to what happened on that fateful day. Tell you what, I'm going to guess already. Get a guess ready. Plane crashed. So, dust off your tinfoil hat, select your beverage of choice. I'll be having coffee. Instant coffee. I ran out of capsules for my machine, and I've backup instant coffee. And it's fine. It's fine. I actually have the capsules at home. I just keep forgetting to take them to work because I'm stupid.
Yum.
So, dust off your tinfoil hat, select your beverage of choice, sit back and relax as we take a deep dive into exactly what might have happened to Flight 19. What was Flight 19? Well, let us start with Lieutenant Charles C. Taylor. I'm going with Lieutenant because Lieutenant is how we say it in the UK. Did I tell the story? I used to get in trouble for this. I watched so much Star Trek as a kid that I'd always refer to anyone called Lieutenant as Lieutenant. And I was in the cadets, in the naval cadets. And so I'd always be like, yes, Lieutenant. And they'd be like, Lieutenant, boy. And I'd be like, oh, sorry. You're too much Star Trek.
I'm sorry.
And it's clearly spelled Lieutenant. But I always do it. If they're British, I'll use Lieutenant. If they're American or international, I'll use Lieutenant. What do Canadians do? What do Australians do? Well, what's your... Lieutenant? I feel like you'd be Lieutenant, right? Taylor, who would go on to lead the training mission known as Flight 19, was by no means a rookie, having racked up over 2,500 hours of flight time, 600 of which were in the TBM, Avenger torpedo bombers, the same plane used for Flight 19, as well as having 2 years' experience as a flight instructor. He should have been more than qualified to lead what has been described as an exceptionally simple training exercise. It's on mute, but I keep getting notifications. Stop! And I can't turn it off in case I get a phone call. Oh, Christ! Why do we live like this? I'm turning off my internet. That'll solve the problem. The exercise, known as Navigation Problem Number 1, took place on the 5th of December 1945. According to the National Archives at Fort Worth, quote, Navigation Problem Number 1 required Taylor to fly eastward from Fort Lauderdale, conduct a practice bombing run at Hen and Chicken Shoals just north of Bimini, continue eastward, then turn north, fly over Grand Bahama Islands, and then turn southwest and return to base. The flight would cover approximately 316 miles and last 2 hours and 40 minutes. End quote. At 2:10 p.m., Taylor and 13 other naval personnel took off in 5 Avenger torpedo bombers. According to the records, the first leg of the exercise was completed without a hitch. However, at 3:40 p.m., it became apparent that the mission was not proceeding as it should. A transcription from the radio broadcasts between the aircraft show that one pilot radioed to another to obtain a compass bearing, and the response came back saying, I don't know where we are. We have got lost after that last turn. Is this the one where they're like talking about something like Whitewater? Is this one? I feel like I know vaguely familiar with this like conspiracy theory. After this, the afternoon only got more strange. At approximately 3:43 p.m., Lieutenant Taylor put out a radio call to a pilot on the ground saying, both my compasses are out and I am trying to find Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I am over land, but it is broken. I am sure I am in the Keys, but I don't know how far down and I don't know how to get back to Fort Lauderdale. At the time Taylor sent this message, he was completely lost. Although he believed himself to be southwest of Fort Lauderdale, he was, in fact, northeast of his intended destination. Had Taylor followed the standard operating procedure for being lost in the Atlantic and simply headed towards the sunset, he would have most likely found land and be able to reorientate himself. Yeah, this is something that any aviator's gonna know. It's like, oh, okay, the sun's over there, bada bing, bada boom, I know where that is. Doesn't matter that my compass is broken. Like, you're gonna go where the sun is, because you have training in maps. Like, I've taken a few flying lessons. It's quite basic. I mean, the flying's complicated, but like, everyone knows the sun sets in the west, guys. I get the feeling, my gut feeling about this is it's lack of oxygen. Right, you know, at altitude, that makes you go a bit loopy. There's that amazing video. Is it the guy from Veratasium? Oh, God damn it, what's that channel called? Veritasium. Boom. I've never said that out loud. Is it him who goes into that chamber where they simulate being at high altitude without the without oxygen? So they're like, yeah, this is what it's like at 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, or whatever. And they're like, okay, so take off the oxygen mask, and he takes off the oxygen mask, and he's doing fine. And then they're like, okay, can you put the cube in the square thing? And it's like the sort of thing my 1-year-old could do. And the dude's like, it's just not working. He's just really trying, and he's happy. He's like, I just don't know what's going on. And then they're like, okay, we need you to put the mask back on, or you're like, you know, you're gonna die. And he's like, hey, what mask? I don't know how to put a mask on. And he's just sitting there like an idiot. And you're like, oh my God. No, brain needs that oxygen. It's crazy. So I reckon he's going a bit loopy or something, right? Because he's just like, not right. He should know how to figure this out. Unfortunately, he now believed that he and his planes were somewhere over the Gulf of Mexico, and so decided to fly northeast and attempt to locate the Florida Peninsula. In actual fact, he was now flying further out to sea. By this point, several of the other pilots had begun to lose faith in their leader. Where's he going? What's his name? Taylor. What's his first name? I want to use his first name. Charles. Where's Charlie going? What's he up to? Charlie, come back! Do you think he had a cool call sign? Charles Meister. The Charlester. I like that. That would be if my name was Charles, I'd be the Charlester. Charlester. Records of the conversation between the pilots indicate that one man said over the radio, damn it, if we would just fly west, we would get home. It appears that Taylor was eventually persuaded to fly west, but shortly after 6 p.m. he reversed his decision and ordered everybody to fly east again. By this point, it is believed that at least one of the pilots had had enough of this and headed off on his own. Like, fuck this for a bunch of soldiers, I'm going home. F*** you, Charlie. You need more oxygen in your brain, Charles. Unfortunately for both the pilot and the other 2 men on board and the records for the story, the plane fared no better than the others. Uh-oh. One of the problems with being lost in the sky with nowhere to land is that aircraft require fuel, and should that fuel run out, your options quickly become exceptionally limited. This scenario was quickly playing out for everybody involved in Flight 19. As the planes flew further and further out to sea, their radio transmissions became more and more faint. Taylor was heard prepping his men for a crash landing. All planes, close up tight, he said. We'll have to ditch and less landfall. When the plane drops below 10 gallons, we all go down together. A few minutes later, the Avengers' last broadcasts were replaced by nothing. Nothing apart from the persistent buzz of radio static. The search. As you'll probably be unsurprised to hear, the Navy was not prepared to simply let this go, and a huge search was immediately launched. I'd feel a bit bad if the Navy was just like, oh yeah, who was it? Oh, it's Lieutenant Charlie. I'm glad that is lost, to be honest. No, they'll be like, let's go find them. We're the Navy, that's what we do. Let's get some ships out there, let's get some planes. Let's go find our boys. No man left behind. A huge search was immediately launched. Part of that search included the launch of 2 PBM Mariner flying boats, the fate of one of which adds more fuel to the fire of conspiracy theorists who claim that something is amiss with the official report. At 7:50 p.m., 20 minutes after it was launched, one of the flying boats also completely vanished, along with 13 crew members. Oh my. Over the next 5 days, the Navy launched more than 300 boats and planes, which would search an area of more than 300,000 square miles. Neither Flight 19 nor the missing flying boat were ever discovered. So, where did they go? Up until this point, my version of events has been largely taken from official reports, so I think it only makes sense to carry on in that vein and look at the official explanation before we start looking at some of the, shall we say, slightly more outlandish explanations. First of all, because it is the most simple disappearance to explain, we shall look at the flying boat that vanished during the search. The official Navy report suggests that this plane suffered some sort of fuel leak and exploded. This is certainly not without precedent. PBM Mariner flying boats were nicknamed the flying gas tanks because of their propensity to leak gas fumes, and it certainly wasn't the first time that one of these planes exploded. The likelihood of this scenario is further backed up by a radio message broadcast from the tanker SS Gaines Mills. While passing through the same area in which the flying boat disappeared, the captain noticed a sudden burst of flame which went on for about 10 minutes. A transcript of the message he sent reads: At 1950, observed a burst of flames, apparently an explosion, leaping flames 100 feet high and burning for 10 minutes. Good lord. Position 28 degrees 59 minutes north, 80 degrees 25 minutes west. At present, passing through a big pool of oil. Stopped, circled area using searchlights looking for survivors. None found. End quote. The USS Solomons, which had been tracking both flying boats on radar, also reported that this was the exact point at which one of them disappeared. Now, on the face of it, this seems fairly open and closed. The notoriously unreliable aircraft suffers from a known fault and bursts into flames. We shall have to see if any of the alternative versions of the story provide a better explanation. But what about the flight for which this video is named? What about Flight 19? What did the Navy claim happened to those planes and the people on board? As with any such incident, a thorough investigation was carried out, although what happened was never definitively proved. The Board of Inquiry concluded the leader of the flight became so helplessly confused as to have suffered something akin to mental aberration. Okay, so I wasn't far off. He's just lost it. He's got a bit loopy. And I mean, that the thing you'd think about first has got to be lack of oxygen or carbon monoxide poisoning, right? Further reports seem to have attributed this confusion to a number of factors. Firstly, Taylor did not actually have a clock in his plane, so he was unable to know how long the squadron had been flying in any given direction. Information that is incredibly important, especially when you're flying over open water without the aid of GPS. He doesn't have a clock in his plane? What are you up to? He's not wearing a watch? What? They're like, yeah, we're just going to go up in the sky, fly around for a little bit, come back. How long? I don't know. Until we're done. What? Secondly, as he reported in one of his radio messages, both of his compasses seemed to be malfunctioning. Thirdly, although an experienced pilot, he was new to the area and had very little experience with flying over the Bahamas. I believe it's also worth mentioning that, although I could not find any substantial evidence to back them up, I found several reports which claimed that on the morning of the incident, Taylor had been excused from duty, saying something along the lines of, "I don't want to take this one out." At least 2 of these reports claim that, due to a turbulent romantic life, he had also been drinking heavily the night before and may not have been fit for duty. What? A naval aviator? Never. As for what happens to the planes and the men on board, a report on history.navy.mil says, quote, "The most likely explanation is that the aircraft ditched as a group off the east coast of Florida, north of the Bahamas, in the face of a rapidly moving severe weather front. The prospects of survival in an Avenger ditched at sea are marginal at best, especially for the air crewmen in the back. Ditching an Avenger at night in heavy seas would almost certainly prove fatal, causing the plane to break up, and if anyone got out, they would not last long in the cool December water and winds." So, there it is. The official version of exactly what happened to the unfortunate individuals who took part in Flight 19. Thank you so much for watching and listening to today's... No, obviously, we get into the conspiracies. This is a perfectly reasonable explanation from the government. They're like, yeah, something went wrong with the guy. He got a bit lost and he crashed in the sea. Boom, done, easy. Weather was bad as well.
That's right, I said it!
From here, things get a little bit more unlikely. The Bermuda Triangle. Now, if you're watching this video, I can probably quite safely assume that you have watched similar videos, and as such, you probably don't need an explanation as to what the Bermuda Triangle is. Well, I'll tell you what, the Bermuda Triangle's not real. There's no more planes and boats going down in the Bermuda Triangle than anywhere else in the sea. However, as my grandfather used to say, assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups, so here's a brief description taken from a short I wrote about it. Ah, yes, we also do shorts, like YouTube Shorts. You're welcome, world. The Bermuda Triangle, a section of ocean between Bermuda, Miami, and Puerto Rico, has for a long time been the subject of many alleged disappearances. It is claimed that more than 50 ships and 20 aircraft have mysteriously vanished without a trace in this area over the years. Given that Flight 19 would appear to have gone down inside the triangle, many people have attributed the disappearance to one of the many peculiar phenomena that are alleged to take place in this area. When I was a kid, I always thought there was a big sea monster there. Is that actually one of the theories? In my mind, it was like, there's the Bermuda Triangle. And you know when you're a kid, you just believe anything. You're like, yeah, sure, of course. The Bermuda Triangle, everyone knows that real. And in my mind, there was like a giant sea octopus coming out of the water and like reaching up and grabbing planes and taking them down into the sea. Maybe this was from like some cartoon or something, but that's always what I remembered, always what I thought of when I thought of the Bermuda Triangle, like a giant sea monster destroying planes, like reaching up like 30,000 feet into the sky, being like, yoink. Oh, children, they're crazy thoughts. One of the more frequently suggested of these phenomena is the existence of wormholes. Okay, we're going straight there, are we, Dave? Not even sea monsters. Like, sea monsters reaching up 30,000 feet into the sky to snatch a plane from the heavens is more believable than, like, wormholes in Bermuda. These wormholes, or rips in the space-time continuum, allow aircraft or ship to instantly travel hundreds of miles almost instantaneously. Many people have claimed and continue to claim that somewhere out there in the Bermuda Triangle are various wormholes. Also, there's more than one of them. It's littered with wormholes, which we don't even know really exist. These wormholes, or rips in the space-time continuum, allow ships or aircraft to instantly travel hundreds of miles instantaneously. Those proponents of this particular theory often cite Taylor's second radio message, quote, "I'm over land, but it is broken. I am sure I am in the Keys." End quote. Surely, the wormhole people claim. The only way he could have gone that far off course is if he travelled through a wormhole. Yeah, that's the most. How'd he get off course? Wormhole. Why, he didn't just not pay attention? Look, this dude forgot to take a watch. He just got lost. Now, geography really isn't my thing, and understanding maps even less so. However, the likelihood that Taylor was in fact flying over the Florida Keys as he believed is incredibly low. As I previously mentioned, Taylor was new to the Bahamas. Before being based there, he had been based in the Florida Keys, and according to several people who have taken the time to study aerial photographs of both areas, the group of islands that Taylor and the rest of the squadron were flying over, located north of the Bahamas, look incredibly similar to the Florida Keys. If you add in the mix that Taylor was undoubtedly panicking, then this is certainly a forgivable mistake to make. A mistake that, more importantly, requires no wormhole activity whatsoever. Yeah, we can immediately just say it's not the wormholes. He's just looking at some land being like, oh, well, it looks like Florida. I guess it is Florida. It's not, it's the Bahamas. Because Flight 19 has officially never been located, several books that have been written on the topic have proposed another Bermuda Triangle-related theory. The specifics of these theories vary slightly, but they all center around another radio message that Taylor sent during the incident. In this message, Taylor allegedly claims that everything looks completely wrong. They cannot see any land, and the sea appears to be a strange color. Bro is not. He's got that carbon monoxide problems. People who are determined to believe that something supernatural or otherworldly took place that day have said that this radio message is evidence that while traveling through the Bermuda Triangle, Flight 19 was unfortunate enough to travel through some sort of portal into an alternative dimension or another world. Yeah, there's another thing that like altitude and lack of oxygen can do. It can make your vision turn funny because your eyes aren't getting enough, or your brain or whatever is not getting enough oxygen to work properly. So you have these different, like there's red out and white out and black out and all of these different things of like that can just affect you in different ways. While I'm quite happy to admit that the radio message was unusual, the real question is whether or not Taylor sent it. According to a documentary that originally aired on the BBC in 1976, no such message was ever broadcast. The makers of this documentary spoke to both the officers who were in the radio tower at the time, and both of them categorically stated that they heard no such message. I wonder where it came from. It's always going to be like some dude's writing a book. He's like, I just want to sell more copies of the book. So he's like, yeah, what about the mysterious message? What mysterious message? The one I made up. Let's shift some units, baby. As pretty much all the Bermuda Triangle theories rely heavily on this, the fact that it never likely happens is fairly damning. Yes, it is. Government cover-up. So, if Flight 19 wasn't teleported to an alternative dimension, what else, beside the official report says, could have possibly happened? Why can't we just accept the official report?
Why?
It's like the government's covering up its wormholes. It's like it just crashed. Because we, as humans, often struggle to believe anything the branches of the government tell us, several private investigations have been carried out in an attempt to discover where Flight 19 went. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I don't particularly trust the government or anything. But it's like, why would they lie about this? Like, there's plenty of I'm sure they lie about, like, fairly on the regular. But most stuff is really boring and no one cares, and there's no reason to lie. Like, the reality of most things is they're boring, and it's just boring. And that's what's going on here. It's just boring. I'm sorry. When compared to the outlandish Bermuda Triangle claims, these investigators have actually yielded some fairly interesting results. Is it going to be interesting, though? Well, let's see. During 1963, a lawyer from Florida named Graham Steichleather was hunting in the Florida swamps when he came across something quite unusual. That something was a downed aircraft with Navy markings. Inside the plane were 2 bodies. Holy How? Really? He quickly informed the authorities and the wreckage was removed. According to Steichleather, a member of Navy personnel said that it was highly likely the wreckage was something to do with the Flight 19 incident. Curious to find out more, he made several attempts to discover the identity of the 2 bodies found in the plane, but was repeatedly rebuffed. I don't think that's realistic, is it?
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, thanks for finding this plane. It's probably got something to do with Flight 19. Why would they say that? They'd just be like, thank you, sir, have a good day. And then they'd just turn away. Like, the military's not in the business of, like, just revealing random bits of information to civilians. It's not what they do. They're trained not to do that. They're just like, they shut up, the person comes, they take the plane away, and that's that. It's the military. It's not like, talk about all the shit you've done. That you just shut the f*** up. It's the military. Apparently, having grown weary of being refused information by the Navy, Steichleather contacted a friend of his who worked at the Pentagon. This friend allegedly told him they would get no further information, and he should immediately drop the case. No, again, like, someone at the Pentagon's not like, that is in movies only. It's like, I think you should drop this. That's only going to make the person more interested. You'd just make something up. You'd be like, oh no, it's related to like a training exercise in like 1982, and the guy's name was this, and the guy's name was that. Do you want anything else? And you'd be like, no, it's really boring. Thanks though, mate. That's it. You're not like, don't speak about this ever again. That's just insane. That only happens in the movies. Instead of doing that, he would later join forces with another investigator, Tom Maher, who believed that instead of crashing far out to sea as the Navy claimed, several of the planes may have turned back and actually crashed somewhere in the Florida swamps. Given that Steichleather appears to have found the correct model of plane with Navy markings, this theory is not entirely without merit. Although the squadron was under the command of the Navy, it included several Marine pilots, and it is these pilots that Maher believes may have broken away from the main group and taken their chances on their own. In 2013, Maher filed a Freedom of Information request in one final attempt to find out who had been on board the downed aircraft. Unfortunately, this request was denied on the grounds that the names of the recovered bodies had been redacted from the Navy's records. Maher believes that the aircraft was one flown by Marine Captain Edward Paz, Sergeant Hal Thompson, the gunner, and Sergeant George Paunessa, the radio man. Now, you're probably thinking there are only 2 bodies found in the aircraft. What happened to the third? Maher believes that the radio man, George Paunessa, somehow survived the crash and, for reasons unknown, decided to go into hiding for the rest of his life. It's getting a bit far-fetched. I mean, it was a bit far-fetched because we know they're not in the Florida Keys unless they travel through some sort of magical wormhole. It's just another plane that the Navy crashed because it's the Navy. They're probably crashing planes, like, fairly regularly. Obviously, this idea appears to be completely insane. However, there is one piece of evidence that lends a little credence to this theory. Okay, let's see. While researching the archives of the Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale Museum, Maher discovered a copy of a telegram sent from the Naval Air Station in Jacksonville just a couple of days after Flight 19 disappeared. This telegram, which was addressed to the family of Paunessa, reads, "I am very much alive. Signed, Georgie." While it is most likely that this is, at best, a misguided attempt by an unknown individual to provide false hope to the family, and at worst, somebody's idea of an amusing prank, the family, for understandable reasons, believes it to be genuine. When interviewed, an employee at the museum, yeah, but they're super biased, aren't they? Of course they want to read it. And why do you say this is at best a misguided attempt to provide false hope, or it's a prank? I'll be like, at best it's a prank, and at worst it's someone's trying to with someone who's just lost a family's just lost their family member. When interviewed, an employee of the museum, Minerva Bloom, told a reporter, "The telegram is believed to be a hoax by many, but I'm not 100% sure because the family believes it's authentic." As only close family members knew his nickname Georgie. Well, his name's George. They only close family members knew he was called Georgie. Really? The one problem with the cover-up theory is that nobody seems to be able to provide even a slightly plausible explanation as to why. I mean, I fell down a Reddit rabbit hole which provided an amazingly detailed theory about how the entirety of Flight 19 had been abducted by aliens, a theory which included many more alleged broadcasts from Taylor, the last of which said, "I know where I am now, don't try and come after me." According to this theory, the United States Navy were not only aware of the alien involvement, but had actually arranged for planes and pilots to be taken away in some sort of technology swap. Yes. The aliens that have traveled to our planet are very interested in our amazing technology. The aliens that have traveled light years through space, fascinated by our iPhones.
Greetings.
Jesus. Come on. Because, an alien species was capable of traveling to Earth, successfully abducting 5 airplanes and their crew and transporting them all back to their home planet, so they'd obviously be interested in our technology. Exactly, Dave. But apart from that highly likely sequence of events, unless I'm missing something incredibly obvious, there doesn't appear to be any logical reason why the Navy would want to disappear a large amount of valuable equipment and personnel. Again, I'm open to suggestions. Maybe Simon could think of a reason, or maybe somebody can post one in the comments section. I'm sure people will, but I'm just like, the plane's crashed! The guy got a bit loopy for whatever reason, crashed his planes. Boom, done. So let's do a quick recap. Do we think that the disappearance of Flight 19 was an unfortunate and tragic accident caused mainly by pilot error? Or do we think that mysterious forces at work in the Bermuda Triangle transported the planes way off course and caused them to vanish into an alternate dimension? Incidentally, and I did not know this until carrying out research for this script, although it might appear that an unusual number of boats and aircraft have gone missing within the Triangle, given the fact that it is a particularly high-traffic area, a plane crashing or a boat sinking is no more statistically likely there than anywhere else. I told you! Additionally, given that the Triangle covers some 500,000 square miles, it is not all that surprising that things have been lost there that are difficult to find. If you don't believe me, then perhaps you will believe the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, who state on their website, "There is no evidence that mysterious disappearances occur with any greater frequency in the Bermuda Triangle than in any other large, well-traveled area of the ocean." As boaters and flyers continue to venture through the Triangle without event. Lastly, we have the option of a military or government cover-up. While I accept that the Navy's reluctance to provide any information on the downed aircraft and its occupants might be taken by some people as evidence that they're trying to hide something, military organizations are notoriously secretive. Furthermore, we don't actually have any evidence apart from hearsay that the downed aircraft was anything to do with Flight 19. In fact, I never actually found any indisputable evidence that the plane ever existed at all. As for the story of the alleged survivor who sent a telegram to his family, if you believe that you survived some sort of military plot to get rid of you, would you really send a telegram to your family from a naval airbase? I suppose he could have been in shock after surviving a plane crash, but it seems a little bit risky to me. For the record, boring as it may seem, I'm inclined to believe the official version. However, as always, I'll leave it up to you, Simon, to make up your own mind on the matter. Dave, come on, mate, you know what I was going to say. If it's not the official version, it is something as boring as the official version. Because any video that contains the Bermuda Triangle always results in a plethora of interesting theories, I look forward to reading the comment section on this one. Yes, short episode today. Thank you so much for being here. If you liked it, smash that like button. If you're listening to it, like I say, leave a review. It's the best thing you can do. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. This one written by Danny. Usually Danny features over on my other channel, Brain Blaze, but today he's written the unspeakable Baker Street bank robbery, which is a hell of a mouthful. What the blazes was stolen, Sherlock? No offense, Danny, but that title's definitely going to be different when it gets to YouTube, because that is confusing. And it's clever, but it's confusing. What happens here is we're going to decode a mystery, which I guess is about a robbery. Thanks, Danny, for writing it. I've never read it before. Let's dive in. British newspapers were crammed full of the usual cheerful headlines during the weekend spanning the 10th to 12th of January 1971. Okay then. Yeah, newspapers always just full of good news, because good news, famous for selling. The IRA tarred and feathered 4 men in what was deemed to be a punishment attack. An unmanned Soviet lunar probe reached the moon but promptly blew up in defeat. French fashion designer Coco Chanel died at the age of 87, whilst the following Monday a 200-vehicle pileup on the M6 motorway would claim 10 lives. 200 vehicles? What the hell? Is that even possible? I guess it could be just like super busy, but you got to keep a distance, right? You got to keep that like 2 seconds between you and the car in front of you, because otherwise... Were 200 people not doing that? Good lord. But there was one other newsworthy event notably missing from the front pages of the press. On the night of the 11th of September, 1971, never forget, one of the most mysterious and indeed ridiculous raids was carried out at Lloyd's Bank on Baker Street in London. The Baker Street bank robbery wasn't technically a robbery at all, as no force or threats of violence against other parties were required. If we're being pedantic, and crikey, I think we are, it was more of a burglary. But what a burglary it was. Yeah, there's a really very big important difference between, I assume this is similar in US law, but in UK law, the difference between a burglary and a robbery is marked. Because in a burglary, I think, by the definition of it, is just entering a place where you're not supposed to be, so trespass, which isn't even a crime, it's just a civil offense, but then doing something you're not supposed to, like if you nick something, or even if you break something or do graffiti or whatever, that's technically burglary. Whereas robbery is like, put your hands up! And that is a way more serious crime. It appeared for a while as if the thieves had got away with a massive haul right under the noses of the police, while some of the members of the gang, maybe even the ringleader himself, were never convicted, identified, or even looked for. You doing, lazy police? The gang walked off with loot worth up to £3 million, or £36 million in today's money. The vast inflation's devastating. This was only the 1970s. I mean, that was a long time ago. It was well before I was born. But still, the fact that money's lost over 1/10 of its value is like, oh god, being a millionaire is not what it used to be. Because £3 million, you'd be like, oh yeah, okay. I mean, it's a lot of money, don't get me wrong. But it's not like £36 million, is it? The vast majority of which was never recovered. And yet, the thieves never even tried to crack open the bank's safe. They were only interested in taking the booty found in hundreds of deposit boxes which the bank kept secured in the vault on behalf of the wealthier customers in need of a good hiding spot. I have a safety deposit box. Should I talk about this? Because it's like, okay, well, you're just inviting trouble, aren't you? Well, yes. I mean, it's mostly for like old documents and like that you don't want if your house burns down, you know, that there's just one copy of. And I have to say, getting this safety deposit box, I assumed that it's not going to be at all like the movies, that you're going to go in, it's going to be some dingy room that's sort of not very well protected, and it's just like out the back of the bank. And I have to say, it was like the most movie-like there are sliding glass doors, there are huge like big vaults that you walk through, there's a woman with 2 keys, one for you, one for her, who goes in and opens this thing, and it's like, holy shit, it's just like in the movies!
For realskies?
And then there's these little rooms where you go into and you open your safety deposit box, and like in privacy, and they don't let you in if there's anyone else like in the vault area. It's legit. I have to say, it's not even expensive. I thought it was just for like rich people, but I think I pay like £200 a year or something equivalent for that. It's pretty awesome, to be honest. It's like, I just feel like such a spy going, I expect to open up the box and like there'd be 6 passports in there. And instead it's just like, you know, my house's deed or whatever. You're like, okay. But you still feel so cool. And it's possible they were after one deposit box in particular, a box containing a photograph of a member of the royal family, which had the potential to send shockwaves throughout the UK if it was ever made public. A deposit box, which was possibly worth more than the rest of the contents of the bank vault combined. But why was the press initially so shy to report on this major news event? And had they been officially silenced to prevent the leaking of an earth-shattering scandal? I believe there used to be, I don't think it was the law, but it was generally accepted that the press didn't report on like scandals of the royal family just out of like a dignity thing. Obviously that's well out of the window. And I don't want to like name a specific paper, but let's just say maybe the News of the World. I don't know if they actually had anything to do with that, but they seem like the sort of paper that, in my opinion, would be the sort of newspaper that was like, no, we're going to report on the royal family and all their crazy and everyone else was like, okay, let's go! Why did the police make a string of baffling decisions during the investigation before seemingly losing all interest in catching the other perpetrators? And were the gang just pawns in a secret operation overseen by MI5 in a bid to ensure the retrieval of material that should never be seen by the public? Well, it's all Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's fault, really. He was the one who penned the 1891 Sherlock Holmes story, The Red-Headed League, which apparently inspired the whole thing. During the course of the short story, a gang of crooks attempt to tunnel through the floor of a bank from a neighbouring shop, but the plan is foiled when they poke their heads up from the hole in the bank floor, only to find clever old Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson already waiting for them with PC plot. 38-year-old Anthony Tony Gavin was a big fan of Sherlock Holmes. Who isn't? Sherlock Holmes is great. The small-time crook hailed from North London and was supposedly the ringleader of the Baker Street heist, or at least he's the only person in the frame that we ever got to know about. A former physical training instructor for the army, Tony was described as a forceful personality who had the propensity to be physically threatening. Wait, he sounds like, former physical training instructor for the army. He sounds like a drill sergeant, doesn't he? Like, you get down on the ground, recruit! You know, like from movies and But whilst he was certainly known to have criminal connections, Tony had up until now only been involved in reasonably small fry stuff. The idea of copying the plot from an old Sherlock Holmes story, albeit a failed plot from an old Sherlock Holmes story, was certainly a massive leap from Tony's usual dodgy activity. But Tony may have wisely come to the conclusion that as Sherlock Holmes was a fictional character, he and his gang would only have the bumbling British bobbies to contend with in real life, and they were unlikely to be as sharp-witted as the world's greatest detective. Yeah, the world's greatest detective who's also fictional, so knows the end. He was certainly right about that part. Oh, okay. So Sir Arthur Conan Doyle has written this like extremely elaborate crime, and in the real world there's not anyone to help solve it. However, when you hear of the exact location that Tony had decided upon as a suitable target for his own bank vault tunneling operation, you begin to wonder just how seriously he was taking the whole thing. If I'm not mistaken, I believe there's a bit of a story. I'm sure Danny's going to tell it to us, but I just want to prove how smart I am by telling it to you ahead of time. I don't know why I do this. Well, I think Lloyd's, that is at 23B Baker Street. Is that Sherlock Holmes' address, 23B Baker Street? Whatever it is, whatever Sherlock Holmes' address is, I think for a very long time that Lloyd's Bank was it, and they would actually have someone answering Sherlock Holmes' fan mail. Apparently some people did think he was real. And then the Sherlock Holmes Museum opened, like, nearby, and they managed to get the address assigned to them, even though Lloyd's have been doing this great job of replying to all of these letters for ages. And it seemed like a bit rubbish, like, that they'd just be able to take that, although... Especially as it's not like a free museum. It's like just a private company that managed to get this. And it's like, okay, why? Why do you get that priority? Lloyd's have been doing a great job. Anyway, moving on. Of all the banks in London that he could have chosen, he decided that the perfect candidate was a branch of Lloyd's located on Baker Street, the very same street in which his fictional detective had lived. It almost sounds as if the whole operation was just some kind of live-action tribute to classic literature, and I suspect that he briefly toyed with the idea of getting all the gang members to dress up in tweed coats and deerstalker hats while carrying out the raid, pausing only to inject themselves with cocaine every now and then. Sherlock Holmes, legend. But this could have been an entirely coincidental link to the original inspiration behind the heist. Lloyd's Bank on Baker Street was reportedly home to the most impregnable bank vault in the UK, complete with steel-reinforced concrete walls and bomb-proof doors that weighed over 5 tons. Yeah, there's no way that the doors, like I was saying about my safety deposit box, there's no way that those doors are not bomb-proof that go into that room. They're literally this thick. They're a meter thick. And they roll out on these huge things. There's no shot that you could... I mean, I say this, someone will break in. I'm like, do you have insurance for the contents? And they're like, no. Like, because we don't know what's in there. And also, no one, I mean, it's up to a limit. And they're like, but no one ever breaks in. There's never been a robbery in, like, the 100-something years that the bank's been open or whatever. You know, okay, I guess I'll trust you. That might be why it attracted the interest of uber-rich and powerful customers who were looking to rent deposit boxes in which they could confidently stash their valuables and their secrets, legal or otherwise. Lloyd's Bank on Baker Street sounded like the safest place in the country to rent such a deposit box, and so they were bound to be all manner of weird and wonderful trinkets stored in those little treasure chests. But how impregnable was the vault from below? This was about to be put to the test as Tony began assembling a crack team of similarly small-time crooks to tunnel through the floor of a neighbouring property and come up smiling in the vault of Lloyd's Bank. People were really not thinking about this back in the day? It's like, yes, we've built this excellent vault. No one could ever get in from below. There's earth down there.
I am too smart. I am too smart. S-M-R-T. I mean S-M-A-R-T.
Really? Like, really? They would have to do a fair bit of tunneling as they couldn't get access to the property right next door, which was occupied by a branch of the fast food chain Chicken Inn. With all the will in the world, it would have been difficult to secretly start digging a giant hole in the floor of Chicken Inn without risking attracting the attention of all the customers who were just trying to enjoy a Mexicano wrap in peace. Wait, what does Chicken Inn sell? Why would they have a Mexicano wrap? I just assume they're selling delicious fried chicken. But they had better luck when they moved just one step further down the street and came across an old leather goods shop by the name of Le Sac, which had recently closed for business, leaving the property up for lease. It's always been reported that it was just a jolly slice of good fortune for the gang, but I can't help feeling that this was surely factored into Tony Gavin's original decision to target Lloyd's Bank in Baker Street. It maybe wasn't just about a particular obsession with Sherlock Holmes, it was more to do with the fact that a property had just become available for use, which was only 2 doors down from the bank. Tony hooked up with a 64-year-old contact by the name of Benjamin Wolfe, who was known for selling antiques, which may have allegedly fallen off the back of a lorry. Do you have this? I know lorry is a British word for like truck, Americans. Do you have this saying, like, fall off the back of the lorry? Like, someone's like, where'd you get that? Fell off the back of the lorry. It means they stole it. It means you're buying stolen goods. It was Benjamin who leased the building for £10,000 on the pretext that he was preparing to open another dodgy antiques shop. But really, the guy who's like off the back of a lorry antiques has a shop? I assume he just sells it in like a market or like some dodgy corner of his house. But far more significantly than the sale of a few mahogany sideboards, Tony's big tunnel now at a starting point. Tony's next recruit was a guy called Reg Tucker, a second-hand car salesman who was an unusual candidate to join the gang as he had no criminal history other than being a second-hand car salesman. Yeah, like famously dodgy. Tony got Reg to open a new bank account in the Baker Street branch of Lloyd's under a fake name, after which Reg made polite inquiries about the possibility of renting his own safety deposit box. I've opened many bank accounts. You can't just go in there and be like, hello, John Smith here, opening an account. They're like, okay, I need like 6 forms of ID, sir, and I need you to sign all these things. And we're going to look you up and make sure you're all right. Back in the 70s, they were like, welcome! Do you have any terrorist funds? The bank staff probably assumed that Reg was something of a high flyer as he turns up dressed as if he was an aristocrat while wielding an umbrella and speaking in a super posh BBC English. And he seemed very keen to keep a close eye on the contents of his newly rented safety deposit box. Over the course of the next 2 months, Reg was reported to have visited the bank no less than 13 times to spend some quality time alone in the vault with his box. I would have thought that leaving a customer alone in the bank vault for any length of time might be considered a slight security risk, but apparently it was common practice back in the 1970s to allow customers a bit of privacy when they were visiting their deposit box. Wait, yes, this is exactly what happens. The woman goes in, she puts her key in, she unlocks her lock, and then she leaves and goes back to the reception area, and then I'm just left in there with all the boxes and my box, and then you take it to an even more private little area. It seems very normal, because what's in your deposit box is like private, right? And during these brief windows of solitude, Reg kept himself very busy. Not with his deposit box, obviously. He probably just kept his sock puppies in there. No. Reg got busy mentally mapping out the dimensions of the vault, noting the exact locations of the cabinet and the furniture. And that umbrella he was wielding wasn't just for show. He used it alongside the span of his arms to measure out every nook and cranny of the vault. During the course of those 13 visits over 2 months, Reg Tucker had mapped out the precise position of where exactly the tunnelers needed to emerge. Tony's big tunnel now had a finishing point. Several other recruits had joined the gang by this stage, although some of them were never identified. This is risky business. This feels more like a casual... Is this a casual criminalist, Danny? I guess it's because it's a mystery. There's more mystery to this than we find on the casual criminal. Also, robberies do not very well on casual criminals because everyone wants to see the blood spill. But, Okay, but we talk about on Casual Criminalist all the time how the more people you involve in your crimes, the more likely you are to get caught. It's like, it's better to do it slowly and with less people than it is to do it quick with more people. It's just crime 101. We do know that Tony hired a lookout and a burglar alarm expert, while another second-hand car salesman by the name of Thomas Stevens was in charge of sourcing the tools needed for the job. When this guy looks to hire a criminal gang, he doesn't go to the underworld, he just goes down to like Tony's dodgy dealership and it's like, hey, who wants to do some crime? Me? Thomas made a pretty good job of this, getting his hands on a 100-ton jack, a thermal lance, and a healthy stack of good old gelignite. I'm guessing that's some sort of explosive. By the beginning, I'm going to look that up. Gelignite. Look up. Gelignite, a high explosive made from a gel of nitroglycerin and nitrocellulose and a base of wood pump. That sounds exactly like dynamite. It's blasting gelatin, or simply jelly. By the beginning of August 1971, this unlikely bunch of characters were all ready to start getting their hands dirty and tackling the biggest job of their lives. The plan was to dig down 5 feet from the starting point in the old leather goods shop, now leased by Benjamin Wolfe, create a 40-foot-long tunnel which ran right onto the branch of Chicken Inn, and then start tunneling back upwards when their noses sniffed money above. 5 feet down? That's not very deep. I would assume you've got to go down at least 10 feet, 20 feet, because there's going to be like, I don't know, foundations and supporting things, and like you're just like digging through and you're like, we're in the Chicken Inn basement. We're in the storage room of the Chicken Inn, for sake. There's Peter in here, and he's in the freezer, stocking things in the freezer. But even after they had tunneled back up through the earth toward the vault, they would still have another 3 feet of reinforced concrete to get through before they could emerge into the vault and start breaking open all the deposit boxes. Well, at least they thought about putting 3 feet of reinforced concrete out there. That sounds like a pretty good idea. This quite ambitious feat of engineering just took over just a month to complete, which is even more impressive when you take into account that they worked only at weekends when the bank was closed to minimize any suspicion that might have arisen from strange underground noises. It was reported that staff working at Chicken Inn did indeed hear occasional strange noises coming from beneath their feet and would later hear suspicious noises coming from the bank itself on the actual day of the burglary, but this was never reported to police. Yeah, because you're in a busy city, I mean, I don't know what that is. It's probably just like an underground train rolling by or like something. You just ignore it. You're not going to call the police because I heard a weird sound beneath my feet. You'd never even think, you'd just be like, it's a weird sound, I don't know what's going down. Maybe it's piping, maybe there's like a rattling around pipe down there. You wouldn't call the police. Another little slice of good fortune for the gang, or perhaps it was just very good planning, was the roadworks in the local area, which had been regularly setting off the bank's trembler alarms installed in the vault. The Lloyd staff had soon grown tired of the constant false alarms being generated every half hour or so they liaised with the roadworkers and agreed to turn off the trembler alarms whenever the roadwork crew was poised to undertake another bout of intense digging. This worked out pretty handy for the gang, who were getting tipped off about the exact timings from a member of a local security company, so they could synchronize their own bouts of intense digging with the road workers and avoid any risk of activating the trembler alarm. Wow, like this guy's gang of people. How many people are involved in this crime? This seems like, oh yeah, we got the guy at the roadworks, we got this guy, we got the guy from the car dealership.
Lots and lots and lots and lots.
How are none of you getting caught? Didn't they say like hardly anyone gets caught for this? It was still hard and perilous work. The forming of the tunnel generated close to 18,000 pounds of debris, which had to be shifted back toward the shop and dumped around the back. Is that 18,000 pounds? Tony Gavin reckons that he lost 2 stone during the digging of the tunnel, and of course the danger was if the tunnel should suddenly collapse on the gang, it was going to be tricky informing the paramedics that a gang of robbers had fallen into a spot of bother during an attempted bank heist. But on Friday the 10th of September, the goal was almost in sight. The tunnel was nearly complete, and the gang just now had to get through 3 feet of reinforced concrete before they finally hit the bank vault. The tools guy, Thomas Stevens, whipped out the 100-ton hydraulic jack in an attempt to force a big hole in the concrete above, but the gang found that the pressure of the jack was actually just pushing the bottom of their tunnel downwards into a well deep below, instead of raising the floor of the vault. No worries, Thomas had a plan B. He whipped out the thermal lance in an attempt to cut right through the floor, but this just ended up creating toxic fumes within the tiny confined space, and the gang were now in danger of passing out. But no worries, Thomas had a plan C. This is a well-prepared dude. He whipped out the gelignite, drilled a few holes in the concrete floor, and then stuffed the holes with gelignite, coordinating the subsequent explosion with the noise of the roadworks outside. I feel like they just need to they've got that trembler alarm. How about you just turn it down a little rather than turn it off? Because explosions underneath the bank vault are going to register a little bit higher than the dudes digging the road outside. This did the trick nicely, creating a 12-inch hole in the floor of the vault. And you have to give Thomas Stevens some credit here for being remarkably well prepared, perhaps even curiously well prepared for a second-hand car salesman. It seems almost a shame that the gel ignite worked, as it would have been interesting to see what Thomas had in mind for plans D, E, and F. But none of that mattered. They were now in. And as Lloyd's Bank closed its doors for business on Friday evening, the gang knew that they had until the early hours of Monday morning to get busy smashing up those deposit boxes and taking as much as they could back through the tunnel to the shop. The lookout was posted on a nearby roof, and he kept close communications via walkie-talkies with the rest of the gang lurking in the tunnel. I'm kind of surprised that in a way that they got the modern equivalent of £36 million, because they're in a giant, famous Lloyd's Bank, right? In their safety deposit boxes. For like an entire weekend. I feel like there's got to be more than that amount of money in there. Like, in this one, I keep bringing up this one I have, but it's my only reference point other than spy movies. It's like, there's a lot of boxes in there, and I'm sure there's a lot of, like, gold and jewelry in those boxes. But here's where the gang made what should have been a disastrous slip-up. They often thought conversations taking place on those walkie-talkies had a slightly bigger audience than they intended. I'm like, yeah, that's immediately what springs to mind. Walkie-talkies are unsecure. Like, you could tune into other people's walkie-talkie frequencies if you've got a walkie-talkie. Robert Rowlands was an amateur CB radio ham who lived just around the corner on Wimpole Street. On that same Friday night, he settled down with a cup of Bovril and an Ian Fleming novel and decided that he fancied tuning in to Radio Luxembourg. But after he fiddled around with the radio dial, he was surprised to discover that he wasn't going to be chilling out to the hip sounds of Mungo Jerry or the Moody Blues tonight. Instead, he was picking up what appeared to be a tense conversation between a nervous lookout and a gang of thieves. At first, Robert wondered if the local cigarette shop was being burgled, but as he listened in further, he began to realise that he was eavesdropping on a job that was much, much bigger in scope. So, Robert did what any good citizen would do. He phoned up the local police station and informed them that he'd accidentally tuned in to a suspected underground bank robbery. Sadly, the police didn't seem to be remotely bothered about such a trivial issue. It's not entirely clear if they thought Robert was just a prank caller or whether they had more important things to deal with. Things can get pretty rough in London on a late Friday night. But whatever the reason, they were largely dismissive of Robert's call and just advised him to record the conversation before bothering them again with any trifling matters. At this point, some of us might have just sacked the whole thing off and gone back to trying to find Radio Luxembourg whilst muttering about the state of the British police force and the country in general. I wouldn't. I'd be listening in on that. Fascinated. And if I had any recording equipment, I'd be recording it. Why not? It's a whole lot more interesting than Radio Luxembourg. But Robert Rowlands was a persevering soul. He dutifully dug out his tape recorder, slapped a blank cassette into the slot, and spent the rest of the night recording the increasingly heated conversation taking place between the lookout and the gang. The lookout may have only had one job, but it's clear from the tape that he wasn't very good at it and he just wanted to go home. After a while, he starts moaning to the others, "How long do you think you're going to be in there? My eyes are so bad. They're blurred. I've been using bins all night." Wait, he's taking a shit in a bin. Oh, I consulted with Dick Van Dyke and it turns out that bin is a Cockney slang for spectacles or binoculars. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I was like, wait, he's just there for one evening. Does he really need to have a shit that bad? Dude, you're robbing millions of pounds. Just shut the fuck up and do the lookout job, you whiny bastard. One of the tunnelers suggested that the lookout should be able to get some sleep soon, until somebody else interjects to point out that a sleeping lookout isn't going to be particularly helpful during a bank heist. Several other agitated voices joined in the conversation, including the voice of a woman who was never traced. One of the tunnelers attempts to boost the motivations of the lookout. "You can go now. We're almost there. We've done 90% of the easy ones, and now face the hard ones. We've got about £400,000. It's not a bad rate of pay, is it?" But the lookout was having none of it. "Money may be your god, but it's not mine, and I'm off." Wait, you're involved in a bank robbery. Like, what possible motivation do you have to be there other than money? It's not like, I like being a lookout. You obviously don't. What's your motivation? It seemed the lookout was ultimately dissuaded from off and carried on working and whinging throughout the entire night. But Robert Rowlands figured that he must now surely have enough evidence to present to the police and hopefully help foil a major burglary. He decided against phoning the local police station again, as he assumed it'd probably just be interrupting their darts tournament or something. This time, he went straight to Scotland Yard. I don't really know. Scotland Yard's like the big police. That's where they solve the major crimes and stuff. I guess it's like FBI equivalent? I'm not sure. The only thing I really know about Scotland Yard, which is quite bad, I guess, is that they have this big rotating cube outside their headquarters with their name on it. Because when I was a kid, that's, they'd be like, "And this statement from Scotland Yard," and it would just be this thing that's a big rotating cube that said Scotland Yard to show that they were at Scotland Yard or whatever. show a picture of it. I'm not sure why this is important. It's not. The police now quickly limped into action, but after arriving at the home of Robert Rowlands and listening to the taped evidence, they made a curious decision. It seemed clear from the tape that the gang were attempting to tunnel underneath an as-yet unidentified bank vault to crack into the safety deposit boxes. The frequency range of walkie-talkies was very short back in 1971, particularly in built-up areas with houses and shops and walls and wimpy bars. Wimpy bars is like a fairly... It's just not very good burger restaurants back in the day. I don't think they exist anymore. I remember the one being on a high street in the town I used to live near. It always looked a little bit grotty. It was kind of like grotty McDonald's. And that's saying something, isn't it? Like, McDonald's is quite nice these days. I feel it's not grotty anymore. But when I was a kid, McDonald's was pretty grotty. And Wimpy Bars was like a grotty McDonald's.
Oh.
Robert made a point of informing the police that the bank under siege couldn't be any further than just a mile or two from his home, and this must surely have narrowed down the potential targets quite a bit. However, the police chose to completely ignore this information and opted instead to investigate every single bank within a 10-mile radius. This was a total of 750 banks to check on. Naturally, they were all closed during the very early hours of a Sunday morning, so the police had to contact the managers and security teams of every single branch and get them out of bed to open up the bank so that the police could take a good nosy around. This ridiculously wide search obviously included the Baker Street branch of Lloyd's, but it was destined to be a brief visit.
Huh?
What? I don't understand how they could possibly not do their job how can they do their job this badly? You don't check in the vaults, maybe? Like, what? After all, the police had 749 other branches to investigate, so they couldn't hang around long. I'm just saying, stick your head in the vault and see if there's anyone in there. Be like, hello? What's going on here, then? They quickly determined that the time-locked vault hadn't been tampered with in any way, and there was no visible sign of a break-in, so they just ticked the box and moved on to the next bank. Guys, how? You know they were tunneling. You know they were tunneling! What do you think they were tunneling in through the main door? What the This blunder of blunders gave the gang the rest of the weekend to leisurely crack open a reported total of 268 safety deposit boxes and carry all the contents back through the tunnel and up to the shop before eventually making their escape with the treasures well before opening time on Monday morning. And the lookout finally got to go home and rest his tired eyes, considerably richer than he was at the start of the weekend. Well, he doesn't care. Money's not his god. He's just in it for the thrill. We can't put an exact figure on the total value of the looted safety deposit boxes, largely because even the bank itself didn't attach a specific value to every box, and some of the box owners never even came forward to reveal the contents or claim compensation. Yeah, they don't know what's in those boxes, they're private boxes. The most conservative estimates bandied around was the region just under £2 million in today's money, but it's widely suspected that the true figure was closer to a value of £36 million in today's money. And the overwhelming majority of the loot was never found. It wasn't until Lloyd's opened for business again on Monday morning that the staff noticed a minor problem when one of them wandered into the bank vault. The scene was littered with smashed up deposit boxes, walkie-talkies, a thermal lance, not to mention the slightly suspicious big hole in the floor. And there was a taunting message spray-painted on one of the walls which read, "Let's see how Sherlock Holmes solves this one." Maybe this really had been about Tony Gavin's peculiar obsession with Sherlock Holmes this whole time, and he certainly seemed to have been right in the assumption that without a final heroic fictional detective on the case, the gang of thieves, now dubbed the Millionaire Moles, were bound to get away with one of the cheekiest burglaries in history. While the fact that we know his name is Tony Gavin and not Mystery Robber Number 1 is implying me that old Sherlock's going to get on this case. You would have thought that the British press would have a field day with this crazy, yet the reporting was strangely subdued. A brief news blackout was sensibly imposed by the police during the actual weekend of the burglary to avoid the gang getting wind that the Keystone cops were on the case, but the cat was out of the bag by Monday morning, long after the gang had scarpered. But after just a few days of front-page headlines and fierce press criticism of the seemingly inept police, everything just fell strangely quiet again. This was highly unusual, as big stories like this had a potential to run for months and months, but the Baker Street robbery appeared to have been discreetly brushed under the carpet surprisingly quickly, almost as if it had never happened at all. It was alleged that the British government had hastily issued a D-notice to silence the press for some reason. A D-notice, or defence notice, is not a legal demand, but a formal request made by the government which asked the press to cease reporting on a story that could be considered a threat to national security. But how exactly could this slightly bumbling bank job be considered a threat to national security in any way? And could it have been something to do with the contents of one of those deposit boxes in particular? Perhaps the only box that the gang had ever been interested in cracking open in the first place. Ooh, so now we get to the mystery part about that royal family photo, right? What could it possibly be? I genuinely don't know. I've never heard of this case before. which apparently is strange because it seemed to be quite a big deal back in the day. The subsequent investigation by police was supposedly a highly complex affair which involved 120 detectives, none of them called Sherlock, and no one's called Sherlock, and the forensic examination of over 800 pieces of evidence. Yet on the face of it, they didn't really have to try all too hard to catch key members of the gang during an investigation in which some of the suspects were practically crying out to be arrested. All they really had to do was have a word in the ear of Benjamin Wolfe, the guy who bought the lease on the old leather goods shop, who had quite staggeringly decided to use his real name when he signed the contract. What? Surely, I mean, I get it. Maybe he'd just be like, well, they broke in. You know, they definitely broke in. Where'd you get that new car? Dunno. You would never have caught Professor James Moriarty making such a fundamentally foolish error, and you certainly didn't need to be Sherlock Holmes to crack the case. Whilst Benjamin Wolfe initially denied any involvement in the burglary, the police just followed him around for a little while, during which time they observed him exchanging big carrier bags of cash with certain other shifty individuals who were also placed rapidly under surveillance. Guys, if you do like some robbery like this, surely you have to go to ground for like a good couple of years. You've just got to accept you're not going to be able to spend any of that money for a long time, and you might have to leave the country and move to Lebanon. Like, you can't just be like carrying around bags of money when you're tied to a crime. The police will be watching, and they'll be using that to build a case against you and all your contemporaries. What are you doing, conspirators? It didn't take long for the police to join the dots on this one, eventually arresting Benjamin Wolfe himself, along with supposed ringleader Tony Gavin, bank vault mapper Reg Tucker, and the tools guy Thomas Stevens. Although the police knew for sure that several other parties were involved, maybe even a shadowy mastermind who was really calling all the shots, nobody else was ever arrested or identified. It's almost reassuring to hear that at least the lookout managed to get away with his share of the treasure. It sounds like the poor lamb had endured such a tough weekend trying to keep his eyes open for all that time. Yeah, this guy's such a... I'd be really upset with it. I'm like digging through a tunnel, there's toxic fumes, I'm breaking open safety deposit boxes, and it's like risky, and there's just a dude sitting on the roof and he's always whining, and it's like, shut the fuck up, man. I'm trying so hard right now and you're just sitting on a roof. Keep your eyes open. The trial of the four of the less fortunate millionaire moles got underway on the 2nd of January 1973. All four were charged with breaking into a bank, stealing the contents of deposit boxes, and handling explosives. Tony Gavin, Reg Tucker, and Thomas Stevens all pleaded guilty, but Benjamin Wolfe was still insisting that he was an innocent victim who had just tried to open a new business venture which had been hijacked without his knowledge by moles. Sure, mate. And he's like, what are you doing with all those giant carrier bags? Like, it's just giant Tesco bags filled with cash. What are you doing? The trial lasted just 19 days, and all four were found guilty of all charges. Tony Gavin, Reg Tucker, Thomas Stevens reached sentence 12 years in prison, whereas Benjamin, despite pleading not guilty, received a lighter sentence of just 8 years because the 64-year-old was considered a bit too elderly to endure a long prison sentence. How about we don't make that a consideration? Like, what was it, the Lockerbie bomber? It's like, oh, he's got cancer, let's let him go home. Like, off! He killed hundreds of people! He's a terrorist! Let him die in prison like he deserves! What the The sentences of the other three were also reduced to 8 years on appeal. They could possibly all have received even lighter sentences if they had revealed all the identities of the other members of the gang or the location of the stolen loot, but they all kept stum. Then they continued to keep stum for the rest of their lives. After they had all served their time, they seemed to retreat back into the shadows and were never really seen or heard from again. Yeah, they moved abroad with some fat stacks of cash.
Oh, is it hot in here?
No book deals, no movie deals, not so much as a brief interview with the Jelly Deal local newspaper. They just seemed to vanish without a trace. Wherever they retreated to, it's possible that they finally ended up enjoying their share of the unrecovered booty that they'd been waiting 8 years to claim, assuming the lookout hadn't already spent it all on luxurious goose feather pillows. It might have been nice if amateur CB radio ham Robert Rowlands was given some sort of commendation for his sterling efforts in attempting to thwart the burglary, even if the police were initially disinterested in his claims and then bungled any chance of catching the criminals in the act. But no, instead the police considered prosecuting Robert for listening to unlicensed transmissions, which was a violation of the relatively new 1967 Wireless Telegraphy Act. You police, what the he did your job for you, and you're like, yeah, he's also a criminal. 8 years! It's almost as if somebody in the police force wanted to punish poor old Robert for his clumsy interference. Thankfully, this idea was quietly dropped. Good. And Lloyds Bank later showed a bit more appreciation for Robert's role in the saga when they gave him a reward of £2,500, which is like, what, doing that maths? It's like 25 grand today. That's pretty nice. Lloyds themselves hadn't done as badly from the burglary as you might imagine, yeah, because they don't know what's in the boxes. That's people's own risk, and if they are insured, then Lloyds isn't going to be the insurer, it's going to be an underwriter. The biggest hit they took was their reputation for owning the most secure vault in the UK. By 1977, 138 of the disgruntled owners of the 168 destroyed deposit boxes had joined forces to sue for a total of £660,000 or $3.6 million in today's money. However, just 4 days into the trial, the case was adjourned with no reason given, and it was never picked up again. This just seems to be yet another mysterious development in a story packed full of riddles and unanswered questions. It had always felt odd that a bunch of small-time crooks, antiques dealers, and second-hand car salesmen had taken such an ambitious step into a whole new league. Could it be the case that this was never just a nutty plot dreamed up entirely by Sherlock Holmes fan Tony Gavin, and that Tony was answering to a higher and more experienced authority who was more equipped to fund the entire operation and who had a bigger idea of how to disable complex security devices and where to source a thermal lance? Why, he didn't just go to AliExpress? Yeah, I bet if you search AliExpress right now, someone's going to be selling a thermal lance. They sell everything there.
Trust me.
Why did the police make the bizarre decision to expand the search radius to 10 miles when they already knew that the maximum range of those walkie-talkies was just 2 miles? And why did the police leave the Baker Street branch of Lloyd's so quickly after ascertaining that the vault door looked like it hadn't been tampered with? They already knew from Robert Rowland's taped walkie-talkie conversations that the gang were tunneling right underneath the vault rather than just attempting to break the door open with a hammer. Yes, this is insane. It's like, you know they're tunneling, police. You don't need to, oh yeah, front door's good. It's like, that's not how they're getting in. You know this. That's why you're searching. It's very suspicious. I'm always like, generally, if there's a conspiracy, I always just fall on the side of people are just dumb. Like, it's just people being dumb rather than actually conspiratorial. But in this case, this is really extraordinarily stupid, isn't it?
You are made of stupid.
All they had to do was open the vault door and look for any subtle signs of a giant fucking hole in the floor, but they decided not to bother. The post office later noted that the police could have asked them for help at any time, as they operated fleets of radio detector vans, which could have picked up the location of the walkie-talkie conversations fairly quickly. Wait, why does the post office have radio detector vans? What are they doing with those? Post office, what are you up to? But they didn't hear anything about it until after the transmissions had stopped. Why did the police lose interest so quickly in identifying the other members of the gang? Why were the press silenced by an alleged D-notice on the grounds of a threat to national security? And why are some 800 pages of information relating to the case under embargo at the National Archives, where they remain sealed until 2071? Good lord. And could it be that the Baker Street robbery was about something potentially far more important than the valuables and secretive few £1,000,000 worth of shiny little trinkets? One theory is that the gang unwittingly stumbled upon something inside one of the deposit boxes which they never intended or wanted to see. Photographs depicting an unnamed Conservative cabinet minister sexually abusing young children. It's a theory which gains more traction 4 decades later following the Hatton Garden safe deposit burglary of 2015. This was a remarkably similar heist carried out by a bunch of 6 pensioners who spent a fun Easter weekend breaking into an underground safe deposit box in Hatton Garden, London and making off with jewellery worth around £14 million. How have I never heard of this? In this case, all 6 men were caught and sentenced to prison, whilst most, if not all of them, if not all of the stolen loot, was eventually recovered by the police. What are these pensioners up to? It was a story which certainly garnered a lot more attention in the UK press than the forgotten Baker Street robbery. And in fact, local jewelers later reported a big boost in business thanks to all the publicity it generated. Some have suggested that the Hatton Garden heist was directly inspired by the Baker Street robbery, but it's also been alleged that the connection runs much deeper than that. One of the men convicted for the Hatton Garden heist, Brian Reeder, was suspected of being one of the unidentified members of the Millionaire Moles gang some 44 years earlier, although he always denied this and was never charged. Yeah, it's a bit late, isn't it? Well, I suppose he could have been charged back in the day. But in the aftermath of the Hatton Garden trial, an old friend of Brian Reeder began blabbing to the press about what his mate and his gang had supposedly found by accident during the Baker Street robbery. He reckoned that the gang had cracked open one of the safety deposit boxes and came across sickening photographs of a top Tory politician molesting young children. He told the press it was a shock for them when they found the photographs of a famous politician abusing children. The gang were disgusted and left them lying on the floor of the vault for the police to find, but nothing was ever done. Why exactly such photographs would be located inside a bank vault is up for debate, but the theory goes that they'd ended up in the hands of a blackmailer who was waiting patiently for his payday. It could have been the case that when British intelligence discovered such photographs were now scattered around the floor of a bank vault, they sprang into action to clamp down on any further press coverage, which could have exposed a P-word ring at the very heart of Westminster and potentially toppled the UK government. I feel that British intelligence would be, maybe I just give them too much credit, but I'm like, isn't that what the police are for? It's like why you have these separations of powers. It's like if the Prime Minister commits crimes, It's like, they're like, well, okay, look, you gotta, like, with Boris Johnson, his stupid COVID parties and stuff, it's like, yeah, he had to face consequences for that, because he's a citizen and, like, just, he's subject to the same laws. It's why we have separation of powers, and I like to think that if MI5 or whatever uncovered all be like, we're blowing the doors open on this one, boys, this is what we're for. It's gonna change. Don't let me down, MI5. Please! It's an interesting conspiracy theory, and I'm fascinated by the idea that the same man could have been involved in two distinctive underground heists separated by 44 years. We can't really give it too much credence, as the story hinges on a single unnamed source who seemed keen to tell the newspapers that he used to hang around with some proper villains back in the good old days. Yeah. Or for all my pontificating, I don't believe this. I don't think this is true, because it's just one dude who's telling a story, isn't it? However, a far more popular and widespread theory is that one of the deposit boxes contains somewhat compromising pictures of a senior member of the royal family, and that is what the gang had been chasing all along. Prince Harry was by no means the first to rock the royal boat, and it could be argued that in many ways Princess Margaret was just as much a spare several decades earlier. Admittedly, she didn't go quite so far as to write a warts and all book or give interviews to Oprah Winfrey, but the younger sister of Queen Elizabeth II still have a few reasons to feel aggravated after Big Sis ascended to the throne and bathed in all the glory, whilst her own duties within the royal family were gradually diminished as she slipped even further down the line of succession to the throne. Yeah, it's got to be pretty miserable, hasn't it? Although, I mean, stop complaining. You're rich, you've had everything handed to you. It's like, oh no, you don't get to be queen. You probably have a way nicer life not being queen, to be honest. You're just rich and chill. Princess Margaret was also a bit of a wild party animal by all accounts, but just how wild did these parties get? See, this sounds a lot more fun than being queen, doesn't it? Could it be true that she popped up in a series of sexually explicit photographs in which she seemed to be enjoying intimate moments with a convicted criminal and other parties? Perhaps all at the same time? Oh, scandalous. Princess Margaret had originally hoped to marry RAF officer Peter Townsend in the 1950s, but as Townsend was a divorced man, this idea didn't go down very well with members of the government, certain corners of the press, a big chunk of the public, and the Archbishop of Canterbury, who point-blank refused to countenance a marriage to a divorced man. Alright, chill out, guys. Chill. Margaret later gave the impression that the idea of marrying Peter Townsend had been made impossible by all concerned, but that doesn't sound quite like the whole story. It's now believed that older sister Liz was sympathetic to her plight and was planning to request that the government amend the hideously outdated laws which were standing in the way. That sounds like a great idea. The problem is, if those laws were so hideously outdated, why is the press, the public, and I mean the Archbishop of Canterbury is obviously against it because he's like a religious douche. It's a bit harsh, but it's like, you shall not marry a man who was once divorced. It's like, alright, chill, look, we all make mistakes, okay? Why are you being like this, Archie? But it seems that the relentless and protracted stain of the controversy led to Margaret and Townsend conceding defeat and parting ways. A disgruntled Princess Margaret later married photographer Anthony Armstrong Jones in 1960, but it was destined to be an unhappy marriage, with both parties indulging in long lists of extramarital affairs whilst alleviating the strain with cocktails of booze and pills. Oh, I was like, cocktails of booze, and I'm like, yeah, obviously. Oh, and pills, I see, you're mixing them together. That sounds safe. That never kills any celebrities ever.
Absolutely.
Things had gotten so bad that Anthony had resorted to writing little notes labelled "Things I Hate About You" and leaving them sandwiched in the middle of whatever book his wife was reading at the time as an unexpected plot twist. Wow, Anthony. That's a pretty toxic relationship, isn't it, Anthony? You. By the time we get to 1971 Baker Street robbery, the couple had been practically living separate lives for years, although the divorce wasn't finalised until 1978. Margaret regularly popped up in the newspapers whenever she was snapped, attending yet another lavish party with yet another guy, and much of the publicity was negative. One tabloid described her as spoilt and ill-mannered. Over the years, she had drunk enough whiskey to open a distillery, whilst even some Labour MPs described her as a royal parasite and a floozy. It's little wonder that Margaret had taken to escaping the UK to spend some quality time on the Caribbean islands of Mystique, which had effectively become her second home by the early 1970s. Life's so hard for you, Margaret. Boo-hoo. What do you... I have to live on the Caribbean island of Mystique. I live in a lavish palace. She seemed to be spending a lot of time with a landscape gardener by the name of Roddy Llewellyn, who was 17 years younger than her, with my young boyfriend Roddy. Oh, I use his Roddy. Oh, darling. And whenever the press managed to get a sneaky snapshot of Margaret and Roddy together, it was usually accompanied by malicious copy which portrayed Margaret as a predatory older woman taking advantage of a toy boy lover. You know, sometimes I think being a member of the royal family isn't quite all it's cracked up to be. Yeah, I think I'd just rather be like... the nice thing is, you're rich. The bad thing is, the press are interested in what you're up to. I think this is like the same with celebrities. It's like the good news is you're rich. The bad news is that everyone's interested in what you're up to. So you always got to be thinking about it. But during one of the many visits to Mustique, Princess Margaret was also snapped alongside John Bindon, an occasional actor and former gangster who had connections with the Cray twins and who was once believed to be running protection rackets in West London. I've told this story before, but my nan used to live, was neighbours with one of the ex-wives of one of the Crays. It's fairly intense. I didn't really realise what that meant, or like how, like, not significant, but like who the I didn't really know who the Crays were. And then you grow up and you're like, oh my god, they're very famous criminals, Nan. What's up? Although he had apparently turned his back on crime during the period when he was posing with Princess Margaret on Mystique, he did find himself back in the dock later in 1978 when he was accused of the murder of London gangster John Dark, who was stabbed 9 times during a fight with John Bindon. However, Bindon was acquitted of the murder when it was ruled that he acted in self-defense. Still, considering that the Archbishop of Canterbury couldn't quite get along with the idea of a princess marrying a divorced RAF officer, oh, the scandal, he must have been coming out in boils at the prospect of a still legally married princess getting cozy with the former gangster. Perhaps the Archbishop of Canterbury would have been a bit more impressed if it had ever been given the opportunity to see John Bindon's notorious party trick, or maybe not. Wait, what is this? This apparently involved John lifting 5 half-pint glasses with his penis, a trick which he is alleged to have shown off in the presence of an enthralled Princess Margaret. 5 half... Jesus Christ, man. And how do you balance them on there? And yes, I know what you're thinking. Only half-pint glasses? What a bloody... Yes, that's what I was thinking. Bloody amateur, only half-pints. I do it with those German ones. Those, the ones that hold like a litre of beer. John Bindon would later boast about his close friendship with Princess Margaret to the media, but Margaret herself never spoke about any such thing. And the only evidence we have that they even met is a single photograph taken on Mystique, which later circulated to the media. But there were rumours that this wasn't the only photograph ever taken of Princess Margaret and John Bindon. Oh no. It was alleged that images of a far more explicit nature depicted Margaret, John Bindon and other individuals engaging in sexual activity. I guess this was the 70s, so it's a lot more scandalous today, but if this came out today, I'd be like, yeah, okay.
It's completely normal.
No, people are going to do what people are going to do, aren't they? It's okay. It's okay. Like, it's going to bring down the government? No, it's slightly embarrassing for the people involved and their family. Slightly embarrassing. I guess it's much more embarrassing in the 1970s, but like, chill, people, chill.
Daddy, chill.
And one or more of these photographs had ended up in a safety deposit box in the vault of the Baker Street branch of Lloyd's Bank. A safety deposit box which belonged to an individual by the name of Michael X. A safety deposit box which others were now keen to get their hands on by any means necessary. Michael X, born Michael de Freitas, was a black revolutionary and civil rights activist from Trinidad and Tobago who moved to London and became a leading figure of the Black Power movement of the 1960s. John Lennon was one of his most ardent supporters, although not everyone was as big a fan, as Michael X was also a former London gangster who would later be convicted of murder. It's like, okay, good, he's a freedom fighter, and he's like fighting for like the rights of the oppressed, and also he's a murderer. Well, unfortunately, that cancels out a lot of the good shit he did, doesn't it? In 1969, Michael X became the self-appointed leader of a Black Power commune in North London, which was known as the Black House. Less than a year later, a businessman named Marvin Brown was enticed into the Black House, where he was attacked and forced to wear a slave collar around his neck as Michael X and others extorted money from him under the threat of further violence. Michael X was also arrested and charged with extortion, but John Lennon was such a big admirer that he paid Michael's bail. Jesus, John. This guy kidnapped someone and made him wear a slave collar. I'm not even sure what a slave collar is, but it's probably not nice. Very shortly afterwards, the Black House burned down under mysterious circumstances, and Michael X fled back to Trinidad and Tobago, where he got busy setting up another Black House. But he didn't seem to have much luck with these Black Houses. This one burned down under equally mysterious circumstances around a year later, and this time the bodies of 2 former members of the commune are found at the site, having been hacked to death and then buried in shallow graves. Michael X was found guilty of ordering the killings, and whilst John Lennon had been happy to dip into his expansive pockets yet again to hire a good lawyer, John Lennon, what are you up to? Imagine trying to do that with no possessions. It wasn't enough to save Michael X from getting hanged in 1975. So, if we rewind back just a few years to when Michael X was still in London, the theory goes that he had somehow acquired these explicit photographs of Princess Margaret, John Lyndon and others, and alerted the authorities that he possessed them while secretly stashing the originals in the vaults of Lloyd's Bank. His plan was to use them as insurance to persuade Scotland Yard to turn a blind eye to any activities that he got up to in the name of activism, which may not be considered strictly legal by some of the more pedantic police officers. You know, stuff like torture, extortion and murder. I have to say, though, Mr. X, it's not a bad plan, is it? If you do have those things, that's quite clever. You'd be like, don't forget I got those photographs. I mean, blackmailing Scotland Yard feels like blackmailing the FBI, which is risky. But also, if you're up to other risky... If that crime is lesser than the other crimes you're doing, then, I mean, it's probably worth it, isn't it? Not advice. Not advice. This could explain why Michael X was allowed to flee to Trinidad and Tobago after being charged with extortion. Or perhaps Michael X was only charged with extortion in the first place after MI5 had already located and retrieved the photographs, eliminating any capacity for blackmail after Michael X had been arrested. MI5 would never have been entirely happy with the idea of Michael X having Scotland Yard in his pocket, so they finally figured out where he was stashing the photographs and then orchestrated the entire Baker Street robbery to make it look as if the contents of his box just went missing in a random burglary. They may have silenced the press with the D-Notice to avoid any further digging into the story and any risk of exposing both the embarrassing blackmail scheme and the embarrassing photographs themselves. There's not a lot of evidence to back this up, but it is quite interesting speculation, isn't it? I honestly, so far I think, okay, people robbed a bank vault, my dudes, that's it, they robbed a bank vault. But why did the police and the press give up on it so quickly? It's a theory which generated even more attention following the release of the 2008 movie The Bank Job, written by British comedy legends Dick Clements and Ian Lafreniere. It's important to note that this was presented as a work of fiction, and the gang of robbers depicted on screen, some of which are portrayed by Saffron Burrows and Jason Statham, are all given fresh identities. There's no denying that the plot is based very closely on this theory, as we witnessed a gang of robbers tunneling under Baker Street branch of Lloyd's Bank under orders from MI5 to retrieve a safety deposit box belonging to Michael X, which contained sensitive photographs of a member of the royal family participating in a threesome in Mustique. This is on the nose, isn't it? Whilst Princess Margaret is never named, the film certainly delivers enough clues. The writers have indicated that even though the film had to be presented as a fictionalized account of events, they weren't just making all of this up from scratch. The script was based on extensive conversations with an informer, later identified as a man by the name of George McIndoe, who claimed to have learned all the juicy details of the true story behind the MI5 cover-up after preventing two of the original members of the Millionaire Moles who were never caught. One further interesting point here is that MI5's file on Michael X is locked away from public view until the year 2054. The former gangster may have had an extremely dodgy biography peppered with extortion and violence and murder, but what did he do that is still not fit for public consumption nearly 50 years after his death? His own widow later claimed that she knew absolutely nothing about a plot to blackmail MI5, but also conceded that this doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't true. So, can this theory be completely ruled out? And is this the real reason why a bank robbery overseen by MI5 completely disappeared from the newspapers so quickly? Well, let's start with that D-Notice. Almost every article or feature on the Baker Street robbery states it is a fact that the D-Notice was issued to the press just a few days after the flurry of initial headlines. As recently as February 2023, the History Channel looked back on the robbery for an episode of Pierce Brosnan's Greatest Heists, which, by the way, sounds like something of a fall from grace for the former James Bond. Wait, Pierce Brosnan's presenting a show called Greatest Heists on the History Channel in 2023? I feel like I need to see that, and that's the first time I've ever said anything about the History Channel. During this episode, it was yet again stated that the press most definitely fell silent in response to a D-Notice, but the truth is there's not a scrap of evidence to suggest that the D-Notice was ever issued at all. Oh, Pierce, you've let us down! Come on, Pierce! I expect better from you! As I'm sure Simon may have already mentioned by now, it's peculiar for such a prestigious and respected platform as the History Channel to get something so wrong. Yeah, shocking that the History Channel states something as fact in history that is not fact. It's just speculation. Oh, History Channel. Why do you do this, History Channel? I know why you do it. Money. The answer is money, History Channel, of course, allegedly, in my opinion. It all largely seems to stem from a later claim by CB Radio Ham Robert Rowlands that shortly after he alerted Scotland Yard to the walkie-talkie conversations he was picking up, his equipment was seized and he was aggressively warned not to speak to the media as a D-notice was already in place. It could be the case that Robert was either mistaken or was concocting fancy tales to inflate his role in a conspiracy theory and impress readers of his later interviews. But it's not out of the question that he was just being lied to by the police, or at least that a misinformed officer had given him the wrong details. I mean, the police had hardly treated Robert Rowlands with much respect at any age, at any stage, and this was probably around the same time that they were considering prosecuting him for picking up unlicensed transmissions. I'm surprised they didn't just beat him to death on the spot with a truncheon. Yeah, poor Robert Rowlands, although he made out in the end okay, with like 25 grand in modern money, right? It's certainly true that there was a very brief press embargo whilst the burglary was still believed to be taking place, and this was for perfectly logical reasons. But this brief press blackout appears to have gotten mashed up with an inaccurate claim by Robert Rowlands, which then evolved into widespread reporting of a D-notice that was almost certainly never issued. It kind of seems a bit pointless anyway to issue a D-notice after the press had already been allowed to report on the story for a few days. And whilst it seems odd that the story just seemed to quickly fall off the radar soon afterwards, it didn't completely disappear from the pages of the press. The Times was one paper which continued to follow up on the story for a few months afterwards, although after those 4 members of the gang were swiftly arrested, there was rarely any particularly exciting new development to report on anyway. Well, that seems like the real reason why it fell out of the press, doesn't it? Because it's like, okay, yeah, there was a few days, and then it's like, well, people are bored of this. Like, you can only milk a story for so long, and if there are no new developments, there's no new developments. It just seems... The reason is, people don't want to read it. They had to move on to other stories. There was probably all sorts of other going on. It could be the case that MI5 had nothing to cover up with a D-notice in the first place. It seems a little far-fetched to think that the intelligence agency would have chosen to orchestrate a covert operation in such a haphazard manner. Yeah, they're MI5. They do it properly. It was about, oh, what are we doing? We're breaking it. We're digging up from an old leather shop, leather bags, goods, or whatever it was, and we're gonna hire a bunch of like used car salesmen to break into there and steal these super important photographs. No. Let's just say they had indeed located the whereabouts of a deposit box in a bank which they needed to discreetly acquire for whatever reason. Would MI5 really have concluded that the best possible strategy was to hire a group of small-time crooks and second-hand car salesmen to carry out the operation on their behalf? Yes, Danny and I, same page. A strategy that included getting the gang to use walkie-talkies, which could easily be intercepted by any CB enthusiast who was just trying to tune into Radio Luxembourg. And a gang that included a man who signed the lease for the vital nearby premises under his own name, and a lookout who clearly wasn't very good at handling the pressure of looking out. It's not entirely inconceivable that the gang were set up and caught later on, or they perhaps even agreed beforehand to do the time before getting a payout when they were released from prison. But I wouldn't really fancy an 8-year stint in prison for the sake of a few million quid. Besides, the taped conversations of the burglary taking place seemed to point to a gang who were very keen to not get caught at all, rather than a gang who were preparing to fight over who gets top bunk in Wormwood Scrubs. And it just seems unlikely that MI5 wouldn't have adopted a slightly more subtle method to retrieve a deposit box from a bank vault without attracting quite so much of a long-winded drama. They're MI5. They probably could have just asked Lloyds Bank to open the damn box. But yeah, they're MI5. Just find someone in the bank who you can blackmail. Just MI5, just go digging through like their past or whatever, and just anyone at Lloyd's. Like, just go to Lloyd's. There's thousands of people who work there. Just find someone who's like secretly murdered someone, and be like, MI5, we know that you murdered John. Now we need you to go down to Lloyd's Bank, open up this box, and bring it to us, and then we'll destroy the evidence that you murdered John. It's like, okay. Right? That's what MI5 would do. They're a clandestine service. That's what they're good at. Not like hiring used car salesmen to tunnel under a building. Okay. But would there really have been anything salacious to find in a deposit box to begin with? And from where exactly did the Princess Margaret rumours spring? There's only one photograph containing both Princess Margaret and John Binton that we know about for sure. Taken in Mustique, it's a fairly incongruous image which shows Margaret and Binton sitting next to each other on deck chairs. Only one other person is visible, but there could have easily been a whole bunch of other people out of shot enjoying cocktails in the sun with them. The most controversial element of the image is that John Binton is wearing an Enjoy Cocaine t-shirt featuring a cheeky retooling of the Coca-Cola image. There's absolutely nothing in the image that suggests that Margaret and Binton were either romantically linked or even particularly close friends. It looks as if they just happened to be sitting next to each other during a lively gathering on a beach. Leaving John Bindon aside for just a moment, several different sources have claimed that other photographs from Mystique exist, which do indeed contain both Princess Margaret and nudity, but it's not the princess herself who is disrobed. The story goes that Margaret was hanging around on the beach with her alleged young lover, Roddy Llewellyn, and several other friends who all decided to take a spontaneous skinny dip in the ocean. All except Princess Margaret. She probably knew this wouldn't have been the best idea with so many gutter press photographers no doubt lurking in the palm trees. We don't know for certain if such photographs really exist, and of course, there would be nothing remotely wrong with them if they did. Yet, yes, it might have been viewed as slightly controversial if a senior royal had been snapped with their bits out in public, but I don't think it would have overthrown the British monarchy, and that was never implied anyway, as each account of the story insists that she kept her clothes on whilst her friends got on with whatever floated their boats. It sounds to me as if this was just another conflation of two entirely separate incidents to create something far more scandalous, but entirely fictional. Princess Margaret just happened to have been snapped with former gangster John Bindon on Mystique. Princess Margaret may have been photographed with other people in the nude on the same island. So this gradually evolves into Princess Margaret herself appearing nude in a series of photographs with John Bindon, which then evolves into Princess Margaret and John Bindon getting snapped whilst participating in a threesome. This is just nonsense. It's like, okay, this is just made up. It's a bank robbery. The press went silent because no one's interested in the story after a few days because it's a bank robbery. Of course, even if such photographs had existed, it could be argued that whatever consensual activity Margaret got up to in her spare time is nobody else's business. But I suppose it's easy to see why Queen Elizabeth II might not have been mad keen on the idea of their publication, and why government agencies might have acted to suppress them if they ended up in the wrong sticky hands. I don't know. Is this really that? I guess it's the 1970s is a different time. But when I was a kid, there was a photo of Harry dressed as a Nazi, which is obviously worse than Harry naked. I feel like there's probably also pictures of Harry naked, to be honest. And it's like, no one cares that much. It's like, it's just okay, well, that was a bit silly. That's not very clever, is it? And then that's it. It's just an interesting press story. It doesn't, I don't know, why am I defending the royal family? I'm pretty Republican. But that seems to be a largely academic point, as such photographs are almost certainly not taken of such incidents that never happened. The most compelling evidence we have that the millionaire moles were never chasing one safety box in particular is those walkie-talkie conversations, which make several references to how much loot they're gradually uncovering, but not a single mention of any attempt or need to locate one specific box. The conspiracy theories relating to Princess Margaret and the involvement of Michael X were well and truly brought back into focus with the 2008 film The Bank Job. This 2008 film The Bank Job sounds exciting. I don't think I've seen it. But it was a work of fiction, albeit a work of fiction inspired by conversations with the informer George McIndoe, who claimed to have made friends with unnamed members of the gang. We only have George's word to go on here, and it's interesting to note that George's name is also listed in the film's credits as a producer of the film. It's almost as if he had just been purely interested in making a good movie all along. Could that possibly be it? What? The movie's not real? It's based on a true story, but it's not, or they say it's, fictionalized or whatever. But it's like, it's just to sell tickets. It's just because it's a good story. I'm sure that MI5 do have a big file on Michael X, and there may be good reasons why it's locked away until 2054. The guy led a pretty colourful life, but aside from the word of a movie producer, there's nothing else which conclusively links Michael X to either Princess Margaret or the Baker Street robbery in general. It sounds more like somebody with a fairly creative mind considered who might have taken possession of a scandalous photograph to use as a blackmail tool against Scotland Yard, and then figured out the perfect candidate would be the guy who once made headlines for using extortion tactics. It's a great story, but it's not what happened, is it? I feel pretty convinced that Tony Gavin and his chums were never on a mission to steal a photograph that was never taken, and they were only ever interested in the general loot to be found in as many deposit boxes as they could smash open before the lookout fell asleep again. But that doesn't mean there wasn't something else very dodgy going on here. I mean, a bank heist is a pretty dodgy situation in itself, but we're left still with a few unanswered questions relating to who was really pulling the strings and the subsequent lame police investigation, which appeared to leave so many loose ends. What, and can't we just wrap that up to the police, write that off to the piece being a little bit because they were like, the guy's like, there's a robbery in progress, and they're like, yeah, sure there is, mate. I've got lots of drunken people to deal with. It's Friday night, okay? Evening. And it doesn't seem like they were particularly good at this crime-solving stuff. It's still something of a mystery as to why a total of 800 pages of information relating to the Baker Street robbery will not be available to view until 2071. That is interesting. What exactly is it that the UK government still doesn't want us to know about this group of burglars nicking some trinkets from a bank vault? It's probably boring. It's gonna roll around to 2071. Maybe I'll even still be alive. Maybe not. How old would I be? I'd be old. I'd be like late 80s. I could still be around. It's going to be boring. It's going to be boring. I'm probably going to be that age and think back on this time when I was young and not like on the door of death. I'd be like, oh, life seems so short. Oh, I'll find this video and be like, oh, look at you, Facts Boy. Back when you didn't have hair. When you had barely any wrinkles. When your glasses were not so thick. One theory that I find far more plausible than anything else we've covered so far is that there was indeed a Mr. Big who was the real mastermind and bankroller of the whole operation, and that Mr. Big was a corrupt, high-ranking police officer. Ooh, interesting. There have been several allegations over the years that the reason the loot was never recovered is because it was taken by the bent police officer who oversaw the job from behind the scenes and ensured that it could never be found. One name. Also, criminals can ensure that loot never gets found. They just have to be good at crime. One name that often gets thrown into any discussion of corrupt British police officers is the late Scotland Yard Detective Inspector Alec Eist. This is a bit weird, as he was never once found guilty of any offences and was acquitted during the only corruption charges he ever faced in 1977. In fact, he was awarded a whole clutch of medals and commendations during his high-flying career at Scotland Yard, although it's interesting to note that he was quietly downgraded to monitoring traffic wardens during his final years in service. Maybe that's just because he wanted something a bit more chill. It sounds like this guy didn't do anything wrong and he got a bunch of commendations. But not everyone was in a rush to give Alec Eist another medal. The Guardian journalist Paul Lashmar observed that Eist was, by reputation, the most corrupt yard officer of the 1950s to mid-1970s, which was no small achievement in such a packed field. Holy shit, that is an accusation, The Guardian. It was alleged that he forged a close relationship with criminals, often getting them off the hook in return for bribes, and that he was a master at making crucial evidence disappear into thin air. Well, how about we have a look at Alec's house? Like, just be like, where's Alec live? And if he lives in a mansion, you'll be like, Alec, how'd you get this mansion? And he'll be like, family money. And then have a look at his family and see if they're rich and be like, Alec, Alec, we need to have a word. That's how. It's not that complicated, is it? Some former convicts have even claimed that Inspector Alec Eist actively participated in armed robberies, allowing his chosen gang of villains to get off scot-free in return for his share of the stolen loot. It's a name which understandably bubbles to the surface when discussing the possible identity of the real Mr. Big behind the robbery, as it does sound like a job that would have been right up his street. I'm obviously making no such allegations myself. Certainly not. And I'm sure that Alec Eist was brilliant at monitoring traffic wardens. I hope he got a medal for that. But even if the Baker Street robbery in no way involved Alec Eist, it could still have potentially involved other police officers, and this would have made sense in so many ways. Over the years, several criminals have come forward to allege that members of the police force were heavily involved in the heist. And whilst you might be tempted to take the testimony of convicted criminals with several pinches of salt, one such allegation is particularly noteworthy. James Humphreys was a pornographer and a strip club owner from Soho, who managed to forge a hugely successful career in the 60s and 70s by working jolly hard and bribing police officers whenever he needed a quick favour. Was it really in the 60s and 70s you could bribe police officers? The idea of bribing a police officer in the UK? Maybe I'm extremely ignorant, but it seems absurd to me. The idea that I could do some crime and then be like, afternoon officer, and then just slip him an envelope with $1,000 inside or whatever, that seems insane to me. Is that something that actually happens? People in the comments, let me know. Surely police don't get bribed, because that guy's got so much to lose. If he gets caught for bribery, he's going to lose his pension and all of that stuff, and policemen get to retire young. My uncle retired at 55, I think. He was a detective, and it's that's a pretty good deal. You don't want to screw that up. Amongst many other things, Humphreys regularly paid police officers to repeatedly raid other sex shops while leaving his own shop well alone until his competitors eventually gave up and closed down their businesses. In 1977, Humphreys was sentenced to 8 years in prison after being found guilty of inflicting grievous bodily harm on his wife's former lover. But he only ended up serving just over 3 years after reaching a deal in which he agreed to hand over his diaries, which contained extensive information on all the dodgy deals he'd cooked up with the corrupt police officers during his successful career. This lady's writing down his crimes there, isn't he? It works out for him. But not those police officers. This led to the arrest and imprisonment of no less than 13 bent members of the obscene publications branch of the Metropolitan Police who had been accepting bribes from Humphreys for years. Oh, obscene publications branch. They're making sure people aren't making porn. No, the past. Whilst Humphreys was singing like a canary, he also made allegations that corrupt police officers had been in on the Baker Street robbery and ended up walking away with millions of pounds worth of unrecovered loot. Surely, I don't understand how this works. It'll be look, police officers, if you live in a massive house and drive a fancy car, I don't know how much police officers make, but it's not that much. So, Sure, how do you spend this money? How do you enjoy this? Like, it's without people getting suspicious. It doesn't make sense. This particular allegation never led to any charges, but considering that so many of James Humphrey's other allegations have been bang on the money and led to the imprisonment of 13 police officers, you have to wonder if there may have been more than just a grain of truth in his claims. Incidentally, it's good to hear that James Humphreys got back on the straight and narrow following his early prison release, opening a greyhound breeding business in County Limerick in Ireland. Oh, what a nice end to the story. No, wait, scrap that. Okay, never mind. The greyhound breeding business was just a front for an illegal amphetamine factory. Of course it was. Humphreys was later cheated out of his investment in a drug smuggling operation based in the US before he was sent to prison again for running 3 brothels in London. But the point is that if Humphreys' allegations were true, it would solve a few of the more curious elements of the inaccurately named Baker Street robbery. I'm not pointing the finger at anyone in particular, but if a Scotland Yard detective inspector with close connections to the criminal underbelly of London was pulling the strings all along, this could explain why an operation conducted by small fry crooks was so well funded and organised. It would explain why the police had deliberately been sent on a wild goose chase spanning 10 miles after that meddlesome Robert Rowlands was nearly wrecked the whole thing, and why the police officers checking in on the Baker Street branch didn't seem very interested in looking for the tunnelers that they were meant to be catching. Yeah, I'm kind of into this. I kind of like, yeah, look, I mean, police corruption was obviously happening because 13 bobbies went to prison. So I'm kind of into this. I'm kind of like, yeah, okay, someone was throwing some spanners in the works in the police side of things. The media lost interest because it wasn't interesting. The police lost interest because there was a spanner in the works. And the robbers were robbing because they like money. Boom. That's it. I think prima facie, that's the most obvious thing that's going on, right? It could explain why not much effort was invested in tracking down the other unidentified members of the gang, as the British police are notoriously slow when it comes to arresting themselves. It's not out of the question that Tony Gavin, Benjamin Wolfe, Reg Tucker and Thomas Stevens all disappeared into complete obscurity after their release because the bent police officers had bought their complete silence with a particularly generous slice of the bounty which the police have been keeping warm through those long 8 years. It may be a long time before we know for sure, but if you think we've got patience to hang on just a little while, please join us again on Decoding the Unknown in 48 years for our follow-up video, in which we'll be opening those 800 pages of information still sealed in the National Archives. It's a really long time away. It's also a little bit depressing, though. I only got 48 years before I'm really old. That doesn't seem that long. In the meantime, I just feel there might be something quite plausible about the idea of diverting attention away from a genuine conspiracy of police corruption and greed by turning it into an outlandish fake conspiracy theory involving royal family members and blackmail plots which everyone starts chasing instead. Is that remarkably cunning or alarmingly simple? It's elementary, my dear Whistler. Yeah, this was very enjoyable, Danny. It felt like a casual criminal list, but it definitely belongs on Decoding the Unknown with the mystery element, doesn't it? Loved this. Well done. I hope you enjoyed it at home as well. If you enjoyed this show, please leave a review. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we decode the unknown. What happens here? What am I writing? In this case, Arnaldo. Thank you, Arnaldo. He's written me a script that I've never read before. It's all about the beast of Gévaudan, and it's French. And at some point, I'm definitely going to pronounce it Gavoudin or something. So just imagine, whenever I pronounce it wrong, that I'm saying it correctly. Gévaudan. Arnaldo left me a 5-line pronunciation guide, and rather than just doing that, I just looked it up online. Arnaldo, I'm sorry, because he says pronounce G in Gévaudan like S in measure. The vowel sounds like vo in void. Dan sounds like Dan. So overall, the word sounds like Gévaudan, pronounced as if you were drunk, like most of the French language. Ah, bonjour, mon ami. I was just in France, and my wife speaks no French. I speak barely any French at all. So it's the first time we really travel anywhere where I'm the one that we're relied on for language, because she generally just speaks more languages than me. So I'm like, bonjour, monsieur. Je voudrais croissant. French cinema enjoys perhaps an unfair reputation of pretentiousness. Movies produced in that fair land are often perceived as being long, meandering, cryptic, replete with baffling silences, rambling dialogues, unrelated tangents, and unnerving endings cobbled together by a director who may as well be named Claude Lelouch. No, there is in fact an acclaimed director called Lelouch. Lelouch. Oh, I see. Lelouch, because he's a bit of a douche. Okay.
I see.
Personally, I believe that to be unfair. The French silver screen has graced our senses with heavily intellectual productions, true, but also with action-romped thrillers that make Michael Bay films look like Simon's dearest Cocomelon. Oh, I hate Cocomelon. I was on a trip with a friend of mine the other day who's got a kid about my kid's age, like the older one, maybe a year older, maybe 2 years older. We're going on a trip together, and we're just listening to music in the car, and my mate's like, can we put on some Cocomelon? And I'm like, are you serious right now? And he's like, yeah, we like the songs. And I'm like, they're terrible. They're actually terrible. He's like, yeah, but his kids, I won't name, although it's just so generic, like it's so distant, it's obviously not invading anyone's privacy, but still. But he's like, yeah, but she just enjoys them. And I'm like, can't she enjoy something good? Wow, they are so stupid. They are so stupid. I've talked about this before. I'm just going to carry on. One of my favourite examples of the latter is Brotherhood of the Wolf of 2001, starring martial artist Mark Dacascos and Monica Bellucci, among others. Set in the mid-18th century, this action horror thriller features a sinister, ultra-conservative conspiracy, an Iroquois warrior pummeling his enemies with kung fu, an aristocrat skewering his foes with a sword/whip made of bones, and a Vatican secret agent decapitating her adversaries with a fan topped by sharp spikes. I'm sorry, Arnaldo, this sounds really bad. I just think it is. I'm thinking I wouldn't enjoy that movie. I wouldn't enjoy that movie at all. I once saw a movie when I was a kid. Like, me and my mates, we must have been like 13 or 14. We went to the cinema and we saw a movie called Kung Fu Hustle. And at the time, we were like, what did we just see? Like, we went in there expecting some like Jackie Chan action movie or whatever. But instead it turned out to be this utterly bizarre movie, which was clearly intended for like thoughtful adults or something. Like, but we just walked out being like, what was that we just watched? And for years we'd make fun of Kung Fu Hustle. And I'll tell you what, I think Kung Fu Hustle, which I was just like, this is the worst movie ever made, I believe that this movie is actually quite well respected. Kung Fu Hustle has a 91% on Rotten Tomatoes, which absolutely, and 89 with the audience, which absolutely would baffle the out of 13-year-old Simon and his mates Mike and Giles. I can still remember us out. We were kids. We left that movie. I still remember us standing in the cinema world or whatever it was called at Ashford, being like, what the f*** did we just watch, boys? But the star of the show is a huge, evasive, mysterious beast impervious to bullets who mauls and devours hundreds of victims in the French countryside. Surprisingly, this last element is the more realistic plot of the entire hilarious mess of a flick. The fact is that Brotherhood of the Wolf is based on historical and well-documented events, the killings perpetrated by the Beast of Gévaudan from 1764 to 1767, a total of 112 villagers in the county of Gévaudan in southern France were slain and or eaten by a ferocious animal whose origins and nature were never conclusively determined. A further 53 were wounded, and 75 lucky ones escaped unharmed. I was just mentioning I was in France. I'll tell the story. Sorry for that. This would be extended tangent, so just use that forward 15 seconds button if you're not interested. And if I'm still rambling about it in several minutes, I apologize. I just got back from France like a couple of weeks ago. I went on holiday with my family and also my parents. And we booked this big Airbnb in the south of France. It looked very nice in the photographs. It was quite expensive. And that's not just to brag or whatever. Obviously not. I'm just trying to give you like a frame of reference. Like, this isn't some like $50 Airbnb. So we're at this place and we arrive. And it's like, immediately it looks terrible. We go inside and it's like, wait, it just smells of damp. It smells horribly of damp and there's like mold on the ceilings. And I'm like, this isn't like the photos. And they're like, and here is the first bedroom. They don't actually speak any English. So they're just like showing us around. And it's like, I just look at my wife and I'm like, uh-oh, what have we done? Because this doesn't look like the place we booked. And then we go to another place and I'm like, oh, this looks much more like the photos. This is actually quite nice. And so they leave and we're settling in. And this is 100% true. I couldn't believe this is actually happening to me. But I'm like, we're just wandering around the place. And I'm like, I look up in the corner of the room and I'm like, is that a camera? And I'm like, it is. That's a camera. And I'm like, that's a bit weird. So I wander around the house and I go downstairs and I'm like in the bedroom and I like look up in the corner and there's a little camera up there. Like literally pointing at the bed of this bedroom.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
And I like look in the other room, in the kids' room, where there's like 2 beds, but that are clearly for children. I'm like, there's a camera up there in the corner, and I'm like, what is going on in my life right now? Why are the cameras inside this Airbnb? So I phoned the person who runs the Airbnb, and I'm like, are there cameras in the house? And they're like, oh, they don't work. They're just for security. And I'm like, I've seen fake cameras before. And I'm like, well, you wired these into the walls, your fake cameras? Because there's clearly wires going into a wall. And they're like, no, they're definitely fake. They don't work. And I'm like, okay, well, look, that's not really okay. And they're like, well, what do you want us to do? And I'm like, well, I'm just going to phone Airbnb. And they're like, okay, we'll come round and remove the cameras. But I'm like, okay, I'm going to phone Airbnb anyway. And Airbnb, like, I thought I'd just get shafted by Airbnb, to be honest. I thought, because they've got a bit of a reputation, to be honest, for, like, not handling properly and just not dealing with complaints and being like, well, I'm sorry, you paid for this. And they're like, okay, they took it enormously seriously. We got calls from, like, safety departments and stuff, and they were like, are you okay? And they're like, you can go to another place and we'll pay for it. I'm like, bro, it's the south of France in July. Where the f*** am I supposed to go with my family and parents? And so we booked my parents another hotel because we could find something for 2 people. But, like, not for me and my family. And they're like, and we can pay, like, $300 a night for, like, another place. And I'm like, in the south of France in July for a family? Like, where do you think we're going to stay? And so we had to stay there for this entire week. And it was, like, really not very comfortable. It was kind of like, because it's just weird. It was so weird.
All right, that's just a little weird.
Yeah. And then the Airbnb are like, well, okay, so we can't really do anything then. We'll just follow it up after the stay. And then, like, a week after I get back, Airbnb are like, we just refunded you. And I'm like, you just refunded the whole stay? It was thousands and thousands of euros. And I'm like, okay.
Oh, is it hot in here?
I didn't expect them. We asked them to, like, refund, like, part of it. And they were just like, no, we just refunded the whole thing. And I'm like, holy okay. Sorry for that tangent. I feel I needed to get this story off my chest, and this is probably the best podcast to do it. That was weird, man. Airbnb's weird. I'm done with Airbnb. I know they refunded me and stuff, but I'd rather have just had a nice vacation, to be honest, rather than, like, had a free one. So I'm kind of done with Airbnb, which is a shame. It's just like that. It was just not an experience that I'd ever want to repeat. Anyway, moving on. All attacks were meticulously documented. I'm sorry, what are we talking about? Okay, so there's this attack. There's a ferocious animal. This isn't Simon Teller's Vacation Stories channel, although this is probably, I don't know. Is that an interesting story? Are people interested in that? I find it fucking wild. But then, like, I'm a middle-aged man with kids. My definition of wild is that my Airbnb was weird. Moving on. The further 53 were wounded and 75 lucky ones escaped unharmed. All attacks were meticulously documented by local civil and church officials. Members of the aristocracy, military leaders and officials participated in hunting down the beast, and even King Louis XV took keen interest in solving the mystery. So, we're not talking about some French Bigfoot, or should I say, Le Grand Pierre, who may have been sighted by a handful of drunken pranksters and hastily captured on a shaky oil painting. At the time, reputable sources provided consistent reports on the presence and ferocity of this hellish quadruped, providing unnerving descriptions which, unfortunately, never allowed to clearly identify its nature. But let's proceed in order. We will cover some of the sightings and attacks attributed to the mysterious beast, as well as the major operations conducted to rid the Gévaudan of that foul animal. And finally, we'll try and decode the first question. Was it a cryptid, a werewolf, a wolf hybrid, a big cat? What exactly was the beast of Gévaudan? Beauty of a beast. And what is exactly the Gévaudan, now known as Lozère? The historical county has a reputation for being an impoverished and remote backwater where superstition reigned supreme, forests were enchanted, and the forces of nature ran rampant and out of control. In other words, fertile ground for the birth of myths and legends. But as I mentioned earlier, today's mystery is based on solid facts, so let's begin with solid facts. So if it's based on solid facts, there's not going to be a cryptid, is it? It's going to be a big cat or something. In early June 1764, a woman from the village of Langon was herding her oxen when a wild animal attacked her. Her dogs immediately fled the scene, but her cattle formed a circle around her and repelled the attack. Wow! She's going to repay that favor by eating those cows! The unnamed lady was terrified but unscathed and reported the event back in her village. The attack was attributed to a wolf, possibly infected with rabies, which was not an uncommon event. That is terrifying. Like, wolves, one of the animals I'm most scared of after seeing that horrible, it was a great movie, but it was terrifying. The Grey, was it Liam Neeson? It's like an old movie now. Well, like, I don't know, 10 years, 15 years ago? And that movie was like, I don't like wolves anymore.
Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? Mammy.
And also rabies is another thing I'm desperately afraid of. But it was just the start of the madness. On June the 30th, 1764, the inhabitants of Vivarais found the mutilated corpse of 14-year-old Jeanne Boulet mauled while she was watching her flock of sheep. Nothing too strange. Again, sheep herding was a common occupation for children back at the time, and wolf attacks were an occupational hazard. What should we do with the children? It's like back in the day when people had kids so they could work in the fields. If you're like, kids, you got to go the sheep herding with the wolves because the adults are more valuable. We need their skills more, so you got to take the dangerous work. And Timmy, get in the chimney! But then, on August the 8th, another girl, aged 15, was savagely torn apart by the beast. Another 15-year-old, this time a boy, was killed on the 25th. In September, a woman and 4 children, the youngest aged only 12, were also attacked, horribly mutilated, and killed by the demon. Between the end of September and beginning of October, 3 more inhabitants of Gevaudan's villages went missing. Their mangled bodies were later found in the deep, dark woods of the area. On October the 8th, the teenage boy was lucky enough to survive yet another attack, despite suffering serious wounds to the head and chest. 2 days later, another survivor had his scalp bitten off by the ferocity of the predator. On the 19th, a 21-year-old woman was found dead near St. Alban. The beast had torn her to pieces, eaten her organs, and drank her blood. Unfortunately, our cruel master Time will not allow us to cover in detail all 240 attacks carried out by the beast from June 1964 to June 1967, nor can we honour each victim individually. Very often their names were not recorded by local authorities. But over those years, the beast killed 112 victims and wounded 53, mostly children and young adults. The most brutal year was 1766, during which Gevaudan's apex predator perpetrated 139 attacks, an average of 1 every 2.5 days, with 55 people dying as a result. The most prolific month was March, during which authorities recorded 18 attacks and 10 deaths, including that of a 5-year-old Punay Marie de Fontaine. I know, Arnaldo's given me a pronunciation guide of Puniet Marie de Fontaine. And I'm like, I don't know, dude, I'm sorry. I'm butchering the French. Just I get one right. It's not going to make up for all the horrible French pronunciation. When I see French, I'm just like, oh yeah, okay, just leave off the last consonant. So if it's Pugnet, I'm like, Pugnay. Legends versus a legend. The legends of the mysterious beast spread across the Gevaudan. Local villagers and farmers dreaded venturing alone into the fields or the woods, wondering what exactly was their cryptic attacker. Some survivors described it as a wolf-like creature, but it was clearly larger and more ferocious than the numerous wolves constantly threatening livestock, and people are like, could it have been a werewolf? Despite its apparent supernatural capabilities and rabid hunger for human flesh, the predator was not unstoppable. What are his supernatural capabilities? It just seems like wolf attacks. Several inhabitants of the Gevaudan proved that nerves of steel and spheric appendages of the same material. Oh, no, balls of steel. There we go. I get the joke. Could send the beast running away with its tail between its legs. The most celebrated cases of effective self-defense took place in 1765. On the 12th of January, 12-year-old Jacques Portefeuille was looking after his family livestock along with 6 of his friends, all younger than him. Fearing attacks from the beast, Jacques had instructed them to carry makeshift spears made with sticks and knives. Suddenly, the snarling beast appeared behind a bush, ready to pounce. Jacques, a true legend, ordered his older friends to assume a small phalanx-like formation to protect the younger children, thus keeping the animal at bay. The creature, however, leapt into the group, grabbing an 8-year-old boy by the throat and dragging him away. Jacques attacked immediately with his spear, wounding the beast. It let go of the boy, but not before eating part of his face. The beast attacked again, grabbed another boy by the arm with its fangs and dragged him away. Yet another boy implored Jacques for all of them to run away, but the little Chad would have absolutely none of that. Either we save our friends, or we'll die with him. Oh my god, this guy's like, he's in that 300 movie, isn't he? Inspired by his words, the squad of young herders chased the beast into a swamp where it let go of its victim. Jacques then attacked the monster single-handedly, hitting it repeatedly on its snout until it finally backed down and ran away. Jacques is a legend! The account of Jacques' courage was collected by a local bishop who forwarded it to King Louis XV. The impressed monarch rewarded all the heroic children with 300 livres, or pounds, and decreed that Jacques would be educated at the expense of the crown. Excellent! I like that. Jacques became a brilliant student and entered the army as an artillery lieutenant. He later died in 1795 during the French Revolutionary Wars. On the king's like, excellent. On the 11th of August, 1765, the beast found itself again at the wrong end of a pointy stick. Marie Jean Vallée, aged 20, and her unnamed younger sister, aged 17, were walking across a wooded area. As per now established local custom, the two carried improvised spears. Silently and out of nowhere, the beast appeared behind them. In a later testimony, Marie-Jean described it as an unusually large dog. The canine reared up, ready for an attack, but Valet was faster. Standing in front of her younger sister to protect her, the woman raised her spear, driving it into the chest of the beast. The monster cried out loudly in agony, but the wound wasn't lethal. The animal fell to the ground, rolled off, and dove into the waters of a nearby river, disappearing from sight. It is not recorded if Marie-Jean received a well-deserved reward in her lifetime, but her brave deed was later commemorated by a statue standing in the village of Auvers. But let's get back to late 1764. That's when the first act of human self-defense was recorded. A story less celebrated by Gévaudan law, but very important for our story. Do note here that the first attack of the beast was foiled by cattle protecting their herdsmen, not by a person. Oh yes, okay, the cattle that would later be eaten, yes. One cold and snowy evening in October, a farmer called Jean-Pierre Porcher was working in his barn when a large shadow silently glided outside the building. Almost paralyzed by fear, Porcher somehow managed to grab his musket and took aim at the window of the barn. A large, monstrous animal, the likes of which he had never seen, was lurking on the village road. "It's the beast! It's the beast!" he said to himself. Controlling his shaking nerves, Porcher took aim and fired. The beast fell, but then it stood again, snarling. Porcher reloaded and fired again. The beast let out a terrifying scream and ran away, still howling and screeching at the night. Porcher compared those screams to the noise made by two men arguing furiously. It was Porcher's tale, which definitely cemented the infamy of the beast of Gévaudan, cranking up the hysteria and finally attracting the attention of a local newspaper owner who was thirsty for some juicy news. And with that, the beast was about to become a nationwide phenomenon. I say we kill the beast. In 1764, the Kingdom of France was recovering from the disastrous aftermath of the 7 Years' War, a series of defeats inflicted by the British and the Prussians. God save the king. The economy was in disarray, and morale was at an all-time low. Public opinion needed a distraction, not just really a cause to rally around, or both. The press needed something to report on, now the war was over. Enter Monsieur François Morinet, editor of the Courrier d'Avignon, based in southern France. Like a proto-Simon Whistler, Morinat had taken the business-sound decision of focusing on true crime stories for his paper, reporting on acts of violence perpetrated in the remote communities of the South. Correct. And of course, Morinat pounced like a hungry wolf on the account of Porcher, the shooting farmer, as well as other encounters with the beast. The editor dispatched his writers to Gévaudan, who chronicled the already stupefying tales of the monster with exaggerated sensationalism. Articles in the Courier described the beast as astoundingly fast, with the eyes of a devil. Others attested that the beast had the intelligence of a cunning, brave, and skillful gladiator. By the end of 1764, Morinat's stories had been picked up across the nation, and the problem had grown too large to ignore. A concerted effort was needed to rid the kingdom of this foul abomination. First large-scale hunt for the monster was organized by Etienne Lafont, a regional government official, and infantry captain Jean-Baptiste Duhamel. Now, dear Simon, your children might not be old enough yet to enjoy the classics of Walt Disney. They are not, but you may remember seeing The Beauty and the Beast, preferably the original 1991 version. Yeah, almost certainly I've seen The Beauty and the Beast with the weird clockwork, with the Clockman, and the Beast, and the Beauty. Thanks, Simon. Helpful.
Nice.
In a rousing scene, huntsman and village bully Gaston rallies his fellow villagers to mount an attack on the titular beast, singing the immortal lines, "Bring your guns, bring your knives, save your children and your wives. We'll save our village and our lives. We'll kill the beast." I don't remember that at all because I probably saw this in 1991 when I was 4. I like to imagine that Lafont and Duhamel used similar musical tactics to assemble a force of 10,000 to 30,000 men according to different accounts. This army included regular soldiers, hunters, and volunteers recruited amongst the exasperated farmers. Lafont even issued a reward for slaying the beast equivalent to a year's average salary. As per Duhamel, he organized his troops in military-like patrols and formations, scouting wooded areas and fields, leaving behind poisoned bait. Some of the soldiers even cross-dressed as peasant women in the hope of attracting the beast. Duhamel's patrols crisscrossed the entirety of the Gévaudan, trying to stake out their prey, but with little to show for their efforts. The main result was the propagation of dubious sightings and speculation as to the nature of the monster. Most accounts describe the beast as being as large as a donkey or a calf with reddish hair, head as large as a pig's, short, straight ears, white chest, and a long tail. The monster was incredibly fast and could cross a wide river in just 2 or 3 leaps. Some witnesses claim the beast could walk on its hind feet, had a bulletproof hide, and can spew fire from its eyes. Some of these sound possible, some of these we know are not real. Beasts cannot spew fire from their eyes or their mouths or any other places unless they're lighting their farts. Some villagers even swore that they had heard the beast laughing or talking. What was more terrifying is that in some cases the creature appeared to kill for the sheer pleasure of it rather than for food, removing scalps, hearts, livers, and other organs as trophies. Monsieur Lafont, the government official, chimed in. It is much bigger than a wolf. It has a snout somewhat like a calf's and very long hair, which would seem to indicate a hyena. But my favourite description comes from Captain Duhamel himself. His quarry had a breast as wide as a horse, a body as long as a leopard, and its fur was red with a black stripe. Duhamel concluded that the monster was surely some kind of hybrid, saying, "The father of which is a lion, or what its mother was, remains to be seen." In the winter of 1764 to 1765, the Lafont-Duhamel force scored some apparent victories. Duhamel himself killed a large wolf, announcing that the hunt was over, but the killing soon resumed. On another occasion, a detachment under Lafont sighted the beast crouching behind a wall by the castle of Bonn. One of the hunters fired from a distance of 10 paces, scoring a direct hit, but the beast raised to its feet again. After taking a second bullet, it limped into a nearby woods. The volunteers kept stalking it from a distance, hitting several times with accurate shots, but every time the furry devil would fall to the ground, stand up again, and resume its flight until it finally disappeared into the trees. As the sun set, Lamont ordered for his men to rest. The following morning, the hunt resumed, but all the volunteers could find was a sinister trail of mayhem. In the span of a few hours, their enemy had killed 2 further victims and wounded a 3rd. As the kill count rose, more and more desperate measures were concocted. One of the plans involved selecting 25 brave men and furrying them up with hides of lion, bear, leopard, deer, and other animals to act as bait. They would have to wear headpieces stuffed with blades for extra protection, and they would be carrying a lump of human fat mixed with viper blood as well. Wow, human fat mixed with viper blood. The past, everybody. Other bright minds, less inclined to superstition, proposed building a contraption made of 30 muskets tied by ropes to a calf to be used as bait. Tied by ropes to... It's just dragging some guns along, is it? How are those guns going to go off? Duhamel stuck to his tactics. On February the 7th, 1765, he rallied 20,000 volunteers into a single hunting expedition. The ground was covered with fresh snow, and a patrol of 5 peasants soon spotted some clear paw prints. The Magnificent 5 followed the trail, which led them to the beast. A volley of musket fire felled the monster, apparently. The menace quickly regained its standing position and fled from view. The morning after, the demon decapitated a 14-year-old girl. It had become clear that Duhamel was not delivering. In the same month of February, another character entered the fray. His name was Jean-Charles Denevelle d'Alencon, a legendary hunter from Normandy with a kill count of 1,200 wolves. Oh my god, this guy's killed a lot of wolves. Just what the doctor ordered, providing the beast was indeed a wolf. Or even if it's not, this guy's going to be, he seems like pretty competent at killing shit. And this thing does seem similar to a wolf, even if it's some sort of weird wolf mix. Or some rabies wolf. Deneville and his son decamped to Gévaudan on the 19th of February, but they set to work only at the end of March, allowing for the beast to kill over and over again. The fact is that the father-in-law duo demanded total exclusivity on the hunt and demanded that Duhamel demobilize his soldiers. After weeks of petty squabbles, Duhamel relented and fornicated off elsewhere. But weeks dragged on, and the Denevelles yielded very little results, alienating the sympathies of the locals. King Louis XV was already aware of the scourge of Gévaudan thanks to the active courage of Jacques, the 12-year-old legend. But in the spring of 1765, he became acutely concerned of its implications as an English newspaper took to mocking the French army, claiming that they'd been defeated by a fierce animal. Then local officials in Gévaudan started complaining about the failures of Deneville and Son, the alleged master wolf slayers. It was too much. It was time to bring in the big guns. Didn't you do that? Weren't there like wolf slayers, the big guns? They'd killed like over 1,000 wolves. On June the 8th, 1765, the king summoned Monsieur Anton de Bouton, who bore the title of Grand Bearer of the Arquebus, Lieutenant of the Louveterie, and Chevalier of Saint Louis, which could be translated as Wolfcatcher Royal. The king asked Botan to rid the earth of that foul beast, and the Wolfcatcher set off for Gévaudan. Just like Deneville, he too brought along his son. The Botans reached the area on June the 22nd with a retinue of guards, servants, and dogs. The locals were reassured by the presence of the Wolfcatcher Royal, but for almost 3 months all he could catch was thin air. The beast continued to maul, to rip, and to devour. In mid-September, Botan decided to decamp to Ponnier Forest, some 100 kilometers north of the usual hunting ground for the beast, as it was notoriously infested with wolves. On the 21st, the master hunter finally came face to face with an enormous animal with bloodshot eyes. As it approached with its jaws wide open, Botan opened fire, hitting its right eye. The creature was not yet defeated, but a second bullet tore open its chest. It appeared to be a wolf, but it was much longer than average, at 1.75 meters or 5.7 feet. The killing was duly recorded by local surgeons and officials. The Wolfcatcher Royal had indeed slain the beast. Or had he? Holy bullets, a rosary, and a pack of dogs. The body of the alleged beast was embalmed, stuffed, and sent to Paris. Botan was rewarded with 1,000 livres. His son was appointed cavalry captain and received exclusive rights to exhibit the stuffed beast, which apparently made him earn a fortune. And yet, on the 2nd of December, the beast returned from oblivion, attacking 2 boys. One of them, aged 14, was killed. As I mentioned earlier, 1766 became the beast's most lethal year, with 55 recorded deaths. The locals could not count on the help of the king any longer, who believed the problem to be solved. It sounds like there's more than one. It sounds like this is many wolves attacking many people combined with hysteria. They took matters into their own hands. In a notable incident, on August the 6th, the creature attacked 2 girls playing outside their home. One of them, incredibly brave, jumped on its back and grabbed onto its fur. The beast carried her away, but a local peasant gave chase. The unnamed savior, who must have been a beast himself, set the girl free and then proceeded to wrestle with the monster for 3 straight hours.
That sucked.
No, he did. This is embellishment if I heard. No one's wrestling for 3 hours. Their fight was so intense and protracted that they both had to take a rest before the next round. The peasant eventually survived and reported that the beast could easily stand on its hind legs and that its belly was lined with buttons. Death followed death until the 19th of June, 1767, when a local nobleman, the Marquis of Apshare, organized the umpteenth hunting expedition and recruited one of the best hunters in the region, Jean Chastel. It seems like they're all like the best hunter, the ultimate wolf slayer, this wolf hunter. It's like, come on, where's the best guy? Just find the best guy and bring him in. All of the other best guys are not working. Also, did they comment on how ridiculous it was that belly is lined with buttons? Obviously, that's not real. It just speaks of all the embellishment that's going on. The 60-year-old was renowned for his skill, honesty, and moral rigor, but he had previously fallen afoul of the Wolfcatcher Royal. Accused of leading on purpose the royal retinue into a bog, Chastel had been thrown in jail. But now he was free, and he brought his special musket, loaded with consecrated bullets and a pack of loyal dogs. True to custom, Chastel was also accompanied by his son, Jean-Antoine, according to accounts. Wait. Okay, so he doesn't. Maybe he has the name of Jean, maybe he doesn't. Bear this detail in mind. We'll return to it later. What, the weird name thing? Or the fact that he brought his son along? Chastel waited patiently in the woods whilst reciting the rosary like a true badass. Then he spotted it, a large menacing animal staring at him with murderous intent. I have to say, I don't know what the rosary is. Isn't that thing people say when they count those little beads on their hands? And they're like, I have no idea what that is. Chastel calmly pocketed his rosary, folded his reading spectacles, and took aim. After a single shot, the beast crashed to the ground. It may still have been alive, but that's when Chastel's dogs rushed into action, baying for blood. Had Chastel finally killed the beast of Gévaudan? Probably. The body of the creature was taken to the Marquis of Apshire's castle and carefully examined. To quote, only the tail and the rear appeared typical of a wolf's, but its head bore monstrous proportions. The neck was covered with thick, grey-reddish hair, streaked in black. It had a white heart-shaped patch on its chest. Its paws had 4 huge claws, much longer than those of a wolf. The legs themselves were very large, with a colour similar to those of a deer. Okay, maybe it wasn't multiple of them. Maybe it was just this one scary animal, which... How does this get made? Is this just some freak show, genetically? Some weird mutations that led it to be an absolute beast? In the stomach of the beast, Chastel and Marquis found a half-digested arm, surely belonging to the child it had devoured the day before. So there you have it. We have a somewhat meticulous yet baffling description of the beast. I don't know about you, but I'm having some trouble picturing exactly how it might have looked like. Surely a good idea would have been to stuff the animal, right? And that's what Chastel intended to do, but first he wanted to take the dead beast to Paris for it to be examined by learned scientists. Alas, it was summer. By the time he reached the capital, the corpse was in such a state of decomposition that it was impossible to analyze, or at least that's one account. According to a letter sent by an unnamed local count on July the 6th, 1767, it was the hunters who shot themselves in the foot. Chastel and other unidentified companions decided to remove all the skin and flesh from the corpse so they could preserve the skeleton. A skeleton which apparently wasn't that impressive. So how does it have a massive head then, and a small body? That's something that would be on the skeleton. It wouldn't just be on the flesh. In any case, the gist of this kerfuffle is that we have no physical remains to help us answer the initial question: what the flaming hell was this beast exactly? Well, we don't have the skeleton. Can't we, like nowadays, just like grind up some of its bones and do like a DNA thing? As you might expect, there has been some pretty wild speculation on the exact species to which this monster belonged to. Let's rule out immediately hypothesis, which I mentioned just in passing. The beast was not a werewolf. You know why that is, Arnaldo? Because werewolves aren't real.
What do you mean?
This was a rumor which circulated at the time, but no recorded description made mention of such an occurrence. And I'm sure Simon and the other authors have decoded or will decode this myth. Yes, certainly. If you haven't done it, let me know in the comments and we'll do it. Werewolves, please. Another theory. Watch that. Was it that new series of not Stranger Things. The one with all the weird stories. Each episode. Guys, right there. It's right there. Written by the British dude. Not Twilight Zone, but kind of like Twilight Zone. Why is this escaping me? It's on Netflix. Black Mirror. In that episode of Black Mirror where there's that celebrity woman who turns into a werewolf. That latest series of Black Mirror was so weird. It wasn't really like Black Mirror. It wasn't that great. I was quite disappointed because Black Mirror for the last few seasons, some episodes just blew my mind. The one where they have the people's minds that they put into that machine so they can live like lives afterwards. I thought about that for months. God, it was that was an intense TV show. And then the new season was not intense, it was just weird. Another theory already circulating in the 1700s was that the beast was a hyena, maybe imported by some wealthy aristocrats and later escaped from a private menagerie. This could be possible. Hyenas are known to attack children, women, and frail individuals, which were the preferred targets of the beast. A large hyena can typically reach 1.5 meters in length, or 5 feet, and weigh up to 77 kilograms, or 170 pounds. For context, a wolf is about the same length, but is typically lighter, at 66 kilograms, or 145 pounds. I could take a wolf. Several witnesses mentioned how the beast had grey-reddish hair streaked in black, which would be compatible with a hyena's hide. At least one account reported the creature laughing, and hyenas are known for emitting giggle-like sounds when threatened. Oh, I thought that was just something from The Lion King. Is that actually what they do? We could venture a slightly more outlandish explanation and speculate that this particular hyena was a specimen of Pachycruta bevistris, something like that, or giant, short-faced hyena, described by paleontologist Jinyi Lui as the largest, most spectacular bone-cracking hyena that ever existed. There's a bone-cracking hyena. That's kind of scary. Wait, it cracks its own bones, or it cracks other people's bones when it eats? The catch is that this animal went extinct in the Middle Pleistocene. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know exactly when the Middle Pleistocene was, but I'll tell you, it's a long time ago. But as you might expect, when mysterious animals are involved, the hypothesis of a prehistoric holdover cannot be avoided. Returning to reality for a minute, good, let's not acknowledge that as reality, let's consider the theory of biologist Dr. Karl-Hans Tark. In his 2015 book, The Gargoyles Tragedy, Tark speculates that the beast was a young lion whose underdeveloped mane made it appear uncanny and difficult to identify to locals. Whether it was a Shenzi or a Scar, another Disney reference, Simon, just play along. I know who Scar is. Who's Shenzi? Who's Shenzi? Both theories. Scar is from Lion King. It's what's his face? It's Simba's uncle. He's like, didn't your mother never tell you to stop? Didn't your mother not tell you to play with your food? Something like that. Oh wait, is that Scar or someone talking to Scar? The parrot creatures talking to Scar. Something like that. I used to know that movie so I watched that movie hundreds of times as a kid. I could quote, I could read, I knew every line in that movie. Both theories imply that all reports of supernatural abilities and resistance to bullets were simply tall tales exaggerated by hysteria and sensationalist journalism. What? Really? Who would have thought that? Moving on, another more grounded theory is that the beast was a large, aggressive dog-wolf hybrid. Is that even possible? In 1959, the French National Society of Antiques published a handwritten note believed to be authored by somebody who had examined the beast. It read, "This animal is similar to a common wolf but resembles a dog due to its hide and the shape of the head. Also, the shape of the snout is more delicate than that of a wolf, all factors which lead me to believe that this is a hybrid between the two species. The head is elongated like that of a greyhound, with protruding forehead and pointed ears." If this is biologically possible, that does sound quite likely. And there's also this fascinating thing when the tiger and the lion, they can reproduce, and they have something called a liger or a tigon, depending on which way round it is. But the liger can be massive, like way bigger than either parent animal. So maybe that's what could go on here. It could be the wolf and the dog, and then it creates some sort of giant animal afterwards.
Smart.
Author Felix Bouffier, in his 1987 book The Beast of Gévaudan, A Great Enigma, reprised this theory. He corroborated it by quoting an incident taking place in 1884 when a large strange wolf was slain in Argenton in central France. This wolf was noticeably bigger and more muscular than the average, leading expert hunters to believe it was a hybrid born of a she-wolf and a large shepherd dog. But let's set aside for a moment all considerations about the species of the beast, and let's consider a more sinister notion. Wait, I want to know, is it biologically possible for a wolf and a dog to have a kid?
Tell me everything!
Not a kid. What's that? That's like a baby lamb. No, is a kid a goat? Goat's child? Like a baby wolf or whatever? Could the beast have been controlled and manipulated by a human master, a sadistic serial killer who murdered by animal proxy? I'm going to give this one a fat, very low chance on Aldo. In the decades following the slaying of the beast at the hands of Jean Chastel, a dark legend made the rounds in Gévaudan. His son, Antoine, had raised a fierce animal, training it to kill at will the defenseless villagers of the region. If you remember from earlier, Antoine had actually participated in the hunting expeditions, but the story goes that Jean was aware of his son's murderous tendencies, and to purge his sins, he had eventually decided to kill the animal and hush the whole affair. It's not exactly clear how or why this story took hold, but it lingered on for decades until it was popularized by author Abel Chevalier in his The Beast of Gévaudan, published in 1936. In this work, Chevalier traces the biography of Antoine Chastel, claiming that as a young man, he enrolled in the Navy. This just seems like super unlikely and made up by journalists and people wanting to sell books, doesn't it, allegedly? He was then abducted by Berber pirates who took him captive to Algiers. There the poor Antoine was enslaved, castrated, and assigned to guard first a harem, then the private menagerie of a local ruler, where he learns the art of rearing and taming wild beasts. Somehow he managed to return to his homeland of Gévaudan. Broken, mutilated, and traumatized, Chastel Jr. eschewed the company of humans, preferring the company of domesticated wolves and his own pet, a large red dog. In fact, he detested the company of humans and humankind in general. According to Chevalier, the real beast was Antoine, who used his trained wolves as a weapon to reap victims across the countryside. Oh, come on, please, training wolves. In 1946, writer Henri Perrat further cemented the story with his faithful history of the Beast of Gévaudan. In 1962, it was time for Marguerite Arabaud-Ferrier to publish her own work, The Beast of Gévaudan, Finally Unmasked. This writer did not accuse Antoine Chastel, but speculated anyhow that a human hand was involved, namely that a descendant of an old, powerful family of the South, lover of all sexual perversions. What are you up to, Marguerite? This makes no sense. You just want to sell a book, allegedly. In 1976, journalist Gérard Menturi conducted an inquiry into the beast. His conclusion was that Chastel had imported a bloodthirsty hyena from his captivity in Algiers, which we don't even know happened for sure. Antoine had not directed the hyena's attacks, but had kept her hidden and protected from the hunting expeditions. 4 years later, Jean-Jacques Barlouet added another layer to the story. Antoine Chastel may have simply been a pawn of a Protestant cabal who exploited him and his wolves to terrorize Catholic peasants. Alright, this is getting ridiculous. So it's like there's a wolf attacking. Yeah, but maybe it's a pack of wolves controlled by one dude who in turn is controlled by the Catholic Church. Protestant cabal or whatever, terrorizing Catholics. It's, in my opinion, all absolute nonsense. A similar conspiracy was described in 1988 by Raymond Dubois, honorary president of the International Association for the Defense of Wolves.
What?
Bro, we don't need a society for the protection of wolves. They're scary and horrible. They eat. Have you not seen The Grey? You would have been so defensive of wolves if you'd seen that movie, Raymond. In his theory, the puppet master was a disgraced aristocrat. In 1992, the director of Amityville Zoo, Michael Lewis, claimed that the aristocrat behind the conspiracy was the Count of Morangy. In his description of the events, Antoine Chastel was a sadistic henchman who used the beast as a murderous weapon before undressing and assaulting the corpses. In more recent times, in 2013, author André Saber blamed once again Antoine Chastel and his tamed pack as the sole culprits. I didn't want to spoil the fun thus far, but I hope it's apparent that this string of accusations against Antoine Chastel is based entirely on one original single source, itself founded on nothing but rumor. Yes, Arnaldo, we picked up on it. And it's all I would have loved to debunk it myself, but self-published French author Louis Fabien beat me to the punch by some 7 years. Louis, I could not find a way to contact you, but if you are watching or listening, allow me to thank you profusely in the name of all rational beings out there. Yes, Louis, you sound like a legend. I love these people. Like, who was the dude who recently died? The guy who was always disproving all of this, like, magic and the famous skeptic dude. Randy. Oh, God, what a legend. Louis, you sound like a legend on the same vein as him. Louis scoured through archival records, piecing together the story of the Chastel family. Jean Chastel, the hunter, sired 9 children, of which Jean-Antoine, not Antone, was the 7th. Oh, I see. Oh, he just does his names. But what? I'm so confused. This is the same. Jean-Antoine, not Antoine, was the 7th, born on April the 20th, 1745. So by the time the beast reared its first victims, he was barely 19, perhaps a bit too young for having been a sailor, a slave, and an experienced tamer of predators. When he joined his father in the expedition that finally killed the monster, he was 22. His contribution to the hunt was recognized by the Bishop of Mende, who rewarded him with 312 livres. So, nothing suspicious according to official records. In 1778, at the age of 33, the alleged psychotic and castrated Jean-Antoine Chastel married a lady called Catherine, and the couple welcomed 9 children. So I'm guessing he, less castrated than we might think. After leading the quiet life of a farmer, Jean-Antoine died on May the 30th, 1823, at the age of 78. And that's all. An honest and quiet life. For 56 years from the death of the beast to the death of Jean-Antoine, no suspicious beastly murders were recorded in Gévaudan. This alleged mass murderer simply stopped killing. It seems an unheard of occurrence in the history of serial killers. Our friend Louis acknowledges that from 1809 to 1816, another cryptic beast killed 29 victims in the Cevennes mountain range not far from the Gévaudan. But absolutely no records nor evidence indicate Jean-Antoine's presence in the area over that period. Just to make it clear, Jean-Antoine Chastel was absolutely innocent, but the 1936 book by Chavalet cemented a dark rumor, which seemed to have sparked out of nowhere. Conclusion. Returning to the realm of solid facts, I've kept for the last the most reasonable theory, one which may not address directly the strange descriptions of the animals, but explains how a single killing beast could have been so prolific and how it appeared to return from the dead over and over again. J.M. Smith, the historian and author of Monsters of the Gévaudan, The Making of a Beast, said, "The beast and most likely explanation is that Gévaudan had a serious wolf infestation." Boom! Isn't that what I said? I mean, my theory was the wolf hybrid one is reasonable, but it's most likely just lots of wolves, right? To put it simply, there wasn't a single beast, but several large wolves feasting on the isolated communities. Wolf attacks were a common occurrence in France in the 17th and 18th centuries, with an estimated average of 45 deaths by wolf every year. From 1764 to 1767, the single county of Gévaudan suffered an average of 37 deaths each year, greatly above the regular trends, which may explain the mass hysteria, sensationalism, and proliferation of distorted accounts. A similar grounded hypothesis was presented by paleontologist François-Louis Pellissier in 2021. According to him, the plight of Gévaudan was caused by an infestation of Italian subspecies of wolf, the Canis lupus italicus, whose morphology is compatible with many descriptors featured in the official autopsy of the beast by Chastel. 18th century specimens of the Italian wolf are much larger than contemporary ones, and specific circumstances such as the extension of cultivated lands or the lack of prey such as deer may have led to the fracturing of large packs. Isolated wolves would naturally become hungrier and more aggressive, explaining the higher than average death rate. If I can add my own 2 cents here, a review of global climate for the years 1762 to 1765 shows a progressive and marked cooling of temperatures in southern France. In addition to that, the aftermath of the 7 Years' War had caused a widespread famine, which may have caused a decline in the population of natural prey for wolves in the area, thus pushing the canids to attack humans in large numbers. Of course, that's just a theory, and to prove it scientifically, I would need to set up a proper study with an experimental and control arm. For scientifically sound results, it would be necessary to recruit 2 populations of children armed with spears and then pit them against isolated groups of wolves in different climactic situations. And I agree that'd be a real Claude Ledouche move. Wolves are currently a protected species, and contemporary children are notoriously vicious, but as an alternative, I'll propose computer-generated simulations. Let me know in the comments if anybody's interested in funding any of the 2 versions of the study. I'll set up a GoFundMe with a target of 3,000 livres. Arnaldo, thank you for today's script. Very enjoyable. Dark, I suppose. Murder of children by beasts and all of that. But, yeah, it was just wolves, wasn't it? It's just wolves. Decoded, I would say. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoy this show, please do leave it a review wherever you listen to your podcast, or if you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. I can't believe it's taken us so long to get to this one, but did Hitler go off to Argentina after the war and live his best life? I mean, no he didn't. His best life was his Führer, right? But no he didn't. He killed himself, which is nice.
I agree. I agree with you.
It's the best thing he ever did, to be honest. Welcome to the show. If you're new here, what happens? One of my writers, in this case Arnaldo, thank you Arnaldo, has written me a script. Never read this before. Not really sure where this conspiracy got. Well, I know this conspiracy, like a lot of Nazis did, bugger off to Argentina and live their best lives. But Hitler wasn't one of them. And today, I assume we're going to debunk that. Or Arnaldo's going to discover something that is going to blow some wide open, and it turns out that Hitler did go to Argentina, which doesn't seem likely, but it's always possible. So keep watching or listening to the end, and let's jump in. Did I say the format of the show is I've never read this before? I think I did. I'm going to react to it. Let's go. You don't need to be a long-time aficionado of Decoding the Unknown to know that all the best conspiracy theories involve one or more of the following ingredients. Aliens. Yeah, always. Every time. Aliens, aliens, aliens. It's like, it wouldn't be a Decoding the Unknown. You could literally do a Decoding the Unknown about anything. Vatican secret archives. Whatever. Just pulling that out of the air. And it'd be like, well, some say that they've got proof of aliens. And it's like, boom! There you go. History Channel show right now. Bet made. It's already in pre-production. Ancient, yet technologically advanced civilizations, of course. Think of Atlantis, yes. One secret society or the other. Well, the Vatican secret archive. I guess it's not a secret society, but there's probably there's definitely a conspiracy theory out there about there being a secret society protecting the Vatican secret archives and stuff like that. Of course there are. And of course, a certain political party which seized control of a certain European nation in 1933. Theories containing these elements are so pervasive, invasive, and widespread as to become a part of the very fabric of modern popular culture. We have all heard somehow that something fishy goes on in the Bermuda Triangle, something more than a balloon fell over Roswell, and that there is no way the pyramids were erected by a massive workforce of well-paid and skilled laborers. Yeah, that would be impossible. How could that be possible for people in the past to be skilled, especially people from Africa? This is the thing, like... I'm bringing it up a lot, but it's just something that really crystallized in my mind when I first heard it. And it's like, yeah, they're like ancient aliens building the pyramids thing is just vaguely racist. Because it's like, it's Europeans being like, oh, ancient Africans couldn't do that. It's impossible. They wouldn't have the skills. My brilliant fellow writers at this glorious channel have thoroughly eviscerated and decoded the intrinsically fragile buffoonery of those theories. But there is another conspiratorial notion which seems to have been doing the round since the end of World War II, cropping up at regular intervals to inspire journalistic inquiries, non-fiction books, as well as works of fiction. Well, even those non-fiction books are technically works of fiction, aren't they, Arnaldo? Because Hitler didn't go to Argentina. To say nothing of the multi-season professionally produced documentaries on the History Channel. I mean, they are professionally produced and they are multi-season. I don't know if Arnaldo's being sarcastic, but they are professional. It's the History Channel. It looks slick. Does that mean that there's any history in there? I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of history, but there's also a lot of making shit up, allegedly. So yes, works of fiction. Yes, indeed. Arnaldo and I, same page. What I'm talking about is the possibility that the leader of the aforementioned party... Oh no, I see what Arnaldo's trying... He's trying to keep me safe on YouTube, but I'm pretty sure I mentioned the N-word. Not the N-word, the N-A-Z-I N-word in the beginning, which probably already got me demonetized, which is a bit rubbish if I did. Oh no.
Oh, hell no!
Arnaldo's so smart. I'm so sad. It's me. I'm the one who bears the consequence of this. I'm the one who's like, I'll do it. I'll pay for it. I'll upload it. And then it's like, YouTube's like, no, not today. And it's like, for God's sake, please. It was very expensive to make and very time consuming. Not that I'm not having a fun time, but it's like, I also like to get paid because this is my job. It's not a hobby.
You gonna give me my money?
Sort of a hobby. It's not really. It's a hobby I get paid for and have to go to work for. It is fun, though. Sorry, enough rambling. Let's go on. Instead, he managed to flee to Argentina alongside his wife, Eva, where he conducted a peaceful retirement until his death in 1962. By now, the YouTube spy algorithm should have dozed off, so I'll spell it out for you. Is there a realistic chance that Adolf Hitler and his missus, Eva Braun, escaped capture by the Allies in 1945, fleeing to Argentina? Dear Simon, I apologize for jumping to conclusions so early, but this theory has been widely debunked by accredited, well-respected historians. I hope that doesn't come as a surprise. It definitely doesn't. Didn't they even find his skull at some point? Wasn't it like afterwards? The Soviets took his skull and then kept it in a box somewhere. And then they later DNA tested it and it was like, yeah, it's Hitler's skull. Boom. Case closed. Did that happen? Or am I making that up? Is that from a movie?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
So in this episode, I'll take a different angle. Rather than restating what appears to be the obvious, at least to me, we're going to explore how the rumors of an Argentine Hitler first originated and how some of these may have been mistaken as plausible, thus explaining the popularity of this conspiracy. And I'll kick off with an entree of Stalin's Porkies. To untangle the complex web of rumors, alleged reports of purported sightings of the best-known Austrian export since the croissant.
Wait a minute.
Wait, what? Isn't a croissant French? Born as a keepferl in Austria in the 13th century, this pastry officially became the croissant when... How do you pronounce croissant like officially? It's croissant. Croissant. Croissant.
Today, I wanted to eat a croissant. So I went to a place that sells croissant. And I bought...
I saw a Gordon Ramsay video talking about croissants, Ryan. I was like, oh my God, I've been pronouncing it croissant my whole life. And Gordon Ramsay's like, what you do is you take the croissant. And I'm like, oh, okay, Gordon, you would know. Being a chef and all. When an Austrian artillery officer opened a bakery in Paris in 1839. Well, there you go. But let's proceed in chronological order. Today, the events of Hitler's last days are common knowledge. Who would have thought you'd tune into a Decoding the Unknown episode about Hitler off to Argentina and you'd learn about the origin of the croissant? You're welcome, viewer or listener.
You're welcome.
On the night of April the 29th, 1945, the Führer married his longtime lover Eva Braun. On April the 30th, as the Red Army approached his bunker under the Reich Chancellery, the newlyweds committed suicide. Hitler shot himself in the head while Braun swallowed a dose of cyanide. As per the dictator's commands, their bodies were carried into a adjoining garden and set on fire. In the last days of the war... Jesus. Is that really what you'd want done to you? It's like, yeah, just take me out into the garden once and kill myself and set me on fire. I'd be like, look, I'd like to be cremated. I mean, I'd like to have my body frozen, to be honest, which I should go about arranging. But, like, just being set on fire in the garden? Holy shit, is that really gonna burn? You're just gonna end up as, like, a charred mess from, like, a horror movie. You're not gonna be fully burned. It's just gonna, like, burn your skin off. And then you're just gonna look like some sort of monster. That's not how I'd cheat. I'd just be like, oh, I don't know. Just bury me? But then they're gonna dig you up and they're gonna drag your body through the streets and spit in your dead face, aren't they? Okay, take me into the garden and burn me.
Good answer.
In the last days of the war in Europe and immediately afterwards, however, these facts were not yet known. The uncertainty around Hitler's fate sparked a whirlwind of speculation and misinformation from the very start. On June the 6th, 1945, Soviet officers from the staff of Marshal Zhukov informed the British press that Hitler's body had been found and a post-mortem found the cause of death to be poison. But on the same day, Stalin himself informed Harry Hopkins, US Secretary of Commerce, that Hitler was still alive. Stalin, why would you do that? Why would you make up this pointless lie? I mean, I guess it's not pointless. It's Stalin. He was probably playing chess. Like, what's he thinking of? 3 days later, Marshal Zhukov announced that the dictator's body had not been found and he could have indeed escaped. Then at the Potsdam Conference in July, Stalin first expressed the theory that Hitler could have escaped to Spain or Argentina. Stalin started this shit. Stalin, you got enough bad marks on your report card, Stalin. You had to do this as well, didn't you? Also, Stalin murdered loads of people, started a conspiracy theory. Stalin's such a This was just a passing reference, as on later occasions, the Soviets alleged that Hitler may be hiding in Germany in the British occupation zone. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. These allegations put severely to the test Anglo-Soviet relations. On one hand, the British intelligence services and the Foreign Office did not believe those claims. On the other hand, they were reluctant to dismiss them outright so as not to taint their relationship with Stalin, who was still considered an ally. So the Foreign Office is like, bro, we don't have Hitler. It's like, have you seen Hitler, mate? And they're like, no, I haven't seen him. And then like, oh, for f***'s sake. Hey, Stalin. Yeah, no, maybe. Maybe we have him. Who knows? We're still friends, right, mate? Yay! According to a 2016 study by Luke Daly Groves at the University of Leeds, quote, no documentary evidence has been produced to explain why the Soviets repeatedly stated that Hitler was alive, despite possessing large quantities of evidence to the contrary. There are several theories as to why Stalin decided to broadcast this porky. By claiming that Hitler was alive, he could strengthen his claims on German territories occupied by the British. Or maybe he did so to undermine the credibility of Marshal Zhukov, whom he considered a potential rival. Oh, Zhukov, be careful. You don't want to be a rival of Stalin. Do you know how many people in the military he killed? There was that great purge. It was a lot, Zhukov. Be careful. If I was working with Stalin, I'd be like, you're the boss, Stalin? I have no intentions of ever becoming the boss. At all, ever. And I genuinely wouldn't, because I like being alive more than being the boss. Love you, Stalin, you're the best. And then I would flee. I'd flee. I'd definitely flee, I think. I'd like to flee. It's probably a bit rough working with Stalin. Alternatively, by stating that Hitler was hiding in Spain and Argentina, he could attack those right-wing authoritarian regimes. Another possible explanation is that Stalin wanted to preserve the threat of a resurgent Nazi organization to maintain the wartime alliance. Finally, it's likely that the Soviets were not happy with their own investigations on Hitler's death and wanted to keep Western scrutiny at bay. It seems like it could be all of the above, to be honest. The confusion as to the whereabouts of Herr Hitler, created by his mustachioed rival, was compounded by the mysterious appearance of German submarines in Argentina, an event which immediately set ablaze the imagination of speculative journalists and their readers. So it's time to fill our bellies with an order of German subs. Argentinian reporters and writers up to recent times have written about those mysterious subs, wondering what their significance was. So let's consider the best documented submarine landings and sightings. On July the 10th, 1945, the U-boat U-530 showed up at the port city of Mar del Plata, some 415 kilometers south of the capital of Buenos Aires. The captain, 24-year-old Otto Vermuth, 24 years old and captain of a U-boat. Wow! Holy crap, I'm watching this TV show where I just started watching it. Oh God, what's it called? It's on Netflix. It's really good. Treason. It's called Treason. It's a British show. And it's like this guy gets promoted to be the head of MI6 and he looks like younger than me. And I'm like, oh my God. It's like, that would be a lot of responsibility that I don't feel I could deal with very well. I mean, obviously, I haven't had a career as a spy, so it's not like I've been preparing for it. But I just don't feel like old enough to do that. I can understand, don't the Americans say that you can't be president until you're 40 or something? And I think that's a really good rule because, I don't know, I don't feel capable. I don't have enough experience to do that. And it's like, wait, how's this like 30-something-year-old the head of MI6? And it turns, well, I won't spoil the TV show, but there's a reason. And it's really compelling. It's a really good show. Treason on Netflix. Not sponsored. Should be sponsored. Come on, Netflix. Give me some money.
You can pay me whatever you want. It doesn't even have to be that much.
So this dude surrendering, the young captain surrendering to Argentinian authorities. Now we should clarify that Argentina's ruler, President Farrell, had remained neutral in World War II until March 1945 before siding with the Allies and declaring war on the Axis. Talk about last minute. He's like, wait, which side's gonna win? Which side's... Okay, the Allies. Yeah, I'm with you. I've been with you all along. Love you, Allies. Mwah. Great job. For added context, Farrell's protege, Vice President and Minister of War, was an admirer of both Hitler and Mussolini and would be elected president on June the 4th, 1946. His name was Juan Perón, husband of the equally famous Evita Perón. But let's return to Captain Weymouth. The presence of the young officer and his even younger crew, Jesus, is like... all of them younger than 24, and aroused the curiosity of the locals, including journalists looking for the scoop of their lives. A reporter in Buenos Aires claimed to have seen a police report stating that a lone submarine had emerged off the southern coast of the country, dropping a high-ranking officer and a civilian. The reporter conducted that they may have been Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun dressed as a man. This piece of investigative reporting was quoted by Argentinian news outlet Infobay in April 2019. In their piece, writers also raised the point that it was very strange for a German sub to suddenly pop up off the coast of South America. What were they doing there? What was their secret nefarious purpose? Why wouldn't Captain Vermuth reveal any details as to why he had led his crew to Mar del Plata? Had they transported Mr. and Mrs. H and or other Nazi officials? More mysteries would follow. According to a Navy report, an unknown submarine was sighted on the evening of July the 24th off the coast of Claramerco, 270 kilometers southwest of Mar del Plata. On the night of July the 27th, the police station in Canadon de la Piedra Negra, more than 1,000 kilometers further south, reported submarine activity in the area. An unidentified vessel had been issuing light signals towards the land, prompting a patrol to investigate the coastline. The officer seized a German citizen who confessed that he was expecting visitors from the sea. Some 15 kilometers from the area, another police patrol found traces that a large package had been dragged along the sound. This is all very suspicious, isn't it? The 24th and 27th of July sightings have never been fully explained, but we'll take an educated guess and speculate that they may have been related to the next event in our timeline, the confirmed appearance of a second German U-boat on August the 17th, again at Mar del Plata. Vessel U-977 was commanded by 27-year-old Captain Hans Schaefer. Like his colleague Vermuth, he stubbornly declined to answer any questions about the reason for his presence in Argentina. Or at least, that's the version reported by Infobay. Okay, so I get the feeling this is the point where it's like, and that is where, and that's the end of it. It's like, it's going to be, yeah, they mostly misreported and just got things wrong. But let's find out. In reality, there wasn't anything untoward about a vessel of the Kriegsmarine rocking up at South American port to say hi or heil, followed by a polite I surrender. Probably not best to be like heil, I surrender, just to be like whatever the opposite of heil is. Just be like, surrender? Just waving a white flag around. The first major naval battle of World War II, the Battle of River Plate, ended just like that. German pocket battleship Graf Spee traded blows with Commonwealth ships in the southern Atlantic before repairing in Montevideo, Uruguay, and eventually scuttling itself. Sorry, not actually in there. Scuttling. Scuttling sounds better though, doesn't it? Scuttling. Scuttling. Scuttling.
Blah, blah, blah.
This is an epic story, by the way, which Simon covered in his most bellicose channel, Graphics. Indeed I did. I hear the scriptwriter for that episode is extremely learned, as well as radiantly handsome. Is that you, Arnaldo? Did you write that script? I don't remember. It probably is, isn't it? Anyhow, it was part of the Kriegsmarines overall. It's Kriegsmariner, isn't it? Kriegsmariner or Kriegsmariner, but it's very hard not to say a Kriegsmarine. It's part of their overall strategy to perform commerce raiding operations in the southern Atlantic to disrupt Allied trade. Captains Vermuth and Schaefer, therefore, would have been fairly acquainted with these routes. Moreover, contrary to what was published by Infobay, the two captains were questioned by Allied and Argentinian authorities and had no problems in explaining why they had decided to surrender at Mar del Plata. Captain Schaefer, in particular, revealed that he and his crew were concerned about claims issued by German propaganda, according to which the Anglo-American occupation troops intended to enslave and sterilize all German males. Propaganda's intense. If the Germans won the war, the Nazis had won the war, that would have been the narrative, right? That they were going to take over and sterilize everybody, so we had to fight them. Crazy how propaganda works, isn't it? On the other hand, the captain knew that Argentina had joined the Allied side at the last moment. Moreover, the country boasted a large community of German origin, hence the U-boat sailors hoped to receive better treatment on that side of the Atlantic compared to their homelands. Yeah, fair enough. I totally get it, that's extremely reasonable. Given the choice between living as a castrated slave or enjoying prime steak after a session of tango, I would have done the same, so I'm inclined to argue that Schaefer's reasoning made perfect sense. The matter was sealed by the Argentine Naval Ministry. Their official communique confirmed that the German subs did not carry high-ranking Nazi leaders, nor had landed any mysterious passengers before surrendering. What a surprise. Yet they were already there. It's like they were already doing that patrolling and stuff and sinking shipping boats and all of that, stuff. One suspicion lingered on, however, that U-530 and U-977 were part of a larger fleet of at least 4 submarines, so where had the other 2 subs gone? I mean, were they even there in the first place? It's just a rumor. Maybe there were subs with them, maybe there weren't. Is there any proof for it? Let's find out. Years later, in 1957, pilot Mario Chironi was flying over a small bay called Caleta de los Loros, some 800 kilometers southwest of Mar del Plata. During a period of extremely low tides, the aviator spotted what looked like the outline of 2 sunken submarines resting in shallow waters. In 1980, an amateur fisherman spotted the wrecks of 2 vessels in the area from a distance of about 100 meters. Wait, people spotted this and no one was like, let's investigate. They were just like, cool, yeah, okay, whatever. Moving on. I got fishing to do.
Okay, bye.
The sightings were only investigated in August 1997. You waited 40 years. Why? When the government of President Carlos Menem launched naval Operation Calypso to scope out the Caleta de los Loros, the results of the mission remained classified for years, fueling the fire of speculation. Were there actually 2 German submarines resting on the bottom of the bay? And what was their cargo? In 2010, Defense Minister Nilda Gare eventually disclosed the contents of the Calypso report. The oblong outline spotted by the pilot in 1957 turned out to be iron-rich deposits which had accumulated off the coast over the years. Okay. So it's just iron. It's just natural resources. Which makes for an underwhelming conclusion to the saga of the German subs. Or does it? Parts of the Argentinian Navy files related to the sightings taking place in 1945 and the following decades remain classified to this day. Yeah, but we went out and looked at them. It's not like they took those subs away and replaced them. I mean, a conspiracy theory say, well, they replaced them with iron ore deposits, didn't they? To explain it. It's like, okay, guys, chill. So as we wait with bated breath, let's look into another source of alleged Hitler sightings in Argentina, the FBI archives. Trolling Hoover. In 2014, the FBI declassified a stash of 700 pages worth of documents related to reports and investigations about alleged sightings of Hitler in Argentina. The release was warmly welcomed by conspiracy theorists. If the Bureau and its dictator, J. Edgar Hoover, had taken a serious interest in looking for the Fuhrer in the mid-1940s, surely the theory had some weight. Yeah, I personally find declassified files really interesting. It's interesting to see what the government was up to back in the day. I thought it was so interesting that I considered starting a YouTube channel called Declassified, where when the government or any government or there was a freedom of information request and something interesting came out to cover it on this channel. And then I was looking into it and I was yeah, most of it's just really boring. And you have to sift through so much stuff to find anything interesting. And then you discover something interesting and it's really not that interesting. Because when the government declassifies something, they're not going to declassify something that's holy sh**. Oh my god. And when they do, you hear about it in the regular news. So I didn't end up doing that channel. I really still like the idea though. It's a cool channel name. I think it's a good concept. But I don't know, it didn't work out for whatever reason. You got any ideas to make that a bit more spicy in the comments? Let me know and I'll do that. So it's time to have some fun and review some excerpts from the FBI archive. The first report is dated September the 21st, 1945. A special agent in the Los Angeles Bureau reported that a journalist at the Los Angeles Examiner had been contacted with a story by an informant whose name had been redacted. Let's call him the Dude. The Dude had spoken with a friend whose name has also been removed, so we'll call him Walter. Walter had told the Dude after his encounter with a third character, an Argentinian immigrant who we'll call Donnie. Is Donnie a typical Argentinian name? So is that Don? And here's what Donnie had told Walter. Donnie was... Okay, so we've got Donnie telling Walter telling the Dude. Okay, we're already getting really far from the source here. Donnie was one of 4 men who had witnessed the arrival of Hitler in Argentina 2.5 weeks after the fall of Berlin. So in mid to late May 1945, the dictator had disembarked from a U-boat moored at the Gulf of St. Matthias, accompanied by 2 women, 1 doctor, and a number of Nazi officials. According to Donnie, the Fuhrer suffered from asthma and ulcers and had shaved his signature moustache. Hitler and his companions were welcomed by 6 Argentinian officials who had driven them to a ranch nearby where he was supposedly still in hiding. The journalist at the Los Angeles Examiner published the story as reported by the Dude and later tried to contact Donnie the Argentine. According to the Dude, Donnie regularly ate his meals at the Melody Lane restaurant, and so the reporter stalked the establishment to locate his source, but to no avail. Get the feeling his source might not be real. The FBI took the Dude's story quite seriously. Really? So if some journalist publishes something that he heard from a dude who heard from who was the middle guy? Walter, who heard from Donnie, and then the FBI investigates. FBI, don't you have other shit to do? Aren't you busy? Did you have a light caseload or something? And they checked immigration records for Argentine citizens entering the country after May 1945, but could not find a match for Donnie. The special agent's report concludes by saying that because of the lack of sufficient information to support the story, it is believed impossible to continue efforts to locate Hitler with the sparse information obtained to date. Now, this entire story of Donnie speaking to Walter, speaking to the dude, speaking to the journo sounds like, well, a lot of kerfuffle with no substantiation whatsoever. Yeah, I already pointed that out. It's like third-hand information. I mean, interestingly, by the time you're hearing it, it's information from Donnie, who spoke to Walter, who spoke to the dude, who the journo wrote down, who Arnaldo then reported on, and then I read. So it's quite a distance from the original story, isn't it? It's going to be Chinese whispered. But out of curiosity, I checked the location of the Gulf St. Matthias where Hitler had supposedly landed. To the north of the Gulf, the sea protrudes inland, carving a small bay called Caleta de los Loros. I hope you've been following because... oh god, I haven't. Because that's the location where the aviator first spotted the two sunken subs in 1957. Oh, there you go. Thanks for reminding me on that, because I definitely wouldn't be able... There was when it's foreign names, I'm like, I don't know. It's like... you know, Delos something, in a Delos there, a Delos this. Blah, blah, blah. Those subs were later described as actually being iron deposits, but I'll also remind you that the official report from the Argentinian Navy has not been fully declassified yet. They're like, turns out it's iron deposits, and then redacted, and then under the redacted bit, it's like, actually, that's a lie. We'll assume this bit's going to be redacted. It was submarines, boys! They were full of gold and paintings! Please note, my esteemed Simon and listeners, that I am not jumping to conclusions. I only wanted to point out how disparate rumors and unrelated facts can be easily joined up together by conspiratorial minds, hence lending a veil of credibility to the theories that we are discussing today. Moving on to other findings in the FBI archives, it appears that J. Edgar Hoover directly received mail from any Tom, Dick, and Harry claiming to know about Hitler's whereabouts. On October the 24th, 1945, the director received a handwritten letter which was a real gem, and it reads, "Dear Sir, I'd bet $1 to a donut that Hitler is located right in New York City. There is no city in the world where he could be so easily absorbed. No doubt you have considered this possibility, but I mention it for what it's worth anyway." Really, this has been preserved by history. Some random dude sending a... This is like the amount of insane messages I get just from insane people. Just that, you know, they end up in the spam box or in the real email inbox or in like the Twitter DMs or Instagram DMs. It's like, holy... But the idea that these would be preserved for posterity and then make it into a podcast episode about Hitler going to Argentina and it's just so pointless is absurd. Like, why did you hold on to this? And it's not like this is the digital times. This is like that letter's probably stored in a warehouse somewhere. A giant warehouse full of apparently infinite files. Another sender claimed that Hitler was hiding in Switzerland. The proof the dictator could never be asked to learn any other language than German, and the Swiss had, quote, played ball all the time during the war with the Nazi Reich. On November the 3rd, 1945, someone claiming to be a full-blooded American exhorted Hoover not to believe the lie that Hitler was dead. He knew for certain that Hitler was living in an underground compound some 725 kilometers northwest of Buenos Aires, alongside two body doubles. The entrance to the compound was guarded by two concealed walls operated by photoelectric cells, allowing the traffic of incoming cars. Surprisingly, Hoover sent polite replies to all of those letters, acknowledging the receipt and inviting the sender to contact the Bureau should they come across further information. Did he really? Surely that's just a generic stock reply like, no thanks, or please stop emailing me, or remove me from your mailing list. Needless to say, the FBI archives do not show any record that the special agents followed up on any of these tip-offs. They're probably like, Hoover's at it again, isn't he? And why does he keep forwarding these stupid letters to us? This one's written by a full-blooded American. It's my humble opinion that these senders were just having a plain good old time spamming and trolling Hoover, by then an already controversial figure. The almighty director, however, did receive some credible information. Back on October the 22nd, Hoover received a clipping from Magazine Digest discussing the possibility that a much-alive Adolf was hiding in Argentina. 4 days later, Hoover forwarded the clipping to his contacts in Buenos Aires and Montevideo, Uruguay. The director wrote that this is transmitted primarily for your information. However, he suggested for his agents to interview another individual in Uruguay, the man who had apparently made the original claims contained in the article. The guy's name was obscured, so we'll just call him Juan. On November the 28th, Hoover got a reply from the Office of Legal Attorney at the American Embassy in Montevideo. This reply clarified that the article clipped from Magazine Digest had originally been published by the Chicago Times. This paper employed the services of Juan as a local correspondent, and Juan had heard from a relative in Argentina the now trite story that Hitler was still alive and chilling in Argentina. It's always a friend of a friend, isn't it? The legal attorney in Montevideo proceeded to dump on Juan, describing him as, quote, a local representative of low caliber. His reputation is extremely poor, and he is generally considered to be a journalist of the most sensational and unreliable nature. So he makes shit up, basically. Which led the Office of the Legal Attorney to dismiss the need for any further inquiries. The Montevideo memo contains another interesting tidbit of information. The author of the letter states that, quote, the possibility that Hitler and Eva Braun were in Argentina was reported to the Bureau in the Buenos Aires office on July the 19th, 1945. As mentioned earlier, the earliest file in the FBI archive dates back to September 1945, hence this July report, mentioned here only in passing, has either not been archived or not yet released to the public. In any case, I find it interesting to note that July the 19th, 1945 is only 9 days after the arrival of sub U-530 at Mar del Plata. I'm only speculating here, but this may support the idea that following Stalin's porkies, it was the German subs which mostly contributed to the Argentine Hitler conspiracy. But let's take a look at another batch of interesting documents. So far, we trawled through memos and letters submitted by alleged trolls, friends of a friend of a friend who had seen something, or just unreliable journalists. So let's take a look at reports from people who may have actually known what they were doing. On October the 23rd, 1945, an interesting memo landed on Hoover's desk. The sender was not a potential troll, but someone rather more credible, the Strategic Services Unit, or SSU, an offshoot of the Office of Strategic Services, itself a precursor to the CIA. The memo concerned one Mrs. Eichhorn. She is the owner of a large spa called Hotel Eden in La Falda, Argentina. Eichhorn boasted about being a financial supporter of the Nazis from an early stage. More precisely, even before the Nazi Party was founded, she made available to Goebbels her entire bank account to be used for propaganda purposes. Okay, why are you writing this to the CIA? Like, hi CIA, I gave loads of money to the Nazis who lost. Why are you doing this? She and her family had later developed a friendly relationship with Hitler, so much so that when they visited Germany, they stayed at the same hotel as the Führer. Mrs. Eichhorn had recently declared that, quote, if Hitler should at any time get into difficulty, he would find safe retreat at her hotel, where they had made the necessary preparations. On November the 13th, Hoover forwarded the SSU report to an undisclosed recipient at the American Embassy in Buenos Aires, specifying that it was for informational purposes only. The Eichhorns and their Hotel Eden in La Falda have become an integral part of the Argentinian Hitler mythos. And while it is true that it was frequented by numerous German clientele, there is no proof that the spa was visited by any high-ranking Nazi official, let alone Hitler. Moreover, following Argentina's declaration of war against the Axis, the property was confiscated by the government for several months, and if I might chip in my own 2 cents here, it sounds to me like Mrs. Eichhorn may have exaggerated her importance as a valued supporter of the Nazi regime. But why would you do this afterwards? Why would... It's like during the Nazi, you'd be like, yeah, it was me and Hitler are big-time mates after the war ends. No, I didn't know him at all. I met him once. I saw him in a coffee shop. That's it. As reported by the SSU, she had stated that her bank accounts had been made available to Goebbels for propaganda purposes even before the Nazi Party was founded, which makes no logical sense. The Nazi Party was founded in January 1919, so does this mean that Eichhorn poured funds into Goebbels' pockets in December 1918? That was when Goebbels was a 21-year-old university student, still years away from becoming the party's propaganda orchestrator. Was Eichhorn a Nazi time traveler from the future with minute knowledge of interest rates on bank deposits through the 20s and 30s, who was therefore preemptively funding the rise of the regime? Yes, that's it, she was a time traveler. Conspiracy established. That's worth at least one sci-fi short story, but let's keep our feet grounded on plain old boring documents, shall we? In June 1947, an FBI agent compiled a lengthy account collected from a French informant, a journalist who happened to be a former member of the resistance during the war. Whilst traveling on business in South America, the informant reached the Brazilian seaside town of Cassino in early March. Whilst there, he attended a lively dinner dance evening at a local hotel, attended by several patrons of German descent. After noticing a young girl performing a Nazi salute, he recognized one of the attendees as Weissman, a former officer with the German occupation force in Paris. Then, sitting at a table, he sighted a couple which he believed to be Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun. The French journalist came to the conclusion that the entire town of Casino was a community of former Nazis in hiding. He spoke to the hotel manager, asking if he could take some photos to write a travel guide. The manager vehemently forbade him from taking any pictures and asked him to leave within the hour. The FBI agent compiling the report concluded that the sighting was not worth investigating further, and even added a comment suspecting that the French informant may have been a communist agent. Okay then. In September of 1947, the FBI office in San Diego, California, received a memo from a trusted informant, in which he stated having received a handwritten letter penned by Hitler himself. The informant claimed having personally met the dictator in the early 1930s, which explains why they'd remained pen pals. The Fuhrer wrote that the idea of him committing suicide in Berlin was laughable. At the time of his alleged death, in fact, Eva and he were already flying to Argentina to be welcomed by their good friend Juan Perón. The FBI office in San Diego examined the letter and found some irregularities with the postage used. You gotta get it right. If you're gonna make a letter, it's to the FBI. It's important. They're gonna look into it. And they're gonna be like, that's not a real stamp. Or whatever. You gotta make it perfect. Come on now. Eventually, the informant admitted that it perpetrated a hoax for the sole purpose of creating a sensation and was submitted to psychiatric analysis. Oh no, he's a trusted source as well, wasn't he? And it's like, were you lying? He's like, yeah. Why? I was bored. Oh, for God's sake. Off to Broadmoor. Or whatever American Broadmoor is. Bellevue? A cottage industry. I feel that if we continue to review these alleged sightings, we too maybe need to submit it for psychiatric analysis, but the abundance of reports often coming from or reviewed by reputable sources and institutions clearly had an impact on the collective psyche of conspiracists worldwide. In reality, it didn't help in dispelling this persistent myth. In 1947, hunter of Nazi war criminal Simon Wiesenthal learned about the existence of a secret organization called Odessa, which helped former SS officers escape Allied capture. These wanted criminals would cross the border with Switzerland, proceed into Italy, and find refuge in the monastery route, a network of religious institutions which provided asylum to the refugees. The church. Good times. From Italy, the Archbishop of Genoa, Giuseppe Siri, and former fascist officers helped the Nazis to Argentina and other South American countries, where they could count on the support of large German communities and sometimes a sympathetic government official or two. Yeah, I mean, that's why this conspiracy holds, more water than it should. It's because, some Nazis did escape to South America. What was the famous one? Who they went hunting and they captured, and then the Israelis, Mossad, they captured and executed? What was that guy's name? It wasn't Mengele, was it? Someone they captured, and then they executed him, and it's like, yeah, okay. So obviously there were Nazis hiding in South America. It's just Hitler wasn't one of them, because he shot himself, finally. On some occasions, Allied military secret services contributed to these daring escape plans, envisioning an upcoming confrontation with the Soviets. Organizations such as the US Counterintelligence Corps wanted to preserve the safety of German officers considered as experts in fighting the Red Army. They were also experts in losing against the Red Army, but that consideration may have been lost on them. After Odessa ceased activities in 1952, it was replaced by the Comrade Workshop, dedicated to keeping hidden and providing funding to ex-Nazis already on the lam. Odessa was not the only organization devoted to this purpose. Another little-known outfit was one called Hack, created by Hitler's personal secretary, Martin Bormann. With the help of such organizations, infamous SS officers such as Otto Skorzeny, Joseph Mengele, Adolf Eichmann. Eichmann's the guy who they hunted down in Argentina or whatever and then took back to Israel in a box and killed. Good. He resurfaced in Spain, Argentina, and Brazil. With notable exceptions, such as Eichmann, many of them evaded capture and died of natural causes, which is a great shame. This collection of theories and established facts fueled a cottage industry of books and documentaries dedicated to the Argentinian residence of Adolf Hitler until his alleged death in 1962. One of the most prolific authors is Argentinian writer Abel Basti, who has written 9 books on the topic. Sounds like Abel Basti, in my opinion, likes writing these books to make some money, doesn't he? Quote only his latest 2019 work. Bro, just one book is enough. The Second Life of Hitler, Basti collected the testimony of 2 eyewitnesses of note. One of them is Mrs. Eloisa Lujan, employed at the San Ramon farm in San Carlos de Bariloche, close to the Chilean border. Lujan claimed that this was Hitler's last hideout, whom he reached by train. Her job at the farm was to taste the dictator's meals before they were served to him to prevent death by poisoning. Oh, please. Could you come up with a more ridiculous thing? And I know that happened, but it's the sort of thing you'd make up if you were making something up, isn't it? The other testimony comes from an unnamed retired Argentinian officer. In 2017, at the age of 91, the retired officer underwent a delicate surgical intervention. Before the operation, fearing impending death, he called for his wife and told her, "I'm going to die, so I'm going to tell you a story that's the biggest secret of my life." For the record, the officer survived, and as of 2019 was still alive and well, but here is his story. In September of 1953, President Juan Perón summoned his war minister, General Lucero. The president needed the services of an officer with a German surname for a very delicate task. Lucero complied, and the following morning, Perón welcomed into his office the protagonist of the story, back then a young lieutenant. Perón and Lucero demanded that the officer maintain absolute secrecy about the mission they were going to entrust to him until his death. When the lieutenant swore not to spill any beans, Lucero very plainly blurted out, "You have to take this briefcase to Adolf Hitler. You have to go to Bariloche. You have to leave immediately." The briefcase was handcuffed to the lieutenant's wrist, and off he went. Again, this sounds like the sort of story you'd make up if you were making up a story, doesn't it? Even with the bloody briefcase and the handcuffs on it. After travelling by plane and jeep, our friend reached San Ramon. There he met Adolf Hitler himself. The meeting was very brief. The Fuhrer warmly greeted the officer, collected the briefcase, and bade him farewell. That's extremely unlikely. If he's in hiding or whatever, there's no way that it'd introduce a new face to him. Especially such an unnecessary face. It would be just a guard out front would get the briefcase. Or he'd just leave it in a park and he'd go pick it up later wearing a disguise. Like, he's not just going to be like, "Oh, hello there, old bean. Yes, it's me, Hitler." Just in case, you know? Because obviously, if he was still alive, he would be the most wanted man in the world. Possibly ever? Basti's books are replete with such accounts, interspersed with factual, corroborated information concerning the establishment of German economic concerns in Argentina during the war, as well as other well-known stories about Nazi escapees. In 2011, authors Gerhard Williams and Simon Dunstan used Basti's research as a springboard for their own conspiracist book, Grey Wolf: The Escape of Adolf Hitler, later adapted into a documentary with a 5.5 rating on IMDb, which isn't very good. The book was outright dismissed by mainstream historians as little more than hokum, and the authors were even accused of plagiarism by Basti. In later years, the inevitable History Channel bestowed upon our screens the multi-season Hunting Hitler, running from 2015 to 2022. You spun it out into 5 seasons, History Channel! This episode's gonna be less than an hour! How do you do it, History Channel? Which scored a surprising 7.3. This is not a rating on historical accuracy or methodological soundness, mind you, but it appears it was at least entertaining and professionally produced. Yeah, of course it was. It's the History Channel. It's going to be entertaining, but don't think what they're showing you is actual history despite their name. They should just rename the channel. Stop lying. Allegedly, in my opinion. I was not willing to sacrifice hundreds of hours of my life to watch this documentary, so I'll just quote from the review published on Variety. You got a review in Variety! Hunting Hitler becomes just another silly reality show with a crack team of investigators that almost instantly flits off to Argentina, chasing down leads that in the first hour add up to a whole lot of nothing. In fact, if viewers were to take a shot of alcohol every time someone uses a phrase like "there could have been," or "there's a chance that Hitler might have come here," or "if there was in fact a bunker," they would be plastered by the second or third commercial break. Well said, Variety. That's an entertaining and probably bang-on review. The truth. But look, I can get plastered on my own, thank you very much, but in these circumstances I'd rather stick to sobriety and reassure you, Simon and dear listeners, that I have absolute certainty that Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun died in Berlin on April the 30th, 1945. And how do we know? In November of 1945, following the artillery barrage of Stalin's bullcrap, British counterintelligence officer Dick White decided to settle the matter once and for all. He ordered historian Hugh Trevor Roper to investigate the last days of Hitler, a thorough inquiry that resulted in a book called, well, The Last Days of Hitler. Yeah, it's the uncreative title that would expect to be attached to an actual work of non-fiction. Trevor Roper traced down several officials who had been close to Hitler in the Führer bunker and would describe to him what we now know as the official version of events. These included Hitler's personal aides, Heinz Linge and Otto Gunsch, who took care of burning his and Braun's corpses. Then in 1956, a Bavarian court carried out a similar investigation in order to issue a death certificate for the Führer. No surprise here, it reached the same conclusions as Trevor Roper. Moving on, in 1965, wartime Russian interpreter Ellen Rzhevskaya published her memoirs. She described how, after the fall of Berlin, she worked with Smersh, one of Stalin's secret services. Her team collected Hitler's charred remains from the Chancellery Garden, tracked down the dictator's dentist, and compared his jawbone to the dental records, and it was a perfect match. So look, he got burned up in the garden, didn't he? Fans of Casual Criminalist may argue that eyewitness testimony is notoriously unreliable, but don't worry, because we have actual forensic evidence. The dental stuff is forensic evidence, right? That seems pretty bang on. It's not like he faked his mouth. I mean, I guess people can do that nowadays, but it's going to be complicated. You're going to have to get someone's mouth. Or it could just be some... No, it's got to be his records. Someone would have to remove Hitler's mouth, put it in another person's mouth, and then burn that person in the garden. And then Hitler's going to be walking around without a mouth. Which isn't going to be brilliant, is it? In August 2018, a team of French biomedical scientists published their study, The Remains of Adolf Hitler, a biomedical analysis and definitive identification. Again, that sounds very much like a sensible work of non-fiction, or maybe just an academic journal. Study. There we go. Professor Charlier and his researchers gained access to Hitler's jawbone held in the archives of the Russian secret services. They then compared the remains with dental records, thus being able to identify the Fuhrer by his false teeth, which were 25 out of 30, by the way. Oh my lord. Charlier's study also found the 5 remaining real teeth, showed no traces of meat, a finding compatible with Hitler's vegetarian diet. Some of Hitler's relatives are still alive, right? There were cousins and such things. I think they were in America and they changed their name and they decided not to have kids, which is intense. You're just his cousin. I'm sure there's probably in your family and you're like, well, yeah, but they're not me. So that's, interesting. But can't they get a sample of their hair or whatever and then compare it to the DNA in this jawbone and be like, yep, Hitler? Why then, with such convincing accounts and evidence of Hitler's death by suicide, do so many people believe that he survived a further 17 years in Argentina? The uncertainty around Hitler's death in the last days of the war created an informational void, which was quickly filled by speculations issued by an apparently reliable service, i.e. the Soviet government, while the Allies conducted their inquiries only at the end of 1945. The key month seems to be July 1945. That's when Stalin first made passing reference to an Argentinian hideout, which may have been amplified by the appearance of U-530 on July the 10th, followed by the other unconfirmed U-boat sightings. That's when the notion started to take root, appearing in the Argentinian press and somehow making its way to the FBI. The conspiratorial stories then made it to the American press in September 1945, and the maelstrom just kept on spinning from there. Yeah, it's just how conspiracy theories start. This is what happens. There's a little kernel of something that is then later disproven, but that kernel is already planted, and then it grows into 9 books in a History Channel documentary series that ran for 5 seasons. At subsequent intervals, the Argentinian Hitler theory was fertilized further by the intricate tangle of verified facts, learned guesses, and wild speculation founded on dubious testimony. In the 1950s, we had the sightings at Caleta de los Loros. In the 1960s, Eichmann was apprehended in Argentina. Otto Skorzeny himself, the fearsome Scarface commando, revealed that he had trained Perón's bodyguard. In the 1970s, Mengele died in Brazil after having resided in Argentina in the 80s and 90s. Abel Basti published his series of books. In the 2010s, the declassification of FBI files lent some questionable legitimacy to the conspiratorial flames. But there is a deeper question. Why do so many people want to believe? Better minds than mine have pondered this very question, one of them being Richard Evans, Professor Emeritus of History at Cambridge and a Fellow of the British Academy. That's a very long title of saying he's a very smart dude who's real good at history. He's the Professor Emeritus of History at one of the world's best universities and a Fellow of the British Academy. Richard Evans is a true big brain. So let's see what he's got to say on it, rather than the crazy dude who wrote 9 books called Hunting Hitler or whatever. No one gives a shit. Whoever made that series and wrote those books has probably made more money than Richard Evans, which is depressing, isn't it? Or maybe not. Maybe Richard Evans used his big brain to also make some money, which would be awesome. I like you, Richard. I know nothing about you, other than the fact that you're spending your time debunking this nonsense. When speaking about conspiracy theories in general, he said, "For conspiracy theorists, the accepted version of history isn't reality. The official version can be disregarded because it was propaganda designed to fool people." When addressing Hitler specifically, Evans remarked, long quote here, "Surely a political genius of Hitler's stature must have hoodwinked the Allies and proved once more his superiority to ordinary mortals. In some cases, the proponents of Hitler's survival have strong links to the neo-Nazi scene or are involved with white supremacy organizations in the US. For others, theories. Hitler is an evil being whose survival is the result of work by malign forces within the deep state. Hitler is a universally recognized figure, so any sensational alleged discoveries about him are bound to attract worldwide attention, as the news media's gullible or exploitative or cynical press reactions to reports of his survival have demonstrated. Some fringe groups purveying various forms of alternative knowledge, such as occultists or UFO enthusiasts, seem to think that associating their beliefs with Hitler will gain them attention. Those who believe or purport to believe in it can boost their own self-esteem by assuring themselves that they know the truth, whereas everyone else who takes a different view is deliberately covering it up or has been hoodwinked. Yeah, it's the normal conspiracy It's like, you sheep. You're just too stupid to follow along with the conspiracy theory. I'm so much better than you. Nonsense. Well said. What was your name? What's this legend's name? Richard. Well said, Richard. And therein lies the eternal paradox about the most persistent conspiracy theories. Yes, Arnaldo. In an effort not to be hoodwinked by the official narratives based on serious research, we're happy to feed our imagination or confirm pre-established agendas by allowing ourselves to be hoodwinked by the most fanciful and sometimes dangerous stories. Bang on. Arnaldo, you're also a big brain. Thank you as well, dear listener, dear viewer. You are also the biggest of brain. And you know what the big brains do? They leave me a review for this podcast wherever you listen. Or, if you're on YouTube, definitely you're smashing that like button and you're subscribing to this channel. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host. Welcome to the show. Sorry, I should have introduced, but I'm your host, Simon. Welcome to the show. What happens here on my right? In this case, Ilza has written me a script. What happened to the ancient Maya? I've never read it before. I'm going to read it. I'm going to react to it. We're going to explore it together, maybe decode it. Is there really much of a mystery here? I think Ilza wrote to me. It was like, Simon, is there much of a mystery? I don't know. They used to be this big civilization. Were they killed by the Spanish or was that the Incas? Look, I don't really know. This was never a period of history that I studied. I've probably made videos about it. People are like, Simon, you've covered this in depth on another channel. I'm like, yeah, maybe. I've done a lot of videos, okay? Give me a break. I can't remember everything.
I don't remember any of it.
Let's just jump in, shall we? On one nice day in the jungles of western Honduras, a small boy is running down the main street of Capan toward the central plaza with a tiny dog short on his heels. He runs past a young woman carrying a basket. She shakes her head, watching the carefree young boy and the yapping dog running with wild abandon, and briefly wonders where they're going before continuing on her way home. Before she ducks into her house, she notices an old man carrying a heavily laden pack on his back. Judging from the produce, he was most likely a farmer here to trade. She enters her home to start making dinner for her family, and the father trudges onwards. He has much to do before he can return to his farm. It's just a day like any other. And then suddenly, it all ended. There are many stories about what happened to the ancient Maya. Some stories claim that hundreds of Maya citizens in the cities of Capan, Piedras Negras, Palco, Menche, and oh my god, other unpronounceable places, among others, left their homes within the span of 1 week, though some believe all this happened on a single day. Was it the Mayans who had that calendar was it in 2012 or was that movie? 2012 with John Cusack? There was something about a Mayan calendar ending. And it's like, oh my god, the world's going to end because the Mayan calendar ends. And it's like, if you looked at a PC from like 1940, too early, 1970s, and its calendar just went up to the year 2000 because people were like, well, no one's going to be using this computer in the year 2000, are they? Why would we make it go to that date? People in the future won't assume once they found this computer and dug it out of a trash heap somewhere that the world is going to end, that the world would end, or let's say it's in 2100 or whatever, or 3000, whenever they have the calendar, like the maximum date. No one would think, oh, that's when the world's going to end. It'd be just like, well, obviously no one thought this machine would be in use, much like a Mayan calendar. Why do people think the world was going to end? Why are people so stupid?
You are made of stupid.
For an unknown reason, they fled north, or that's what the smart people say. The truth, according to the more creative among us, is that thousands of people, the majority of the Maya population, simply vanished without a trace in a very short period. Ilza, in this one, we should probably listen to the smart people, because they're probably historians and academics and archaeologists, whereas the creative people are like, it was aliens! Creatively stupid. They didn't take their tools, their pots, or other belongings. Surely immigrants trying to make a fresh start would need seed corn, but that too was left behind. Families left their homes after preparing elaborate meals, but before eating them, the great cities of the Maya were hastily abandoned and then forgotten, swallowed up by the jungles. If there were survivors of whatever catastrophe befell them, why didn't anyone return home, or at the very least return to loot the cities and the temples? How did the entire Maya civilization simply vanish without a trace? I'm gonna guess, a bit of a spoiler alert here, that they moved on, maybe to the north, like the smart people say. Just a guess, just a little prediction of where this video might be going. But stay tuned! Why do you spoil it, Simon? Although everyone watching this channel, there's no way you're watching me like, oh yeah, I came here to hear about aliens. I came here to hear about the Mayas who were abducted by aliens and taken to Mars, where they became farmers and built canals and The story of the Maya. The ancient Maya was fascinating, mysterious, and highly advanced culture, once covering much of Central America, all the way from Belize through Guatemala and southern Mexico. Was this the culture that built all those temples and that hadn't figured out the wheel? I mean, obviously the wheel's an incredible invention, but the stuff, if it wasn't the Maya, it was one of these other, like, ancient civilizations or whatever. They built all this incredible and they were just dragging it around. They'd be like, guys, look. This is a wheel. They cultivated crops, domesticated wildlife, built great cities with pyramids and temples that are still architectural marvels to this day, and they were known for their advanced knowledge and understanding of mathematics and astronomy. Okay, maybe it wasn't these dudes who didn't invent the wheel, because look, you got maths and astronomy, like you're looking at the stars and being like, this one goes here and this one goes, and you haven't got a wheel? Come on. I did take a little bit of poetic license in the introduction. The farmer would be carrying his produce since the Maya didn't use the wheel. They didn't use the wheel! It'd be carrying the produce! Ilza puts it like they didn't use the wheel. They invented it, they just didn't like it very much. They were like, that's witchcraft.
Nice.
They understood the concept of the wheel, they just had no use for it. What? What? There doesn't have concepts. What? Who doesn't have use for the wheel? It's literally like the most useful thing.
You are simply the best.
They were like, I was joking about them inventing it and then being like, nah, we don't like it. It's witchcraft. Wait, they actually knew about it and then we're like, nah, we'd just rather carry. Yeah, dragging big stones around works great. However, while we know they kept dogs, we don't know if the dogs were pets or food. Maybe both. I mean, if you got hungry enough, you could eat your dog.
What do you mean?
People wouldn't, though, would they? People would starve to death before eating their dogs, which I find bizarre. Even if I had a dog I really liked, it'd be like, sorry, Fido. Really hungry. Bosh!
Damn, girl.
Our young boy might have been running down the street with a Jaguar club, one of the many mysteries of the Maya. The Maya was not a single empire, as it didn't have a central ruler. This might have played a role in their eventual downfall. Rather, it was a collection of city-states with a shared culture and religion, much like ancient Greece. Of course, some rulers were richer or more powerful than others. Sometimes the city-states coexisted peacefully, and at other times they engaged in minor skirmishing, infighting, or just all-out war. Contrary to popular belief, the Maya weren't the pacifist, peace-loving elves of Middle-earth. They practiced human sacrifice and engaged in civil war fairly regularly. Wait, people think the Maya are peace-loving? If someone said Maya to me, the first thing I'd think about is them, draining the children of blood on the top of pyramids, or capturing their enemies so they could make blood sacrifice to their sun gods. Pacifists is not what comes to mind. But maybe that's just me. Maybe I do know more about the Maya than I think, because so far I've been right about the wheel thing. I was right. I'm pretty sure I'm right about that whole blood sacrifice thing to keep the sun happy, or some crazy shit like that. Between 1500 BC and 200 BC, an era known as the pre-classic period, the Maya saw great advancement in agriculture and urban development. However, it's what happened in the classic period that has researchers still scratching their heads. During the classic period, between 200 and 900 CE, the Maya civilization reached its peak. They refined their pyramid-like temples and palaces, though we don't know if these palaces were ever used as residence for the elite of Maya society or whether they had some other use. Wait, could you go inside the temples? I've been to some, again, it's a bit embarrassing, I don't remember. I went to Mexico and I went to see these big temples that they have, pyramids. They weren't hollow, though. They were just big mounds of rock. Very impressive big mounds of rock. But I'm pretty sure there weren't like secret passages inside, like the ones in Egypt. The Maya collapse, as it's called, occurred somewhere between 800 and 1000 CE. According to some stories, the entire Maya population simply abandoned their cities and disappeared sometime during the 8th or 9th century. While this is an exciting tale, that is just not what happened. The Maya civilization didn't collapse in spectacular fashion on the exact same hour and on the exact same day. During the 800 to 1000 CE time period, some cities rose when others fell. In the 8th and 9th centuries, Tikal declined due to environmental problems and political upheaval. However, in Chichen Itza, the population actually increased. When Chichen Itza declined due to drought in the 11th century, Mayapan started to thrive. Much of what we know of the Maya today comes from books written in Mayapan's heyday and from descendants of the Mayapan Maya who survived the Europeans. Deciphered glyphs at several Maya sites indicate that the culture was still thriving in the 9th century. The last recorded date on a Maya stela is 904 CE, after which the record goes silent, suggesting that the stonemasons stopped building temples and making stela. The largest Maya city, Tikal, the capital of one of the city-states, was the last to be abandoned. So, no, it didn't happen overnight, did it? People are like, oh, it might have happened overnight. Yeah, but it didn't. We know that for a fact. History tells us that. It's well established. Come on now. Scholars believe that at its height, the classic Maya population may have been as much as 20 million people. However, after the collapse, around 95% of the Maya were unaccounted for. Many researchers agree that it was their political system that collapsed, not their society. However, despite all they left behind, and contrary to what the conspiracy theorists would have you believe, they left a lot behind, there are still many unanswered questions surrounding the Maya, and more specifically, what happened to their flourishing civilization. So far, it just sounds like, civilizations rise and fall. That's what happens. Cities rise and fall. One city becomes less important, then it becomes more important again. Like, this has happened, it's happened in Europe many times. Reason for collapse. Theories about what happened to the once great Maya civilization run the gamut, from very plausible, likely environmental factors to downright absurd, like alien invasion or supernatural forces. There we go. Would it be a Decoding the Unknown episode if aliens weren't brought up, would it? We do know that dozens of urban areas like Tikal went from bustling cities to abandoned ruins in a period of roughly 200 years, so whatever happened, it was a gradual process, or at least that's what the scientists and the ever-elusive and sinister they want you to believe. To keep things interesting, I've decided to start with the more improbable and downright ridiculous theories and then work our way out of madness to sanity. So, let's kick things off with everyone's favorite villain, the Spanish. While the Spanish were not the only Europeans to try and conquer the Americas, they were certainly the most successful, especially in Central and South America. This makes them the most popular evildoers when the topic of destruction arises. Yeah, I could be like, maybe it was the other one, but when the conquistadors go in and there's that big city and they rally one of the other cities against the big city. Look, I don't really remember. Maybe it was the Incans, not the Mayans. And I'm guessing because we're starting at the most ridiculous theories that it's not the Spanish. Although aliens is obviously more ridiculous than the Spanish, because I've met several Spanish people, never met an alien. Don't misunderstand me. When the Spanish conquistadors and those under their command arrived in the 15th and 16th centuries, they made a proper dent in local populations, both intentionally by torturing and killing locals and unintentionally by spreading disease. They also destroyed enough Maya writings and books to fill a library, as they considered it all to be superstition and heathen. And they were there to save some souls. Apparently, destroying books seemed like a good way to go about it. The result of this mayhem is that we're left with a little of recorded Maya history. Okay, so they arrived way later, basically. If this destruction's happening in the 15th and 16th centuries, didn't we say that Maya was out of the picture by the 11th century? So, yeah, it wasn't the Spanish. They were way too late.
Almost made it.
I found quite a few websites claiming that the Spanish destroyed the Maya. They did a thorough job of destroying what was left of the Maya culture, conquered Maya lands, and many of the locals tortured and killed in the search for gold. However, the Maya civilization collapsed about 500 years before the Spanish arrived, so while they were guilty of a great number of atrocities, and they certainly killed and displaced a whole lot of the Maya people that were left, the collapse of the great Maya civilization is one thing that the Spanish didn't do. So, if it wasn't the Spanish, we need to look further afield and find those responsible for the disappearance of the Maya, which brings me to a theory that I'll be using in a novel soon. Aliens. Wait, Ilza, you were like, let's go from least ridiculous to most ridiculous to least ridiculous. And you started off with the Spanish, and I know it obviously wasn't them because they were there 500 years earlier, but aliens is slightly less ridiculous. For those of you familiar with the X-Files, I have a confession. I loved the X-Files as a kid. Have I told this story before? I'd always X-Files would be on it was on Friday night or something before Friends. And I'd always watch the X-Files, and I'll be so scared after the X-Files. I'd be like, oh, I don't like it. I'd watch Friends, and it would make me feel better. But then as soon as Friends ended, I'd start thinking about the X-Files again and be scared. For those of you familiar with the X-Files, I have a confession. I was one of those kids with the I believe posters because I really do believe that extraterrestrial life exists. Yes, me too. Do I believe that they've come to Earth? No. Do I believe that the end of the Maya civilization? Certainly not. I just think they're smart enough to avoid this planet. Perhaps the Maya shared this belief because they put a lot of time and effort into observing and understanding the night sky. Many of their temples and pyramids align with the celestial bodies, so the stars were clearly a very important part of their lives and belief system. This much is fact. Apparently, the 7 most important pyramids in Tikal's Grand Plaza form the same geometric pattern as the 7 stars of Pleiades constellation. If you think you've heard this name before, you have. Ancient alien theorists love this particular star system and claim it was revered by many ancient cultures around the world, though I have my doubts about the truth of this statement. Yeah, you should have your doubts about many of the truths of the statements on ancient aliens, because ancient aliens, not a real thing. I mean, it's a real TV show, but ancient aliens coming to the Earth and building the pyramids and all of that. It's not real, and it's vaguely racist. Allegedly. According to believers, there's only one logical reason why all the knowledge of the Maya would have been lost. The Maya disappeared suddenly and didn't have time to pass all their accumulated knowledge along to the next generation, or there just wasn't a next generation to pass it on to. Except there was. They didn't disappear overnight, and we know that the Spanish destroyed it all, because they're There are 2 theories claiming that the Maya disappearance is linked to aliens. Since I'm editing this on a Monday, I've decided to include this light-hearted piece of fiction because I fully agree with Garfield's sentiment on Mondays. Firstly, there's the belief that the ancient Maya had contact with aliens. Apparently, proof of this contact can be found in translations of codices that have been kept in secure underground vaults by the government, because of course they are. Some blame the Mexican government while others blame the US. Regardless, it's governments. It's always those big Maya trying to keep it secret. You just can't trust them. Some also claim there's evidence of landing pads in the jungle that are around 3,000 years old. I think someone has been watching too much Stargate. Yeah, I love Stargate though. I recently rewatched a bunch of Stargate. Very enjoyable still. Claims about aliens visiting the Americas from outer space, not just Europe, has been floating around for decades and started with Erich von Däniken around 1968. He also claimed that aliens built the pyramids in Egypt, but that's a script for another time. According to this contact with aliens version of events, the Maya was either abducted by aliens or perhaps they left voluntarily. Others believe that thanks to alien influence, the Maya were so advanced they built their own spacecraft and left the planet. And can we blame them? Another theory claims that the Maya were aliens, or rather, their ancestors were aliens. Apparently, the Maya were fascinated with the stars, especially Venus, because that's where they came from. There was an explosion on their home planet, so they packed their bags, came to Earth, where they lived for a couple of thousand years, and then left. I know Ilza said, I'm just going to share this bit of fiction with you, but it's just fiction. And if this was fiction, it wouldn't even be interesting fiction, which, as I've said many times, is why people will label it as fact in order to sell a book. The Maya disappeared because they returned from whence they came, space. Why did they leave? Well, my guess is they didn't want to learn Spanish, but others claim their power source was running out. Living in a country with constant power outages, I understand the frustration. If space was an option, I would take it. Ilza lives in South Africa, I believe, where they do. The thing I remember most about South Africa, I went there a few years ago. I went to Cape Town. It was insanely windy. It was unusually windy, but I was just walking down the street. Just and just getting blown over.
Bye, have a great time.
And a satellite dish is blowing down the street. And I'm like, what the f***'s going on? And obviously it got blown off a building, had landed in the street, and was a big satellite, not like one of those little mini dishes that you see on houses, but a proper off satellite dish is just being blown down the street. And I'm like, good lord. And I was there for 2 weeks, and it was so windy the whole time. However, as much as I enjoy sci-fi and aliens, I think we can all agree that aliens probably had nothing to do with it. So, if not the Spanish or aliens, what happened to the once great Maya civilization? Why did this advanced society simply collapse? A lot of research has been done over the past 10 years, and based on the findings, the mystery of the Maya collapse might have been solved. So, let's consider a more likely and down-to-earth theory for what actually happened. A series of unfortunate events. In the early days of research and theorizing about what led to the demise of the Maya, the idea that the Maya was wiped out by a single catastrophe was quite popular. The fan favorites were all the usual suspects of any disaster movie: an earthquake, a volcanic eruption, or a disease epidemic that swept through and basically killed everyone or almost everyone in a short period of time. The handful of survivors promptly stopped building temples and fled their cities, leaving behind most of their belongings. The abandoned cities were left to fall into ruin and finally were reclaimed by the jungle. Today, this sudden catastrophe theory is mostly disregarded by archaeologists, though it's still a favorite among the aliens did it crowd. However, we know that the collapse of the Maya civilization wasn't one uninterrupted, continuous decline. Some city-states recovered, others even flourished before finally disappearing. The current theory is that it was just a series of events kicked off by a drought, which finally led to the downfall of the Maya. Things I know about being real. Droughts. Often. Common things. Hosepipe bans. Whatever. Those happen. Things that don't happen. Aliens. Access to clean water is probably one of the most important factors when it comes to human survival, so most ancient civilizations built their cities close to bodies of fresh water, like rivers or lakes. I always think about that saying. It's not really a saying, but you know, however it goes. Like, 3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. And it's like, that's what... Isn't it crazy that we are just dead in 3 minutes, basically, if we don't have air? And I know it's like, well, Simon, obviously. But it's kind of wild, isn't it? Like, we need that thing so badly that if we just stopped getting it, we'd be dead in minutes. Everybody.
I can't breathe.
Everyone on the world can't survive without air. Just like that. And then water, 3 days. Food, 3 weeks. We're a very fragile species. Does that, it's not surprising. But does that not alarm either? But it's just like, whoa. That's kind of wild. That just if someone took away my air right now, I'd be dead real quick. Real quick.
Oh, man.
So most ancient civilizations built their cities close to bodies of fresh water like rivers or lakes. However, the Maya broke this rule as many of their cities were built far away from perennial groundwater sources. Why they chose to do this is unclear, but they got around the restrictions by building dams and reservoirs. The most powerful Maya rulers depended on these water reservoirs to draw farmers to their cities, especially during the annual dry seasons, as the reservoirs provided ample clean drinking water. This was a good system, and the Maya survived a number of droughts, so things were working really rather well. Sadly, this didn't last, and while the Maya had a very good understanding of their environment and how to survive in it, things were about to go sideways. Researchers analyzed the oxygen and hydrogen isotopes in sediment from the lake Chichinacanab on the Yucatan Peninsula. The lake is close enough to the heart of the Maya civilization to give researchers a good idea of what the climate was like toward the final days of the Maya. With this data in mind, academics are so brainy. They're like, we're analyzing atoms, we're analyzing like hydrogen and oxygen and figuring out what happened to the Maya, and I'm like, oh my god. It's just like it's like when I think about anything like really high science, like looking, you know, when they're like, oh, there's a planet around that star. You're like, I know they do the thing where the planet moves in front of the sun, and they're like, but they can tell how far away it is, and I'm like, it's basically, if someone was like, try and figure out how that works, I'd be like, no, just no shot. I'm just not. And I know they're building on past research and stuff, and I'm sure if I was trained in it, I'd be like, I'd understand it properly. But it's like, it's just wild. Like, how far away my simple brain is from understanding stuff like that. It's like a friend of mine's a scientist, like he's a neuroscientist, and he does all this complicated shit. Whenever he tries to explain it, I'm like, all right, mate, yeah, it's just big brain stuff, isn't it?
My head hurts.
He's like, well, I'm trying to work out what's going wrong in this section of the brain by doing this, and I'm like, okay, it's going well, is it, mate? One time he was like, no, worked on this thing for years. Turns out that my hypothesis was totally wrong. And I'm like, wait, so you spent years trying to figure this out? He's like, yeah, I mean, it is useful that it was wrong because now we don't have to go look down that avenue. But it was wrong. I wish it was right. I'm like, god damn, years? Without data in hand, researchers were able to determine the rainfall levels fell by 41 to 54% in the area surrounding the lake for several long periods over roughly 400 years, and the humidity in the area dropped by 2 to 7%. The Maya had faced droughts before, but not like this. If it was only the rainfall that decreased, the Maya might have survived, but due to human intervention, the situation spiraled out of control really rather quickly. Researchers from Arizona State University analyzed archaeological data from across the Yucatan and found a devastating combination: a severe reduction in rainfall along with rapid deforestation. As the Maya population and cities grew, the inhabitants needed to clear more and more of the forests and jungles for farmland to plant more crops. Uh-oh. The corn that once allowed the population to explode now became an ecological disaster in the making. Isn't that what happened similar to the, was it the Dust Bowl? Where they deforested all that stuff and then did do like crop rotation, and then there was loads of dust and there was a bowl or something and everyone was like really bad. Good job on your American history there, Simon. The huge temples and other grand structures didn't help the situation either. They could sacrifice those children. Do those blood sacrifices, that'll help. Come on. Massive amounts of wood were burnt in order to cook the lime plaster used in the construction. Oh yeah, that too. Some experts estimate that it took around 20 trees to produce 1 square meter of cityscape. To give you some idea of the ecological impact that had, the city of Tikal was around 130 square kilometers. I'm a writer, I don't math, but I know that's a lot of trees. Yes, it is. Unfortunately, all this deforestation made the drought even worse. A study by Columbia University found that cleared land absorbed less solar radiation, leading to less water evaporation, which affects the making of clouds and thus affects rainfall. Oh my god. Big brain scientists at it again. Of course, things go now from bad to even worse. Other than affecting the rainfall, the rapid deforestation also led to erosion and soil depletion. The combination of persistent droughts and poor soil meant crops started failing. Considering the population density in the Maya cities at the time, this was a catastrophe. The densely populated cities were left with a shortage of food and drinking water. The Maya survived droughts in the past, but due to the length of the droughts and the frequency, they were unable to make up the loss in food production, even when they had little more rainfall in between the droughts. However, a loss of food wasn't the only consequence of the droughts. The elite of Maya society relied on trade along with crop surplus for their wealth. The lower rainfall affected the rivers and caused a shift in trade routes. Instead of trading overland, trade shifted to sea routes, leaving cities far away from the coast with no way to trade. Without their trade routes and surplus corn, the elite and the rulers started losing not only wealth but also power, which led to civil unrest. As mentioned before, the Maya weren't the tree-hugging pacifists they're sometimes depicted as. No. City-states and their rulers clashed frequently and viciously, and one city-state was often invading another. We know that, was it the Maya who were doing the charts? It might have been the Incas or whatever. I get them all confused. But somebody was sacrificing people on those temples, right? We know that some city-states grew while others failed, so it's plausible that, sensing weakness in their rival, some rulers saw the droughts in one area as an opportunity to win over some land, wealth, and subjects. Warfare has a tendency to deplete resources even further, which would have added to an already dire situation. Alternatively, or additionally, the dwindling resources could have led to the peasants saying that they'd had enough. With an ever-growing population, especially in the big cities, it would be the working class that find themselves responsible for producing more food, building temples, clearing rainforests, and mining obsidian and jade, among other tasks needed for the smooth operation of a city. With food becoming scarce due to overfarming available lands and the extended droughts, the idea that an overlooked and possibly starving working class decided to overthrow the ruling elite becomes a real possibility. As the French can tell you, starving peasants is never a good thing. An excavation of the city of Uxmal, a Maya city in Mexico, revealed a mass grave with 24 bodies that had most likely been killed and decapitated at around the same time. Oh my god, just throw a guillotine in there and you're like, that is the French Revolution. Some of the bodies had jade tooth decorations, which was a sign of high social standing in Maya society. Did the working class have enough of their nobles and decide to get rid of them? It seems that in the city of Uxmal, at least, that was a real possibility. It does just seem like one thing led to this, and this led to that, and then this led to this, and then it all went. It just seems like that's exactly what happened. It was just a chain of events. Of course, not every city decided to off their nobles. However, with the drought, food shortages, and water shortages, I'm pretty sure the Maya subjects began to lose trust in their government. The Maya rulers, in a move that probably seemed like a good idea at the time, presented themselves as a link between the people and the gods. Yeah, that's familiar, isn't it? Wasn't it like the king, the British king or whatever, English king, was used to be regarded as he is God's word, he is the mouthpiece of God, which is pretty wild. Like, that's a good scam, isn't it? The rulers practiced bloodletting, sacrificing their own blood to their gods, and believed that the rulers became gods when they died. If you're supposed to have a link to the gods and the rain stops falling and the crops stop growing, well, the people might think that you displeased the gods. With rulers getting on the wrong side of their deities, the working Maya probably felt that they'd been abandoned by the gods. There's nothing like a loss of faith in both the government and perhaps even the gods to throw a society into complete chaos, with people starving in the cities and rulers unable to win back the favor of the gods and the people made the only choice they could to ensure their survival. Those that were left finally abandoned their grand cities. While some societies would be able to bounce back from a disaster, a decimated population, and possibly a complete loss of trust in the government and maybe even the gods, meant the Maya never returned to the great cities and tried to rebuild their society. However, contrary to the sensational stories, the Maya didn't simply vanish. On March the 13th, 1697, the last city of the Maya, Noy Petan, fell, and yes, we can totally blame the Spanish for this one. However, even today, over 40% of Guatemalans have Maya ancestry, and descendants of the Maya can be found in Belize, El Salvador, and Honduras. Around 6 million or more people still speak a variety of Maya dialects, so the Maya people, their language and their culture is still very much with us. And thanks to the dedication of countless archaeologists over the years, we might even be able to recover some of the history that was lost when the Spanish arrived. It sounds like we've got a pretty good idea of what happened. Man-made environmental disaster led to people not liking their leaders, and they had a revolt, and they overthrew their government, and then they had a different society, even though many of them were still around. Boom. Case closed. Easy. Conclusion. Stories of unexplained mass disappearances have always been popular, and the idea that an advanced society simply vanished definitely makes for a far more entertaining tale. However, the fact is that the Maya, for all their understanding of the world around them and their advanced knowledge of maths and astronomy, were still pretty human. They waged war, and they were at the mercy of rulers that sometimes considered their own wealth and power as more important than the quality of life of their subjects. Their population exploded, their environment changed, and in the end, all their knowledge of the stars couldn't save them from themselves. It's a play that's been performed over and over by many advanced societies over thousands of years. Personally, I like the idea that at least one city had the foresight to contact aliens, build a ship, and shoot themselves into space before the whole pyramid of cards came tumbling down. Who knows? Maybe they found themselves a nice jungle planet, and one day we'll finally dig up that Stargate in Egypt and we can all go visit. Yes, it sounds nice. It's not real, though. Thank you for being here. This has been a short episode today of Decoding the Unknown. If you liked it, please leave it a review. If you're watching on YouTube, hello there. Please like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host, Simon Wimers here. One of my writers, in this case, Katie. Thank you, Katie, has written me a script that did the Titanic really sink? The answer is yes, it did. Thank you for watching. No, look, somehow we've got 22 pages of Did the Titanic Really Sink? And this has got to be about the, a big boat sank in the middle of the Atlantic, right? No one is disputing that. I'm actually recording this just about a week after that Titan submarine imploded. So you're going to be probably watching this, a few weeks afterwards, because I don't want to be insensitive. Also, if the Titanic didn't really sink at all, those people would have had there's nothing there! What a waste! And now we're all dead. Jesus Christ, what a way to go. I mean, I say what a way to go. Like, it's horrible and stuff. But, I don't know. Like, most people just, die in their sleep or die in, a car accident or some terrible disease. But, I don't know. Going down to, fulfill what I assume is a life dream for a lot of people, to go down and see the Titanic and stuff. I mean, it's not the worst way to go, is it? And from what I understand, it would all be over fairly instantaneously because of the insane amount of pressure down there. I mean, look, we'd all rather still be alive, though, wouldn't we? What are we talking about? Let's just jump in. I've never read this before. That's the format of the show. Who knew the Titanic would be such a rich vein for me to mine in videos across the Whistlerverse? As well as a couple of side projects video, there's also one on this channel about various weird coincidences related to the doomed vessel, and now here's another. Thanks to everyone who suggested this topic, it made a change not having to visit Cryptid Town. Yeah, Cryptid Town. Like, what's this? Oh, it's another monster that doesn't exist, but people think does for some reason, and keep perpetuating this, aliens, or Sasquatch, or God knows how many other creatures. We made a video about that it was like the big cats of the north of England or whatever. And someone sent me a video being like, oh my God, Simon, you're so wrong. Look at this. This is clearly like a jaguar roaming the hills. And I'm like, bro, no, it's not. It's just the perspective. It looks weird, but that's just a cat. And it looks like it's far away, but it's closer than you think. It's just a perspective thing. Like, it's not... If there was a jaguar out there, people would know. Someone would have shot that... Sorry, we're talking about the Titanic. Let's get back to it. I'll try it. We're one paragraph in and we got 22 pages to do. So let's chop, shall we? On the face of it, you might be like, what? Of course the Titanic sank. That's what everyone knows happened to the Titanic. It's its whole claim to fame. But then, why, may you ask yourself, is Simon sitting here all bearded and bespectacled, ready to talk for however many minutes on this very subject? It's many minutes. Bearded and bespectacled. I saw a brilliant comment the other day. Someone said, Simon looks like he took all of the stuff out of the disguise kit and put it on. And I was just thinking, yeah. And like, often when I'm outside, because I've got a bald head, I'm wearing a hat as well. It's like, I've got a hat on, I've got glasses on, I've got a beard. Wow. It's like, I'm just my life is wearing a disguise. If I ever have to go on the run, so like, oh, I recently found out, I always use like, in the Casual Criminalist, I'm always like, you gotta go to Belize, it's time to go to Belize. And then I found out Belize is like British. Like, I was always like, John McAfee fled to there or whatever, and he like, wasn't he like, there was some shady shit with John McAfee. So Belize always became my go-to place for people fleeing the law. I was having dinner with a mate of mine, and he was like, dude, it's not Belize, it's Lebanon. And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, Lebanon is where, like, criminals go to. And I'm like, why the f*** would they go to Lebanon? And he says, they don't extradite anybody. There are, like, terrorists, like, wanted by, like, the CIA and they just go to Lebanon. So from now on, it's Lebanon. How did I get here?
Why am I in this? Why am I here?
Oh my God, we're like 7 tangents deep. I'm so sorry, but I'm saying like, if I have to go on the run for like all my crimes, I go to Lebanon. Now you know. And instead of putting on a disguise, I'll just shave my beard, remove my glasses, and not wear a hat. Boom. I'm prepared. Maybe there's something weird going on. Shall I listen to what he's going to say and maybe have my mind blown ever so slightly? No guarantees on the mind-blowing part, but there is enough meat on the bone on this particular conspiracy theory to satisfy any viewer of this channel. And also somehow fill 22 pages, Katie. Or at least it is double-spaced. So it's not like... I got one from David the other day. It was like 22 pages and it was like font size 3. And you're like, oh my God, we're going to be here forever. We're like there for 3 hours. Or at least provide a little snag. The whole story is quite interesting as it starts off fairly benign and then sort of branches into more murkier realms. The basic headline of the conspiracy theory is it wasn't the Titanic that sank. No, yeah, this is what I know. It's like the insurance scam or something. Like, was it the Olympic or the Britannic? Titanic, Olympic, Britannic? Were the 3 of them? And like one of them was like damaged and then people think that they did like an insurance switcheroo so that they could sink the broken one or some shit like that. But I'm like, no, please, no, let's not be silly. But let's find out. Maybe it's less silly than we think. But rather its sister ship, the Olympic. What? Why? How? Who cares? All these questions will be answered, and more information than you ever thought possible on the subject will be covered. Researching this topic was one of those annoying instances where I had to keep going off on little tangents to find out about every conceivable aspect of this plot, but go off on little tangents I did. So I hope you appreciate all the efforts. Oh God, there's gonna tangents within tangents within tangents. I think we got so many requests for this because of a recent TikTok about the Titanic being swapped out, so we'll also go into that version a bit. I'm not on TikTok. I mean, TikTok's like weird. I don't have it on my phone because I don't want the Chinese spying on me. And I know that sounds paranoid, but all of these like technology things where you're like, you don't be paranoid about that, that's ridiculous. They all turn out to be true. So I'm like, okay, let's not have TikTok on the phone. I recently read a security article that was like, yeah, reset your phone like once a day. And it was like all of these security experts. It wasn't just some like thing you read on like Mum's Digest or whatever about like, you know, middle-aged people being concerned about security that they don't understand. But it was like actual technology experts who were like, turn off your phone, hard reset it once a day to stop like any nefarious background processes that it makes hackers' lives difficult. And I'm like, okay, there's so much shady going on. Anyway, I don't have TikTok, and I don't know. I have YouTube Shorts. Like I look at YouTube Shorts, and it's pretty addictive. So it's probably best that I don't have TikTok. Although I realize I make a lot of YouTube Shorts these days, so I should probably upload them all to TikTok, which means I'm gonna have to get a second phone or something because I'm not having TikTok on my main phone. I don't want people listening to the like, I don't know, it's weird. It's not like I've got anything particular to hide. I just don't like the idea of being spied on, okay? I don't want people listening to me taking a big which I've already done this morning. You're welcome. Just before we recorded this video, in fact. So here we go. Think you know about the Titanic? Well, think again. Or maybe just think what you originally thought, as there's a reason why this is just a fringe conspiracy and not a factual part of Titanic lore. Oopsie, I guess there's a bit of a spoiler. But hey, we tried to get to the bottom of stuff around here, or at least a couple of layers under the surface. So let's go. The pitch. The ship that sank in April 1912 was not the Titanic, it was the Olympic. We all know that a huge ocean liner struck an iceberg in the North Atlantic and sank, carrying over 1,500 people to their deaths. We also know that this ship was the Titanic, the jewel in the crown of the White Star Line, the largest ship and largest moving man-made object around. Well, I guess that makes sense. I never thought of it that way. God damn. But was it? White Star Line had another ship that looked almost identical to the Titanic, and that was the Olympic. But why is there this conspiracy theory that it was the Olympic that went down? What purpose would it serve to send one ship out pretending that it was the other? Well, my friends, that would be because of money. What a surprise. Always money. Is that what's the motivation? Money. Money, money, money.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Even with all the cryptid ones, it's like, yeah, why is this guy wrote a book about Sasquatch? Money. He wants to sell a book, doesn't he? Hey, Simon, don't get too blah, blah, blah. Why is that word so hard to say? Apoplectic in this section. The whole channel is called Decoding the Unknown, remember? We'll get to the explanations later if there are any. Okay, I'll try to hold off, Katie. Steady on. Okay, so the Olympic's maiden voyage was about a year before the Titanic's, and after only a couple of months, captained by Edward Smith, it got into a serious accident with HMS Hawke. Wait, was Edward Smith the guy who was also the captain of the Titanic? So he crashed one boat, and they were like, hey, Smith, you're getting promoted to the Titanic. And he's like, oh, goody. Definitely not going to crash that into any icebergs. Made that mistake already. Crashed into another massive boat. Don't you remember? And then he went down with the ship, right? At least according to the James Cameron movie Titanic. He's like standing in that... I remember that scene. He's like standing in that... on the bridge. And all the water's like building up and it smashes through the windows. He's probably like, oh man, they're really not going to forgive me for crashing another one of these bloody ships, are they? Hawke was a warship with a battering ram attached to it, and the Olympic decided to swerve in front of it, causing the Hawke to ram two holes in the side of the much larger liner. The Olympic sustained quite a bit of damage, as there was a hole under the waterline as well as above, but the HMS Hawke was also very badly damaged, with its whole bow crushed, according to the paper at the time. Quote, the ram had been mashed flat. Here's where our conspiracy theory begins. The damage to the Olympic was quite substantial, and while it made it back to port in one piece, it then had to undergo a series of very expensive repairs which dragged on for several weeks. Prior to the Titanic being launched, the Olympic was the world's largest ocean liner, so White Star Line and its parent company were losing a lot of money. One, on the cost of repairs, and two, the loss of revenue due to the ship being out of commission for so long. In the end, to try and minimize losses and also get some money back through an insurance claim, a cunning plan was hatched. Wait, yeah, I'm like, isn't that what insurance is for? Like, these are giant-ass boats. It's not like they're not insured. They're going to get the money back with the crash, and I'm assuming their insurance policy is also going to cover lost revenues. No? Isn't that what happens? It's like, if I crash my car, like, it goes in for repair, and it's not like, well, you just got to take the bus for the week. They give you a car to borrow for, like, the week, or however long it's being repaired. Oh my god, did I tell you the story? Like, someone crashed into me. Oh, actually, my wife was driving. And it wasn't her fault, to be honest. I just want to make it absolutely clear that it's definitely not my fault. Throwing my wife under the bus or under the car. Someone just pulls out and scrapes like the two side panels of the car. I couldn't believe, like, and it was one of those things where it's like, well, you know, if it was my fault, I'll take that to like some dude round the corner and he'd like bash the panels out and refinish the paint or whatever with a little bit of white and be done with it. But I was like, well, I'm not going to do that because it's this guy's fault. His insurance company's paying, so I just take it to the Volvo dealership where I get like all my servicing done and stuff. I take it in. They give me a car for the week, 2 weeks, and the car's in for being repaired, and it's literally just a scratch on two side panels. And I saw the bill that they sent to the insurance company, and it was the equivalent of £10,000.
Wow! Wow!
And I'm like, holy shit. Like, this would have cost maybe like £500 if I took it to a dude around the corner who bashed out the panels. And they were like, well, yeah, we had to replace both doors, the front lighting array, which was like £700 or something, was like, just, they were like, yeah, it was damaged a little bit, so we just replaced it. And then there was this, and then there was that. And I'm like, how'd you get to, and then it was like the car rental for the like week or whatever was like £300 equivalent. And I'm like, God damn, no wonder insurance gets expensive. Like, it was absurd. I couldn't actually believe it. £10,000!
Damn, girl.
It was just a dent in the side. The Titanic and the Olympic were almost identical from the outside, so after a little time was taken to swap a few things over, it was actually the Olympic bearing the Titanic's name that set sail once again in April 1912 when the Titanic stayed in the docks, ostensibly as the Olympic was still being repaired. The plan wasn't to take the ship down, taking half the passengers and crew with it. The plan was to deliberately sink the ship somewhere out in the middle of nowhere, but the thought was that it would take ages for the boat to sink, and there would be a handy ship nearby, maybe the SS Californian or Carpathian, that could then come to the rescue of the passengers and crew. The damaged Olympic would then be off White Star Line's hands, but everyone would think it was the Titanic, which had had a recent increase in its insurance policy, so White Star Line would be quids in and still have a nice seaworthy ship to work with, the pseudo-Olympic, which was actually the Titanic. Nobody would be dead, it would have been an accident, no harm, no foul, and then we know what happened next. If this seems a little bit thin, let's look at some interesting points. Yeah, no harm, no foul, except for the massive amount of insurance fraud that you guys are committing. The ships. As we said before, the Olympic and the Titanic looked practically identical from the outside, and the Titanic was even captained by Edward Smith, who had previously captained the Olympic. What are you doing? He crashed your big-ass ship already. While it had a slightly greater internal volume, the Titanic was only about 3 inches, or 7.6 centimeters larger than the Olympic, a difference that wouldn't have been noticeable to the naked eye. Jesus Christ, I feel like that would have been noticeable to dudes measuring it. These ships are big. It's 7 centimeters. It's like smaller than my hand. A lot smaller than my hand. How big's 7 centimeters? Yeah, it's like the size of my finger on a whole big ship. Some of the things, such as the nameplate and anything with the ship's name on, could easily have been switched over. Advertising brochures for the Titanic actually used illustrations of the interior of the Olympic, so anyone who'd seen them would not have realized that they were on the wrong ship. After repair work was carried out on the Olympic following the collision with HMS Hawke, and also after it had lost part of its propeller on another crossing to New York, parts were cannibalized from the almost complete Titanic anyway, after delaying the latter's launch date to prop up the only current cash cow in the White Star Line's hugely expensive suite of luxury ocean liners. Another pointer that it was the Olympic that is now at the bottom of the Atlantic and not actually the Titanic is that while the ship was going at full steam when it hit the iceberg, it was still below its actual top speed. At full steam, it should have been going at 23 knots, but instead was only doing 21 knots. This is consistent with what the damaged Olympic would have been able to achieve in the same circumstances. It's also been stated that where the ship broke in half after impact with the iceberg was an area matching where the Olympic had previously been damaged by the HMS Hawke. There was some more obvious telltale differences between the two though, namely the portholes and the windows. The B-deck of Titanic had evenly spaced windows, but the Olympic had a noticeably different configuration of window spacing. Enhanced photographs of the undersea wreck of the Titanic clearly show the windows to be narrower and more irregularly spaced, just as the Olympics were. Ooh, that's quite compelling. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation, because of course there is. But that's quite compelling for now. There's also a discrepancy in the number of portholes between the sister ships. Early photographs of the Titanic show it as having 14 portholes on its port side bow. However, when it left Southampton on its ill-fated maiden voyage, there were 16 portholes. Just like the Olympic has. That's quite compelling. Surviving passengers on the Titanic also reported that the ship had consistently listed to port or tilted to the left. The Olympic also had permanent list to port after hull damage following its crash with HMS Hawke. Listing to the left's got to be quite annoying. They must have had like billiards tables on there, right? Like there's lots of rich people. I imagine they're like smoking cigars and playing billiards and all the balls just rolling. There's a crazy device. There's like, this is some crazy rich people where it's like, let's say you've got a yacht, right? And you want to play like snooker on your yacht or like billiards or whatever. There's a device which keeps it perfectly level. So it's like, they also use it so like you can have an operating theater on like a plane, but it's just like a device that is like on a gimbal or whatever that keeps it perfectly level. So you can be like in rough seas and it's like doing all these micro corrections. So you can play pool. They even have it, and even more rich people shit than that, is they have it for wine cellars on board your ship. So your wines aren't sloshing around and getting all like, you know, they should sit nicely, still, and on a boat, it's obviously moving around. So if you want to store like very nice wines on your boat, they make these like wine cellars, wine fridges or whatever, that level so they never move. And I'm like, that's insane. That's some next level shit. It's like fucking cool, right? And it's enormously expensive. Absolutely. I can't remember the prices, but it was just enormously expensive. Another string to the swap theory bow is that during the building phases, each ship was given an identification number, which was also put on many of its parts, fixtures, and fittings. Originally, the real Olympic was number 400 and the real Titanic was 401. When parts from the supposed retired Olympic were sold and put on display in various places, they should be showing the number 400, right? Well, yes. So why are there some that apparently say 401? Adding to this confusion is the fact that the original Olympic had lost a propeller blade at some point and had to be fitted with a spare from the Titanic. This confirms how the number 401 seen on underwater wreck footage could mean that the wreck is still that of the previously damaged Olympic, just with its replacement part from the Titanic. Yeah, well, okay. Sure, yeah. The insurance. Did you know that a handful of days before it was to set sail, the insurance on the Titanic was more than doubled? This meant that when the fake Titanic sank, White Star Lines would receive $12.5 million for the actually already damaged Olympic, leaving them with much more money than they could have got for scrapping it or selling it, and also having a 100% fully functioning Titanic to then come in as the Olympic. Yeah, okay. But it's about to set sail for the first time. I don't think it would be unreasonable to raise the insurance. It'd be like, cool, it's sitting in port. There's not a lot that's going to happen to it. There's not a lot of risks. But obviously when it's sailing the high seas, more risks. So, more insurance. That seems like a very logical big brain business move. Would it be suspicious to Lloyd's of London when this huge increase was put to them? The Titanic did have an extremely valuable cargo manifest, so maybe that would explain the sudden hike, and maybe it wasn't so outlandish when you consider that the hull by itself was insured for £1 million in 1912 money, coming into an almost unbelievable £146 million today. But I guess that's how inflation works. Indeed, that is how inflation works. Whatever the case, insurance companies seem to be a lot better in those days. According to Lloyds.com, quote, despite the high levels of claims arising from the tragedy, insurers paid out in full within 30 days. Wow. Yeah, I once made an insurance claim. I went on holiday and I locked the keys to the rental car in the car. I had to break the window because I was in the middle of nowhere. So I phoned up the rental car company. I was like, hey guys, what's the cheapest window to break? And they were like, why? And it's like, I've somehow locked the keys inside the car. It was really unfortunate. Because it's very hard to lock keys inside a car these days because, you know, the car will just refuse to lock. I did it several times when I had an old car. But how it happened was my mate was like, I can't remember what it was. Like, we were going to go swimming or something, so we were getting changed, and he somehow trod on the lock to the keys in his shorts. So he'd taken his shorts off, trod on the shorts, which had locked the car, and then he threw his shorts in the boot of the car and closed the boot. And so the car was locked with the shorts in the boot. So we ended up having to break... Sorry, this will get to a point about insurance. So we phoned up the company and they were like, yeah, just break the small one at the back. So we broke the small one at the back with a rock or whatever. Reached in, grabbed the keys from the boot and unlocked the car. And go back to the rental place and they're like, well, yeah, you broke this, so you have to take your insurance deposit or whatever. It's like £1,000 or something. And so fortunately I had this like extra insurance thing, so it was like some company or whatever, and it's like, yeah, if you lose your money from your rental car, they cover it. So I put in a claim and I was like, yo, need this. I had to write them angry letters and all of this stuff. They finally paid up. I can't hire insurance. Don't go with them. It was a huge hassle to actually claim. And it was like, I ended up having to do, there's like these websites where they have like these forms that you can fill out and then they send out angry letters on your behalf. And I was like, okay, cool. Just do that, please. Just get me my money. And they eventually paid me, which was nice. But yeah, 30 days, it was not. The passengers. Some well-known people lost their lives on the Titanic, including John Jacob Astor, the richest man on board with a fortune of over $2 billion in today's money. Isidore Straus, the co-owner of Macy's at the time, and his wife, Ida, died after giving up spots on a lifeboat. And another huge financial hitter, Benjamin Guggenheim, also died, and according to survivors, put a rose in his buttonhole and said, "We've dressed up in our best and prepared to go down like gentlemen." Other extremely wealthy people who went down with the ship were steel magnate George Dennick Wick, railroad executives John Thayer and Charles Melville Hayes, Broadway producer Henry B. Harris, mystery writer Jacques Futrell, businessman George Dunton Widener, army officer and presidential aide Archibald Butt, and artist Francis David Millett. But who wasn't on the ship? Interestingly, J.P. Morgan, you know, the J.P. Morgan fame, who was scheduled to be on the Titanic's maiden voyage, but dropped out at the last minute due to ill health. That's a bit suspicious, old big nose, isn't it? He actually controlled the parent company of White Star Line, meaning he would have known all about their financial situation. His unexpected dropout had led people to believe that he was either in on the scheme to sink the ship, he was warned not to board, or there was another motive altogether, more of which later. Morgan was seen in public, seemingly in fine health, just 2 days after the Titanic sank. He had also had some valuable bronze statues taken off the ship as late as an hour before it was supposed to depart. Some 50 other first-class passengers who all had connections with Morgan also cancelled their tickets at the last minute. 50? First class is going to be pretty empty, isn't it? The ship only had like 2,000 people on it, and 50 first-class passengers just cancelling their tickets? The rescue ships. When the Titanic, or Olympic, sank, it took a while for other ships to get to the scene. Eventually, a large passenger steamship, the RMS Carpathia, arrived and picked up the survivors and took them back to safety. Could this have been a pre-arranged setup? The Carpathia had room on board for an extra 2,200 people when it came to the rescue. How many people were on board the Titanic that night? 2,240. I'm sure they could have squeezed an extra 40 somewhere or the other. Yeah, or even if it could carry 1,000, they could get another. They could double that. Just have people standing on the decks and stuff. I know it's not safe or whatever, but you know what? It's safer than being in the water. Another ship that was in close proximity to the doomed White Star Liner that night was the steamship SS Californian. The ship was on its way from Liverpool to Boston, Massachusetts, and had no passengers on board. It did, however, have a large number of blankets and woolly jumpers. There had also been a major coal strike in England, heavily affecting ships leaving or arriving at English ports. Why would the SS Californian have made an allegedly strange rushed exit from Liverpool when fuel was scarce and therefore extremely expensive? It was also apparently hanging out with its boilers all fired up, the wireless room closed, and Captain Lord asleep, fully clothed on a couch in the chart room. It has been speculated that it was actually on its way to rendezvous with the Titanic/Olympic just after the accident had been staged. The Californian and its captain, Stanley Lord, were absolutely shredded in the aftermath of the tragedy when it came out that despite having seen the crippled liner shooting off distress flares, the Californian actually ended up not doing anything at all when it could have potentially saved many lives. In our conspiracy version of events, it was not an iceberg that ultimately did in the Titanic, or pseudo-Titanic. It was a pre-arranged smaller boat with its lights off. I mean, that boat is going to get ruined. The flares that the Californian ignored were actually pretend distress flares from this other vessel. As Captain Lord was in on the scan, he knew this was just part of the act. When the sinking did not happen the way everyone thought it would, it was much too dangerous for the smaller Californian to get anywhere close due to the fear of being pulled under too. Pulled under by what? Oh, could it have been, like, was the Titanic so big that it would get sucked under the water and create, like, a whirlpool? Or, like, something that could suck the other boat down as well? Jesus. Oh my god, this must be very terrifying. A larger conspiracy theory. If all those little nuggets weren't enough, there's also a spin-off theory relating back to JP Morgan, the American investment banker who would be worth well over $2 billion in today's money. I mean, $2 billion is a lot of money, but is that it? How much is Warren Buffett worth? He's like the equivalent in today, not investment banker, but like just moneymaker dude. Like, not a specific company or whatever. I mean, Berkshire Hathaway, of course. But he invests. He's an investor. That's what he does. Isn't he worth, like, 80 bill? If you recall, he financed a trust called the International Navigation Company, which later became the International Mercantile Marine Company. Under this umbrella, a few shipping lines, including White Star Line, tried to monopolize the transatlantic shipping trade, but it never really had the success they were after, and the trust later underwent mergers and sales and petered out by the early 1940s. Anyway, remember that JP Morgan himself was supposed to be on board the Titanic for its maiden voyage as the biggest and most luxurious thing on the seas? He pulled out at the last minute, citing bad health. But was there really another, more sinister reason for his late cancellation, especially when you considered that three business rivals of Morgan's, Isidor Straus, John Jacob Astor, and Benjamin Guggenheim, all met their ends on that fateful night? Again, this is all to do with money. This theory purports that JP Morgan was trying to form the Federal Reserve System to help pump money into the US economy to stabilize the system during financial panics, which had been happening quite frequently in the early 20th century. Morgan wanted this system put in place as it would give his business dealings valuable government protection, so he managed to arrange for three of his most wealthy rivals to be on the already damaged Olympic when it went out masquerading as the Titanic. The Federal Reserve System was eventually created in December 1913, just over a year and a half after the Titanic sank, and also after the death of JP Morgan himself, who had already passed away in March of that year. Well, okay, but conspiracy theories, get it straight. Did they want to rescue everyone on board, and was it an insurance scam, or did JP Morgan want to kill off his rivals? You can't have it both ways. On the face of it, The whole Titanic Olympic thing seems to be completely odd, but it has been attracting attention for some years and periodically pops up again due to annoying people like QAnon bringing it up and random fast-speaking women on TikTok sharing their vast wealth of knowledge about the situation with us because obviously they know more about the shipbuilding industry in the early 20th century than anyone else because they've watched James Cameron's Titanic movie a few times. Savage! Oh, and in case you were wondering what happened to the actual Titanic when the Olympic sank, well, it just served out its days as the Olympic, sailing all over the place and finally being retired in 1935. Alright, so I know you're dying to refute practically everything we've just said, so let's get to the fun part of ripping these theories to pieces and my favorite hobby, making fun of TikTokers. Let's go! Get to the decoding already. While I initially thought that this theory was totally insane, it got quite interesting poking about in all the supposed evidence for switching the ships. As people who take deep dives into conspiracy theories know well, it's very easy to get sucked in until sometimes you're not really sure which way is up anymore. Thankfully, even for a total dunce like me, this one is quite easy to pull out of and get a clear look from above. The main point we can make to quickly void this extremely complicated switch and sync for insurance purposes theory is, well, why? Why on earth would the White Star Line go to the considerable trouble of swapping things onto ships over and then arranging some sort of collision in the middle of nowhere with so much valuable cargo on board, never mind over 2,000 people, when they probably could have set the Olympic on fire in Southampton if it was such a millstone around their necks? Yeah, like, insurance fraud is not hard. You don't need to make it too elaborate, just be like, oh no, the ship burned down because it's like got giant boilers on board and they blew up, but there was coal dust or some boom, easy. It doesn't need to be complicated.
Don't overcomplicate it.
But what about all the other stuff you've just told us about? Surely there are a few suspicious things in there somewhere. QAnon can't have lied to me. TikTok woman called herself a Titanic kid. That must mean they're onto something, right? Well, guess what? It's happened time and time again on this channel, never mind in the history of the human race. But all of this strange conspiracy nonsense can be traced back to a book written by two men. Oh my god, shocking. What? Let me guess. They wanted to sell that book for, what was that thing that drives all of this again? Oh yes, money.
Oh, is it hot in here?
Yes, could it be to do with money and selling a book full of nonsense? Could it be? Could it be about getting views on TikTok? Could it be? If I did this video about, like, it was literally titled Why the Titanic Never Sank, I'm sure it would get more views, and I'll just be diving in and be just like, yeah, the portals, yeah, JP Morgan, and people will be like, yeah! And it would get like 1 million views.
Wow.
Easy. I don't know if it would. But I think it's more popular to perpetrate conspiracy theories than it is to tear them apart. But I like tearing them apart. In 1995, Robin Gardner and Dan Van der Vat, holy shit, that's a name, Dan Van der Vat, published a book called The Riddle of the Titanic, which amazingly had no subtitle. Within the 300 or so pages of the book, you'll find practically all of the pro-switch theories covered here, plus other examples that I couldn't be bothered to add in, and it seems to be the genesis of this entire odd idea. What you won't find in the book, though, well, any evidence or proof that this did in fact happen. But let's go through it anyway, in case you're not already convinced that it's the Titanic at the bottom of the ocean and not the Olympic. The ships. Decoded. We already know that the Titanic and her sister ship, the Olympic, looked very similar as they were part of the same line. The fact that the advertising for the Titanic used illustrations and sometimes photographs of the Olympic so nobody realized a switch occurred is adding 2 + 2 and then coming up with 5. The Titanic hadn't even been properly finished when advertising started, so there weren't any good interior photos to take, if they indeed even used much photography in advertising brochures at the time. This would also be like, okay, so I'm going on a trip with like British Airways or whatever, and it's a 7, what's the new one? The 777? Well, a 777 or whatever, and it's going across it's going to America. And they're like, and then you get on board and you're like, this isn't the one in the pictures online. And it's like, well, no, we don't take pictures of each individual one that you're traveling on. We just take pictures of one and then are done with it because they're all the same. Or basically all the same. This is totally fine. Most of the ads I've seen have been illustrations, and as the ships were supposed to be similar internally as well as externally, a drawing of the inside of the Olympic was going to be pretty similar to what you were going to find on the Titanic anyway. So no. Same with hotels. It's like, yeah, there's a picture of the rooms, but it's not like, oh yeah, there's a picture of room 703, so you know exactly what you're getting. It's like, no. It's just like, I don't know, what do they call it? Like, deluxe room or whatever. And then you get a picture of it and you're like, okay, great, yeah, it's going to be something like that. So no, this was not a cover-up, it was just using pictures of one already finished ship to advertise another ship in the same line that was going to be completely comparable. As for changing a few bits and bobs around on the ships to make one think one was on the Titanic when in fact one was on the Olympic is just totally farcical. It's not like you could unscrew a plaque with the name of the ship on it, swap it around, and Bob's your uncle. There would be so much stuff that had the name of the ship on or was unique to each ship that you'd basically be stripping out both interiors and moving the whole thing over without anyone noticing what was going on. And yes, while a second ago I said the ships were practically identical, they did have several differences in some internal and external structures that people would probably notice. The website TitanicSwitch.com lists 30 key differences between the two ships, making it highly unlikely that they could be convincingly switched. This includes things like the promenades on Olympic's B deck that instead were private verandas and suites on the Titanic's B deck. Titanic's A deck promenade had a glass covering but was open on the Olympic. As if these differences weren't enough, the site ends the section by saying, not to mention the difficulty in changing the shell plating at the bow and stern which bore the ship's name. The names were not just painted on the plates, they were cut into the plates in letters 4 feet high and 1.5 inches deep that were then filled with paint. So yes, just swapping a nameplate and a few bits of furniture definitely wouldn't cut it if this scheme was really carried out. And there are lots of people around finishing the Titanic and making repairs or just general maintenance on the Olympic. Unless every single person on the docks was in on the great switcheroo, it's not possible that this could have happened. There also isn't really a convenient time period when it could have taken place. The Olympic, despite the accident it had, was still a working, successful liner, constantly going on long-distance voyages. The last time the two ships were at the same dock was on the 7th of March 1912, a month before the Titanic's maiden and final voyage. Was this switch supposed to have taken place across the 5 days of the 2nd to the 7th of March when the ships were at last at the same place at the same time? The amount of work needed would have been immense and not possible to be carried out in 5 days and in secret. There are photos of the ships together during this period, and at no point do you see any of the interiors being moved between them. Were parts of the Titanic on the Olympic, adding to confusion of which ship lies at the bottom of the Atlantic? Yes, some parts from an incomplete Titanic were used to repair the Olympic in a hurry, but these were not significant or large pieces. We said the Olympic lost a propeller blade, which was replaced by one from the Titanic, explaining why the Titanic's yard number of 401 was on the wreck, but that was surprisingly not true. The Olympic did have a propeller shaft from the Titanic, but that was about it. In reality, the blades of both ships' propellers were different, meaning they were not interchangeable, and also why, therefore, they had their own identification numbers. So if you see a propeller with a number 401 on it, it's the Titanic, not the Olympic with a spare part attached. The ship that sank did not break in half at the spot that was damaged when the Hawk rammed the Olympic either. That was just made up. And while we've mentioned this accident several times, it really wasn't that bad. After being hit by the HMS Hawk, the Olympic still had work to do, so after it was eventually patched up, it was still seaworthy and safe, and continued with its schedule of transatlantic crossings for many years. The damage was hardly bad enough to need to scrap or retire the Olympic, so there was no need for an insurance fraud to be carried out at all. The viral TikTok that revived this conspiracy recently was made by someone going by Mia.w22. And one of the main reasons she apparently touts this theory is because, and I quote, "The Olympic was on the water for a while, she was reaching retirement, and they knew that." Wait, no, both these are quite new, hang on. Sorry mate, but the Olympic's maiden voyage was in June 1911, making it a whopping 10 months older than the Titanic. Reaching retirement? I don't think so. Yeah, these ships are made to last for decades. What makes this even more hilarious is that the original video has been taken down, I think, but I found it on Lad Bible under the headline, "Conspiracy Theory Claiming the Titanic Never Sank is Blowing People's Minds." Quality journalism there, Lad Bible. Well, I know you're not trying the journalism, but it's like, come on now. Then the next article directly below this is, "The Bunnings Sausage Sizzle Sauce Robot is Blowing People's Minds." Seems like any old thing will blow people's minds these days. Yes. It's also just very, clickable, isn't it? It's just clickbait. The leaning... This Titanic conspiracy theory, blown right open, is blowing people's minds. If I've titled the episode that, well, I have no dignity. The leaning or listing to port that was observed is again hardly conclusive proof of a different ship being masqueraded out as the Titanic. Ships can lean a little to port or starboard for any number of reasons, apparently. The noticeable list to port was only described by survivors a couple of days into the voyage, when at least one coal bunker on the starboard side had been emptied, making the port side heavier, not by observers as the Titanic was sailing out on the 12th of April. What else? Oh yes, much has been made of the supposed difference in the number of portals on the Titanic. after its launch, but before its official maiden voyage, which led people to believe that it must in fact have been the Olympic. Well, unfortunately, these people are wrong again. I know zero about how ocean liners are built or were built over 100 years ago, but apparently, according to people who actually do know about this sort of thing, lots can change on a ship, even quite late into the build. Yes, the number of portals on the Titanic was changed pre-maiden voyage after complaints from crew on the Olympic that it was too dark in a certain area. The Olympic then changed its number of portals after the Titanic had sunk, meaning it matched what the Titanic had last looked like. The arrangements of windows on the B deck was also a point of contention, as there is a photo online showing the real wreck of the ship with slightly irregularly spaced windows. It then shows a photo of the Olympic with irregularly spaced windows and a picture of the Titanic with nice regular ones. Well, the pictures are genuine, but misidentified because guess what? The ship shown with the irregularly spaced windows in the photograph is actually, wait for it now, the Titanic. Because of some changes to the B deck, including changing layouts to include suites and private verandas, the windows also became narrower in some areas. There are documented photographs of the starboard side of the Titanic just before a maiden voyage, which are an exact match to the windows visible on the wreck. So, yeah, the proof just went poof, to the shock of nobody. The insurance decoded. Suspiciously, the insurance for the Titanic was double just a few days before it set sail. Well, I suppose this might have been a bit suspicious had it actually happened. Oh, okay, I don't even think this would be suspicious if it had actually happened, but did it not even happen? While this theory is one of the strongest indicators of a deliberate sinking for insurance fraud, there's no evidence anywhere of an increase in the insurance value. Independent valuations carried out and verified by different sources agreed the insurance value of the Titanic was around $7.5 million, or £1.5 million at the time. Wow, inflation and the exchange rate has changed, hasn't it? But here's the absolute kicker to boot this theory out of the water. The Titanic was only insured for $5 million or £1 million. Even if it was the damaged Olympic that got deliberately scuttled, they wouldn't be making back the full value of the ship. So, why was it underinsured then? Apparently it was usual practice for shipping lines to not fully insure their own ships, as they were their own insurers, and they then also relied on their captains and crew not to do anything stupid. Before the sinking of the Titanic, captains of the White Star Line were given a document setting out the company's regulations for the safe and efficient navigation of its vessels, which included calls, quote, to impress upon you in the most forcible manner the paramount and vital importance of exercising the utmost caution in the navigation of the ships, and that the safety of the passengers and crew weighs with us above and before all other considerations. You are to dismiss all idea of competitive passages with other vessels and to concentrate your attention upon a cautious, prudent, and ever-watchful system of navigation which shall lose time or suffer other temporary inconvenience rather than incur the slightest risk which can be avoided. Excellent advice. I think that's brilliant. Good. Maybe Captain Smith didn't read that part. Yeah, is it true that they were kind of racing across to set like a good time or whatever? Yeah, wait, so they were their own insurers? How's that work? But also, stuff's underinsured all the time. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, when I have car insurance, it's never quite for the full value of the car. You're like, okay, I just bought this car for X amount of money, and the insurance company is, okay, great, we're going to insure it for that amount of money. And I'm like, but then I'm not going to get all my money back. And it's just, I think, isn't that just quite normal? That you're going to lose a little something as well? Maybe Captain Smith didn't read that last part. The penultimate paragraph also stresses how careful everyone needs to be, as it would be a big financial blow to the company should any damages occur, as they were also insuring the ships themselves. We have alluded, generally, to the subject of safe and watchful navigation. We desire earnestly to impress on you how deeply these considerations affect not only the well-being, but the very existence of this company itself, and the injury which it would sustain in the event of any misfortune attending the management of your vessel. First, from the blow which would be inflicted to the reputation of the line. Secondly, from the pecuniary loss that would accrue, the company being their own insurers. And thirdly, from the interruption of a regular service upon which the success of the present organization must necessarily depend. Okay, the quote ends. We've covered this aspect now, but it's important to say that the White Star Line was not actually in any financial difficulties at the time. Sure, it was expensive and probably annoying to have to patch up the Olympics so soon after launch, but they had plenty of money and didn't need to hatch any sort of scheme to keep them afloat. The damage to the Olympic was not catastrophic, and they had loads of bookings and a pretty successful position as the premier line to sail with. Basically, as the Titanic was underinsured and the White Star Line was not in the red, the whole switching theory makes no sense. The passengers decoded. While there's no argument with who died on the ship, we can decode the events surrounding JP Morgan, who cancelled his trip at the last minute, even though he was part owner of the Titanic due to his financing of the White Star Line. Switch theorists, including Mia the TikToker, make much of his choice to cancel. In a video, she says, "So many important people were supposed to get on the Titanic, but they cancelled their tickets mysteriously right before they got on, right before it set off to sea. One of these important people was JP Morgan. Yeah, like the banker dude. Yeah, and he was like, yeah, I'm not going to get on. Just don't feel like it. Girl, why?" Oh, Mia the TikToker! Oh, why do people listen to you, Mia?
Huh? Why not?
You clown. Alright, so I'm assuming Mia had a nice personal chat with JP Morgan about this to get such a direct quote from the man, but methinks he may have fibbed to her. In reality, JP Morgan was not in particularly good health. He died the following year, so maybe he didn't really want to take the transatlantic crossing at that point. Heck, who's going to argue with the big boss if he changes his mind about something? People cancel things all the time, and several other supposed last-minute cancellations of Titanic passengers turned out to be not so last-minute at all. But more to the point, JP Morgan doesn't even appear to have been scheduled for the maiden voyage anyway. According to research carried out by Mark Barber and published on Encyclopedia Titanica, Morgan... It's a nice name. Morgan would regularly travel between Europe and the USA, but had never left for the USA prior to June of any year from 1904, so traveling in April would have been totally unusual. Plus the fact that the New York Times published an article in March 1912 stating that Morgan had written a letter confirming he was going to Venice, quote, "for the inauguration of the Biennial International Art Exhibition April 23rd, and dedicate the new Campanile of St. Mark's." I'm not entirely sure what this means, but it definitely means he was planning on being in Venice on the 23rd of April. Yes, indeed. If he was on the Titanic sailing to America on the 14th, he'd basically have to take a return crossing as soon as he arrived, which does sound unlikely. I can't actually find any proof that he did go to Venice, but it was publicly stated in his calendar prior to the Titanic setting sail. As he was never supposed to be on board in the first place, I doubt there were any bronze statues removed from the ship. The rest is it's just made up, isn't it? It's just like people like writing and just being like, yeah, the bronze statues, sure. Yeah, why not? We'll just throw that in there as well so you sell more copies of our book, allegedly. Rescue ships decoded. The Carpathia was the first to eventually make it to the Titanic and help pick up her survivors. Switch theorists would have it that it conveniently had room for over 2,000 people, so therefore it was just waiting in the wings to go and pick everyone up after what was supposed to be a very slow sinking. There are so many reasons why this is a ridiculous theory, but let's start with one from a business point of view. The Carpathia was owned by Cunard, a massive rival of White Star Line. Why and how would you ask a totally different company and competitor to help you commit insurance fraud? There is literally nothing positive in it for them at all, and they weren't even the closest ship at the time of the accident, being over 50 miles away, which wasn't exactly handy, even if the whole thing was supposed to be a slow sinking. Moving on from that, while the capacity of the Carpathia was for over 2,000 passengers, there were at least 1,047 passengers and crew already on board for their own trip across the ocean. This means, it's just not going to be an empty ship. This means that there would definitely not have been enough room for all of the Titanic's passengers and crew too, with another 700 spaces needed. Apparently, there was room in the Carpathia's lifeboats for 702 people, so maybe they could have bobbed around a bit in those, but its cutting numbers a bit fine, as the Carpathia wouldn't have known the exact number of people on board. I kind of discount that one. I think ships generally, while they say they're rated to take however many passengers, they can obviously take a lot more. It's not safe, but like I said earlier, it's better than dying in the water.
That's true.
Maybe with the Titanic's lifeboats added in, there would have been enough room for everybody, but as we said, the Carpathia was tens of miles away, so if anything was pre-planned, which it clearly wasn't, it all went wrong from the start. And what about the other ship, the SS Californian, that could have helped, but didn't? Yes, I think the conclusion from many different reviews of the ship's actions that night was that they could have helped, but didn't. Were they stocked up with lots of woolly jumpers and blankets on their way to provide aid for the nudge nudge wink wink accidents? Well, no, they weren't. There is no mention of blankets or jumpers or anything of that nature being on the Californian. So, why had they steamed off in the middle of a coal strike? Well, they hadn't. The strike was over by the time they left Liverpool. Why were their engines all fired up as though they were ready to race to the rescue in the middle of the night? Well, they were stuck in an ice field and were just getting ready to move when they could. They had even contacted the Titanic and other ships in the area to warn them about the ice, but according to an article I saw on the BBC, the Titanic's wireless operators told the Californian operators to shut up. Captain Lord had shut the wireless office down for the night and didn't react to the Titanic's distress flares. It seems strange in hindsight that he didn't react at all, so was heavily criticized in the aftermath of the disaster, but he wasn't going against company regulations or anything. It just seems that, knowing what we know now, he maybe should have taken a bit more interest in what was going on. The notion that the Californian was supposed to be in on the Titanic's insurance scam is also totally ridiculous. It was a tiny ship in comparison, with room for about 100 people, so would have been no help in rescuing the thousands aboard the liner. Yeah, it's like I said, like, okay, maybe you could squeeze like double the amount of people on a boat, but what? They're going to squeeze like 20 times the number of people. And if they were supposed to be accomplices, why didn't they actually do anything? Worst accomplices ever. A larger conspiracy theory decoded. Now that we've firmly kicked the switched for insurance theory in the bum after decoding both the switching and the insurance aspects of the story, let's spare a few seconds to rubbish the JP Morgan deliberately killing off his Federal Reserve rivals by letting them sail off in a doomed ship theory. I'm not sure where to even start here, but it sort of contradicts the whole insurance part of the main conspiracy theory. Exactly what I said, you can't have it both ways. The ship was supposed to sink slowly, giving everyone enough time to be rescued. Therefore, his rivals would not have died. So what was the point? Was JP Morgan really behind the calculated murders of over 1,500 people and the destruction of a new ship just for a few measly million and carte blanche to put the Federal Reserve Plan into action? No, obviously not. Look, I'm no banker, but the whole US centralized bank thing wasn't just plonked into place in a few days. The idea had been running for many years. Also, JP Morgan wasn't the lone financier or brains behind the scheme. There were loads of people and institutions involved. Also, again, his three purported rivals on board the Titanic were not his rivals at all, at least in terms of being against the Federal Reserve System. In fact, Isidore Straus had been recorded in the New York Times as being pro-Federal Reserve in October 1911, just a few months before the Titanic set sail, with one article headlined, "Isidore Straus urges new banking plan." Oh my god, look. When you actually look at the facts, none of this makes sense. What a shocking surprise for everyone here at Decoding the Unknown. This never happens. That's sarcasm. It always happens. It's always not the case when you look at the facts, and you should always look at the facts, shouldn't you? It's ridiculous.
Facts.
As for Benjamin Guggenheim and John Jacob Astor, there isn't any public information about them ever expressing any opinion on it whatsoever. It was finally put in place after the deaths of all of these men and even JP Morgan, meaning that whatever their personal positions had been, the creation was always going to go ahead. Conclusion. Do we even need to have a conclusion here? I think we've solidly proven that the ship that sank on April the 14th, 1912 was the Titanic. It would have been far too complicated and involve way too many people to switch the identities of the sister ships around without the truth having already come out somewhere. We have also proven that as the Titanic was knowingly underinsured, there wasn't much scope for an insurance scam. I'd also seen that parts of the retired Olympic that were later sold off had the Titanic's yard number of 401 on them, which would have been quite convincing proof that the ships were, in fact, swapped. However, I have not found a single picture or confirmation of any such number anywhere on the remaining Olympic parts. The only ones I found were pieces with the number 400 of them on them, the Olympic's correct yard number. What a shocking surprise. These theories come from the Robin Gardner and Dan Van der Vaart book, The Riddle of the Titanic, which came out in 1995 and was released in the States 2 years later in 1997 as The Titanic Conspiracy, Cover-Ups and Mysteries of the World's Most Famous Sea Disaster. Ah, there's that subtitle. Do you know what else came out in 1997 that was related to Titanic? Yes, that would be Titanic, the James Cameron movie. So yes, I'll jump on that bandwagon, chaps. While Dan Van der Vaart was brought on as co-author of Riddle of the Titanic due to him being a naval historian, Robin Gardner went on to write several more books about this theory by himself, even though I think most of it was probably already covered. In their only co-authored book about the switch theory, both Gardner and Van der Vaart seem to allude to the fact that it obviously isn't true, with Gardner acknowledging that he had seen the Titanic's number of 401 stamped into a built-in, non-removable part of the bridge. A paragraph near the end of the book says, "A conspiracy theory arises after a disaster because many people find it impossible to believe such a tragedy could just happen. Indeed, for some, a conspiracy theory is a psychological necessity to help them come to terms with a shocking event." Wait, did you just say like, yeah, all of this stuff, that's just a conspiracy theory? Just disclaim that at the end. So here, the authors are basically admitting that this whole theory was just made up, but then Gardner decided to double down and bash out a few more tomes about it, so maybe he ended up believing his own hype. Yeah, maybe he did, or maybe he just wanted some money, allegedly. So yeah, strange theory, definitely not true. QAnon can suck it, and don't believe everything you see on TikTok. Don't believe most of what you see on TikTok. I mean, goddamn, it's just like a Wild West of nonsense. That's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here, for watching it if you're on YouTube, for listening to it if you get it in its podcast form. If you get it in its podcast form, why not leave me a review, huh? That would be fantastic, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we decode the unknown. Yes, what happens here? One of my writers, in this case Dave, thank you Dave, has written me a script. I've never read it before, I'm going to react to it. It's moon landing, the ultimate hoax or greatest achievement. Tell you what, it's the greatest achievement, it's not a hoax. The biggest argument that I've heard for this, and I'm sorry to jump ahead, I'm sure Dave will explain this because he's not insane, is that if the moon landing was hoaxed, we'd know about it by now. Like, for the few years after the moon landing happened, it could be fake.
You're a fake and a phony, and I wish I'd never laid eyes on you.
Whoa. Like, sure, people could keep it under wraps for a certain amount of time, but thousands of people were involved in this. Thousands of people who are involved with this have probably now died, and none of them, deathbed confession, none of them have leaked anything. No leaks ever. Other than the insane stuff like Stanley Kubrick left messages in The Shining, that sort of stupid stuff. We know it happens because it's really late. And the other, it's been a really long time, and the chances of it coming out as fake over time increase. And secondly, the Soviets had a really good reason to be like, nah, it's fake, never happened. And even they were like, yeah, it happens. They beat us. That's it, and that's all. Let's move on into today's video. Thank you. On the 21st of July 1969 at about 3:30 a.m, a 5-year-old girl was shaken awake by her father, silently indicating that she should follow him and not wake the younger children. They crept downstairs and into the living room. What's happening? The little girl asked sleepily. Her father replied, "You've got to see this. It's going to be one of the biggest defining moments in the history of mankind." Whereupon they snuggled together on the sofa and watched on a 9-inch black and white portable television as at 3:45 a.m, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin took their first steps on the moon. The man in question was my grandfather. The daughter, my mother. And various versions of this story have been told on countless occasions at almost every family gathering since that point. But did it really happen? Did my mother, my grandfather, and 650 million people really see the Eagle land, the astronauts descend the ladder, and walk on the moon for the very first time? Or, as many people have claimed over the years, did they in fact watch an elaborately staged hoax on a recording stage somewhere in America? In today's episode, we're going to look at exactly what the official version of events is, some of the alternate versions that have been put forward, and the information that supports each side. Hopefully, by the end of the video, we should be able to definitively answer the age-old question of whether or not man landed on the moon. And not to immediately send you looking for something else, but when I was a teenager, it's one of the moments in my memory that has most stuck with me. And it was just, before we had Netflix and all of this, it's just sitting at home watching TV one evening. And so I think we probably had like 4 or 5 channels to choose from at that point. And I just started watching this documentary about how the moon landing was faked. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm watching this. It's like an hour-long documentary. And I'm watching it and I'm like, oh my God, the evidence is irrefutable. Like, you can't see the stars, the flags waving, all of this stuff. And halfway into this documentary, I'm like, I guess the moon landing was faked. Oh my God, this is blowing my mind. This is on television. Everyone should know this. Everyone will now know this. And then the next half of the documentary was set up this way. The next half of the documentary was them absolutely destroying all of the conspiracy points that they'd made in the first half hour, leading you on. And then after that, I was like, oh my God, people are easily convinced. And it wasn't really a documentary about the moon landing. It was just a documentary about how conspiracy theories work, and it was brilliant.
That's amazing.
The space race. During the 1950s, with the Cold War in full swing, the space race was a big deal. Although it was mostly presented to the public as a race for technological advancement and space exploration, in reality, the outcome had the potential to be much more serious. Now, I'm aware that nobody clicked on this video to get a history of the Cold War, but there are a few things that it's important to mention. That's okay, Dave. People click on these videos. They're long. They ramble. We take detours together. I like to, these are definitely videos, but they're also like, I think of them as podcasts. Like, I do lots of videos on YouTube, which are kind of shorter form, straight into the point. And then I also do podcasts, which ramble a little bit. They take their time. We go on a journey. The Soviet launch of Sputnik 1 in 1957 represented a huge military threat. Not only did it prove that the Soviets were capable of potentially launching satellites that could monitor their enemies, it also proved that they had missile capabilities to land a nuclear warhead anywhere on the globe. This launch served as a very brutal wake-up call for the United States and led to the development and launch of their own satellite, Explorer 1, in 1958. You guys seen that TV show? Speaking of rambling, For All Mankind, which explores the alternate history of the Soviets landing on the moon first, and basically history was the Americans land on the moon and the space race is won, right? And then from there it's like, okay, we're not going to try and land anyone on the moon. The Soviets, in For All Mankind, the Soviets get to the moon first, and Americans like, well, we're going to build the first moon base. And it goes from there, and it's incredible. It's a brilliant TV show that is so well thought out and so clever. And I'm so excited for the new season. I'm probably going to have to wait like 4 years for because of all this striking that's going on. Later that same year, President Eisenhower signed into existence the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, along with the National Reconnaissance Office, a top-secret program designed to gather information on the Soviets through the use of orbiting satellites. In 1959, the Soviets would move further into the lead when they launched Luna 2, the first man-made probe to hit the surface of the moon. And in 1961, a Russian cosmonaut was the first human to orbit the Earth. But in May of 1961, obviously tired of playing keep up with the Soviets, President Kennedy stated that by the end of the decade, America would put a man on the surface of the moon. By the end of 1962, the foundations of the Apollo lunar program were in place, and the race was on. It's so badass, like Kennedy's speech. I'm not going to try and imitate Kennedy, but it's like, we do the things that are impossible, or whatever, and it's like, god damn, that's a motivating, moving speech. And it did motivate people, because 7 years later, from not having a man in space in America to having them on the surface of the moon, a feat that has not been repeated, is remarkable. And absolutely happens. Getting to the moon. It appears that President Kennedy took his statement very seriously. According to History.com, quote, from 1961 to 1964, NASA's budget was increased almost 500%. And the lunar landing program eventually involved some 34,000 NASA employees and 375,000 employees of industrial and university contractors. Even with all this manpower, just exactly how the process of landing humans on the moon would be accomplished was far from decided. Initially, there were 3 main ideas. The first, referred to as direct ascent, would involve the astronauts traveling in a single modular spaceship out of Earth's atmosphere to the moon, to the lunar surface, and back. Although this might appear to be the most logical solution, it presented several logistical issues. I guess, looking at it simply, that appears to be the most logical issue, but also that spacecraft that goes to the moon is going to have to be big. And there's no need to land something that big on the moon. I think of Star Trek, where they'll send the shuttle down. It's not like every time they're just... In fact, the Enterprise can't land on a planet. I'm a nerd.
Nerd alert here.
But they're not sending the entire spaceship down to the planet's surface. They're using shuttles or transporters, and because transporters aren't real, we have we'll use shuttles like the LEM. Firstly, one singular module would result in the use of much more fuel, and landing the entire craft on the lunar surface and taking off again would be much more difficult, yes. However, perhaps the main reason that this idea was left by the wayside was that designers and project managers informed NASA that such a vehicle could not be completed until at least 1970, given that the promise had been that America would land a man on the surface of the moon by the end of the decade. This would not be acceptable. The second, back when governments used to take deadlines seriously. How far behind are those trains in the UK, government? The second proposal, Earth Orbit Rendezvous, would involve launching the astronaut capsule and propulsion unit that would carry them to the moon separately and having them link up in Earth's orbit before continuing the journey. This idea was ultimately dismissed because it necessitated 2 separate launches, essentially doubling the risks involved. This left only one option, and it was this option that NASA eventually went with. The Saturn V rocket would place a 50-ton, 3-module spacecraft on a lunar trajectory. From there, it would proceed to the moon, enter orbit, and then the lunar module would detach and begin begin its descent to the surface. Half of this module would be left on the surface, and the other half, dubbed the Ascent module, would return the lunar explorers to the Command module before itself being left behind in lunar orbit. Once the Command module returned to Earth, the Service module, which contained the fuel and various other essential components for the journey, would be released to burn up in Earth's atmosphere before the Command module returned safely to the surface. You can see why people in the 60s were like, oh my god, we're going to conquer the universe. Because they were doing it. It's insane today that this is possible. The moon is really far away. Like, when you think of the moon in like those pictures of like, you know, textbooks or whatever, you've got the moon like this. People who were just listening, I'm holding up a coaster. And then you've got like the moon, like super close by, like over here and quite big. But in reality, this moon's like miles away. I mean, obviously it's miles away. It's really far away. It's really far away. It's probably like this. It's like, woo! To get there is insanity. It was insanity in the night. It's insanity today. And they did this in the 1960s. The 60s! My dad was 14! Although this idea appeared to be the most complicated, it meant that on the return journey, the craft would require far less fuel. Of course, once this course of action had been decided upon, extensive testing began. Although the Apollo program would suffer several setbacks, most notably in 1967 when 3 astronauts were killed by a fire that broke out during a training simulation and resulted in the deaths of astronauts Virgil Grissom, Edward White, and Roger Chaffee, in 1968 they appeared to be on track to deliver on time when the Apollo 8 craft became the first manned vehicle to orbit the moon. In contrast, the Russian lunar program was proceeding much more tentatively. This was partly due to a lot of internal political debate as to whether or not reaching the moon was actually necessary, and partly due to the unexpected death of Sergei Korolev, the chief engineer of the Soviet space program. You don't have to look too hard online to find half-baked theories that suggest his death was a top-secret assassination by the American government. As you may not be too surprised to hear, there is absolutely no evidence to support this. Shocking. That's why we call it half-baked. This one's not even a quarter. It's not even baked at all. It's just nonsense. There's no evidence. By July 1969, everything was ready. The world watched in awe as, apart from a few minor technical difficulties, NASA's incredibly ambitious plan unfolded without a hitch, and Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walked on the surface of the moon before returning safely to Earth. The Americans had won the long-fought space race over their Soviet opponents, proving, for now at least, their technology and creative superiority. Or had they? There is, and I saw it first on a TV show. I can't remember, was it that TV show which does alternate histories? God, what's it called? It's so good. They go inside inside a sphere, and they go back in time. And it was so nicely made. And it didn't seem that popular. I think it ended up getting cancelled. But Timeless? Was it called Timeless? And in that one episode, they have one where they go back in time, and it's like something happened with... It was when I first heard that there was an alternate plan for like a speech by Kennedy, or I guess not Kennedy at that point. Nixon? It was after Kennedy? Or was when the landing took place on the moon, which he would give if they didn't successfully come home. Let me just see that. Speech for unsuccessful moon landing. Yeah, Nixon. Oh wow, this is so cool. It's even like straight from the archives. Yeah, it's a whole speech here. It's even got like prior to the president's statement. The president should telephone each of the widows-to-be. After the president's statement, at the point when NASA ends communications with the men, a clergyman should adopt the same procedure as a burial at sea, condemning their souls to the deepest of the deep, concluding with the Lord's Prayer. Oh my god, except they're still alive. They're just dying up there. Oh, it's so dark. But it reads, "Fate has ordained that the men who went to the moon to explore in peace will stay on the moon to rest in peace. These brave men, Neil Armstrong and Edward Aldrin, know that there is no hope for their recovery, but they also know that there is hope for mankind in their sacrifice." I'm going to continue, and I'm just reading like a failed speech, but I'm super interested because I can't remember what comes next. It's just a few more lines. "These two men are laying down their lives in mankind's most noble goal, the search for truth and understanding. They will be mourned by their families and friends. They will be mourned by their nation. They will be mourned by the people of the world. They will be mourned by Mother Earth that dared send 2 of her sons into the unknown. In their exploration, they stirred the people of the world to feel as one. In their sacrifice, they bind more tightly the brotherhood of man. In ancient days, men looked at the stars and saw their heroes in the constellations. In modern times, we do much the same, but our heroes are epic men of flesh and blood. Others will follow and surely find their way home. Man's search will not be denied, but these men were the first, and they will remain the foremost in our hearts. For every human being who looks up at the moon in the nights to come will know how there is some corner of another world that is forever mankind." God, it's so good, isn't it? Jesus, whoever wrote that is a genius. Anyway, back to today's story. Almost as soon as the broadcast ended, there were those out there who questioned its validity. Although at that point, non-believers were not that common. Various conspiracy theories have, as they always will, gained traction over the years, and this has resulted in a thriving community of those who do not believe that the moon landing actually happened. Of course, the internet has provided a marvelous opportunity for these people to get together, exchange ideas, and generally multiply. But do any of these conspiracy theories hold water, or, if you will, moon dust? Let us take a wedge to some of them and see if they hold up in the face of evidence and fact. Spoiler alert, they don't. The majority of those out there who believe that the entire thing was a hoax, including, depending on whose statistics you look at, between 6 and 10% of Americans, claim that the entire landing was staged at Area 51 in the Nevada desert. In order to ensure that the resulting video looked good enough to fool not only the public but also the entire USSR, not to mention the rest of the world, NASA is alleged to have employed the services of legendary movie producer Stanley Kubrick. It has even been claimed that on his deathbed, Kubrick admitted the entire thing had been a hoax and that he was responsible for the production. So why don't we start with that? Look, if that had been his deathbed confession, we'd know. But it obviously wasn't, was it? In a clip taken from a movie titled Shooting Stanley Kubrick, produced by T. Patrick Murray, the aging director claims that he, along with NASA, was responsible for orchestrating a tremendous hoax at the expense of pretty much everybody in the world. Although in the clip he does not directly attach this hoax to the moon landing, he does later say that with regards to the moon landing, conspiracy theories were right on this occasion. Well, that seems pretty slam dunk, doesn't it? Except there's a twist. While the Tinfoil Hat Brigade seized on this as irrefutable evidence that the entire thing had been staged, those who have taken the time to examine the evidence slightly more closely have a few things to say on the matter. Firstly, almost everybody who knew the director and has seen the clip claims that the man is not Stanley Kubrick at all, a claim which gains substantially more weight as we get further into it. Relatives of Kubrick have also outright stated that it is not him in the video and that nothing contained within the clip is factually correct. So, simply, wasn't Stanley Kubrick, was it? We know what he looks like. His family knows what he looks like. It wasn't him. Although, were this true, Kubrick, the director of 2001: A Space Odyssey, would have been absolutely perfect for the role of directing such a misleading video, there is one piece of evidence that quite conclusively proves that not only was he never interviewed in such a fashion, but that it would have been impossible for him to be interviewed in any way at all. That is, if you believe any of what Murray says. The website that contains the original confession video seems to have been taken down. However, I would not be doing my job properly if I didn't dig around a little, and with a piece of software not dissimilar to the Wayback Machine, I was able to resurrect the necessary information. According to the video's creator, he had been granted unprecedented access to interview Kubrick in May 1999. Now, I've heard people giving videotape deathbed confessions, but this one is particularly unusual. If it, as its creator claims, took place in May of 1999, then it would have necessitated the use of some sort of medium, since Stanley Kubrick died in March of that year. Although this pretty conclusively proves that Murray was not averse to telling the occasional lie, it by no means proves that the moon landing was not shot on a soundstage somewhere. So let's keep looking. Yeah, it doesn't prove that, but it certainly doesn't prove otherwise. It's just like, okay, so it's nothing. Is it? Let's move on. Another reason that is often given to suggest that the moon landing was staged is that in the photographs that were sent back, there are no stars in the sky. Surely that given the pictures contained the sky and the sky contained stars, it is inconceivable that no stars are visible in any of the moon landing pictures. This, at least, is the view of many people who do not understand cameras. As I myself do not particularly understand cameras, I shall leave it to Mike Constantine, director of moonpans.com, to explain. He has this to say on the subject, and to quote, "The question I get asked the most on social media when posting any Apollo mission photos is, why are there no stars? Some of the questions come from crazy moon landing deniers, but many are from genuine people who really want to know the answer. Stars are very dim. The lunar surface is very bright. All of the photos captured on the lunar surface were taken with the astronaut's chest-mounted camera at a shutter speed of 1/250th of a second. This is because the bright sunlight was hitting the lunar surface with no filtration by an atmosphere, reflecting off the light-colored terrain. Apollo hardware and astronaut suits, etc. Stars, on the other hand, are extremely dim and would require a shutter speed of anywhere between 10 and 30 seconds, so a mere 250th of a second means no stars would be captured." The quote ends. Although this is often cited as a problem relating to cameras of the time, in reality astronauts visiting the moon would largely suffer the same problems today. When the next batch of astronauts visit, I am sure this tired old argument will be dragged out again. I just think about if you take a photo, let's say you're out and it's a very starry night, and you take a photo of someone standing there with the new mega iPhone or whatever that somehow manages to take photos in barely any lighting at all and make them look great. And if you've got a person in the foreground, they're going to look bright. You know, they're going to be there. The background is just going to be dark because that's how photography works. The flag. Given that the moon doesn't have any atmosphere, you'd be unlikely to find any noticeable breeze on there, would you? Well, so, say conspiracy theorists, how exactly do you explain the fact that in the video of Neil Armstrong planting the flag, it's waving as if blown by the winds? There is wind in the Nevada desert, there is wind in the Hollywood Hills. This must mean that the moon landing was filmed in one of those locations. This particular argument is exceptionally easy to discount. According to NASA, the flag was waving simply because Armstrong was rotating the pole back and forth in order to secure it in the lunar surface. Now, people are going to say, of course NASA would say that, and isn't that convenient? Fortunately, we don't have to take NASA's word on this one. Stupid lying NASA. The 2 astronauts that first visited the moon, along with 10 others that would follow in their dusty footsteps, collected hundreds of samples of lunar soil and rocks. Many of these samples have been verified by non-NASA experts who have, assuming that it is not completely obvious, confirmed that the rocky surface of an untouched celestial body would not be the easiest place to install a pointy stick, and that it would have been necessary to put a little bit of effort in order to have the flag stand on its own. Had the moon been made of something more malleable, such as cheese, for example, this would have not been necessary and the flag would not have moved. Interestingly, out of the 6 American flags planted on the surface of the moon, only 3 are believed to still be standing. I wonder if the others were blown over. Though they weren't, there's no wind. They just fall over, probably because they weren't put in very well, and just degradation over time. I think there's also the belief that they're all just going to be white now because they're just being constantly blasted by sunlight for 50-something years. Just doing my maths there.
Smart.
I know that I briefly touched on the rocks brought back from the moon, but it is certainly worth looking at them in more detail, and they and their independent verification provide serious evidence in favor of the original lunar story being true. According to Encyclopedia Britannica and many other sources, 382 kilograms of lunar rocks were brought back to Earth by the 12 astronauts that walked on the surface. NASA says on their website, between 1969 and 1972, 6 Apollo missions brought back 382 kilograms, 842 pounds of lunar rocks, core samples, pebbles, sand, and dust from the lunar surface. The 6 space flights returned 2,200 samples from 6 different exploration sites on the moon. In addition, 3 automated Soviet spacecraft returned important samples totaling 300 grams, approximately 3/4 of a pound, from 3 other lunar sites. Now, if you believe NASA, that's all well and good. Those who are inclined to think that these samples were falsified in some way might be interested in this next bit. At the Lunar Sample Building in Johnson Space Center, nearly 400 samples of lunar rocks and soil are sent out to independent laboratories and educational establishments every year. Although you could put forward as a compelling argument that institutions such as MIT could possibly be bribed by NASA to provide the verification that they required, even the most hardened conspiracy theorist would have a tough time believing that the Soviet Union and more recently Russian scientists would go along with them. Exactly. And also, even if it was all American ones, it's like the amount of bribery and or whatever would be going on would eventually come out because there has to be 400 a year. It's an awful lot. Someone's going to squeal. It has been postulated by some that NASA actually obtained these samples with the use of lunar rovers and some other semi-autonomous equipment, but due to the huge amount of samples in their possession, this doesn't stand up at all. It took 3 automated Soviet missions to return 300 grams of samples to Earth. The constant stream of automated collectors that would have been necessary to obtain 382 kilograms would have been so prohibitively expensive that had the moon landing been a hoax, it would have been cheaper to actually go there. The deadly Van Allen belts. The next theory that we'll look at was put forward by German-American writer Bill Kaysing in a self-published book titled We Never Went to the Moon, America's $30 Billion Swindle. According to an incredibly informative channel called Today I Found Out, Kaysing claimed to be an expert in the field, but the only experience that he had in such matters was working briefly as a technical writer for Rocketdyne, the company that built the Saturn V rocket. I myself have written several scripts for mega projects. It's another channel I do in which I included the technical specifications of several aircraft, so by Kaysing's logic, I should sell my services as a fighter pilot expert. During his time of employment, he claims to have gained access to top-secret NASA documents outlining the probability of a successful lunar mission. According to this alleged document, the probability was almost 0. Why would a random technical writer at a subcontractor of NASA get access to this stuff? It's just silly. So, what did and something that would obviously be very top secret. So, what did this all-knowing expert write in his book? Among other things, this book claims that traveling to the moon was completely impossible because, in order to do so, astronauts would have to travel through the Van Allen belt. So, what exactly are these belts? Discovered by a group of American scientists working under the supervision of Dr. James Van Allen, these belts are made of charged radioactive particles, mostly the product of solar winds. The radiation they cause can be problematic to satellites that spend a lot of time moving through them, and so they require adequate shielding. But how dangerous are they to a group of astronauts passing through them in a spaceship? Well, according to many people who cite them as definitive proof that mankind never went to the moon, anybody passing through them would either be cooked, as in a microwave oven, or would die from radiation sickness shortly afterward. So, is this true? Well, kind of. A spacewalking astronaut who, for whatever reason, elected to spend a long time outside in one of the most radioactive areas within these belts would almost certainly suffer some serious effects. However, given that NASA was already aware of these dangers, they calculated a trajectory that would take them through the belts as quickly as possible while attempting to remain in areas of low radiation. According to an astrophysicist friend of mine, the radiation they experienced during the journey was actually less than what somebody would get working close to a nuclear reactor. So certainly not enough to cook someone from inside out in a matter of minutes. Whether or not any of the astronauts who passed through the belt suffered any long-term effects, though, is difficult to say. When asked if any of the astronauts had suffered long-term radiation effects, Piers Giggins, a European Space Agency engineer, said this: "That's hard to say because there's a lot of personal data that is protected. Some astronauts have reported seeing radiation, some kind of snow or flashes of light that they can even see when their eyes are closed. The effect is well reported. The more long-term effects are harder to quantify because if someone gets cancer, there's no definite way to say whether that has come before the radiation in space or through some other behavior." Yeah, it's hard to tell, but they have these radiation detectors. They know how much radiation they were exposed to, and it's not these extremely dangerous levels, like to cook someone like in a microwave oven. And it's just this, I hate it when it's like with these conspiracy theorists, and it's just like, well, this guy just wants to sell a book, doesn't he? He just wants to get people to buy his book, and I'm sure it worked, and I'm sure he made a lot of money off it, because money's a big motivator. In my opinion, that's what he's up to. So while traveling through the belt certainly isn't going to provide you with any health benefits, it would by no means prevent astronauts from traveling to and from the moon. Actual physical evidence. Apart from various flags, the various manned missions to the moon left behind a not inconsiderable amount of equipment. The first mission alone left behind part of the lunar landing module, the lunar rover, as well as lunar ranging reflectors. Those reflectors allow anybody in possession of a powerful enough laser to accurately measure the distance between the moon and the Earth at any given time. Additionally, whilst there exists no telescope powerful enough to view the other equipment on the moon, images from both NASA and the European Space Agency have confirmed their existence. Yeah, but NASA would say that, wouldn't they? The European Space Agency's in their pockets. It's like, I feel like Japan also sent up a craft that saw it, and it's not just these guys. We know it's up there. The stuff's up there. In order to prevent this video from becoming a monologue of me on the people who are wrong about stuff, let's take a slightly different angle and have a look at what some people have claimed the astronauts, spaceship, and NASA were actually doing when they were supposed to be landing on the moon. Honestly, Dave, I'm totally happy with this video being entirely us on people that believe in the moon landing conspiracy, because it's ridiculous. Given that thousands of people actually watched the Apollo 11 launch with their own eyes, very few conspiracy theorists have gone as far as to claim that this part of the mission did not actually happen. However, there have been a few interesting theories as to just what happened when the craft passed out of sight. One of the most frequently recurring versions of events states that once Apollo 11 made orbit, it simply stayed there, circling the planet until the staged video footage had been played, and then it returns the astronauts to the ground at the appropriate time. People who believe, and more troublingly spread this story, seem to forget that it was not only NASA monitoring the progress of the mission. Had Apollo 11 simply stayed in orbit, it would have been immediately detected by, among other people, the Soviets, who were very interested if NASA was faking it, because then they still had a crack at it, didn't they? Nevertheless, let's take this and run with it for a moment. Were NASA the only people able to receive the broadcast from Apollo 11, it certainly would have been possible to use pre-recorded audio conversations and simply combine them with the television broadcast. However, there is at least one verifiable story of an amateur radio enthusiast who, skeptical about NASA's claims regarding the moon landing and interested to see whether or not any broadcasts might come from the moon, and if they did, whether or not everything sent back would be broadcast, constructed his own antenna system and was able to receive a large amount of the ensuing radio traffic. Larry Basinger was able to get approximately 35 minutes of VHF transmissions between NASA and the Apollo 11 astronauts. People who discount Basinger's claims often state that if the radio signals were being broadcast by an orbiting Apollo 11, then the fact that he could receive them on his homemade equipment does not in any way prove that they were coming from the moon. Now, before I discovered alcohol, performing live music, or generally going outside and socializing, I spent a large amount of time during my early teenage years deeply involved with amateur radio. Yeah, I remember Dave mentioning this on another... Was it on this channel? Whatever. I think it was on Casual Criminalist. Dave was talking about his amateur radio, so I didn't really know anything about this. Before I get jumped on by radio nerds everywhere, I will point out the following information is extremely simplified. Whilst a brief explanation of antennas is necessary, a detailed thesis on the subject would be neither relevant nor interesting. There are, broadly speaking, two types of antenna. The first, the omnidirectional antenna, can receive signals from any direction and does not require much in the way of calibration besides tuning it to the correct wavelength or increments thereof. So is that like going to be a radio in the car or something? The second type of antenna, which is the type of antenna used to detect the transmissions from the moon, is usually simply referred to as a directional antenna. Although often more sensitive, these antennas need to be much more accurately calibrated. In order to receive a signal, they need to be pointed more or less exactly at the source of that signal. This was especially the case with Basinger's antenna. He told reporters that, quote, its beam or field of view was such that once pointed at the moon, it could be let go for a little while, but pretty soon it would have to be re-aimed because the motions of the Earth and the moon caused the moon to drift out of the antenna's field and the signal to be lost. In fact, this was one piece of evidence that the Apollo 11 signals the receiver picked up were indeed from the moon, end quote. Given that the point of this exercise had been to catch NASA out or detect secret messages, Basinger was particularly disappointed to report that absolutely everything was transmitted to the public on TV. Whilst things like this only prove that the Apollo 11 craft actually went to the moon, it does not prove that the broadcasts were not recorded in advance and simply played over the radio from an unmanned craft. Indeed, several people have... Yeah, but you're going so deep now. It's like someone comes up with a debunking thing and then someone comes up with a, yeah, but...
Yeah, but...
Indeed, several people have argued against this evidence by saying exactly that. However, when you start to add the evidence together, the likelihood of a hoax begins to decrease greatly. Although every argument against the moon landing that we've discussed so far can simply be discounted by applying technical or scientific evidence, there are, out there on the internet, versions of events which are so outlandish and ridiculous that you don't even need any technical expertise to legitimately write them off. Take, for example, the claims of one alleged former employee of a Vegas casino. His story has been removed from the site on which it was originally posted for reasons that will shortly become clear to almost everybody, but I was able to locate a copy. According to this individual, it was absolutely impossible for 3 astronauts on Apollo 11 to have traveled or landed on the moon simply because, at the time they were supposed to be in space, they were drinking and partying in his unnamed casino. Yes, right, of course they were, because if NASA is pretending to send people to the moon, they're just like, yeah, just go to Vegas for the weekend, no worries. No one will see you, no one will go easy, just go have a good time. He goes on to say that after immediately recognizing them, he took several photos to use as evidence. Unfortunately, and you're never going to believe this, upon leaving work that night, he was approached by a group of official-looking individuals who confiscated his camera and threatened him with swift and dire retribution should he ever mention the incident to anybody. Now, as I said, this story does not really even require debunking, but let's quickly do it anyway. Even if it turns out that the Apollo 11 mission was completely unmanned and made the journey to the moon and back simply to accurately transmit radio conversations and a pre-recorded video, there is absolutely no way at all that NASA would spend millions of pounds orchestrating what would probably be the most elaborate hoax in human history, only to allow the 3 individuals who were supposed to be on board to be seen in public. I imagine that if they were not on board Apollo 11, they would have been kept in some sort of communication-proof bunker for the duration of the mission. If anybody seriously believes this story, then I will be happy to argue it with them in the comment section. Of course, apart from those who deny that mankind has ever landed on the moon, there are those who are perfectly happy to accept what we did, but claim that NASA is hiding things from us. For example, the author of Extraterrestrial Archaeology. That sounds real. By David Hatcher Childress, a man whose name has become synonymous with bullshit, allegedly, claims that the moon is longer habited and that Mercury, Venus, Mars, and some of the moons of the outer planets show current or past signs of inhabitation. They don't. Stop trying to sell books, you knob. in my opinion. Being particularly reluctant to give any money to this charlatan, I did not actually purchase and read the book. Fortunately, this was not necessary. A quick search on YouTube provided me with a 53-minute video of him talking about the book and presenting his evidence as to exactly how we can prove the moon is inhabited. According to this video, available photographs clearly show huge vehicles moving around on the lunar surface and leaving tracks behind them. Clearly. Yeah, I bet it's clear. Just in case whoever edits this wants to include one of those pictures, I'm including a link and a timestamp. Yes, please do include it. It's absurd. Come on. Apparently, these vehicles, which resemble large rocks, are evidence of alien mining machines. No. What they're evidence of right now, in these photos, they're evidence of large rocks, because that's what they are. Childress goes on to suggest that although NASA has carried out extensive studies on these rolling rocks, even they are unable to explain them. Finding this to be unlikely, I've looked into it for approximately 1 minute and discovered that in fact this is not true. The so-called rolling rocks or advanced alien mining machines, depending on who you believe, can be explained fairly easily. The moon, contrary to popular belief, is not an entirely dead sphere of rock orbiting the Earth. The lunar surface is subject to moonquakes, and as a result of this, boulders on its surface do move around, resulting in marks being left behind, which according to Childress are clear evidence of tracked vehicles traveling across the moon. I'll leave it up to Simon and anybody else watching this to decide which version of events is most likely. We know! Yeah, it's aliens mining the moon for moon rocks. They've come all the way to the moon to get moon rocks. Yep, that's what happens. That's real. Short of taking every single conspiracy theorist to the moon and showing them the physical evidence, which probably still wouldn't be good enough for some of them, there is no 100% definitive way of proving that the official version of events is true. There will always be a few skeptics who hope that one day some leaked government document will show the whole thing to have been a hoax. But does it actually matter? So what if there are a few crazies out there who choose to disregard any evidence they might be shown? I mean, it's not hurting anybody, right? Yeah, I guess. It's like the vaccine thing. It's like, well, that is hurting people. That is obviously a damaging, dangerous conspiracy theory, which, David Wakefield? Wakefield, whatever that guy's name, the doctor who got struck off so he can't be a doctor anymore because he falsified that data or whatever, and came up, just spearheaded this anti-vaccine movement. That's incredibly dangerous, and he's caused or led or allegedly indirectly led to many deaths. So great job him. Moon conspiracies, who gives a... Well, interestingly, maybe. Oh, okay, Dave, then prove me wrong. Let's see. According to a study in 2018 carried out by Cambridge University, the largest ever cross-national study on conspiracy theories, people who believed that the moon landing was a hoax are much more likely to believe in far more dangerous right-wing rhetoric. A synopsis of the study claims that believers were found to be associated with a wide range of conspiratorial beliefs, with researchers uncovering that these groups are more likely to believe climate change is a hoax, vaccines are harmful, and that Illuminati-style groups rule the world. They also found that 33% of British and French people believe that their governments are obscuring the truth about immigration, and many also supported the theory known as the Great Replacement, which posits that Muslim immigration is part of a plan to make Muslims the global majority. Pretty wild. Like, I believe the government's hiding from us. Of course the government's hiding for us. They even say we're hiding from you. It's called top secret or classified.
Top secret.
And a black budget. They hide stuff from us. Are they hiding this ridiculous? No. Extremely unlikely. While you might think that this is obvious, that people who believe one thing are more inclined to believe other stupid things, yeah, the way the moon landing hoax is usually presented to the younger generation as definitive proof that government is always lying to you, coupled with the fact that we cannot as of yet 100% prove that we did land on the moon, means that it provides an excellent starting point for introducing world-altering lies such as the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccination causes autism. And therein lies the biggest problem. We as a species can no longer afford the luxury of assuming that common sense will eventually prevail. To quote the X-Files, the truth is out there. Sadly, given people's increasing propensity to believe whatever is written on Reddit by a random stranger, we really do have a genuine risk of that truth being forever buried. People like Hatcher Childress and his ilk are not only guilty of conning the gullible out of their, in some cases, hard-earned money, but potentially erasing history and replacing it with fiction. Well said, Dave. The last part is nothing but my opinion. However, I'd be interested to hear Simon's take on the matter. Simon's take is exactly the same as your take, Dave, and you just said it better than I ever could, so I'll just leave it with you today. Before I finish today, I'd like to quickly reiterate what I believe to be the strongest piece of evidence in favor of the argument that we did, in fact, put a man on the moon in 1969. The Soviets were watching everything. If there was even the slightest possibility that they could have exposed the USA as a group of lying space race cheaters, then, to my mind at least, they would have seized the opportunity and never, ever let go. Bang on, Dave, and that's where we end today's video. I thought it would be a long one because it's like the moon landing conspiracy. It's a big one, but it's so stupid that it's only a short video. Thanks for being here, everybody. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host, Simon. Welcome to the... Did I almost forget my name there for a second? There was just an unnecessary pause. I'm your host, Simon. I'm Ron Burgundy. This is an episode of Drunken Ghost Hunters number 2. This was David, one of the regular writers on this show. He pitched me this like a year ago, and I was like, okay, David, you want to just tell a story about you going on some like ghost tour? And I was like, David had done some really impressive work for me. So I was like, normally I'd decline this, David. But go on then. Have a bit of a laugh. I'll pay you to write up some personal experiences. And it did really well. So I was like, okay. A year has gone by and David has done it again. David was like, yeah, can we do it again? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, it did well. So go on then.
Go ahead, big guy.
The format of this show, if you're new here, never read this before, we're going to explore it together, maybe decode some of the unknown. David has chosen the smallest font ever. So, like, he did say there was some error exporting the PDF, and for some reason, like, and I looked at it, I was like, looks fine. And now I've got it on my iPad. I'm like, oh, it's so tiny. I'll just zoom in. G'day, lads and lasses, Bruces and Sheilas, dingoes and possum, boars and ghouls. Should I do that in Australian accent? G'day, lads and lasses, Bruces and Sheilas, dingoes and possums, boars and girls. God, my Australian accent's terrible. It sounds like half American, doesn't it?
Yep.
It's my utmost pleasure. Nearly 2 years since our last hugely successful and cultural resonant masterpiece. Is that... Oh god, now I'm sounding like South African. I'm just... Look, enough embarrassing myself. Let's just crack on in my normal voice. There's ongoing rumors on the internet since I started doing YouTube. Is that your real accent, Simon? I think you're an American just putting on a British accent to sound intelligent. It's like, no. No, not really. Although that would be a good thing, because for some reason people think that a British accent sounds smart. Americans, I mean, I think it's the only reason I'm successful, to be honest.
Oh, all right. That's very British.
It's my utmost pleasure. Nearly 2 years. Oh my god, I thought it was a year ago. Time flies since our last hugely successful and culturally resonant masterpiece deliver you to your outstretched and trembling arms one of the finest scientific works in human history, if not the greatest product of all human labors ever conceived and wrought into existence. I submit to you for the viewing and listening pleasure of your well-proportioned and aesthetically pleasing eyes and ears, the best video on YouTube ever, past, present, and future. I agree. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Forget that. What's the best video on YouTube ever? I mean, isn't the most viewed one's got to be some, like, crappy music video? It's like, what's that one that was super popular? Despacito? Despacito. I never heard that song. A friend of mine's from Puerto Rico, where those people are from, and he was like, you've never heard Despacito? And I'm like, I don't think so. And so he played it for me, and he's like, oh no, I have heard this, but like once, like in a shopping center or something. I managed to avoid popular music because I don't listen to the radio, because Spotify exists. And on Spotify, they've got really good. That Discover Weekly playlist is incredible. It's just like, here's music you'll probably like. And I'm like, oh my god, you know me, Spotify. You know me.
You know me, inside and out.
And that's how I just discover music these days. Today we shall uncover the truth about whether ghosts actually exist on a plane of existence beyond our own. They don't. Episode over. Or any plane whatsoever. Whether flying first class or coach. The answer may surprise you. It may shock you, unless of course you thought ghosts don't exist. What an unbelievably stupid question, in which case the answer won't surprise you at all. Spoiler alert! If you haven't already, be sure to check out the first episode of Drunken Ghost Hunters, which takes place at the Sydney Quarantine Station. This time it's a haunted cabin in the Hunter Valley. Meanwhile, here's roughly how our investigations will work. Step 1. Get drunk, then go to the site of an alleged paranormal activity. The purpose of the aforestated alcoholic abulations is to antagonize the apparitions for reasons unknown to most ghost theorists, mostly because they're peddling Ghosts react to the presence of humans, is mostly hand-waved as ghosts and humans somehow detecting each other on the electromagnetic spectrum. I love it when they're always like, yeah, it's electromagnetic. It's like, you don't know what the electromagnetic spectrum is, do you, friend? The ghosts, for some reason, run primarily on emotions and unfinished business. We hope to exploit those emotions and to affront and insult the ghosts. The purpose of the alcohol is to behave like arseholes in the hopes of eliciting the most virulent and robust metaphysical response. If the ghost's drowned in a bathtub, we will pee in the bathtub. If the ghost was murdered by his wife's lover, we will laugh, jeer, and call him a cuck. I'm watching this new Arnold Schwarzenegger show on Netflix. There's this moment when he's like, my entire no, how's Arnold Schwarzenegger speak? He's Austrian. Oh, I'm not going to try, but he's like, my entire family's being and the guy's like, I don't think you know what that means. It's amazing. If the ghost was murdered by a former business partner, we'll read out estimates of how much the killer made after the victim's death, in all hopes of summoning the most extreme paranormal responses: bleeding walls, rattling floorboards, puking little girls possessed by demons, or the terrifying booming cry of Zul from the refrigerator while some eggs boil on the countertop. Step 2, possibly vomit, moan, overdose on water, lie in agony for 6 hours until the pain passes and you're just pathetically tired. So true. Like, I don't know, like when I was a kid and you'd go out and you'd have like a bit of a binge or whatever, and you come back and you'd be like, hey, the next day I feel fine. Boom, turn 30 and it's like the same thing happens and it's like, I'm not right until like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, like basically on the dot. And it's like, I know that until 3 I'm just going to feel like shit. And you're just like, oh, For me, it's not so much headaches, but it's like that gut rot. Like where you're like, oh, I just feel sick. I just feel like I'm going to be sick. I'm never drinking again. And then 3 o'clock rolls around and you're like, boom, feeling good. Let's have a big meal and possibly a beer. Order greasy takeout. Question one's life's decisions. Vow to never behave so badly again, then immediately forget the hangover vow after a good night's sleep. Exactly, David. Step 3, head back to the haunted site during the daytime, dried out and sober as a judge to quote-unquote science the out of all the phenomena you observed in step 1. Anything you observed previously has to be rationally and plausibly explained to the utmost extent that your intellect, the scientific method, and the laboratory equipment that was definitely not provided to you off the books by a former university colleague will allow. That sounds like some Breaking Bad, you know, where he's stealing all those things from the school laboratory. Step 4, get faced again with your collaborators and write this unutterably idiotic but amusing script. Step 5, wake up the next morning, again full of regret, and censor the more lascivious parts of the script before sending it off. For those sentences that are borderline, just say it and see what happens. It's the internet, what could possibly go wrong? And that is the foolproof methodology of drunken ghost hunters, TM. We've actually copywritten / patented this format in multiple countries, so Hollywood, we look forward to your generous monetary offers. You trashy, blood-sucking, lowest common denominator reality show peddling pieces of That's a good way to get a job. The dramatis personae. Hi, my name's David. I have a PhD and other similarly overpriced wall decorations. For 15 years, I've studied long-term patterns in human history, including publishing. Oh, David, this totally reminds me. Okay, this is where we're doing it. Hold on. In fact, this actually works much better than just a plug at the beginning because it's what we call organic. David has written a book. His giant brain, his PhD, and his wall decorations has written a book called The Shortest History of the World by David Baker with a foreword by John Green.
Wow. Yeah.
Who is one of the best-selling authors of all time, I'm pretty sure. He wrote that book. The Fault in Our Stars. A Fault in Our Stars? The Fault in Our Stars? I've not read it because I think it's for teenagers. Is it for teenagers? I'm not sure, but it's obviously very popular, and he wrote the foreword today. You know he's writing the foreword for David's next book. It's me!
Wow!
I don't know when that book's coming out, but get excited about that. And it's like, I didn't have any big shoes to fill after John Green wrote the first one. But David has written a book, The Shortest History of the World. I have read it. It's fantastic. Fascinating journey through life, the universe, and everything. It's not a long book, and somehow it covers everything. Genuinely, I love these sorts of books. Like, my first exposure to books like this was, have you guys read Bill Bryson, The Shortest History of... No, that's David's book. Bill Bryson wrote a big science book back in the day, and I read that as a teenager and loved the shit out of it. And since then, I've loved these sort of popular non-fiction books. And that's what David has written, The Shortest History of the World. I'm sure it's available wherever you buy books, which is probably Amazon. Barnes & Noble, I don't know, Waterstones, if you're in the UK. Pick it up. It's fantastic. That's what we call an organic plug. It's less professional, and I'm sure there's lots of stuff that I could say about this. How did time begin? What conditions led to humans evolving on it? Look, it's a good book. Just go and buy it, all right? Period. And then when David's next book comes out with a foreword written by me, buy that as well, okay? I have considerable expertise in evolutionary biology, and I've worked with a Harvard physicist for over a decade on the complex dynamics of baryonic matter in the universe. David, you're such... I don't even know what that means. Why is baryonic matter, David? Why didn't you explain it in the book, David? Then I would know. I published 2 trade books on natural and human history, 3 other books no one will read, and about 24 academic articles that roughly 10 people have read, 5 people understood, and 2 people actually liked. I'm the first of your overqualified ghost hunters for today. Most of you will know me from writing excessively detailed true crime for the casual criminalist. Yes, David. You delivered me one the other day. It was like 50-something pages long, and I was like, okay, I'm going to be... It literally took me an entire day. I had to carve out an entire day to record that. And it was a very enjoyable day, but it was very long. Sorry, we're going to get on with this. We're on page 2. Let's go. I'm joined by Alexandra. She would like to thank you for all the sexual propositions made in the comments of the last episode. Oh my god, the internet. Stop it. But she thinks, quote, anonymous internet dick is overrated and prefers, quote, a long-term monogamous partner with an in-depth knowledge of my sexual fetishes. Again, her words, not mine. Oh my god, Alexandra, you are asking people to go off in the comments and make weird comments again. Oh no. She also has a PhD, recently snatched from the grips of the post-secondary institution we both worked at. Congratulations, Alex. And she immediately quit academia to run a small but lucrative company that deals in wildlife management and rural pest eradication. Okay. Alex is a specialist in ecology, evolutionary theory, and human psychology. She's a 5'11" spearfisher, hunter, and has more than once coldly shot a kangaroo in the face. All kangaroo meat sold in Australia is shot in the wild due to their impact on local farmers. I would love to go to Australia. Like, I've never been, and it really appeals, but it's really far away. It's like you've got to be on a plane for like 24 hours. And it's like, it's been a long time since I've taken a holiday that's longer than a week. And then it's like, okay, well, it's 24 hours on a plane, and then 24 hours back. That's a really long ass time. But I don't know. I'd love to like go eat some kangaroo and throw a shrimp on the barbie. Maybe have some Fosters, which I know you don't actually drink. It's just a joke. Also, Alex is really tall. She's as tall as me. I'm a little over 5'11", I'll have you know. I heard a thing the other day that no one's ever 5'11". Everyone's always like 6 foot. So maybe I'm just going to be like, yeah, I'm 6 foot. With my shoes on. Alex has given me permission to say that she is queen of the bogans, complete with anger issues, and she would rather punch a ghost or demon in the mouth or run it over with her ute than to flee, cower in the corner, or piss in her pantaloons. I looked up what a ute was. It's some sort of pickup truck, right? I remember looking this up on the previous episode. Oh, or like a previous episode. I'm going to look it up again because I'm not sure if it is a pickup truck. It's a utility vehicle, a pickup. Boom. But wait, there's more. Today's cast doesn't stop there. Last time, Alex and I joined a ghost tour, which gave us a multitude of test subjects to mine for reactions. This time, we were headed for a haunted cabin at a single location, so we felt the need to capture the perspective of witnesses who had no particular scientific training and had ambiguous attitudes towards ghosts and wildlife. I feel like, have you guys seen that show? Is it Carl Pinkerton? He's a British guy who does a lot of work with Ricky Gervais. And the show, I've only seen a couple of episodes, but it's like they just send him to random countries. He's like the most, what was the word David used here? It just reminded me of him. Ambiguous. He's like, yeah, okay, I'll go there. Sure, why not? And then he does stuff and he's like, yeah, it's fine. This reminds me of this. Enter Jess, a 26-year-old female primary school teacher from the eastern suburbs of Sydney who has known Alex since early childhood. Prior to the ghost hunt, a distinction which is significant, she claimed that she believed in ghosts and supernatural occurrences and asserted that she was agnostic. I mean, I would say, I used to describe myself as an atheist, but I think I'm agnostic. I think that's where I describe myself. But that certainly doesn't mean I believe in ghosts and it just means I think my attitude towards atheism was just that it sounds a bit arrogant. It's like, okay, you really think that you're big brain enough to think that there couldn't possibly be anything bigger than you that you don't understand. And I'm like, that would be like the gorillas in the zoo being, or like not the gorillas in the zoo, but like the gorillas in a zoo who have been born in the zoo and are unaware of like the world at large, right? Then I feel like that's what atheists are like. They're like, yeah, there couldn't be, you know, the four walls of this enclosure. That's it. That's all we know. And I'm like, you're certain about that? You're like 100% sure? And I'm like, there's no evidence for God, in my opinion. There's no evidence for a higher power, but I'm not discounting the idea that it could be possible. And that's why I generally describe myself as an agnostic. It doesn't mean that I'm open to the idea of religion. I think religion is fucking stupid. But the idea of like a higher power, I don't think is stupid. I don't think there's any proof of it, but I think it would be arrogant to say that it's impossible. Fascinating tangent, Simon. Thanks for explaining your thoughts on atheism and agnosticism. We were all looking for that. Oh my god, we're going to be here all day. Regarding the existence of the afterlife and the truth of mainstream world religion, she's definitely said, quote, just don't know, but I believe there is something out there. I don't necessarily, see, that's not my agnosticism. I don't believe there is something out there. I'm just like, I won't say it's... Oh, no one cares, Simon. Let's just move on. She also expressed a vague belief in the reliability of horoscopes. Whoa, no.
Whoa. Hang on, guys.
No. Fun fact, horoscopes can be broadly likened to racism, okay? Because you're essentially prejudging a person's behavior and character based on how they were born. Okay, David, it's a bit much. Jess is a lovely woman, total wifey material with proclivity for sundresses and Hallmark movies on Netflix, who will pose as one of our test subjects on this auspicious occasion. I'd really struggle with someone who was into horoscopes. I'd be like, yeah, but you know it's silly, right? And they'd be like, oh, I don't know, I think there could be some truth to that. I'd be like, no! I don't think I can handle that well. I'm just trying to think if I've ever had a girlfriend who's... I don't think I've ever who's been into this, because I'd just be like, no. The other test subject is Ryan. He's a 21-year-old bartender at a wine bar and pizzeria around the corner from where I used to live. We were lining up the whole ghost venture there one night, and I offered him a spot in the car. When asked about whether he believed in ghosts or not, he replied, and quote, who gives a Ryan, man, my type of guy, like, exactly. That's the right answer. It's like, I don't care. That about sums it up. Ryan is currently attending Tafey, New South Wales Vocational College in the hopes of becoming, quote, something easy that earns me a ton of money so I can impress the bitches. My man, Ryan! My man! You should get into YouTube, Ryan. He does not like Hallmark movies and prefers fishing and cheering for the Sydney Swans, an Aussie rules football club, the logo of which he has tattooed on his right leg. We here at the Whistler Philanthropic Foundation for Humanity felt that this selection of test subjects was a good cross-section of typical Australian beliefs and personalities, and at any rate, it, these were the people who agreed to come. We only had room for 4 people in the car. Expertly chosen equipment. On the Friday morning of our weekend stay in a haunted cabin, this is such an adventure. David's like, yeah, well, I've got my academic mate. We're going to go with her best friend and the dude from the pizza restaurant. I'm in. I wish I was there. On a Friday... I'd go to Australia for this. On the Friday morning of our weekend stay in a haunted cabin, we loaded up the trunk of the car with all our essential supplies. Got a little tear in my eye from how much I'm enjoying this. This time we'd procured our own EMF reader, meter, a device used to detect abnormalities in electromagnetic fields. If a disturbance is picked up, the green light on the EMF reader turns red, thus signaling the possible presence of a ghost. In order to experiment with the EMF meter, we also brought along a few things that are known to disrupt electromagnetic fields: a TV remote, an electric generator, our mobile phones, and a pink vibrating dildo. Okay. The problem with EMF meters is that 1,000,000,005 things can disrupt an electromagnetic field other than the presence of some spooky boys. We'd also acquired a spirit box or ghost box from Amazon. What the is that? A ludicrously disproportionate expense. How much is a spirit box? Oh my god. Wait, this is not even real. I wish that I had a show which was the opposite of this, where it was like, yeah, drunken ghost hunters, and we found the ghosts. And if you'd like to find them too, please visit my shop, ghosthuntingequipment.com. That's probably a website, isn't it? I couldn't get that one. It'd be like ghosthuntingequipment.net, because I couldn't get the .com, where we'd sell ghost hunting equipment. And it'd be like just a giant grift of we make in the basement, and then just sell. I like that. A spirit box turns on, filling the room with static noise as it rapidly flicks through FM and AM radio frequencies. A staple of ghost hunting shows, the snake oil salesman who hosts the show will stand in a dark room and ask the ghosts a series of intrusive questions. Apparently, the ghost can hear these questions on a different plane of existence and understand them perfectly. The ghost will then reply. The spirit box will inevitably pick up an EVP or electronic voice phenomenon, which is either some burble of static noise that excitable ghost hunters will interpret as any set of words which make sense in the context, or which the hosts of the ghost hunting shows will fabricate entirely in post-production. Our spirit box was also capable of recording the static and potential EVPs, so we could waste a couple of hours of our precious lives listening back to garbled noise over and over again. David, I hope I don't get an expense bill for this. Hi Simon, I went out and I needed the spirit box.
If you give me $5, I'll be more than happy to do your toenails for you.
$700. Don't worry, they're Australian dollars, so it's not as expensive as you think. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. Rounding out our technological equipment, we brought along an infrared camera to capture any spooky boys in flagrant delicto. Oh, God. What does in flagrant delicto, what does that mean? Am I going to have to look that up? In the very act of wrongdoing, okay. Especially an act of sexual misconduct. I felt like it was sexual, but I didn't want to say so. A heavy-duty thermometer to detect slight and rapid changes in room temperature, a couple of simple motion sensors, and a run-of-the-mill Geiger counter to detect ghostly spikes in radiation should the EMF meter get distracted by the dildo. We also brought a Ouija board, because apparently Hasbro and Parker Brothers either like selling useless products to credulous idiots, or because they're secretly a pack of necromancers. I'm gonna guess that it's not the necromancy thing, and it's got to do with money, because they're giant corporations, and if there's one thing giant corporations love, it's money! We also brought a copy of the Simon Necromonicon, an alleged Book of the Dead published in 1977 by the trendy Satanist Peter Lavander under the pseudonym Simon. Why would you choose that pseudonym? Which is a respectable name, but as far as pseudonyms go, you'd think it'd be a bit more creative. Yeah, couldn't you go with like a cool pseudonym like Demon Hunter Bossman or something? We figured we'd read out a few of the Sumerian gibberish incantations in the Necromonicon on the off chance that it would summon a demon or the devil himself. Holy shit. However, we couldn't be fucked staging the rituals and sacrifices the stupid book says it requires. Why are you sacrificing? So, we couldn't take the fifth. We couldn't take anyone in the fifth seat in the car because that's where we've got the sacrificial goat. He's got the middle seat. He smells. Goats smell terrible. Just the male goats. The female goats smell fine. I went to this brewery. It's called Kozel Brewery, which literally means male goat brewery. And their mascot is this male goat, and he stinks. You just like wander around. It's like, what's that smell? Oh, yeah, that's the one male goat. And he just stinks up the whole place. Goats stink. And now when I eat goat's cheese, I'm just reminded of this stinky goat. In addition to all of that, we brought one bottle of Maker's Mark whiskey. Ooh, I like that. Maker's Mark whiskey is, generally, it's not my favorite whiskey to drink neat. But when I have an old fashioned, which is a cocktail I got into because of Mad Men, I think everyone got into that. I've just stuck with it because it's incredible. I usually make that with Maker's Mark. A bottle of Southern Comfort. Less of a fan of Southern Comfort. It's a bit too sweet for me. A bottle of Bundaberg rum. Never heard of that. Bottle of Smirnoff vodka. Maker's Mark and Smirnoff vodka. What, did you go to the, well, not top shelf for the Maker's Mark, but like medium high? And then for Smirnoff, you were like, yeah, we get the cheapest vodka. And 2 6-packs of Newtoner beer. A 6-pack of some IPA pineapple and passion fruit tropical flavored beer that tasted like the Kool-Aid mascot jizzed in it. A litre of Coke, the soft drink, not the nose candy. A litre of lemon lime bitters. A litre of ginger beer. A jug of tomato juice, Tabasco, and Worcester sauce to make Bloody Marys appropriate given the context. A pack of plastic cups. A small cardboard box containing 6 shot glasses. There are 4 of you. You guys are going to get f***ed up. Additionally, we bought 24 bottles of water, several bags of potato chips, a variety of chocolates, and a bag of Maltesers, 8 cans of chicken soup, a bag of dried pasta, and a couple of jars of tomato sauce, a jar of pickles, all to make makeshift hangover remedies. Unfortunately, we could not purchase frozen chicken wings or pizza or the like because it would have defrosted in the trunk of the car during our journey. We did, however, resolve to pick up more substantial sustenance for our regular meals once we got to our location. One notable thing was absent from our supplies. We neglected to purchase any wine because we were headed to the Hunter Valley for 3 blissful days of Australian wine country. Okay, David, you're going on a proper trip. I'll look at my next invoice and even be like, script, X number of dollars. Expenses, XXX number of dollars. David! No, I'm just kidding. David does, even like reasonable stuff. David was writing to someone in prison and you're like, there's this, what's it called? It's called JPay, I think. And he's like, yeah, I'm using JPay to like email with like Gary Ridgway or someone. I'm like, holy and I'm like, just let me know how much it costs and I'll cover it. And he's like, no, it's all good. So I don't expect, David's very nice about this stuff. I'm like, okay.
Wow. Wow.
Once we arrived, we planned to stop off at a couple of vineyards to pick up a few bottles of wine to top off our otherwise meager alcohol supply. Just kidding. The amount we brought was already enough to get completely sane, but we did plan to pick up 2 cases of wine regardless. It's not like you need to drink it all. Welcome to the Ghost Hunter Valley. The Hunter Valley is a sublimely picturesque region in New South Wales, a few hours drive northwest of Sydney. It centres, somewhat predictably, around the Hunter River, with roughly 2.5 million tourists, quite understandably, rocking up to the Hunter Valley per year. You could scarcely imagine a more quintessentially Australian part of the world. Vast swaths of land carpeted with gum trees, the otherworldly wildlife of the Great Dividing Range, including kangaroos and wallabies, snakes and spiders, outsiders. There are wide open skies, painted a light subtropical blue, and amid all that, some tiny country towns stuffed with friendly, happy-go-lucky people with cracky dingo accents. Think of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Shire, except with a bunch of hiding in the bushes that can kill you. Yeah, it's not a great reference for me there, David. I'm not really sure what The Shire is. It's where all those characters live, like Legolas and right? On their horses, with bows and arrows, maybe. And, like, there's some dwarves. Perhaps less quintessentially Australian, the area is festooned with around 50 European-looking vineyards and large modern buildings that host weddings and bougie wine tours. The landscape is also dotted at intervals with hordes of pretentious aspirational arseholes taking pictures for Instagram to show the world how wonderful their lives always are before heading home to their extortionately high Sydney mortgage payments, traffic jams, office jobs, antidepressants, and Saturday afternoon white wine pass-outs on the couch. Savage. In 1797, less than a decade after the British first established a penal colony at Botany Bay, an officer in the Royal Navy, John Shortland, was sailing up the coast in pursuit of some escaped convicts who had preferred the dangers of the bush to serving out their sentence. I don't know. If I was, like, sent off to Australia, well, obviously back in the day, they don't do that nowadays because Australia is not a colony anymore. Thanks for explaining that, Simon. We were all unsure. I'd be like, no, I'm going to stay in the penal colony, thanks. Because Australia's dangerous. There's all sorts of dangerous out there just waiting to kill you. Who is that dude? The Australian guy, obviously. What the was his name? He's super famous. Steve Irwin! And he's like swimming out there and he just gets killed. And I'm like, if that guy gets killed, Steve Irwin, the guy who knows how to handle like every like dangerous nature thing ever, if that guy gets killed, I don't stand a chance. At the place where the city of Newcastle is today, Shortland discovered the mouth of a river which he named after the governor of New South Wales, John Hunter. This river became a vital artery for trade ships travelling from the interior. They carried timber and newly mined coal back to Sydney. In 1820, a man named John Howe led a team to carve out an overland route through the subtropical rainforest, the lower Hunter Valley, where we would be staying. This region, with its temperate climate, fertile soil bequeathed by ancient extinct volcanoes, became quickly recognised as the ideal place for growing wine. Shortly after the British arrived in Sydney, they had tried to grow wine there, but the climate proved too damp and humid, and the results were fairly poor. The Hunter Valley, situated a short boat ride north of Sydney, was developed as an alternative, forming a monopoly on the wine supply for the city's burgeoning population. Wine production in the Hunter Valley exploded as a result. Sydney's authorities, meanwhile, encouraged the uptake of wine drinking as an alternative to high-alcohol-content spirits like gin or whiskey. It was thought that former convicts and common people would be less prone to violence and degeneracy if they tippled a bit of wine rather than knocking back the hard stuff. I mean, yeah, fair play to them. Wine does feel a lot more civilized than just like getting faced on gin, doesn't it? Although gin's become quite classy in recent years because there's all these fancy gin cocktails and like gin bars and stuff. Like, now that's a thing. And you go there and there's like extremely expensive tonics and gins that somehow cost more than fancy whiskeys. And you're like, maybe there's something to gin, but I'm always like, well, we're putting in a cocktail. How much of it do you really taste? It's like, if I've got fancy... It's like me. Like, Maker's Mark is what I have in my old fashions because there's no point using, like, Lafroig? Lafroig? Lafroig?
Blah, blah, blah.
How do you pronounce that? It's like one of my favorites, but now I'm forgetting. I think I pronounced it Lafroig forever. And then I heard someone pronounce it Lafroag. And I'm like, surely that can't be right. It's Lafroig, right? It doesn't matter. Look, I wouldn't put that in there because I'm like, well, it's getting mixed around with the bitters and the sugar and the ice and the orange. And you're like, well, why not just use something less expensive? To a certain extent, that made sense when you bear in mind that the earliest days of wine production, the beverage was more watered down and did not have as high alcohol content as the stuff that followed later at a devilish 12, 13, or 14% per 750 milliliters. That stuff followed later in the century as alcohol consumption and brain bludgeoning became the object in itself rather than being an alternative to drinking fresh water, which might contain a tasty dollop of cholera. To facilitate the growing wine economy, a number of trading posts and towns sprang up in the Hunter Valley, stretching across the river as the main artery of commerce, but the river was overtaken in the mid-19th century with the construction of the Great Northern Railway, which over the subsequent decades slowly reduced many places to literal ghost towns that are still creepy to walk around at night today. Prior to the arrival of the Pommy Bastards, the Hunter Valley was inhabited by numerous Aboriginal people. They arrived in the northern tip of Australia approximately 60,000 years ago, having migrated within just a few thousand years from Africa through India and down a series of land bridges that existed off the Malay Peninsula. After arriving in Australia, the Aboriginals gradually migrated down the continent until they arrived in New South Wales approximately 40,000 years ago. At the time of British first contact, the Hunter Valley and its surroundings were populated by the Wonnarua, the Awabakal Darkinung and Warimai peoples, totaling an estimated 2,000 to 3,000 hunter-gatherers. However, in an age before germ theory even existed, British settlers brought with them a variety of Eurasian diseases like smallpox, for which the Aboriginals had no natural immunity. Disease reduced the native population by approximately 70%. An additional 10% may have died from starvation as a result of hunting territory being transformed into farmland, and an estimated 2.5% may have died in violent clashes with the British settlers. Most of this horrific wave of death happened in the small space of time between 1797 and 1850. By the end of the 19th century, only a few hundred Aboriginals were left. The Darkinung people were entirely wiped out. Colonialism. Holy shit. According to some legends, the aggrieved spirits of the Aboriginals who departed the mortal realm in agony still roam the Hunter Valley to this day. This is mildly refreshing from most Australian ghost legends, where eons of occupation by Aboriginals, which should have produced thousands of ghosts, are completely ignored for the hauntings of a few Europeans who rocked up there in the past few generations and died of syphilis, a hangnail, a telltale heart, a raven that says forevermore, or whatever the Yeah, it's like a hangnail. That's like an ingrowing fingernail or something, right? And it's that shit can get infected and then you die. That's one of the only times I've had to take antibiotics, because like one of my toes got so bad, like it just started ingrowing one time. It was so painful. It got so nasty. I went to the doctor and he was like, oh boy, you need some antibiotics pronto. So they just gave me the antibiotics and it went away in a few days. And I'm like, oh my God, like a few years ago, that could have just like, they'd have to chop my toe off or something. And then I'll probably die from infection. It's like, God damn. I mean, it'd probably have been fine. But it was really nice to have those antibiotics because it just like, it was so painful. I was like walking around, hobbling around with this horrible toe. And then it was like just literally 2 days later, and it's like, boom, gone. Medicine's incredible. Speaking of which, the Hunter Valley is replete with ghost stories about bushrangers, the escaped convicts who took a chance on life in the wilderness only to die of starvation, be murdered by other convicts, die in fights with local tribes, or at the fangs of a poisonous snake or spider, the venom of which has no known antidote. Yeah, this is why I would stay in the prison camp. I'll be like, no, I'm happy. I'll sit in the barracks. I'll chop the wood or whatever the you want me to do. Just don't make me live with the spiders. There's also stories of coal miners who died in collapses, abusive landlords who were murdered by their angry tenants, travelers who fell afoul of bandits, farmers who died in house fires, hospital patients who died of dysentery, children who perished in tragic accidents, and shell-shocked soldiers who returned from the First World War only to themselves. So David's like, should we bleep this out? And I'm like, I think themselves is okay, especially on kind of like say it lazy like that. But YouTube censorship is fairly heavy these days. It was into this cauldron of swirling fantasisms and ectoplasm that we find that we four plucky ghost hunters were diving. We were headed to a country cabin about an hour northwest of Newcastle. Note, an Australian country cabin is more like a cozy holiday cottage rather than a squat, dirty Unabomber affair. Yeah, that's what oh, okay. Maybe cabin in America is more like a literal cabin. It lay at the ends of a gravel road surrounded by green fields, and beyond them hills covered with an endless dark canopy of towering eucalyptus trees. Inhabiting this cabin were reputedly 6 powerful spirits, 2 twin girls, the burnt man, the hunter, the convict, and the old soldier. And allegedly, in the very fields in which the cabin was situated were witnessed 2 centuries ago to the slaughter of a large group of Aboriginal warriors by a British militia in retaliation for an attack on a local farm. Was this all in the Airbnb listed, David? It's like, yeah. I'd like a pool, beachfront, haunted. You know, when you check those options on Airbnb. One thing that really troubles me on Airbnb, they don't have an option for like children's equipment. Like, so when I travel, it's like, yeah, I want if there's some toys for the kids, or even better yet, like a swing and in the garden. That's amazing. But they never have this option on Airbnb. So you have to like look through the photos, and it's insane. So always I'm like, yeah, children's cot, high chair, and then hope. And then or just sift through hundreds of photos looking for stuff that's children appropriate. Airbnb, put that option on there.
Yeah.
Why is that not on there? Surely everyone with young children who's traveling is like, yeah, I need some for the kids to do because I don't want to travel with a swing. It was here in the middle of nowhere on this cursed and bloodied soil that we intended to spend the next 3 nights. Okay, so you're more than... for some reason, I was like, yeah, they're just going there for like 1 night and taking all this booze, but it's like, no, it's a bit longer. The cabin itself is managed by a woman named Fiona. She is the manager of several holiday rental properties in the region, along with running a charming bed and breakfast out of her own place. Interestingly, the cabin in which we stayed was billed in 2 separate online tourism profiles, either as a place of extreme paranormal activity for those interested in such things, or alternatively, as a place of tranquil relaxation nearby several high-class wineries with no mentions of ghosts in the second profile, and where reviews didn't report any overnight distress. I suppose with the pool of wingnuts and mystics being small, one has to diversify one's marketing tactic. On Friday afternoon, while we made our way there, we stopped off at a couple of wineries in the Pacobin region and picked up a case of cheap Hunter Valley Semillon, a full-bodied dry white wine that, given the 6 bottles cost us next to nothing, could be forgiven for tasting vaguely of vinegar and turpentine. We pooled our money to purchase a top-tier bottle of Shiraz, one of the region's specialties, for roughly 400 Australian dollars, or $100 apiece. Jesus Christ, that's a proper bottle of wine right there. We figured we'd drink it on the final night to celebrate a successful ghost hunt. That is until Alex wisely pointed out that we might get so up on the first night that we'd impulsively decide to drink it at such a point of late-night inebriation that we could not properly taste it or barely remember it the following morning. Unless, of course, any of us were forced to enjoy it a second time amid our morning regurgitation. Oh, God. As such, Alex, Jess, Ryan, and I all agreed that the absurdly priced bottle of lovingly rotted grape juice would be our first port of call shortly after we arrived at the haunted cabin. Yes, drink it first. Because on the last day, we'd be like, oh, we gotta drink that super expensive wine. I don't want to. I just never want to drink again.
I can't be drunk because it's just one glass. I'm not even done.
I bet it's good though. $400 bottle of wine. That's a nice ass bottle of wine. 6 residents, 4 guests. Although I do feel there's a point with wine where I just don't appreciate it. It's like, it gets over a certain price point and I'm like, bro, I don't know. Like, it's nice. I'm just not that expert. 6 residents, 4 guests. The House of the Six is a fully restored and renovated colonial Regency homestead built in the 1830s with a characteristic metal-hipped roof and ornate veranda out front. As mentioned, it's not so much a cabin as it is a cozy little cottage where one could pass a relaxing weekend in the countryside, or at least you could say that, if it wasn't for all of the spooky ghosts, which definitely exist. I'm sure. Fiona, a cheerful suntan woman in her mid-60s. She is from Australia. Isn't everyone in Australia suntanned? It's like super hot all the time. If I was there, I'd still be like pasty white because I'd be like going outside for 2 minutes, slap on that factor 50. She very kindly met us at the property to hand over the keys. And as appears to be customary with the normal paranormal loving guests, a brief tour of the grounds. For the next 20 minutes, we walked around the property while she gave a history of the place and the local spirits, along with some anecdotes of people's frightening encounters with them. This is what we, in the ghost hunting game, call front loading. It's where you plant the seed in someone's brain about the presence of specters in order to increase the chance they'll interpret some innocuous bump in the night as something more sinister. If you're on a business trip in Oklahoma and stayed at a Holiday Inn identical to pretty much every other Holiday Inn around the world, you'd think nothing of it. You'd order some room service, watch some crap TV, and go to bed. But if someone happened to mention in conversation at the hotel bar that this particular Holiday Inn was built on top of an Indian burial ground, no matter how rational a human being you were, there would come a point in the evening, perhaps just before slumber, where your mind would flicker briefly toward the possibility that this place, where you're about to be unconscious and at your most vulnerable, might have some bad juju in its foundations. I'd be like, no, look, like, I'm the most logical person, apparently, because I'd be like, oh, please, I'm just going to go watch some, television and go to sleep. You'd then shrug it off and go to sleep. Exactly! You'd go to sleep. In our case, Fiona's front loading didn't have much of an effect on Alex or myself. We knew exactly what was going on and shot each other a wry smile, which Fiona did not detect. Jess took the situation a little more seriously and peppered Fiona with a few questions out of a mixture of anxiety and mere politeness. Ryan maintained a sullen, bored silence throughout the tour, clearly eager to kick back on the veranda and start drinking. Ryan, my man!
My man!
I'd give Brian a sideways glance and be like, bro, when we getting those beers, man? Come on, let's go. Oh, they're getting warm! Let's go! We were told that the cabin itself was originally built for farm laborers on a recently cleared patch of subtropical rainforest. Merely years before, allegedly, the forest had been stained with blood, as a group of Aboriginal warriors, the precise name of the tribe was not mentioned, were cut down in a hail of bullets by British militia after a few of them had raided a local farm, stolen some livestock, and run a settler through with a spear. But later, researching the history of the region, we could find no evidence of such an event taking place. Retaliatory raids of this sort did happen across Australia, but they were reported to the British authorities, who kept records. There were strict rules of conduct about what one could do on such raids, and any disproportionate or unnecessary violence or targeting of women and children would be punished as criminal offences. And therefore, they never happened. Long live the Empire! Please. However, it is generally accepted that where there were retaliatory attacks on Aboriginals, they were never reported to the British authorities, perhaps because the level of force was questionable. What? Well, I never. But we could find no record of the precipitating event. A local farmer getting run through with a spear and his livestock would have almost certainly been recorded somewhere. So while the idea that the land was cursed from the start seemed like a good explanatory factor for why the place continued to build up paranormal energies, it appears that the whole thing is a bit of a touristy hokum. What a shocking surprise! This did not bode well for the veracity of the rest of the ghost stories. The cabin itself was a fairly conventional Australian Georgian design, 4 bedrooms all lined up on the right side of the house, all kitted out with newish beds and cozy looking doonas. This is what the Aussies call comforters or duvets with flowery patterns on them. Australians, tell me one thing. Do you do duvets or comforters like the British, or do you do comforters or duvets like the Americans? Because there's a huge difference. I remember, I've told this story before. I don't know if I've told it on this channel, but I remember I went to the US, and I've been many times. I went once, like a few times as an adult, but there was one time it really just stuck out to me. I was staying in it was a nice hotel. It was some 5-star hotel. It was fancy, relatively fancy. It was kind of a 5-star hotel, if there's such a thing. And I'm like, okay, so I go into the bedroom and there's this comforter thing. And then there's sheets. So you're supposed to sleep between the base sheet and the sheet. And then there's this comforter, what we would call a duvet, that goes over the top. And obviously this isn't supposed to touch you because it's not been cleaned. It's like a blanket that in winter we would put on top of a duvet. Because in a hotel in Europe, you've got just the comforter, but it's bigger, and every time they change the sheets. I don't like the idea of going into a hotel room and then there's this comforter on the bed that has not been washed, because I'll sit on that, I'll sit on top of it, and I know all the people before me have sat on top of it. It'd be like sleeping on the sofa, with your face and your body touching the sofa without sheets.
It's gross.
And I'm at some point in the night, my toes, or I'm going to get wrapped up in the sheet or kick it off, and at some point that comforter's touching me. So every time I stay in American hotels like this, I always have to turn the heating up and just sleep with the sheets. It's weird. I don't like it. Australians, what do you do? Let me know. Next time I go to America, I'm literally going to look up places that have washed. No, I'm just going to take a sleeping bag. It's f***ed up, America. It's f***ed up. If the owners had catered to ghost hunters exclusively, I imagine there would have been an attempt to retain furniture that was more antique and vaguely creepy. But I imagine such wingnuts traipsed through that small corner of the world only once in a blue moon. There were, however, a few strategically placed antique dolls, which indeed were unsettling enough. The floors were made of hardwood, the walls painted hues of soft pink. On the left side of the cabin, headed back from the front doorway, was a small sitting room with a couch, a couple of comfy chairs, a flat-screen TV, followed by a kitchen with all the mod cons, followed by a bathroom, a tub and a shower, newly tiled walls with a large flower decal on them. Jesus, David, are you trying to sell the place to me? I feel like I'm reading a property listing. Newly tiled walls, tasteful furniture, kitchen with all the mod cons. We're like, ooh, good, easy. There was no toilet, which was in a small room next door. Okay, that makes more sense. That's also something in the UK, we always have the shitter in the bathroom. It's not normally in a separate room. I moved to Czech Republic where I live, and the toilet's always separate from the bathroom. You've got your bathroom, and the toilet's always in a different room.
Hang on.
Not always, but a lot of the time. And I find this weird. I take a shower, and there's not a toilet in there. Normally, if I'm taking a shower, I have a piss, close the door, have a piss, maybe a poo, and then take a shower. And it's no, you got to do it in another room. That's what it's like in my apartment. Renovating a house, and I'm no, we're putting toilets in the bathrooms. And then also, because it's a Czech house, there's also a separate toilet. So each floor has 2 toilets. It's okay. This meant that after defecating, you'd have to exit the toilet and enter the bathroom to wash your hands. Oh, well, I mean, there's obviously a sink in these toilet rooms. It's there's a toilet and a sink. That's what there is. At least they'd installed a toilet rather than just a hole out the backyard like great-grandpappy Bruce probably used to do. Behind the toilet and also the bedrooms was another wide open area used for a dining room with a lovely mahogany table, new, not antique, and a couple of cabinets containing glasses, plates, and a smattering of ornate and fragile-looking china. Beyond that was a screened back door which led to a small porch at the back of the cabin, looking out across a field for a few hundred yards before the landscape turned to darkened bush. Heading down the porch stairs into the backyard, one could spy a small hut, which I initially assumed to be an outhouse. However, upon opening it, we found it looked like an old shower, decidedly careworn, not updated like the rest of the house, with a stone floor and a drain in the ground, except there was no water spigot. Over the top of the floor drain was a thick length of chain, at the ends of which was attached a large rusty hook. It was at this point that Fiona told us one of the cabin's former residents, the hunter, was rumoured to kidnap women, European and Aboriginal alike, and keep them hanging in this small shed while he did what he pleased with them, before eventually killing them. Holy shit. Fiona's like, okay, and here's the oven, and this is the hook where the victims used to be hung on before he destroyed them. That's that all. Holy shit, Fiona. Gonna sleep well tonight, are we, Fiona? As chilling as this little story was, it struck Alex and I as a little unfeasible, given that a person's screams could easily issue out of the small wooden shed. Sure, there weren't any other buildings around for a couple of miles, but sound carries, and all it would take is a single visitor or passerby, and you'd be caught. Alex later opined that the shed was likely just a makeshift abattoir where you'd hang an animal carcass upside down while its blood ran down the drain, so it was not so useful as a discreet R-word dungeon. Oh my god. Jesus. Throughout the tour, Fiona regaled us with tales about the cabin's long-term residents who had somewhat overstayed their welcome and failed to keep up with the rent. The oldest ghost was the burnt man, who evidently was a farm labourer who shared the place with other workers in the late 1830s. The burnt man was allegedly an opium addict and spent much of his off hours insensate and lying in bed in the room second from the front of the house. One night he smoked so much opium that it sent him into a deep slumber. However, the pipe was still smouldering, and the embers fell upon his bed sheets and set them alight. The man, completely out of his gourd on opium, did not wake up until it was too late, and he burned to death where he lay, screaming in vain, while the fire consumed him. That's terrifying. I remember once, allegedly, I took hallucinogenic drugs, and it was so intense. Like, I was so out of my mind that the house could have burned down, and I'd just be like, whoa, the house is burning down. I'm just not going to get off this sofa, though, because it is like, okay. That's crazy. Numerous guests have allegedly woken to the sound of a man's screams in the middle of the night. Audio hallucinations are not uncommon when just emerging from sleep, and the noises that one hears in one's dreams are muddled with noises that are happening in the waking world. It's hardly surprising an impressionable person, front-loaded with the story of the burnt man, might imagine such a thing happening, unless, of course, that person was just an attention-seeking idiot or a hopeful person desperate to find any evidence whatsoever that ghosts exist. Or perhaps the guest accounts themselves were entirely concocted by Fiona. When looking at the second bedroom, we could see no evidence of fire on the walls, but of course such damage would have long since been repaired and painted over nearly 200 years ago. Ryan, our resident smoker, volunteered to take the room, given the association might summon up some juju from the burnt man. Naturally, we admonished Ryan not to smoke in bed. Can you even smoke inside? Like, surely not. Like, every Airbnb I stay in, they're like, don't smoke inside. Don't smoke inside. Don't smoke inside. Okay, I'm not going to smoke inside. Chill. It's like, do we need to have signs saying don't smoke in hotel rooms in 2023? We know we can't smoke in hotel rooms. Jesus, when could we last do that? The next long-term resident was the ghost of the convict. Australia had been used as a British penal colony for 80 years between 1788 and 1868. Some 160,000 convicts were transported, and today approximately 5 million of Australia's population of 25 million, or 1 in 5 people, boast some convict ancestry. I myself am descended from British North America's first convicted murderer. So I'm in good company. I feel like I know this. I think this came up in a previous video, David. Speaking of connections, the convict had not come from Britain, but had participated in the Lower Canada Rebellion of 1837, which was ultimately crushed by British troops. The convict had allegedly been sentenced to 21 years in prison and transported to a bay off the mouth of the Parramatta River in what is now Sydney. Today, it's named Canada Bay. The convict was pardoned 3 or 4 years into his sentence and spent the next decade working in Sydney, trying to save up enough money to board a ship back home. However, such voyages were hugely expensive in the age of sail, and the convict apparently gave up, headed north, and in the 1850s settled in the Hunter Valley, where he lived in the cabin for a few years before dying alone and childless, a world away from his family. Holy shit, that's depressing. He is said to occasionally overcome paying guests with a sudden feeling of extreme sadness or intense anger, especially when they sleep in the convict's bedroom at the front of the house or when guests sit on the veranda. Yeah, I'd be like, just chill it out there. sipping on an IPA, having a smoke, and then it's like, oh no, I'm so sad. I've been overcome with the convict sadness. I'll just have another sip of this IPA and feel immediately better. A common trope, the phenomenon of being hit by a wave of emotion, is so stupidly vague and supremely untestable that I'm willing to dismiss such accounts as easily influenced people who already believe in ghosts, deluding themselves into thinking such emotions were somehow being projected onto them by an inanimate structure, a pile of stone, wood, and nails, or perhaps the strong feelings of sadness and anger are the results of the guests realizing that they paid through the nose to sit in the cabin in the middle of nowhere for a holiday. It sounds lovely. You're like, yeah, I want to sit on the veranda. It sounds like warm and nice and kind of beautiful. I'll sit out there on that veranda. I'll have a beer. It sounds lovely. Or a $400 bottle of wine. The convict story, however, strikes me as particularly curious because it's so specific, when some simplistic bilge about a pickpocket from London would have done just as well. Looking into those rebels who were transported to Sydney, we could find no sign of someone relocating to New South Wales in the Hunter Valley area, but the lack of such evidence certainly doesn't rule it out. In fact, the story is so specific that the ring of truth is likely based on the experience and travels of a real person. I ultimately wound up taking the front bedroom due to the Canadian connection. Perhaps if he appeared, we'd have a lot to talk about. David's Canadian, by the way, lives in Australia, but he's Canadian. And I think one of his parents is British. Because I used some British slang with David once, and he was like, I understand you because of my mother. And I was like, excellent news, old chap. Although, given he was a convict from the Lower Canada, David must have loads of passports. British, Canada, Australia. You could go anywhere on those. Those must be like some of the world's the best passports. You could go anywhere. Although, given he was a convict from the Lower Canada Rebellion, the odds were overwhelmingly in favor of him speaking French rather than English, and my spoken French is très excrable. I don't know if that's good or bad, David, to be honest, because my French is très bad. Perhaps the most disturbing story was that alluded to earlier. The Hunter, a man who lived in the cabin in the late 1870s until his disappearance in the 1890s. He'd work odd jobs around the area for the local farms and vineyards and supplement his diet by fishing and hunting game like kangaroos and larger birds like bush turkeys. Holy shit, there are just like full-on turkeys wandering around in the bush? God damn, Australia. And apparently he'd also kidnap, R-word, and murder women. Okay. The Hunter's ghostly influence was accordingly the most malevolent. One would be struck by an impression of being unwelcome in the house, more with the feelings. At least with a sudden rush of cold, you can measure it with the thermometer and figure out where the draft is coming from. People also reported seeing dark figures sitting on the chairs of the living room, or on the veranda, or on the deck out back. Visual hallucinations are easily explained if one is impressionable and feeling a little antsy at night. Especially if you were front-loaded to be on the lookout for the ghost of a murderer. The Hunter's bedroom at the back of the house was also a site of extreme paranormal activity. Allegedly, female guests would awaken in the night feeling a hand caressing the back of their neck or the feeling of fingertips tracing a line down their bodies underneath their bedclothes. Drafts and changes in air pressure can explain the stimulation of the hair follicles on the back of one's neck. As for the sensation of fingertips under the covers, it's either the product of paranoia, shifting fabric on sensitive skin when one is half asleep, or given it's Australia, you might want to flick on the light and make sure that a local insect or arachnid hasn't decided to spend the night in the same. It's like, I don't like that. I don't like that at all, Australia. That prospect to me sounds much more terrifying than a bloody ghost. The most extreme testimonials of the Hunter's nighttime visits are covers being thrown violently off the bed, or the guests being awake and pinned to the mattress by an unseen force. Covers can be explained by kicking, tossing, or turning in one's sleep, accompanied by the force of sheer gravity, even if you wake up halfway. As for being pinned to the bed, sleep paralysis is by no means uncommon, affecting approximately 1 in 10 people over the course of their lives. Oh my god. That's like 10%. Is it sleep paralysis where you like wake up and you're like, oh, I can't move? That sounds terrifying.
I was paralyzed. I couldn't move my body.
Sleep paralysis can be brought on by various causes, mostly related to insomnia, anxiety, and sleep deprivation. Oh my god, like lately, my kids wake up so bloody early. But yet I go to bed and I'm like super tired, but I'm just like, not really sleepy just yet. Just been a few nights and I'm just like, not really tired. And it's like, I should be tired, should be bloody exhausted, but I'm like, boop, 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 let's read a bit more of this book. Boop, 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 boop. I think it's because it's really hot. It's really hot, and you're just like, oh, okay, it's so hot. All of which might easily be explained by being a little freaked out from sleeping in the bedroom of a former murdering creep. I initially volunteered to sleep in the Hunter's room to spare either Alex or Jess any sort of discomfort, but Alex, somewhat sadistically, insisted on the fair Jess staying in the Hunter's room since he was female and decidedly on the fence about the existence of ghosts. Let's terrify the shit out of Jess. If anyone was going to arouse some sort of supernatural phenomena, it would be Jess. I began to argue with Alex that there was a limit to the extent we could torture our two tag-alongs, but then to both our surprise, Jess intrepidly declared that the room didn't bother her and she'd give it a go. To which Alex replied, "That's the spirit, and if he pins you to the bed tonight, just raise your knee and crush his transparent little balls." The old soldier was allegedly a veteran from World War I who, like many returning soldiers, was granted a plot of land in the Hunter Valley by the Australian government. He turned his hand to building a vineyard, but it didn't work out, so he began working as a delivery driver in between towns. The old soldier had a wife who, while he was away at war, died of some sort of wasting disease, probably diabetes. When the old oh yes, like the past, it's like, yeah, diabetes is just like a death sentence. It's like, yeah, you got diabetes, you're f***ed, because they don't work out insulin and all that. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, you're just gonna die. I wonder what the life expectancy of people with diabetes was before they had the diabetes cures. Or not cures, treatments. When the old soldier returned home, he collected his two twin daughters from relatives and they lived together in the cabin. Unfortunately, that same year, the twins died of the Spanish flu. Guests have attested to seeing their ghostly figures playing on the veranda and in the back garden. They have also claimed to hear children laughing, the sound of running footsteps on the wood floors when no one else was there, and most creepily, the sound of children singing. Naturally, all of these phenomena occurred at night, making it all the more dubious that you could make out two children playing on the veranda or in the yard, much less make out what sex they were. As for the audio hallucinations, their coincidence with a state of sleep and impressionable minds is too much to ignore. Children laughing and singing, if it occurred at all, might be the issuance of bored real-life children from the nearby town farting around in the area past curfew. Footsteps on wooden floors, meanwhile, can easily be mistaken for wood creaking from changes in temperature, or rodents in the house, or even possums on the roof, and the list of possible explanations for the noise goes up about 1,000. Yes, it's always something else. It's like, I got a little house in the country, like it kind of sounds like this place. And it's like, yeah, when I'm lying in bed at night, it's like, even if I'm there just entirely by myself, you just be like lying in bed at night and you're like, what's that sound? Oh God, is there a murder in the attic? It's just like it was hot and now it's cold. The wood's like creaking, or then there's like a scattering sound. You're like, it's just mice in the attic, or like another one which I thought was mice in the attic, but I'd had a mouse genocide. Like there were so many traps, I killed so many mice because mice moved into the attic and then they were trapped and they were all killed. And I was like, oh, there's bloody mice back in the attic. It turns out it was just like leaves and like pine cones falling onto the roof and then rolling down the sloped roof, and it made me feel better because I just put it together and I was like, oh, I know what that is. Oh, it's not mice. The mice aren't back because the mice are bold. Like they'd been there for so long, they were just like coming down the stairs and like eating the food and shit. And it's like, oh, for God's sake. And it's like, I'm fine with mice. Like, I know mice are not that bad, but my wife, not so fine with the mice. She was like, I don't like coming here when there are mice. Okay, sorry, where are we? As for the old soldier, he lived on for a couple of decades into the late 1930s before killing himself. Apparently, after the death of his daughters, he became a recluse and a drunk. Accordingly, his supernatural activities are largely relegated to being a bloody nuisance. Bottles and other glassware were reported to go flying off shelves, doors would slam on their own, windows would fly open and shut, and an invisible entrance would knock on the front door in the middle of the night. Presumably, the old soldier was drunk and had forgotten his keys. Most alarmingly, people would awake in the middle of the night to see a cloaked figure standing by the side of their bed, cackling loudly. The doors flying shut we attribute to the wind. The windows, probably the same thing, although we investigated them and the mechanisms were several decades old and some locks just may slip loose once in a while. The knocking on the door at night has no explanation other than someone playing a prank or else a guest imagining the whole thing. As for the cloaked figure, see above for guests imagining things, or else there is more nuanced explanation of a half-awake lucid dream with shadows forming on the bedroom wall being mistaken for ghosts as people awake. And any visual hallucinations more pronounced than that would require medical intervention, since it might imply either a tumor in the brain, a concerning chemical imbalance, or some form of severe mental illness. Or, as I always mention, carbon monoxide. So get a carbon monoxide detector. If you're in some place that's like allegedly haunted as an Airbnb, make sure that they've got their like safety implements, like smoke detector and make sure they got carbon monoxide detector there as well. Because that's what's, one of the reasons they speculate that the number of ghost sightings and stuff has gone down so massively is because there's now more awareness of carbon dioxide and what it can do to your brain, like make you hallucinate and then die. The old soldier slept in the front bedroom of the house, same as the convict. Meanwhile, the twins slept in the second bedroom behind it, same as the burnt man. Both Ryan and I were in for a potentially crowded night. As for the third bedroom, it had no ghosts and was occupied by Alex, remarking that she was glad that at least she'd get a good night's sleep. I said I doubted it and reminded her that we were going to get pissed as parrots on the first night. Hardly anybody was going to sleep well, ghosts or no. As for the impact of the tour on our test subjects, Jess, as mentioned, courageously volunteered to sleep in the hunter's room, albeit after Alex coaxed her into it. Jess seemed only a little discomforted at the idea, but was mostly cheerful and putting a brave face on. Ryan, meanwhile, once Fiona had left, joked that, quote, "The f***wits are charging too much to rent this place. Did you hear how many people died here? Place is a death trap." Yeah, it'd be like, what was that? I made a joke in a previous episode about like if there was a haunted house or whatever, if it was cheaper, I'd definitely buy that. I'll be like, yeah, well, I don't believe in ghosts, so I'll just get a nice discount. The piss up. Alex got in the car and drove to a nearby service station to see if she could find some dinner time victuals, comestibles, and provisions. What's a comestible? We had hoped that the service station had some frozen meals that could pass muster for the night, otherwise it meant a longer drive for Alex into town. While she was gone, Ryan wasted no time heading out to the veranda, putting his feet up and cracking open a bottle of beer, which he chased with a bit of bourbon whiskey. Legend. Jess and I politely waited for Alex's return. Well, partial politeness in my case. I was already half dreading the hangover. After roughly 30 minutes, Alex rocked back up to the cabin with a couple of frozen pizzas for dinner and some fresh milk for morning coffee or tea. I was the only tea drinker in the group, having grown up drinking PG tips, not coffee. Meanwhile, Australians can be insufferably pretentious wank stains about their coffee culture, particularly in the big cities, that I maintain my habits in petty protest. Alex also brought a couple of cartons of ice cream, though we doubted we'd be tucking into it that night. The pizzas went in the oven while we cracked open the fancy bottle of Shiraz. Frozen pizza and a $400 bottle of wine. This is where you might expect me to pompously say that it loads of blackberry, blueberry, plum, cherry, chocolate, licorice, tobacco, vanilla, and Margot Robbie's armpit sweat, or whatever the I've never gone in for that sommelier swishing it around your mouth and imagining you could taste spectral hints of random food and substances that were nowhere near the winemaking process. It's about 2 levels above listening to static on a spirit box, imagining you've heard an EVP. More on that later. Furthermore, I find expensive wines start to show diminishing returns after about $80. Yes, agreed. I'm not saying the really fancy stuff doesn't taste better. I'm just saying that after about $80, you might get an extra $2 of actual added value for every $50 that you pay. All I'll say is that the fancy Shiraz had the typical syrupy smoothness of an expensive wine, completely liberated from the acrid fumes of alcohol and the harsh aftertaste of the cheaper stuff, but that's neither here nor there. I don't know, David, it sounds pretty good, to be honest. I'm like, it is 11:15 in the morning, and I'm like, that sounds pretty damn tasty.
Stuffing.
Oh, yum.
What is more pertinent is the fact that between the 4 of us, we'd inhaled the entire bottle within 25 minutes before the 2 pizzas were even finished cooking. A bad sign. Over dinner, we cracked open a bottle of Semillon, then another. The volume got louder. Alex and I got increasingly foul-mouthed and loquacious. Jess got very red in the cheeks and giggled at everything from actual jokes to Alex and my drunken soliloquies to the patterns on the couch cushions. Ryan, who had paired his glasses of wine with more bourbon whiskey, got a dull, glassy look in his eyes and a shape to his mouth like he had sucked on a lemon. He mostly resided in silence, and as he got progressively up, we started toying with the EMF meter, attacking it alternately with the TV remote and the dildo before he got bored. For the record, the dildo belonged to no one in particular. It had been purchased for the expedition. Okay. Employing a used one just seemed a bit weird. Yes, agreed. After that, we started reading passages of the Simon Necromonion, punctuating the incantations with calling the devil a can't say that word, C-word, and basically saying, come at me, bro. The Necromonion proved to be something of a disappointment, with a surprising dearth of actual demonic phrases in ancient languages in the book, and the writing was such unbelievable 1970s San Francisco Satanist dreck produced by an obvious huckster that we soon lost patience with it. By the time we cracked open the 3rd bottle of Semillon, remains of the 2nd pizza had been entirely forgotten, meaning that we were drinking on half-empty stomachs, another bad sign. I'm like, yeah, there's 4 of you? 4 adults sharing 2 frozen pizzas? That's not enough food. Frozen pizzas are small, and it's not like they've got doughy crusts. They always have that weird-ass frozen pizza crust, which tastes horrible. It's more like a sort of weird biscuit. That's not enough food, my guys. Somewhere in the chaos of the 3rd bottle of Semillon, Jess stopped drinking for the evening, evincing a sort of instinctual modesty and good sense. As I said in the introduction, total wifey material. At this point in the evening, I'd say that each of us had consumed around 6 to 8 standard drinks, with Ryan's total being considerably higher due to his slurping down of bourbon. From that point forwards, the exact amount consumed becomes a little blurry. I monopolized a 4th bottle of Semillon all to myself. Alex began drinking Southern Comfort, a New Orleans substance that people either love or hate, which is something between a whiskey and a sweet liqueur. Initially, she added ice to it, though I noticed as the evening advanced, she ceased to bother and just dumped it in her glass al dente, completely undiluted. Jess, bless her heart, seemed to alternate between ginger beer, water, and giggling. Ryan hopped from whiskey to rum to straight vodka. Jesus Christ. To wine to beer and back again. In a nutshell, he got absolutely faced very early in the night. Chalk that up to the folly of youth. That mixing of drinks. Jesus. Oh, my old man body's like, no.
No.
It was at this point in the evening that the quote-unquote ghost abuse began. There were 2 ground rules, which all of us mostly obeyed. No one could go off alone in the dark, except when time came to pass out, since being alone in the dark is more likely to trigger paranoia and delusions of ghostly encounters, without another person being there to corroborate things. The second ground rule was that we were forbidden from trying to scare each other, since that would place our senses on ultra-high alert, again risking some delusions of otherworldly activity. The second rule required extra enforcement in Ryan's case, who tried to make Alex jump by creeping up behind her, but after she threatened to make him sleep outside, he desisted. Our aggressions were to be entirely focused on the ghosts. We fired up the spirit box. We were all eager to contact the ghost of the hunter, whom we called the Bogan Bill Cosby and Discount Ted Bundy. Alex, as is her drunken fashion with the ghosts of sex predators, began to make countless references to the likely diminutive size of the hunter's penis. She then went out to the makeshift abattoir in the backyard and placed the pink dildo inside it so he could, quote, go f*** himself. The spirit box, meanwhile, yielded nothing but static, though I think for a few milliseconds we picked up a local rock station. We also cracked open a tropical beer and placed it next to an empty chair in case the old soldier wanted to join us. Nobody else was drinking it. When that did not seem to elicit a supernatural response, Brian went over, snorted disgustingly, and spat in it. Still nothing. For the twins, Alex busted out her laptop and put on a children's cartoon on YouTube for their entertainment, and when that failed, she navigated over to Pornhub, found a pornographic video involving adult twins having their mouths used in unhygienic ways so that the ghostly twins could quote see what they missed out on. Jesus Christ. What the I'm ashamed to say that we had porno playing in the background for a rather unseemly length of time over the course of the evening.
What?
What the I think it was mostly because Alex thought it was hilarious. She eventually went and placed the laptop on the bed of the second bedroom where the twins allegedly slept. Jess declared that she thought this was going a little too far since the ghosts were little kids. Alex snorted and pointed out they were actually over a century old and, quote, also ghosts don't exist, so it. We then sat down with the Ouija board and started asking questions to thin air. Once it became clear that Ryan, and to a lesser extent Jess, couldn't be trusted not to move the cursor deliberately or involuntarily, Alex and I operated the thing as a duo, intent on keeping the thing stalk still. We sat for an extraordinarily long time without the cursor moving at all. This is it. Like, if I used a Ouija board, that wouldn't move because I'd be like, don't move it, not moving it. I'm gonna allow the spirits to move it. Nothing, because it's not real. Then the cursor started drifting slowly across the board, spelling out gibberish. Numerous studies have been conducted that found the drifting of the cursor, even when you're making a concerted attempt not to play into the supernatural nonsense, is the result of involuntary muscle movements and spasms. Really? Particularly after you've laid hands on the thing for a long time and your subconscious generating thoughts and responses to questions, even when your conscious mind might be resistant to it. Sounds like a useful tool for, like, psychologists or something, doesn't it? At some point during the Ouija board experiment, the door to the toilet slammed shut, making all of us jump out of our skin. We went over and scanned the thing with both the EMF meter, the Geiger counter, and the infrared camera, but found nothing above the baseline. Frustrated at this, Alex, Ryan, and I went into the second bedroom and smoked Ryan's cigarettes, blowing the smoke at the bed in order to provoke the burnt man. You're gonna lose your deposit. It generated no effect other than to momentarily relax the tension headache that I was already getting and accelerate my heart rate, which was already elevated from alcohol abuse. It was beginning to get late into the evening, at least in terms of our flagging consciousness, when Ryan started to roll around on the carpet in the sitting room, drunkenly shouting in slurred cadences that, quote, the house was angry and the house needed blood. Love this shit. Ryan claims to have no memory of doing this, which is plausible given how utterly plastered he would be. Yet the occurrence was odd. Yeah, I'd not be like, it's not a ghost, just Ryan's out of his gourd and is having a laugh. There are three possible explanations. 1, Ryan was 2. Ryan was reacting adversely to the less than legal substances we suspected he was taking in addition to a boatload of alcohol. 3. He was possessed by a demon who demanded blood in the form of a human sacrifice, but apparently was one of those cowardly demons, since it stopped demanding blood once we told Ryan to shut the f*** up. Sometime around 1 a.m, I passed out on the couch of the sitting room. I woke up at 4 a.m. by Alex shaking me awake. She told me that Jess had had a nightmare about the hunter breaking into her bedroom via the window and was a little bit freaked out. Initially, Jess said she wanted to sleep in the car, but Alex dissuaded her and convinced her to share the bed in her quote-unquote ghost-free room. Alex and I went to the hunter's room and could find no remarkable reading on either the EMF meter or the Geiger counter. We did, however, see a small heat signature on the wood floor near the door. At this point, I went to the toilet, dry heaved, and then went to my bedroom and flung myself under the covers, still wearing my clothes. I did not fall back to sleep, but lay there in semi-conscious, heart-palpitating agony for a few hours, scrolling through Twitter and YouTube on my phone. Oh god, it's going to be terrible tomorrow. Haunted by a hangover. I emerged from my bedroom at around 7 a.m. Yeah, I'm also this person. It's so rough last night. Why can't I just be asleep until like 11? And it'll be like 7 o'clock. Let's wake up. Feeling terrible. I was the only one up. I discovered the bottle of Southern Comfort had fallen to the floor at some point during the night, pouring out all its contents. I drank a couple of glasses of water, dry heaved again, and went back to bed. I spoke to a couple of friends via Instagram DM. A few hours later, at 10 a.m, I heard other people stirring around the house. I got up, unwilling to change out of last night's clothes, and went to the bathroom to brush my teeth, which proved difficult given how sensitive the wine had made them the night before. I had functionally just eaten a bowl of sugar. I made myself a cup of tea and bummed another one of Ryan's cigarettes, which made me feel better for a few minutes, despite those things only accelerating my heart rate. I then curled up in the fetal position on the couch and speculated quietly how long it would take an ambulance to get there if I started to die. At 1 p.m, I dry heaved for a third time, and finally, I began to feel a bit better. The agony phase had passed, and after that, I was just tired. 1 p.m. for you, David. Me, it's always like 3. It's like, boy, that was an intense night. Probably even later than 3. As for the others, Ryan took the strategy of making himself a couple of Bloody Marys with copious amounts of vodka in the proverbial hair of the dog treatment. He vomited it all up early in the afternoon and spent the rest of the day smoking and lying in bed. Again, the burnt man did not make an appearance. Ryan could not prevent the rest of us from joining him and drinking again, but at one point I did make myself a virgin Bloody Mary, heavy on the Tabasco and Worcester sauce, since I find that spice is very comforting in a hangover. Yeah, I love like virgin Bloody Marys. Like tomato juice, big fan. Tabasco, Worcester sauce, love it all. My mouth is watering thinking about that, actually.
Yum.
Alex was doggedly determined to eat something, but we had neglected to get breakfast food the day before, so she munched on the leftover pizza. She also drank 3 or 4 cups of coffee. She too vomited up the stuff in the early afternoon. But all told, she was in better shape than Ryan. Jess and I could not be coaxed to consume any solid food until dinner time, when we began picking through various hangover remedies. Jess had drunk the least of us, and it showed. She even went out for a walk around tea time to clear her head. I did not join her, as I felt in my hungover-induced anxiety that I would drop dead of a heart attack. Yeah, the hangover anxiety is not something I ever had until I became an adult. I remember hanging out with a friend of mine, and we were drinking pretty heavily, and he was maybe 10 years older than me, and he was like, dude, have you got to the stage yet where you just wake up and you're just anxious the next day? And I'm like, no, not yet. That's probably not going to happen. Why would I be anxious for no reason? And then, yeah, no, that happens. And I was like, oh, why do I feel anxious? This is not nice. When it got dark, I went to my bedroom, closed the door, and fell asleep listening to YouTube videos at low volumes as not to disturb the others. I woke up every few hours, experiencing lucid dreams about traveling in airports and train stations and enduring a gross, sweaty, listless sleep. Thus passed the hangover day. There were no ghostly occurrences of any sort whatsoever, though ultimately, Alex and Jess switched bedrooms. The investigation. Alex woke me up early Sunday morning, saying she'd been to the service station and had made everybody bacon and eggs. Indeed, I could smell the blessed fragrance issuing from the kitchen. Alex sternly reminded me, quote, don't sleep all day, we've got some science to do. Science, I replied groggily. I was now, at the age of 36, at the point where hangovers don't last 1 day but 2. David and I are the same age. I don't know how I didn't know that. I thought, for some reason, I thought David was a few years younger than me. Well, that's nice. My heart rate had still not returned to normal, and I felt someone had bludgeoned my brain out of my skull with a brick and duct taped it to a telephone pole. Alex replied, don't science, mate. Science you, which might have impressed me more for its wittiness if I hadn't heard her use the line before. Still top marks as far as one-liners go. Instead, I grumbled and staggered out into the kitchen to guzzle down some scrambled eggs and bacon with a healthy dose of tea, which my Aussie acquaintances did not hesitate to give me drinking. After a slow start to the morning, Alex and I got to work investigating what little phenomena had occurred 2 nights before. And there, I will have to apologize, dear listener, since the majority of ghost occurrences that we've discussed so far are from Fiona's stories about other guests. The odds were always going to be low that we experienced anything spooky ourselves. As it was, it came out that the bottle of Southern Comfort had fallen on the floor not because of the old soldier, but because Ryan had thought it would be funny to smash it on the ground to freak us out. Unfortunately, the bottle was so thick that it did not smash easily, so Ryan just settled for dumping its contents on the floor of the kitchen and leaving it at that. After that story came out, Alex was annoyed, since she was the one who had to clean it up. Meanwhile, when it came to the door of the toilet slamming, while we played with the Ouija board, it didn't take long for us to figure out that it was the result of the open window and the air pressure acting on a condensed space of the small room. While the room was reasonably long from the door to the shitter at the back wall, it was exceedingly narrow. That seems like a much more plausible explanation, one of the ghosts wanting some privacy, while they splattered the bowl with some translucent turds. Yeah, I mean, it can still be like quite a long way away, as long as the pressure's there. Like, in my apartment, if we've got like one window open somewhere and another window somewhere else, and like there's some pressure thing, like someone opens a door or whatever, one of them will slam shut. It can be on the other side of the apartment. Just like bang! And you're like, oh yeah, okay, window's open. Oh well. Jess's nightmare had arisen solely in her subconscious, and she did not experience any sort of delusion that Hunter was actually in her bedroom once she'd woken up. She was a little freaked out at the time, but by Sunday had completely calmed down and was laughing about it. This left the heat signature, which we found on the floor by the door. Oh yeah, that was the only, even remotely unexplained thing. Using the infrared camera again, Alex and I noticed the heat signature was no longer there. After a frustrating 45 minutes trying to come up with an explanation for it, Ryan hopped in the shower. It was then that we realized that the heat signature on the floor was coming from the pipes connecting the hot water cistern outside the cabin to the bathroom across the hall from Jess/the hunter's room. Sure enough, using the infrared camera again while Ryan was in the shower, the heat signature had returned. And that was our somewhat anticlimactic ghost investigation. Yet if you are exploding ghost myths, I suppose every investigation is going to be somewhat anticlimactic. I mean, unless you're making up on the History Channel or whatever. That afternoon we all went on a winery tour, and a merry time was had by all. I did notice, however, that our consumption of wine during and after the tour was very modest indeed. Even with Ryan, some harrowing experiences take time to fade into memory before we can comfortably repeat our mistakes again. Monkey and shoes too, Electric Boogaloo. Humans are pattern-seeking creatures. It's how we went from stone tools to skyscrapers in the blink of an evolutionary eye. Covered in David's book, The Shortest History of the World. Check it out. We are highly instinctual creatures afraid of imagined threats in the dark, combing those impulses with a certain wishful thinking about the existence of an afterlife and hundreds of generations of folklore, and voila! Ghosts. And I can sympathize with the appeal of wanting something to exist beyond the grave. Another instinct of ours is to be terrified and repulsed by the eventual disappearances of our consciousness, even though our bodies will simply be recycled back into the earth, and the atoms that once constituted us will never disappear from the universe for trillions of years. Yeah, but our consciousness is gone, and that's terrifying. If we didn't revolt against the idea of our consciousness disappearing, our fear of death, we would have long since gone extinct as a species. But take comfort in the fact that this is only a temporary sensation before we spend the rest of eternity under anesthesia. Oh, David, I don't like it. Yet if someone were to offer me immortality by uploading my consciousness to a computer or reversing the aging process via CRISPR gene editing, you can bet the animal in me would bloody well take it. God damn right. People sometimes are like, no, I wouldn't do that. And I'm like, what the is this? What's wrong with you? What's biologically wrong with you? In the meantime, our inclination to believe that ghostly apparitions do indeed go bump in the night will always lurk in a tiny corner of our primate brains. Nevertheless, no credible scientific study has ever revealed a whisper of such things actually existing on the electromagnetic spectrum. All the supposed quote-unquote proof of ghosts, either anecdotal, hearsay, easily debunkable pseudoscience, or non-falsifiable claptrap. And furthermore, remember that what is asserted without single solid evidence can be dismissed without solid evidence. Sweet dreams, sleep tight. Yeah, and that's where we end today's video. These are so random, but I do thoroughly enjoy reading about David's adventures. If you enjoyed this episode, make sure you like it, subscribe, and if you're listening to this in its podcast form, well, thank you very much. Leave a review, and I'll see you next time.